Fresh out of high school, I got drunk after a breakup and accidentally boarded the car of the richest woman in the country. When I woke up the next day, I had become her personal assistant. She bought me designer clothes, enrolled me in elite schools, and bankrupted anyone who dared to bully me. I thought it was just a whim of the wealthy woman until I discovered her phone was filled with photos of my past life. Turns out, this was a love story transcending time and space, a mutual journey from both ends. With the devotion of 2 lifetimes, she wove a tender net, and I willingly surrendered to its embrace. Chapter 1. Convinced by sleep after seeing a bra. Ow, it hurts. Why does it feel so chilly? Wei Chengnian rubbed his head as he got up from the bed, his weak arms propping up his body, while the women's clothing draped over him slipped off instantly. I can't quite figure out what it is right now. He looked around in confusion. Where exactly had he slept? His mind seemed sluggish, slowly regurgitating yesterday's memories. Flashes of yesterday's gathering lingered in his mind. Wei Chengnian still remembered that girl who had been part of his entire high school years, Susiki. Every time he mustered up the courage to confess, Susiki would always give him hope only to let him down, casually brushing it off with, "Studies come first. This is the last time, surely there can't be any excuse now? Siki, I have something I want to tell you." Wei Chengnian's voice trembled slightly, and Susiki's smile froze for a fleeting moment before she gently revealed her dimples and said, "Chengnian, what's the matter with you? Why so formal all of a sudden? Siki, I've liked you for 3 years, now we've both been admitted to the same school, so, I like you." Summoning all his courage, he finally spoke the words buried deep in his heart. Susiki looked up and said in an ambiguous tone, "Chengnian, you're such a sweet boy. Your affection truly flatters me, but today is our class reunion, and everyone is watching." Her words were like a soft knife minus gentle yet sharp, sending Wei Chengnian's heart plummeting straight to the depths. "We're still good friends, aren't we?" As the gathering ended, a luxurious Maybach slowly pulled up at the entrance. Susiki walked toward the car without hesitation, leaving Wei Chengnian standing alone, watching her depart, an indescribable bitterness welling up in his heart. As the roar of the engine faded into the distance, Wei Chengnian's heart sank into an abyss. He turned and walked alone into the darkness, his heart filled with loss and confusion, finding solace only in alcohol. The neon lights flickered in the night sky of the KTV, Wei Chengnian's figure appearing particularly lonely amidst the crowd. The glass in his hand was repeatedly raised and lowered, each clinking sound seemingly recounting the pain and resentment in his heart. Susiki's rejection was like a thorn, piercing deeply into his heart, leaving him desperately seeking even a fleeting moment of oblivion amidst the clamor. Finally, the power of alcohol blurred his vision and made his steps unsteady. He stepped out of the KTV, the night breeze brushing his face, yet unable to dispel the weight on his heart. In the parking lot, Wei Chengnian staggered toward a car that looked like a taxi. It was Shen Yiqing's black Panamera. As for what happened afterward, Wei Chengnian could no longer recall clearly. By the time he became aware, his head was still heavy, but the scent of incense lingered in the room, curling around and tickling his nose. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, indicating it was no longer morning. He struggled to recall the events of the previous night, seemingly spotting Susiki getting into that Maybach while he drank himself nearly senseless. "The last memory I had was wobbling onto the DD car. Didn't the DD car take me home? Then whose car am I in?" He was puzzled and looked around. The enticing aroma made him instinctively reach out to touch the smooth fabric. Glancing down, he was astonished to discover was a pink bra, and a large cup size at that. Lace-trimmed pink panties. He instantly panicked, thinking to himself, could I have been slept with? Has the chastity I've guarded for 18 years just vanished like this? Wei Chengnian frantically looked around, discovering the room was spacious and exquisitely decorated, with a large bed in the center that could easily fit 2 or 3 people. Beside it were flowing silk floor-to-ceiling curtains, with sunlight streaming in, warm and gentle. He froze, gradually coming to terms with the fact that he had indeed been slept with. After all, he wasn't wearing a stitch of clothing, and his body was covered in red marks and scratches. Clearly, last night's battle had been quite intense. Could this comrade in arms be a wealthy woman? The phrase tolerance and wealth flashed through his mind like a steel wire brush. Feeling somewhat uneasy, Wei Chengnian immediately reached for his phone but heard the ringtone at the door, followed by a familiar voice. Chengnian, answer your phone. Your mom asked me why you didn't come home last night. Where are you?" Hearing this, his heart skipped a beat as he grasped the severity of the situation. He frantically searched the bed for his pants, only to find a deep red bedsheet. Had he really taken the wealthy woman's youth last night? What should he do now? Wei Chengnian was almost paralyzed. Seeing the torn black stockings and crumpled uniform, his emotions were incredibly tangled. Finally putting on his pants, he fastened his belt just below his sculpted abs. As he listened closely, an indifferent female voice came from outside the door. "No need to ask. He's in my bed." Shen Yiqing's voice carried a hint of domineering, cold and clear, instantly plunging everyone present into silence. Shen Yiqing was a reincarnator, and after her rebirth, she swore never to miss the boy who had once filled her previous life with sunshine again. She would hold on to him tightly, never letting go. This lifetime, she must have him. "Who the are you? What have you done to my brother?" The furious voice rang out. Hearing these words, Shen Yiqing felt a surge of complicated emotions. In her previous life, she had been 34 years old, a successful businesswoman with billions in assets. As for Wei Chengnian, he was merely an intern at her company. Their only connection had been as secret friends on the social app line, unaware of each other's true identities, yet they had shared everything without reservation. That stormy night, the overloaded heavy truck came hurtling toward her with blindingly bright headlights. Someone pushed her out of the way, only to be struck squarely by the truck, their fragile bodies sent flying through the air, departing this beautiful world forever. In that instant, Shen Yiqing's heart felt as if being sliced apart by a knife, the agony unbearable. By the time the traffic police arrived, blood had mingled with the rain. She regretted why she had parked the Palama on the opposite side of the road and attended Wei Chengnian's funeral with overwhelming guilt. Wei Chengnian's parents rushed over from their hometown, overwhelmed with grief, almost drowning in tears. Shen Yiqing vowed to take good care of the elderly couple at the funeral. While sorting through his belongings, she picked up Wei Chengnian's phone and discovered the unlock password was her own birthday date. After unlocking it, she saw one of her rare public photos, her expression cool yet strikingly beautiful. Then, in his phone, she found that familiar line account. Seeing the familiar ID, Shen Yiqing couldn't hold back her tears. So he was that boy she'd known for 10 years, just 3 years her junior. So he was that younger brother who'd comforted her through career struggles and family troubles. In the past, Shen Yiqing had repeatedly wanted to message Wei Chengnian online saying, "Let's be together." Chapter 2, Is it possible? Yet, in the end, she couldn't muster the courage to speak up. At 34, she was no longer a young girl, how could she lay claim to a boy's youth? Staring at the messages exchanged with Wei Chengnian online, Shen Yiqing felt a deep ache. She thought to herself, if there was a next life, she would surely hold on to this boy. One day afterward, after wrapping up work at the company, Shen Yiqing dozed off in her Panamera. When she woke up, she found Zhang Qingji's face in the back seat. "Driver, take me home." It was that familiar yet unfamiliar voice. The drunken Wei Chengnian only felt the car smelled fragrant, and Shen Yiqing said, "Alright, but you mustn't regret it. Since she was reborn, she wouldn't let go this time. What's there to regret about going home?" By the time Wei Chengnian woke up, it was already the next morning, completely consumed. The door opened, and only then did Wei Chengnian see Shen Yiqing's face, cold as moonlight, noble as hoarfrost, dressed in a tailored suit that hugged his full chest, revealing pristine white shirt and collar. As Wei Chengnian's gaze shifted upward, he saw a face free of makeup, exuding a cool yet strikingly beautiful aura, as if meticulously carved to perfection. "The housekeeper has prepared dinner, get dressed. I'll give you 3 minutes." The domineering words rang out with undeniable force, as if Shen Yiqing naturally carried an aura that made resistance unthinkable. Taking 2 steps towards the bed, the phone belonging to Wei Chengnian was handed over. "Kid, it's your classmate. Talk to them yourself." How could he handle such treatment? Wei Chengnian was just an ordinary high school graduate who hadn't even held a girl's hand. A faint blush spread across his face as he fumbled to take it, only accidentally brushing against that jade-like hand, cool to the touch. "Li Cheng, I got completely wasted last night. Just tell my mom I stayed over at a classmate's place, no big deal." The one who just answered the phone was stuck in an instant. Wei Chengnian couldn't figure out how to address Shen Yiqing. With a smile, Shen Yiqing said, "I call you kid, so what do you call me?" "Sister?" "But I don't dare to say it out loud." Wei Chengnian was afraid that the moment he opened his mouth, he'd be pushed onto the bed. Though the sister before him was quite beautiful, he was scared of being devoured. "Should I call you auntie?" Hearing this, Shen Yiqing's face instantly turned frosty, even her smile disappeared. "Kid, seems like you're not fully awake yet, huh? Do you realize you're just one step away from getting beaten up? That auntie who was all charm and grace moments ago, why did the atmosphere turn freezing cold so suddenly? Did I say something wrong?" Wei Chengnian hasn't yet reached the maturity of Shen Yiqing's previous life. Still in his student days without having suffered society's harsh lessons, he naturally retains that adorable naivety unique to students. After some thought, he added to the person on the other end of the line, "The one who answered the phone earlier was my classmate's mom." Hearing this, Shen Yiqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Very well then, kid, I treat you as the apple of my eye, and you call me mom. 2 more minutes, get dressed and come down for dinner." Shen Yiqing's face had become completely expressionless, covered in frost. "Li Cheng, I'm going to eat now. Tell my mom I'll be home tomorrow." Putting down his phone, Wei Chengnian went to find his school uniform, only to discover the collar was already torn, with loose buttons hanging precariously near the white collar edge. It seems last night was quite wild and intense. Seeing Wei Chengnian holding her clothes in a daze, Shen Yiqing couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, last night had been utterly reckless. She'd wanted to completely possess this young man down to her very bones. During the meal, Wei Chengnian sat awkwardly in the dining room, his borrowed women's uniform emitting a faint fragrance carrying hints of bloodlotus. The clothes were admittedly loose-fitting, yet there was no helping it. This marked Wei Chengnian's first experience wearing feminine attire. The dishes on the table were even more dazzling, many of which were nourishing for the body. Wei Chengnian worked hard to be a voracious eater, while Shen Yiqing ate slowly in small bites, seemingly having a small appetite. Yet, her eyes never left Wei Chengnian, as if just watching him was enough to fill her up. Then, Shen Yiqing decisively put down her chopsticks and said, "Kid, which university did you get into?" She then added, "Remember to call me sister when you answer me. I'm not an aunt, nor am I your mom, I'm only 3 years older than you." He froze for a moment, but Wei Chengnian still followed Shen Yiqing's words and said, "Sister, I got into National Economics and Trade University." What a sweet and obedient sister. So heartwarming. Though inwardly as delighted as a kitten rolling around, Shen Yiqing maintained her poised and aloof demeanor on the surface. In her previous life, Shen Yiqing had been an outstanding alumna of National Economics and Trade University delivering a speech on stage, while Wei Chengnian was just a little brat sitting in the audience. In this life, she wanted to know what Wei Chengnian's reaction would be when he saw her from the audience. After the meal, Shen Yiqing said, "Steward Lu, arrange for someone to take my younger brother's measurements." The steward naturally complied and withdrew, leaving no outsiders in the dining room. Wei Chengnian was curious and had much to say to Shen Yiqing. He wanted to know why this sister, who had made him grow up overnight, had taken a liking to him. Gazing upon the wealth and splendor in every room, feeling the vast class divide, he was just an utterly ordinary person with no talents or advantages. What qualifications did he even have? Wei Chengnian didn't know that in his previous life, he had accompanied Shen Yiqing for 10 years, even sacrificing his life for it. "Elder sister, why are you so kind to me?" "Because you saved the entire world." "Kid, this time, I'm your whole world. What are your plans for the holiday?" He still hasn't figured out how this older sister knew he had just graduated high school and was spending summer vacation before college begins. "I want to find a part-time job to save up for tuition, so that college won't be such a burden on my family." Wei Chengnian's family was not wealthy, his parents both worked at a pig farm in the countryside. He had his own pride too. Though he had been taken advantage of, he never thought of demanding compensation from his sister. The goddess who got into the Maybach would never belong to him after all. "How about working at my company during the holidays?" Shen Yiqing's company is a cosmetics and skincare business. During 2007, e-commerce channels were rapidly expanding. With the emergence of e-commerce concepts, Shen Yiqing's operations team continuously promoted skincare philosophies, and the company was in a phase of rapid growth. Wei Chengnian wasn't surprised that his sister had started a company. After all, the villa's decor and the dining experience were very high-end. Moreover, it even came with a butler and maids. "Can I do it?" Wei Chengnian actually disliked calling her sister directly. It always made him feel like he was being taken advantage of. She seemed dissatisfied, her red lips parting lightly as she said, "Always address me properly, call me sister when you speak." Wei Chengnian didn't dare. He thought she was different from any other girl he had ever met, domineering and unyielding. "Sister, can I work at your company?" Chapter 3, Please, My Other Self. Hearing this, Shen Yiqing couldn't help but chuckle. "So, do you want to work at my company, or do you want to work on me at my company?" In her previous life, Shen Yiqing had reached 34 without ever tasting what it meant to crave something deeply. Now, however, she was utterly addicted to that very feeling. "You can work with me." When Shen Yiqing uttered those words, Wei Chengnian felt his face flush instantly. Sis, my dear sister, you just slept with me." Saying things that could be misinterpreted like this is too much for me to handle. Just then, the butler arrived with attendants to take Wei Chengnian's measurements. Wei Chengnian's physique was remarkably defined. Clothes made him look lean, yet he possessed substantial muscle beneath. The phrase "clothes make the man" could have been coined for either Daniel Wu or Wei Chengnian. Shen Yiqing directed the servants' movements. "And Yang, once the measurements are taken, have all the garments custom made. Then go to Liangpin shop and buy a few sets he can wear now. Lu, instruct the legal department to draft an internship contract for the president's assistant position immediately. Salary should be based on the U8 grade." The stewards naturally went to carry out the orders. Wei Chengnian said awkwardly, "Sister, I don't even know your name yet." "I'm Wei Chengnian, not that I'm underage, I just turned 18. Shen Yiqing. Call me President Shen at work and sister outside of work. Can you manage that?" Hearing this, Wei Chengnian thought Shen Yiqing was quite domineering. He couldn't help but recall the red marks and scratches on his body. "Kid, what happened last night stays between us. I have the video." "Got it?" Wei Chengnian was terrified. He couldn't even remember last night. So steel wool really did symbolize endurance and prosperity, huh? "Yes, Miss Shen. What did I tell you?" "Yes, sis." The clothes were bought back quickly, several sets of shirts and shorts featuring IP licensed characters emblazoned with anime figures. "Follow me upstairs. Take off your clothes," Shen Yiqing commanded. Wei Chengnian, still rummaging through the pile of clothes, froze upon hearing her words. "Wait, sis, is this happening this fast?" Seeing Wei Chengnian's hesitation, Shen Yiqing delivered the final blow. "Aren't you coming upstairs to change? There's a camera in the living room." Wei Chengnian had no underwear on, he'd slipped straight into the women's clothing. Last night's fierce battle had successfully torn his underwear to shreds. "Yes, Miss Shen. Call me sister." Wei Chengnian carried his clothes upstairs. Upon entering the room, he saw Shen Yiqing standing by the doorway. His face flushed crimson as he shyly asked, "Sis?" The implication was clear, he was about to put on his underwear, and Shen Yiqing had better not watch. The little brat had quite the temper. Shen Yiqing closed the door behind him. In the hallway, he pulled out his phone and opened the guest room surveillance feed. The high-definition camera showed Wei Chengnian changing clothes, his solid muscles clearly visible. The kid had such a great physique, no wonder he'd been in there so long. After shedding his loose-fitting clothes, Shen Yiqing pretended nothing had happened and put her phone away. The door opened. In the dim light, a shy face belonging to a young man appeared. "Butler Liu, is the contract ready?" The butler approached reliably. Wei Chengnian saw the contract in the living room, one that would make any competitor green with envy. To be honest, Wei Chengnian had never worked a day in his life and was hazy about contract terms. But the worst-case scenario? Probably equivalent to having 5 kids. After all, Shen Yiqing had slept with him. Even though he still didn't know why, he found himself rather fond of this domineering older sister. Shen Yiqing murmured like a devil, "If there are no issues, just sign here, okay?" Wei Chengnian steeled himself and signed his name. "Kid, I'll be counting on you from now on." Seeing the faint smile on his sister's icy face, Wei Chengnian knew the gears of his destiny had begun to turn. The ringtone of piercing illusion sounded. It was Wei Chengnian's mother, Su Kalai, calling. "Shanyan, what time is it? Why aren't you home yet? Li Yicheng said you were at a classmate's house? I'll be home soon." As Wei Chengnian spoke, his gaze lingered on the striking figure before him. She sat at her computer processing documents. It was 2007, and domestic payment platforms and social media were still in their infancy. The rapid growth in skincare and cosmetics promotion brought challenges at every turn. After finally ending the call amid his mother's relentless barrage, his domineering sister had already approached him. "I'll drive you home." It was still that same Panamera. Wei Chengnian sat in the car as the scenery outside the window blurred into streaks of light until they passed an intersection. If this were 10 years later, this intersection would hold a certain significance. It was on this very road, on that rainy night, that Wei Chengnian was struck and thrown from his vehicle. "I want to live." The red light lasted a mere 40 seconds, but Wei Chengnian couldn't have misheard it. It was a voice. "Is this how my life ends? I refuse to accept it. I refuse to accept it. I refuse to accept it." I finally got to a desk where I could see her every day. Countless memories flooded Wei Chengnian's mind, culminating in his own vision dancing beneath a massive beam of light. Who had died? Was it me? Why did Sister Shen Yiqing's face appear in my memories? Why was there unfamiliar software in my memories? Whose memories are these? Are they mine? Was I crying? Wei Chengnian could barely contain his sobs, whether from the memories flooding his mind or the excruciating pain of impending death. "Kid? Kid? What's wrong?" Hearing the commotion from the back seat, Shen Yiqing immediately focused on Wei Chengnian's condition, slamming on the brakes to pull the car over to the side of the road. At that moment, Wei Chengnian was clutching his face, tears streaming down his cheeks. In Shen Yiqing's memory, Wei Chengnian didn't seem to have any mental illness. If he did, Shen Yiqing should have noticed before bedtime. Why did it suddenly erupt on the drive home? "Don't cry, don't cry. I'm here. I've always been here." Opening the back door, Shen Yiqing embraced Wei Chengnian, her scent of bloodlotus filling the air. Yes, that voice. In her memories, Shen Yiqing had always been cold and domineering. She was the moonlight in his recollections, carrying the fragrance of bloodlotus. As for the endless streams of social media chat logs flowing through his mind, they were the indelible birthmark of the memory's owner. He felt as if he had gained something, yet lost something else. This unfamiliar memory seemed like a summons transcending the present, reaching into the future. Wei Chengnian dared not tell Shen Yiqing that another person's memories occupied his mind, a life utterly foreign to him. "Miss Shen, I'm so scared. I'm afraid of the spice. I really am. I'm afraid I'll become someone I don't even recognize. Little one, you've never changed in my heart. There, don't cry. Don't cry. Tears are pearls." Shen Yiqing thought silently, "Kid, in the 10 years you've been by my side, you've never changed." She was meant to be a cold, elegant female CEO, yet she remained a little girl at heart. Over 10 years, she built the top domestic skincare brand MUIIY, raking in billions during the Double 11 e-commerce night in later years. Money had become mere numbers, yet her heart yearned for love. "But Miss Shen, we've only just met." Indeed, by any normal standard, who would sleep with a child barely out of adolescence? Chapter 4, wouldn't it be better to be a tea barista, school beauty? No matter what you become, you'll always be the one I love. Sit tight, I'll take you home. After passing this intersection, the surging memories gradually sorted themselves in his mind. Only then did Wei Chengnian realize these seemed to be his own recollections. There were scars and there were bright lights. With these memories now his, he could claim to have 10 years of operational experience by the time he graduated high school at 18. Wei Chengnian's tears slowly subsided. Shen Yiqing's embrace offered him an inexplicable comfort. The confusion and fear in his heart began to calm, but the suddenly surging memories crashed against his mind like waves. Mr. Shen, I really want to." Wei Chengnian hesitated, unsure how to articulate the chaos within his heart. "Call me sister. Shen Yiqing gently patted Wei Chengnian's back and spoke softly, "Little one, no matter what happens, I'll always be by your side. You don't need to be afraid, and you don't need to bear it alone. Don't be afraid, your sister is here." "Yes, sister is here." He sniffed quietly, his eyes reddening with hurt. At least he had saved his sister in another world. Seeing Wei Chengnian's emotions had settled, the roar of the Panamera echoed once more. Merging with the traffic flow, the Panamera entered a residential neighborhood. Unlike Shen Yiqing's villa district, here elderly men sat drinking tea and playing chess, while grandmothers watched over their grandchildren. "Sweetheart, get out now. Don't keep your mother waiting." His memories were mostly sorted out. He opened the door, stepped out, and turned to see Shen Yiqing's faint smile. Sister really is beautiful. But he still hadn't fully adjusted to his role. "Thank you, President Shen. Little brat, why weren't you so tough when you kissed me yesterday?" But with so many elderly folks around, having Xiao Gui call me sister so casually might cause trouble. As Wei Chengnian climbed the stairs, an enraged woman burst out, apparently wielding a broom. But upon seeing the clothes he wore and that intoxicating scent of bloodlotus, Su Kelai froze. Her child had only been gone a day, how could he have even changed clothes? Su Kelai froze in place, the broom in her hand dropping unconsciously. She stared at the obviously expensive outfit Wei Chengnian was wearing, her brows furrowed in confusion. "Xiaonian, what's this?" A tremor ran through Su Kelai's voice. What if such beautiful clothes got dirty? But instead of asking, she blurted out, "Who brought you home?" "My classmate, her mom." Li Shulei didn't detect the nervousness in Wei Chengnian's voice. Not only was the classmate a fabrication, but even the mother was made up. A flicker of suspicion crossed her eyes, but she quickly concealed it. She knew her son, though gentle-natured, wasn't the type to lie casually. "Alright, let's go home first. Your father is worried about you," Li Shulei said, turning toward the house. Wei Chengnian followed closely behind. Back home, Wei Chengnian felt a warmth and peace he hadn't experienced in a long time. There were no luxurious decorations, no expensive perfume scents, only the simple, pure essence of home. "Come eat? You didn't come home yesterday, so your dad and I were worried and took the day off." No wonder that explained why he'd seen his father cooking in the kitchen. As a native of Yanchang, Wei Yanwu knew his way around Cantonese cuisine. But Wei Yanwu and Su Kelai weren't highly educated, otherwise, they wouldn't be working at the farm. "Mom, I already ate at a classmate's house. You should still eat something here. How could anyone else's cooking compare to your dad's?" Wei Chengnian had composed himself by now. If his memories were truly erased by that truck crash, how heartbroken his parents must be burying their own child. It was precisely this unwillingness to accept that fate that caused the memories from the other world to merge with his own, wasn't it? "Please, my other self." Dish after dish was placed on the table. Wei Chengnian sat down, watching his father bustle about, a wave of warmth washing over him. He suddenly realized that no matter what he had endured, this home remained his warmest refuge. "I will make up for the regrets of my other self." "Son, is that female classmate of yours pretty? Is she the one you had a crush on before? What's her name again?" "Su Siki?" It was practically common knowledge the gossipy Li Yicheng had already told his parents about it. "Mom, how did you know it was a female classmate? Since the one who brought you here was your classmate's mom, she must be a female classmate." Wei Chengnian froze for a moment, then realized this was his mother. Li Yicheng must have spilled the beans when he called earlier. "Son, let's eat." Seeing Wei Chengnian caught off guard by his mother's remark, Wei Yanwu chimed in at just the right moment. "You've graduated high school now. If this female classmate can lead to something, go for it." "But Dad, this isn't just her mom, she's my future boss." "Mom, have these fish eyes, it's called discerning talent." "Dad, take this belly meat, it's called rare and precious." "As for me, I'll pass. I'll just have plain rice, proving I'm a freeloader." The atmosphere at the table lightened considerably thanks to Wei Chengnian's humor. Su Kelai and Wei Yanwu both laughed. Though they remained curious about their son's female classmate, seeing that Wei Chengnian didn't seem eager to elaborate, they didn't press further. He knew he needed time to adjust to these sudden memories and find a way to face Shen Yiqing, his future boss, yet also the sister with whom he shared complex emotional ties in another world. After dinner, Wei Chengnian volunteered to wash the dishes. Wei Yanwu sat on the living room sofa, watching TV while chatting casually with Su Kelai about everyday matters. Li Shualei's gaze drifted toward the kitchen from time to time. She sensed something unusual about her son today, but she chose to give him space, trusting he could handle his own affairs. After washing the dishes, Wei Chengnian returned to his room. In 2007, Line didn't exist yet. Ordinary cell phones only had text messages and edit messaging, and the overall ecosystem was poor. It could be described as a wasteland. Su Siki's message flashed on his custom profile picture, "Chasing youth, Wei Chengnian, are you okay? I heard you ran into some trouble yesterday. I've been feeling uneasy about it. Please take good care of yourself." What the hell was she talking about? Did I care about her? Did she care about me? "Chased youth, yesterday Li Yicheng told me you got into someone else's car. It left a bad taste in my mouth. I worried about you all night. I'm so relieved you're okay." Please don't make me worry like that again, okay? Hey, girl, get a grip. It's bad enough that my other self got PUA'd by you in college. You don't want me to end up like him too, do you? This is seriously beyond ridiculous. Chapter 5, Small but Adorable. Wei Chengnian thought for a moment before replying. Youthful recklessness pierces the heavens. Siki, thank you for your concern. Yesterday was indeed a minor mishap, but everything is fine now. I'll be more careful from now on and won't cause you any more worry. He forced himself to sound calm. Wei Chengnian didn't want Su Siki to sense his growing distance, but deep down, his feelings toward her had already shifted. Putting down his phone, Wei Chengnian sighed deeply. It was still 2007. Line hadn't been developed yet, let alone the blossoming array of apps that would later emerge. But since he now possessed memories from another world, he had to hold on to this golden opportunity. Unbidden, thoughts of Shen Yiqing surfaced. Why had her feelings for him been so genuine? Even in his other life, he only admired her from afar at work and ultimately sacrificed his life to save her. Could it be there was someone else involved? At that moment, Wei Chengnian opened the only laptop in the house, a gift from his parents when he got into a top-tier university. Though his parents' salaries weren't high, they had gritted their teeth to afford it. Unfortunately, his counterpart in the other world had chosen an ill-suited major, international economics and market trade, with a minor in information technology and business. This field was being optimized faster than programmers themselves, which is why Wei Chengnian had to teach himself operations and maintenance skills after graduation. It took him a full decade before he was optimized out again. Wei Chengnian planned to write a simple program first to test just how capable his counterpart in the other world truly was. In that other world, he had spent countless days and nights mastering programming and operations skills. Though ultimately unable to escape being phased out, that experience had endowed him with invaluable knowledge and expertise. He chose to write a basic data analysis script capable of extracting key insights from large datasets and generating intuitive reports. Most domestic frameworks currently relied on Django, Ruby on Rails, Express, and jQuery, far less advanced and intelligent than modern frameworks. Thus, Wei Chengnian selected Ruby on Rails as the underlying framework for building the core logic. As his fingers danced across the keyboard, lines of code gradually unfolded on the screen. Wei Chengnian was completely immersed in the world of programming, his mind becoming clear and agile. After several hours of effort, a preliminary script framework was completed. He ran the script and watched the program process data exactly as he had envisioned. A long-forgotten sense of accomplishment surged within him. The other version of himself in that world truly terrifying. How much money could a model based on big data theory make? Wei Chengnian didn't know, but as a competent operations engineer armed with the memories of his otherworldly counterpart, he resolved to make money. Currently, the mainstream search channels in China were entirely dominated by Chengdu, Baixia, and Wanhao, offering only basic information search functions that were far from perfect. Although his counterpart from another world had imparted knowledge beyond the present era, finding a niche in this immature market proved difficult. Developing a smarter, more personalized search tool to negotiate with mainstream platforms could be a solid monetization strategy. More importantly, it would help his sister a way to honor his other self. Just as he finished testing the program and was about to sleep, a call came in from Shen Yiqing. Though puzzled as to how Shen had obtained his number, Wei Chengnian took a deep breath and said, "Mr. Shen? Still up this late? Come to the office tomorrow. I'll pick you up downstairs at your place." "Understood, Ms. Shen. Call me sister." "All right, sister." Though he said it, Wei Chengnian still felt awkward. Why did this wealthy older sister seem so indulgent? "Get some rest early. Dream of me tonight," Shen Yiqing added silently. The next morning, a Panamera pulled up outside Jingyi residential complex. Shen Yiqing, dressed in a black suit, tapped her fingers lightly on the steering wheel. The kid was taking forever. Half an hour had passed, and still no sign of him. Finally, a figure in a school uniform came into view. It was Wei Chengnian. Shen Yiqing's car had an easy-to-remember license plate, Xiongbi 66. That must be the mother of the child's classmate, right? From the fourth-floor balcony, Su Kulei asked Wei Yanwu, "Did Chengnian tell you where he was going?" "He barely touched his breakfast. Said a classmate invited him out to play today." "Well, this girl named Su Siki must be quite special to him. He didn't even put yesterday's outfit in the washing machine, he hand-washed it himself." Completely oblivious to his parents' murmurs upstairs, Wei Chengnian walked to the car and opened the passenger door of the Panamera. He said politely, "Mr. Shen, I'm coming in. Call me sister." "Sis, I'm in." He obediently sat in the passenger seat and buckled his seatbelt with practiced ease. The air conditioning from the Panamera blew across his face, yet his ears were faintly red, betraying his nervousness. He'd wet the bed last night after dreaming of Shen Yiqing. Memories never lie, even if spring dreams leave no trace. "Our company currently has only the RD team and the internal marketing team. You'll start with the internal marketing team, but you'll report directly to me." Market internal team, the term wasn't unfamiliar to Wei Chengnian. In that memory, he'd started his career there after graduation. Market research, user surveys, product positioning, marketing strategies, brand building, after-sales support. Wei Chengnian, with his background in cross-border e-commerce, possessed extensive experience. Does that term sound unfamiliar? Well, it makes sense, you just graduated high school. It's normal not to be familiar with it. I'll guide you more. Thanks, sis. Wei Chengnian decided to continue optimizing the program he'd written. Since he was starting in the internal market group, a big data model capable of controlling, collecting, and analyzing datasets would prove invaluable. Not calling me Shinzong anymore? Shen Yiqing smiled. Today's kid was being so well behaved. The Panameris engine roared to life, carrying them toward the distant commercial district. Jinghai hadn't yet reached the future's massive vehicle population, so the roads were practically unobstructed. When Wei Chengnian stepped through the company entrance, both the receptionist and a marketing team member fetching water froze in surprise. Why would President Chen personally bring someone over? And this person seemed quite young? Our company isn't very big. Your task today is to start by familiarizing yourself with our products. Louis, this is our new colleague. The marketing team member nodded. Understood, Mr. Shen. I'll show him around. No need. I'll take him myself. What's with that boss? Is he showing off? Louis was speechless. Watching the two walk into the company building, she finally muttered to the receptionist with a hint of complaint, why is Mr. Shen acting so different today? Maybe he's in love? Dating a minor? Little ones can be cute too? Chapter 6, Sis, I'm squeezed right next to you. Shen Yiqing and Wei Chengnian, oblivious to the exchange between the two, navigated through the workstations in the market section and entered the president's office. Taking the MUII specialized acid product from the display cabinet, Shen Yiqing explained, this is our first-generation product. It effectively eliminates closed comedones and small pimples, priced around 100 yuan. So this was how sister acted at work. Wei Chengnian sensed the shift in Shen Yiqing's tone. In his previous life, when he joined Shen Yiqing's company, the product had already evolved to its 7th generation, and the ecosystem had been established. Otherwise, there would be no need for operations support. He listened obediently, yet his heart stirred. No wonder his counterpart in that other world had adored his sister so deeply. Truthfully, this was a simple task, one Shen Yiqing had deliberated over for a long time. She didn't want Wei Chengnian to face gossip after joining her company. This younger brother she'd slept with was nowhere near as mature as he had been before her rebirth. Had it not been for yesterday's tears, she wouldn't have realized Wei Chengnian hadn't truly grown up yet. In her previous life, both she and Wei Chengnian were in their 30s, long seasoned by the ways of the world. Had she not been preoccupied with that secret friend online waiting for him to confess more than once, she likely would have acquiesced to her family's arrangements and married into a prominent clan long ago. Your office desk isn't ready yet. We'll set up a temporary workstation for you outside first. Shen Yiqing concluded, kid, the child is our secret. Don't tell anyone. If anyone asks, just say he's my relative. Wanting to hug my own brother every day, that counts as a relative, right? Wei Chengnian nodded, his ears flushing crimson. Despite possessing memories from another world, he himself had no romantic experience whatsoever. How could he withstand such teasing? Especially when this was the scarlet birthmark from his memories. Outside, the workstations remained noisy as the market team members carried out their specific tasks according to their divisions. Li Ruobing, come process the new hire paperwork. The internal line rang. Front desk staffer Li Ruobing brought the documents to the president's office. She had assumed it was to sign an internship contract for Wei Chengnian, but unexpectedly, the employment agreement was already signed and placed on the desk. After a moment's thought, Shen Yiqing added, remember to print out the new hire list I emailed you yesterday and coordinate accordingly. The previous evening, the president of Guobian University of Economics and Trade had approached Shen Yiqing, requesting to arrange a group of new graduates for internships at the company. Blending Wei Chengnian among the interns would avoid any awkwardness, and the company genuinely needed fresh talent for its growth. As a company veteran, Li Ruobing was genuinely curious how Wei Chengnian had secured a U8 contract, a salary significantly higher than most new hires. Wei Chengnian? What a cute name. Li Ruobing muttered under her breath. Sign here. Yes, 4 documents. You also need to sign the confidentiality agreement. New employee training will be scheduled for the next session. Everyone around him was curious about Wei Chengnian's inexperience, but he was already tapping away at the keyboard on a makeshift desk. Strings of code gradually appeared on the screen. Someone came over under the pretense of getting water, only to freeze in place. What was he doing? Hey, new guy, what are you doing? After all, this was a startup. The website and pages were outsourced, leaving only the R&D department and internal marketing team as the company's core operations. I'm writing optimization code. The company's framework is too rough. Though Wei Chengnian wasn't a perfectionist, his motivation stemmed from wanting to contribute his skills to Shen Yiqing. You're not even an adult yet, how come you're so skilled? The veteran employee understood why CEO Shen had recruited him. He'd been complaining about the company's promotional website for ages. I just turned 18 this year. Wei Chengnian said, feeling a bit embarrassed. This is my job. Otherwise, Mr. Shen wouldn't have hired me. He was merely doing what came naturally to his otherworldly self, yet inadvertently ended up showing off. What's your relationship with Mr. Shen? How did he manage to recruit a genius like you? When I was 18, I was still daydreaming about confessing to some female celebrity. She's my relative. In 2007, there was no such thing as food delivery at noon, or rather, delivery services hadn't even taken root yet. But the commercial building had a dedicated cafeteria serving meals to employees across numerous companies. Li Ruobing, what did the new hires do today? As both HR and front desk, Li Ruobing was swamped today reviewing new hire paperwork and checking on Wei Chengnian. Other colleagues say he's writing code, optimizing the back-end framework. Optimizing the framework? Shen Yiqing furrowed her brow slightly. Wei Chengnian hadn't even started college yet, how could he be doing algorithmic work? Hearing this, she couldn't sit still. She hurried over to Wei Chengnian's workstation, but he hadn't noticed her arrival at all. Strings of code kept flowing from his fingers, and it looked like he was almost done. Ms. Shen? Wei Chengnian caught the scent of bloodlotus flowers wafting from nearby. He turned his head to look, nearly bumping his mouth into Shen Yiqing's chest. What are you doing? Why aren't you eating? Leaning slightly forward, her gaze swept over the lines of code. Each segment was meticulously annotated, a habit ingrained in Wei Chengnian's memory. I just couldn't resist writing something. He shifted his posture nervously before speaking earnestly. Sis, I noticed some areas in the company's backend that could be optimized. We could build a fast processing work backend that not only handles data, inventory, and operations with precision, but most importantly, it would let me help you. Shen Yiqing's frown eased. The kid had thought things through. You taught yourself this? That seemed the only possibility. In her previous life, Shen Yiqing had only known Wei Chengnian as a new recruit in her operations team, unaware that his technical skills were self-taught. Yeah, I got really into programming back in high school and taught myself a bit. Wei Chengnian's voice carried a hint of softness, but just then, his stomach growled loudly. His face flushed instantly. He'd embarrassed himself in front of his sister. A soft chuckle started to escape her lips but was stifled. Shen Yiqing glanced around at the empty workstations. Everyone had gone to lunch before revealing her dimples. She ruffled Wei Chengnian's hair affectionately, as if he were an adorable little brother. Go eat first. No matter how important work is, you can't starve yourself. Shen Yiqing's voice was full of affection and concern. Wei Chengnian's cheeks flushed even redder. He nodded, quickly shut down his computer, and stood up. Shen Yiqing's concern made him feel both awkward and warm. He hadn't expected her to look after him like this. Was this the Shen Yiqing from his memories, the unattainable white moonlight he'd once loved? She was truly gentle. The cafeteria was on the third floor of the commercial building. The crowd in the elevator pressed Shen Yiqing and Wei Chengnian together, nearly forcing them into a cheek-to-cheek greeting. Finally, the elevator doors swung open with a sigh of relief. Wei Chengnian, his cheeks flushed crimson, followed the crowd out like a startled kitten. Sis, I'm out. Chapter 7, Get Away from Her. The cafeteria was naturally bustling. A dozen or so company employees gathered together, creating a scene reminiscent of a busy market. Shen Yiqing, fearing he might get lost, gently took Wei Chengnian's hand, soft as silk and warm, and guided him forward through the crowd. Shen Yiqing was a renowned beauty in this building, stunning many with her appearance each time she appeared. Now, this beauty was holding hands with a young man. The news was so explosive that many people stepped aside, eager to watch the drama unfold. The stares made Wei Chengnian feel extremely uncomfortable until they reached the food counter, where Shen Yiqing released his hand. Swipe my card. Her tone was gentle yet icy, carrying an air of non-negotiable authority. After getting their food, they sat down at a window seat, and the surrounding stares finally lessened considerably. Though the lunch selection was modest, it was peculiar that Shen Yiqing and Wei Chengnian had chosen nearly identical dishes. It was impossible to tell who had accommodated whose preferences. The female CEO ate with grace, while the little brat was a dedicated foodie. If no one else had been around, Shen Yiqing might have even suggested he finish hers too. After all, her appetite was small, and she'd only eaten more because Wei Chengnian was watching. Chengnian, I thought I'd have to train you from the ground up in the market division. Turns out you've got back-end skills too. Looks like I'll have to give you a raise. Out in public, Shen Yiqing didn't call Wei Chengnian little brother. She didn't want to put anyone in an awkward position. Shen Yiqing and Wei Chengnian then discussed China's current payment methods. Transactions were conducted via NetU, a digital security token, where customers redirected to a payment platform through third-party sites to complete billing and payments. Currently, MUIIY relies on its own platform for online distribution, and its offline channels through direct-operated stores haven't been fully rolled out yet. In other words, the skincare market remained largely untapped, holding immense potential. Both Shen Yiqing and Wei Chengnian were well aware of the future developments. In 22008, the third-party payment platform Haibao obtained its payment license, officially signaling the nation's economic advancement to new heights. Shen Yiqing must secure the cooperation qualification faster than in her previous life. Though both understood the situation, they still played dumb. Just as Shen Yiqing was about to broach the subject with Wei Chengnian, the phone rang. What? Mom fell? After hanging up, Shen Yiqing's voice was filled with urgency. Kid, I have to go. She didn't even clear the tableware from the table and hurriedly left. Just as Wei Chengnian was about to take his plate and leave, a displeased figure sat directly across from him. This man was familiar from his memories, the president of Luyun Capital and an investor in MUIIY. Rumors in those memories claimed he was married yet still pursuing Shen Yiqing. As for now, there probably wasn't much of a connection. Or more accurately, he hadn't invested in MUIIY yet. Realizing this, Wei Chengnian settled back into his seat. Pleased to meet you. Chen Peihuan from Luyun Capital. Do you know Shen Yiqing? Not all villains wear a cool, cocky facade. As a capital operator, Chen Peihuan could be described as a smiling tiger. Possessing the memories of another self, Wei Chengnian replied naturally, Hello, Ms. Chen. I'm a new employee recently hired by Mr. Shen. Employee? He didn't buy it. Where did you find an employee walking hand in hand with the CEO? Where did you find an employee who blushed just sitting across from him? I've been watching you for a long time. What's your relationship with Shen Yiqing? Chen Peihuan thrived on power. As a second-generation wealthy heir, he used his family's assets to start his own business. He'd long wanted to invest in Shen Yiqing's company, but Shen Yiqing had sensed his ulterior motives. In comparison, the younger brother who clung to him on social media was so much easier to handle. We're related. Being the one kissed by his sister certainly counted as a relative, right? Seeing Wei Chengnian speak so earnestly, Chen Peihuan's gaze softened. This provided a plausible explanation for their closeness. You seem quite young. Having just joined Rhine Corporation, you probably don't grasp the challenges of running a company. Truth is, Shen Yiqing has already depleted all the funds. This information came from a bribed employee last night. Massive sums poured into RD. Wei Chengnian joined Rhine Group at 30, by which time it had already become a colossus, long past its founding struggles. Barring any surprises, her company will soon shut down. You don't want to lose your job right after starting, do you? The CEO of Luyun Capital flashed a confident smile. I can offer your sister an opportunity. If she agrees to be my girlfriend, Luyun Capital's substantial funds can be injected into her company, and will only take a 20% stake. Once he secured Shen Yiqing, making it a done deal, not only would he get that 20% stake, he'd own her entire company outright. Wei Chengnian was no child, of course. Even though his physical age was only 18, the memories from another world had made him incredibly mature inside. Mr. Chen wants me to help you pursue. He deliberately left the sentence hanging, testing Chen Peihuan's sincerity. Exactly. Help me win over Shen Yiqing, and I'll give you a 5% dividend share. You're wearing a school uniform, right? As your older brother, I'll give you some friendly advice. Don't let your appearance be exposed to others' eyes. Because that's your weakness. You'll never win my sister over in this lifetime. She doesn't want to see your weaknesses. Seeing Wei Chengnian remain silent, Chen Peihuan felt her scheming had worked. Think it over carefully. Here's my card. Call me if you need anything. If I can't handle Shen Yiqing, how could I possibly fail to handle a wet behind-the-ears kid like you? As he rose from his seat, the CEO of Luyun Capital noticed Wei Chengnian setting down the card to serve himself some food. He felt like he'd missed something. Money. Wei Chengnian thought silently. In that other world, he had indeed been scrambling for money. He kept chatting with that girl online, waiting to meet her. Unfortunately, even at the moment of his death, he hadn't fulfilled his wish. If this is real, then I really need to figure out how to make money. The nation's largest mobile payment platform was about to secure its license. What could he do? Wei Chengnian felt like a monk sweeping the floor, skilled in martial arts but utterly helpless. His thoughts turned to the program he'd written yesterday, and a bold idea began to take shape. The network defense mechanisms of this era were actually quite primitive compared to later times. With his skills, data sampling could be accomplished without any hindrance. This was the era of free access. The concept of paying for knowledge was too ahead of its time. Yet he was determined to be a pioneer. With this thought, several plans sprang to mind. The most promising, he believed, was tapping into the student market. Adults understood the struggle to earn money, but students still sheltered in their ivory towers had no concept of its value. Otherwise, the later phenomenon where a cup of bubble tea for a college student equaled 2 meals for a migrant worker wouldn't exist. Chapter 8. If I don't leave now, this retreat will last a lifetime. Wei Chengnian's first move was to monetize his cutting-edge technological capabilities, then build consumer scenarios. With 4 months remaining until 2008, he could easily write an encryption program for Haibao. Having just secured 3 rounds of funding, Haibao was flush with cash and backed by Duo and 96 Business Network. It could be said Haibao faced no rivals in the industry. Even Manhwa, the chemist who had firmly established himself at Internet, would give him a wide berth. With this thought, he cleared his tray and returned to the office, only to find everyone seemed to be staring at him. He couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. What are you all staring at me for? Your office computer has been constantly moving. We don't understand it. Can't algorithm and code optimization run on its own without human intervention? Hearing this, Wei Chengnian couldn't help but chuckle.
Ever seen Traffic Planet? That needle? Fully automated. It's just a script-assisted CRA in the testing backend. This era probably didn't have the rudimentary form of Create React app yet, like having a ladder but no scaffolding. CRA was typically the standard toolkit for top-tier companies in later generations, yet Wei Chengnian was using it to run simple foundational code. It was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, meant to impress the employees a little. He wondered why his sister hadn't returned yet. If she didn't come back soon, he'd be made to look like a monkey. At Jinghai First People's Hospital, crowds surged like a tide, a microcosm of human life unfolding. A slender figure moved through the chaos, anxiety etched on her face. "Doctor, how is my mother?" How could Shen Yiqing forget the events from his previous life? Yet now, the doctor shook his head. "Brain hemorrhage. She needs craniotomy surgery. The risks are very high." Hearing this, Shen Yiqing nearly burst into tears. Even though she had been reborn, almost nothing had changed. In her past life, Zhoubin Shen Yiqing's mother had undergone a successful surgery. However, the exorbitant costs of follow-up treatment had allowed Chen Peihuan of Luyun Capital to seize the opportunity and acquire 20% of the company's shares. In this life, she had believed her small actions could alter the outcome of her mother's hemorrhage. Yet, she never imagined that what was destined to happen would still unfold. She felt utterly powerless to change anything. She had actually set aside company funds sufficient to cover her mother's medical expenses. But if the new product development failed, the company would immediately face a cash crisis. The capital pool was already depleted unless someone injected new funds. "Please sign here. We'll do everything we can. Rest assured." Shen Yiqing pressed her lips together, signing her name with a decisive stroke. Then, watching the red light illuminate the emergency room, she picked up her phone, wanting to speak to her child but too afraid to. The tough exterior of the businesswoman vanished completely, leaving only an empty shell. "My child, I miss you so much," Shen Yiqing whispered inwardly. The beeping of the pager in Wei Chengnian's pocket signaled a call from Shen Yiqing. "Hello, Miss Shen?" Wei Chengnian whispered, but the voice on the other end sounded exhausted, as if struggling to hold back sobs. "Kid, I'm here," he replied obediently, wishing he could crawl into Shen Yiqing's heart. "Kid, I'm here." Her emotions suddenly collapsed. No matter how aloof she appeared on the outside, no matter how much she had endured before her rebirth, Shen Yiqing was still a woman. Something must have happened, otherwise sister wouldn't be crying. "Sister, where are you?" "I'm at the hospital." "You're too far away, don't come over." "I'm at Jinghai First People's Hospital. I feel okay." Hearing this, Wei Chengnian understood, Shen Yiqing needed him. And this distance? To him, it felt no distance at all. "Your heart is here, and the path I walk is within your heart." With this thought, Wei Chengnian replied, "Only the distance is far." After saying that, he rose from his workstation, already mapping out a complete route in his mind. "If you need me, I'll be here. Because you call me kid, I'm your kid." No one else knew what Wei Chengnian was up to, since Shen Yiqing hadn't assigned him any specific tasks today either. "Wei Chengnian, why are you leaving early?" "If I don't leave now, I'll be stuck here forever." Without looking back, he plunged into the elevator, his powerful young mind already calculating the route. The distance between Jinghai First People's Hospital and the company was over 50 kilometers. The fastest way to get there was by helicopter. Wei Chengnian withdrew cash from the bank using his card, then rushed straight to a nearby hotel to charter a helicopter, a luxury typically reserved for the wealthy. "Sir, are you looking to rent a helicopter?" asked the front desk clerk at the five-star hotel. Wei Chengnian looked young, but he could very well be a second-generation wealthy heir. "I need your CN-211 helicopter to take off in 3 minutes for Jinghai First People's Hospital." He knew this because his counterpart in another world had obtained the information during a university reunion. "We need to verify your ID and paperwork. Here's 50,000 yuan. My time is valuable, do you understand?" The money he produced was actually his future tuition savings, set aside long ago by his parents. 50,000 yuan in 2007 was no small sum, at least for the hotel. It was a decent income, considering the flight would only take 10 minutes. Normally, this aircraft was used solely for city tours, catering to wealthy clients who always came up with unique sightseeing ideas. Now, the helicopter designated CN-211 finally had a legitimate purpose. The duty manager quickly understood Wei Chengnian's request to charter the helicopter. Thanks to a well-established preparation process, the helicopter was truly ready for takeoff within 3 minutes and had its flight path reported. The swirling vortex accelerated rapidly, its growing roar causing everyone on the helipad to scatter. "Sir, we're projected to arrive at the hospital in 7 minutes. Please fasten your seatbelt." The pilot, a seasoned veteran retired from the Army Air Corps, took off amid howling winds. It was afternoon, the sun's rays bathing the city in a golden glow. "Sister, I'm coming." The helicopter sliced through the sky. Wei Chengnian felt tense, his mind filled with worry for Shen Yiqing. The hospital had already received a call from air traffic control, informing them that a helicopter would be landing at the old campus in 4 minutes, requiring temporary evacuation of personnel.
The old campus had long been closed to the public, leaving a large, secluded courtyard.
CN-211 approached like a shadow, speeding in from the distance with a deafening roar.
The hospital crowd turned toward the sound. Windows flung open as doctors, nurses, and patients leaned out, their eyes fixed on this extraordinary visitor. When the helicopter's wheels gently touched the ground with a dull thud, it signaled a stable landing. The rotor blades began to slow, finally coming to a complete stop.
After hastily signing the paperwork, Wei Chengnian leaped from the helicopter.
His anxious strides carried him through the old hospital compound, leaving no time for the whispered murmurs and questioning glances. Shen Yiqing sat on the cold iron bench, leaning against it without feeling any warmth.
Yes, what was the point of talking to the child? He wouldn't suddenly appear before her, and if he saw her in such a disheveled state, could she still be his sister?
As she pondered this, a voice echoed down the corridor. She turned her head in disbelief.
Chapter 9, look, what a cute little thing. Wei Chengnian still wore his school uniform, a plain white short-sleeved shirt with a tie.
Ordinary in appearance, yet in Shen Yiqing's heart, he was the most extraordinary figure. She quickly wiped away her tears, determined not to let the child see her vulnerable side. Little did she know, every flicker of her emotion had already been captured by Wei Chengnian. Even the version of himself in those memories had never seen Shen Yiqing cry.
Now, Wei Chengnian's heart ached unbearably. Kid. The CEO murmured softly, her voice trembling with sorrow. I'm here,
he said, his palm brushing the corner of Shen Yiqing's eye where a tear glistened.
No answer could be gentler.
Only those who've been in love understand how profoundly reassuring it is to have someone there when you need them.
Little one, do you think I'm useless?
Mom's having surgery, and all I can do is wait here.
How could you be useless? You're the most useful sister ever. The first thing Auntie will see when she wakes up from surgery is you. That's enough. Once Shen Yiqing's emotions had settled, she finally asked, though belatedly, Kid, how did you get here? Her company was far away, over 50 kilometers from Jinghai First People's Hospital. How could she have gotten here in just 10 minutes?
I took a helicopter. Wei Chengnian observed Shen Yiqing's eyes as he said, Sis, take a good look. This is how superpowers are used. Shen Yiqing's tears turned to laughter at his words.
Silly kid, you're just trying to cheer me up. Why hadn't she met this kid sooner before her rebirth? Why did she have to wait until she was 30, when he was just a new hire at her company?
But even if she had met him back then, he wouldn't have become her lover. As the kid sat there, he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder. It turned out the beautiful CEO beside him had fallen asleep, leaning against Wei Chengnian. The delicate fragrance of bloodlotus flowers tickled Wei Chengnian's nostrils. His sister smelled so good. Wei Chengnian shifted his posture slightly, allowing Shen Yiqing to lean more comfortably against him. The CEO now resembled a white tabby cat shedding its disguise, her sleeping face serene and peaceful, breathing rhythmically. The hospital bustled with people coming and going as time passed. Though his shoulder had begun to ache, he dared not disturb the CEO's rest. Finally, as the last vestiges of sunlight were swallowed by night, Shen Yiqing's eyebrows twitched before her eyes slowly opened. As she tried to sit up, a sudden sense of emptiness washed over her.
Wei Chengnian quickly caught her, pulling her back into his embrace. Kid, did I fall asleep?
Though Shen Yiqing was a coldly elegant and refined female CEO, being held like this elicited a physical reaction.
At that moment, the lights in the operating room went out.
Several doctors and nurses pushed a hospital bed out, carrying an elderly woman with a pale complexion, her eyes tightly closed. This was Shen Yiqing's mother, Zhou Bin.
Zhou Bin's family, please come sign the consent form.
Hearing this, the two followed to sign the forms. In the adjacent consultation room, a doctor in a white coat stated, the surgery was successful.
Now we just wait for the patient to wake up,
she explained at length.
Shen Yiqing and Wei Chengnian listened, though their concerns about the costs differed.
ICU stays were expensive, costing over 100,000 yuan per day. This was a significant burden for a company that hadn't yet expanded its profits.
Even Shen Yiqing couldn't guarantee she could maintain the company's normal operations going forward.
She might need to raise funds. Wei Chengnian's plan was far simpler, sell the encryption system to Haibao, cash out, and inject the funds into Shen Yiqing's company.
The Panamera sped along the road, streetlights flashing by in succession.
They returned to the company, only to find the main gate locked. A single computer screen remained illuminated, displaying the message, CRA system construction complete.
The glass door swung open.
Shen Yiqing was still grumbling about whoever left the computer on, threatening to dock their pay tomorrow.
Sis, the program's running fine.
Next we need a large server, then build the web interface and distribution system. His counterpart from another world had already established the CRA management system within Shen Yiqing's company. He merely adopted it, using it to develop resources for an encryption system.
His sister surely wouldn't refuse being exploited for free. Even the aloof CEO was taken aback.
Was her rebirth fake? How could this kid be so capable? Kid, I'll be at the hospital with mom these days and temporarily step back from company affairs. But since you've built the system, you'll take charge of managing the large-scale servers, web system, and distribution system.
This amounted to delegating authority, though Shen Yiqing would appoint Lan Xiaoting and Zhou Dapeng as interim managers. All arrangements were finalized with Wei Chengnian listening and unaware that Wei Chengnian was planning a major move. Neither had eaten dinner, and takeout wasn't an option at this hour. Half an hour later, the Panamera pulled over by the roadside. The CEO graciously joined his subordinate for a plate of fried noodles, a box of stir-fried rice noodles and a cup of plum juice, satisfying hunger and cutting through the richness. "Sis, wait a moment," Wei Chengnian said. The president froze, then the child across from her reached out and wiped her lips. "You have something here." It was just a small gesture, yet it made the atmosphere between them feel distinctly intimate. "You've got something too," Shen Yiqing said, leaving the child momentarily speechless. "What's on me?" "A cute little thing." Her mood was unusually cheerful. When Wei Chengnian returned home, he opened the door to find no one there. The house felt empty. His parents had already gone back to work at the pig farm. Opening his laptop, strings of code danced across the screen with Wei Chengnian's movements. Tomorrow, he would cash out. But it wasn't a highly complex encryption system, it was a decryption package for the UCC user control channel of a signal base station. The Wi-Fi signal base station's UCC user control channel essentially served as a Wi-Fi decoder. Of course, this wasn't about illegally cracking someone else's UCC, but rather enabling user devices like computers to control and manage network connections when accessing the internet through a wireless access point AP. In Wi-Fi technology, the UCC can be understood as the channel through which user devices interact with wireless networks. This packet later gained a special name, the Wi-Fi tool. The earliest Wi-Fi tools indeed employed brute force cracking, but market restrictions later prohibited such methods, transforming them into Wi-Fi password-sharing base stations. By the time the entire code was written and testing completed, it was already 7 a.m. the next morning. Shen Yiqing hadn't mentioned working hours to Wei Chengnian. Therefore, he uploaded the file package to both Snow Leopard and Rick, two commercial trading platforms, and entered the data and authentication codes. Traffic Tool, that was the name of the UCC decryption package, crafted with a straightforward, easy-to-understand style. Custom downloads cost 3,000 renminbi each, designed for laptops using data cards for internet access. While the number of such laptops in China isn't huge, there's still a decent market for them. After entering his payment account details, Wei Chengnian quickly boiled some noodles and headed off to work. Today was the first day without his sister, but it felt like he'd lost his way. Chapter 10, Greedy people are always alike. Wei Chengnian walked over, carrying only 2 steel coins. As for the money in his card, he'd blown it all yesterday trying to impress people. The future Rhine Corporation had long since vacated this commercial tower for the Innovation Industrial Park. So even if Wei Chengnian had memories, they weren't of this place. He was genuinely lost. He couldn't bear to spend the coins, they were his fare home. He could only hope someone would buy his data-saving gadget from Snow Leopard or Rick. The phone rang. It was Shen Yiqing. "Kid, are you at work yet?" "Sis, I'm lost." "Any street signs?" "South Jinghai East Road, next to Qixin Road." "Stay right there, don't move. I'll have Lan Xiaoting come pick you up." Wei Chengnian naturally obeyed, waiting obediently for Lan Xiaoting to pick him up. However, he overlooked the fact that Rhine Company had over a dozen new hires today, all undergoing internal marketing training. By the time a motorcycle arrived, the kid was drenched in sweat. August days were just that hot. "Who knew General Manager Shen would send me to pick you up? Getting lost on your second day of work, that's quite something." Lan Xiaoting recognized Wei Chengnian, of course. He left early on his first day without any punishment, and now on his second day, he'd gotten so lost he couldn't even find his way. But the most absurd thing was his work ability. That computer remained untouched to this day. Rumor had it that once Wei Chengnian arrived, they'd activate a new back-end system. The CRA system sounded pretty high-tech. "Hold on tight, I'm accelerating." After Wei Chengnian got on the bike, it leaned into the curve and sped off. It was already 10 in the morning, almost lunchtime, and the new hire hadn't even finished training yet. Inside Rhine Company, the new hires studied their materials. One of them, sneaking around suspiciously, tried to touch the computer that employees had blocked off. He was Yi Huayu, son of the dean of the finance school at Guobian University of Economics and Trade, and a sophomore student. His primary purpose for being here was to learn. Originally, Shen Yiqing would never have accepted this person after her rebirth. In her previous life, he had stolen MUIIY technology. If Shen Yiqing hadn't registered all the knowledge trademarks and copyrights, he would have succeeded. But now wasn't the time to turn against him. Shen Yiqing didn't want to antagonize the dean so quickly. She still needed the school's investment. "Master, whose computer is that?" Yi Huayu turned to Zhou Dapeng. "Why is everyone so tense?" Zhou Dapeng assumed he was merely curious and replied, "That's the operations workstation. The only operations role in the entire company." Last night, Shen Yiqing had assigned Wei Chengnian to handle future support for operations, technology, distribution, management, and servers. It could be said his actual scope of control already surpassed most company employees, and this was merely his first day on the job.
Now, the company's veteran staff were eagerly awaiting the systems he would develop, a brand new distribution system and enterprise management system.
There was genuine anticipation. The office door swung open.
Entering like a whirlwind was Lan Xiaoting, followed by others. Wei Chengnian was unusually not wearing his school uniform. Instead, he wore clothes Shen Yiqing had bought for him. Among the new hires were high school graduates working summer jobs, so seeing Wei Chengnian with his fair, delicate skin, they assumed he was one of them.
But he was late, wasn't he?
Everyone had already attended the morning training session, and they'd even sent team leader Lan Xiaoting to pick him up.
Everyone, please welcome our new operations colleague, Wei Chengnian. Of course, he's an adult now. The new hires shot curious glances his way. Earlier, Zhou Dapeng had mentioned that the computer in the office belonged to the operations team.
They hadn't expected the operations guy to be so young.
He should be just like us. Yi Huayu thought, feeling a surge of dislike toward Wei Chengnian. He was already a sophomore in college.
If it weren't for his dad dragging him here to gain some internship experience to polish his resume for big companies, he wouldn't have come at all. Of course, if he could hook up with the company president, that would be even better.
Wei Chengnian, since you're here, let's go over the internal team's responsibilities during training. The kid, whose sister wasn't around, didn't argue and replied, sure, Sister Tingting. New hires handled the most basic tasks in the internal marketing team, ground promotions, essentially.
This was how small companies initially expanded their business. Through street promotions, they enticed customers to visit partner stores for offline purchases or log onto the official website to buy products online. Wei Chengnian sat in the back row of the training room, listening intently as Lan Xiaoting explained the duties of the internal marketing team. Although his primary skills in that memory were in the technical field, a basic understanding of marketing promotion was also essential. He knew technology and marketing were the two wings of a company's growth, both indispensable.
Before lunch, Zhou Dapeng pulled Wei Chengnian aside. Wei Chengnian, is that system ready to go live? We don't know how to assemble servers. Xiaonian, the servers and your computer have been moved to the president's office. It's safer there, that's Mr. Shen's instruction.
He nodded in agreement. The new hires wouldn't be at the office in the afternoon. A dedicated team leader would take them to several high-traffic commercial districts nearby to familiarize them with the area for future on-site promotions. During lunch, most of the newcomers were still feeling the novelty of their surroundings.
Wei Chengnian was eating when that familiar, irritating figure appeared again.
Peihuan, the man who wanted to invest in Shen Yiqing.
I hear you were late for work today? Impressive. Shen Yiqing's first day absent and you're already late.
Mr. Chen, whether I'm late for work seems to be none of your concern, Wei Chengnian replied indifferently, continuing to eat.
Peihuan hadn't expected Wei Chengnian's response.
He'd assumed the young man would show fear or offer excuses, but Wei Chengnian's attitude was completely unexpected.
He couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Seems you don't understand at all.
Since Shen Yiqing isn't at the company, she must be out seeking investment. With his mole inside Rhine Corporation, he received reports on everything happening at the company.
Mr. Chen, where our CEO goes seems none of your business either, right?
Peihuan was momentarily speechless at Wei Chengnian's direct retort. He wanted to explode, but realized it would only make him look petty.
Fine. I won't argue with you.
But I'll remind you, with Shen Yiqing absent, you'd better understand the company's situation clearly.
Don't pick the wrong side. Peihuan said coldly before turning to leave. Wei Chengnian watched Peihuan's retreating figure, a cold smile playing on his lips.
He understood Peihuan's threat, but he wasn't worried. He trusted his sister, and he trusted his counterpart from the other world. That afternoon, the new hires began their field promotion activities under the guidance of Lan Xiaoting and other team leaders.
Wei Chengnian remained at the company to launch the CRA system.
He opened his laptop and began configuring the server, deploying the CRA system onto it. His fingers flew across the keyboard as lines of code scrolled across the screen.
By evening, Wei Chengnian had finally completed the system deployment and testing.
The new recruits returned, most of them dejected. Field promotion was, after all, a deeply discouraging job.
The door to the president's office opened unnoticed. Yi Huayu quietly approached Wei Chengnian's workstation.
Watching him operate the computer with such skill, a hint of greed flashed in Yi Huayu's eyes.
Wei Chengnian, this system looks pretty impressive. Could you teach me how to use it? Yi Huayu asked, feigning curiosity. Chapter 11, Craving Children Again. This system is the company's core asset.
We can't just hand it over to anyone, Wei Chengnian replied coldly. Yi Huayu hit a wall, his frustration mounting, but he refused to give up. He resolved to find other avenues to access the system, even beginning to strategize how to leverage Wei Chengnian. For the company in 2007, overtime wasn't as rampant as it would become in later years. Most employees had already left for the day, while the new hires followed the trend, diving into nighttime field promotions. Field promotion, screening, conversion. The team leader shared his experience as the sweltering midsummer heat made everyone unbearably hot. Why does he get to stay in the president's office when we're all new hires? Yi Huayu crouched by the roadside, watching the flow of traffic.
His father, Yi Huazhou, had once recounted the legend of Shen Yiqing, graduating from university at 18, founding a company at 19, a living genius from the National Institute of Economics and Trade. As for the others, though they too harbored grievances toward Wei Chengnian, they didn't wear their disdain on their sleeves like that jerk. The sweltering heat bred irritability. Perhaps because Yi Huayu refused to lower his pride, even after a full day, he hadn't managed to attract many passers-by. Others, however, used the excuse of delivering samples to invite people to experience their nearby flagship store. Brother Hua, your dad's here. Yi Huayu wasn't working this side job alone, he was part of a group of over a dozen interns assigned by the entire college. So it was no surprise someone recognized his dad's license plate in Mercedes C4. Seeing his father approach, Yi Huayu's inner restlessness finally began to subside. The team leader, overhearing their exchange, had initially planned to give them more time to familiarize themselves with the process before assigning them desk work tomorrow. But now it was clear this was a rich kid out for a taste of real life, no wonder he hadn't closed a single deal. Without acknowledging anyone, Yi Huayu climbed into the dean of the finance school's luxury car. The vehicle accelerated away. The swaying shadows of streetlights swept across Yi Huayu's face, leaving a bitter taste. Dad, I think these people are seriously screwed up. Students from double first-class universities doing street promotions? Working all day long. As the only child, Yi Huayu was deeply cherished by his parents. His old man spoke slowly. Have you forgotten why I sent you to their company? Of course I remember. To find a way to get some benefits. Didn't you say, Dad, that they might have pioneered new marketing approaches and avenues? That's why I sent you to steal their RD products, not to complain after one day of street promotions. You're my son. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. Hearing this, Yi Huayu suddenly interjected, I spotted a new hire. Seems pretty young, but he's got access to the president's office and works inside. What's his name? Wei Chengnian. I asked what his name is. His name is Wei Chengnian. I should have plastered you on the wall back when I was in college. Yi Huazhou was speechless. He was already a sophomore at a double first-class university, how could he be so thick-headed? I'm asking you, what the hell is this guy's name? His name is Wei Chengnian. The car slammed on the brakes and pulled over to the side of the road. Yi Huayu, sitting in the passenger seat, was jerked forward by his seatbelt before regaining his senses. What's his last name? What's his first name? What's his full name? Chengnian, Wei. Hearing himself say that, Yi Huayu was utterly speechless. This old fool had lost his mind. Quiet. I'm thinking. Chengnian Wei's identity was strictly confidential. Even company employees only knew he was a newly arrived genius in operations and maintenance. As interns in the internal marketing team, they hadn't yet had the opportunity to interact with the CRA. What's his relationship with Shen Yiqing? Yi Huayu fished a Paro lighter from his pocket and lit a cigarette. No idea. When I saw him today, he was fiddling with some panel in the president's office that I couldn't make heads or tails of. Oh, and he just turned 18. Is this guy Shen Yiqing's relative? The car slowly started moving again, carrying away the unpleasant incense scent inside. I'm assigning you a task, build a relationship with him. Since he got into the president's office, he must be connected to Shen Yiqing. Shen Yiqing was currently in the early stages of starting his business, facing immense difficulties. Yi Huazhou, however, had taken a fancy to her looks and wanted his son to have some connection with her. After all, no matter how bad her son was, he wasn't so bad that he was a complete degenerate. I'll pressure her financially. She'll understand that leveraging the school's investment and endorsement requires corresponding sacrifices. Rest assured, Shen Yiqing is just like her mother, abandoned by her family. She won't dare defy me. Naturally, Wei Chengnian remained unaware of their conversation. Inside the office building, lights burned brightly as computers connected to the server's local network. Screens displayed the letters CRA floating on the screen, accompanied by a scrolling snake icon below. All the overtime workers watched the progress bar. When it reached 100%, cheers erupted. A massive new data mountain, imported with extensive back-end annotations, was born. This was Rhine Corporation's enterprise management system. Everyone accessed data terminals for online stores, customer service, internal referrals, marketing, and offline operations according to their permissions. Why is the UI so smooth? My old orders actually have settlement tiers now? Ha! Why am I stuck at stubborn bronze? No way, bro, I'm unyielding iron. A chorus of astonished shouts filled the entire office, while Wei Chengnian was reporting to Shen Yiqing at the hospital. Sis, the CRA system is live. Having completed the core algorithms and planning for the entire backend, he obediently asked, how's mom doing? Clever little fool, you're already calling her mom. How naughty. She's out of critical condition, but regaining consciousness might. She might still be confined to the ICU ward, incurring expenses of over 100,000 yuan a day. But she wouldn't tell the child she needed money. Because for a child burdened with such a mission, it might just make him cry out in helplessness. And she was his sister. The one who wanted to hold him close and suckle him fiercely. But the silly kid wasn't silly at all.
Hearing the hesitation in Shen Yiqing's words, he understood, his sister needed superpowers, just like how he adored her. The other version of himself in that world, how simple life was there. He only loved the birthmark online and the moonlight in the company.
Sis, mom will be okay.
The gentle words reached Shen Yiqing. Through the glass partition, watching his mother in the hospital room, his heart ached unbearably.
If only he had money.
Meanwhile, the company's operational accounts had already seen significant losses due to Wei Chengnian's purchases and arrangements.
Her funding was about to dry up completely.
Even so, she still didn't want the child she cared for to worry about her.
Young one, you should head back soon. It's so late and you're alone.
Shen Yiqing's voice came through the phone, trembling slightly yet filled with infinite tenderness.
Wei Chengnian tightened his grip on the phone, sensing the helplessness and heartache in her words. But I'm alone at home too. I want to live in your heart, not just your house. If you're home, I'll sleep on the couch.
Neither could bear to end the call after all, it was either you hang up first or I hang up first. Until silence replaced all that needed to be said, a soft whisper carrying a hint of intimacy.
Baby, wait for me to come back. I'll devour you properly. Chapter 12, I want my sister to bite my collarbone too. Suddenly, Wei Chengnian's Adam's apple bobbed. Does my sister want to eat me that badly? Sorry, the me in another world, I'm just too happy.
Just as he was about to speak, the call was abruptly cut off like a spell being interrupted at its most critical moment.
Wei Chengnian, are you out yet?
Lan Xiaoting knocked politely on the door, but Wei Chengnian inside was still chanting the calming mind mantra.
I'm not ready yet.
Never mind, Sister Xiao, come in.
Wei Chengnian calmed himself, shut down the computer.
Only Lan Xiaoting possessed the key to unlock this room's server, he hadn't been given one. After all, Her Majesty the Queen hadn't made her triumphant return yet, still tending to the Empress Dowager. Under the glare of the incandescent bulb, Wei Chengnian unplugged his portable hard drive. Only he knew the code written inside.
Is it about time? Lan Xiaoting asked.
Whoever had made the rule, the CEO had assigned her the task of escorting the child home.
Xiao Jia, what are you talking about? Oh no, the bus route 11.
They say love's longing is fleeting. They'd been so caught up in their moment the time had slipped away unnoticed. The motorcycle's engine roared, completely unaffected by the later era Jinghai magic suppression barrier.
Wei Chengnian's hands clasped Lan Xiaoting's soft waist, filled with the agony of betrayal.
He was touching another girl's waist again, so soft, but not his sister's. Damn it, if it were hers, he'd never let go. But he couldn't. His sister was driving the tuk-tuk. His mind wandered wildly as they neared home, his stomach growling uncontrollably. 2 coins couldn't afford a nighttime taxi, but they could buy 3 skewers of grilled sausage from a street vendor.
Thanks. Spicy enough, spicy enough. Lan Xiaoting and Wei Chengnian ate by the roadside.
Not far away, a Maybach glided slowly toward them.
Inside sat Susiki and her boyfriend. Both were flushed, as if they'd just endured an intense battle. And indeed, they had emerged victorious. Susiki was still savoring the moment, but the man had his eye on the grilled oysters at the night stall. After expending so much energy, it was time to replenish. With that thought, the man stepped out of the car, smoothed his shirt still carrying traces of their passion, and hurried over. Owner, give us some oysters. Wei Chengnian glanced over casually. Could this person actually be Chen Peihuan? Chen Peihuan froze in shock. He had actually spotted Wei Chengnian and Lan Xiaoting, the head of Rhine Corporation? His gaze darted between Wei Chengnian and Lan Xiaoting. Were these two together? The wait for the oysters was actually brief, but within 3 or 5 minutes, Susiki had already gotten out of the car. Honey, what's wrong?
Susiki approached Chen Peihuan, her gaze suddenly freezing like a deadline. Even the exclusive child of President Chen paused mid-bite of his grilled sausage.
Old classmates?
Wait, she said, husband.
Memories erupted like a flood.
The other version of herself in that alternate world, her present self, and now these 2 people before her. So it was Chen Peihuan who had picked up Susiki that day. Just then, the oyster grill stall owner chimed in, mild spice, extra spicy, or Cantonese-style spicy?
Chen Peihuan instinctively replied, I can't handle spicy.
Susiki, however, seemed momentarily flustered.
Chengnian, you.
This is yours. Long time no see, old classmate. How did you sleep? Armed with knowledge from his other life, Wei Chengnian knew exactly how that bite mark on her collarbone had appeared.
Susiki clearly recognized Wei Chengnian too, a flicker of awkwardness and unease crossing her face.
She hadn't expected to run into an old classmate here, especially under these circumstances.
New kid, you know them?
Lan Xiaoting finished her grilled sausage in a few bites, wiped her hands on a red silk cloth, and asked.
Wei Chengnian snapped back to attention and nodded. Yeah, that girl is my high school classmate, Susiki.
As for that man, he's Chen Peihuan from Luyun capital. A flicker of understanding passed through Lan Xiaoting's eyes.
She knew Chen Peihuan's reputation in the industry. If he had a web novel system, it had to be bound to Duozi Duofu. Chen Peihuan appeared more composed. He smiled at Susiki and said, Siki, looks like we ran into some familiar faces tonight.
Susiki glanced at Lan Xiaoting's striking features, her lips curling slightly. Her eyes held a hint of amusement and an almost imperceptible trace of envy.
Oh my, Chengnian, what a delightful surprise. Never imagined I'd run into you and this lady here. She paused deliberately, her gaze lingering over Lan Xiaoting as if appraising something. Sis, you really have great taste.
Our Wei Chengnian is the best. He chased me for 3 whole years without giving up.
Thank goodness he likes you now. Talk about turning misfortune into blessing.
Her tone carried a hint of sour envy. She waved her hand lightly, as if expressing her helplessness and a touch of jealousy.
But,
she drew out the syllable.
Sis, isn't this like an old cow grazing on tender grass? Heh, is that really okay? Aren't you afraid of what people might say?
Susiki seemed quite pleased with the effect her words had, especially seeing the awkwardness and discomfort on Wei Chengnian and Lan Xiaoting's faces.
Siki, I actually think you're the one who's turned misfortune into fortune. Without me around, you've hooked up with the CEO of Luyun Capital. Your life from now on will be so happy and fulfilling. You too must be happy. Not just happy, preferably blessed with many children.
Such unfamiliar words sounded strange to Susiki's ears.
Wei Chengnian had always been so obedient and sweet before. How could he change so much after getting a girlfriend? Shouting, let's go home. Wei Chengnian said, it's getting late.
I still need to check if my online shield has any new orders.
She and Lan Xiaoting returned to their motorcycle.
Wei Chengnian hadn't expected to encounter Susiki again in such a setting, especially given her relationship with Chen Peihuan. It was surprising. No wonder his counterpart in the other world had been hanged. It turned out she'd already slept with the head of land transport capital. The night streets faded into the distance as they turned into an alley. Dogs barked furiously at the entrance, their noise piercing the quiet.
Goodbye, sister. Wei Chengnian said politely.
Back home, he opened his laptop and logged into the Net Shield backend to check the accounts.
Snow Leopard transaction count, 72 orders. Rick transaction count, 11 orders. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. 249,000 credited. 249,000.
In other words, in just one day, his traffic tool had generated this many orders. What Wei Chengnian had no idea about was that his orders were primarily being purchased by domestic research institutes and well-equipped university laboratories.
Rubbing the 2 coins in his pocket, Wei Chengnian decided to establish a company.
After all, revealing that he possessed the complete memories of his otherworldly self would be too shocking. It was better to shift tactics and support his sister instead.
Sis, I want you to devour me. If possible, bite my collarbone too. Chapter 13, Billionaire? At Longyuan Third Information Research Institute, though it was late at night, everyone was drinking coffee while accessing the entire program's backend.
The air was thick with the aroma of coffee as their full attention was focused on the unpacking software.
How is this possible?
Dr. Zhang Qilin, who had recently returned from studying abroad, exclaimed, this program employs an entirely new framework.
The traffic analyzer hummed continuously as others tapped away at their keyboards, seemingly verifying something. Whoever developed this program must be a genius.
No, a genius of the darkest kind. Zhang Qilin, who had become deputy director in his 30s, declared, his voice echoing through the lab. The decoding package is flawed. It even incorporates advanced algorithms. For public network communication channels, it not only avoids full channel blockage during short-term massive traffic spikes.
Most crucially, the program isn't complex. It even leaves open data interfaces. Have you noticed that when we use data cards to connect, the speed matches dial-up? It's incredibly fast and exceptionally stable.
Lu Yixia, a longtime team member involved in the research, chimed in.
Yes, doctor. It can even self-identify congested paths, self-allocate resources, and self-process traffic. If we adapt its structure and interfaces, we could design a far more sophisticated data transmission tool based on this program. And this is just the beginning of the internet.
Other research institutes and university labs shared their speculations. Even after internal dissemination, numerous enterprises had already begun bulk purchases.
Wei Chengnian remained unaware of the constant stream of orders popping up in the backend.
Having decided to sell an encryption program to Haibao, it was time to get down to business. Unanalyzed data code resembled a mountain of excrement, but Wei Chengnian annotated each computational logic and line of code, something unobtainable through mere unpacking. In other words, what now resided on his computer was the most outrageous encryption program in the entire country. What he was currently writing wasn't the encryption program itself, but an auxiliary AI capable of autonomous deduction, logical reasoning, and self-improvement. This could compress the entire software development process to around 15 days.
At 1 o'clock sharp, Wei Chengnian went to sleep.
Before drifting off, he checked the AI program running on his own system, then fell into a deep slumber.
The next morning, Wei Chengnian woke up on schedule.
Before he could send a message to Shen Yiqing, he immediately checked the backend and discovered something terrifying. It was already 9 in the morning when he woke up, but the horrifying news on the backend completely blew his mind.
Snow Leopard trade count, 772 orders. Rick trade count, 110 orders. 2,646,000, 2,646,000. In one night? He was a millionaire now? Unusual. Truly unusual. First, Snow Leopard's orders. As the nation's leading third-party paid software trading platform, it was undoubtedly flooded with transactions. Remember, this was an online payment channel from 2007, far ahead of its time compared to later promotional channels. Sure enough, Wei Chengnian spotted his traffic boosting tool atop the recommendation charts, #1 in weekly sales and #1 in positive reviews. Reputation Network CTO's verified promotion. Guys, this software is worth promoting. Since using it, our desktops and laptops never experience network issues anymore. Wrong. Tax finance, folks, you get it. The state tax disk box is obsolete now. We used to worry about data syncing, but with this software, we don't need an external auxiliary login device for the state tax disk anymore. The speed is incredibly stable. 10 to gaming, fun, addictive, keep playing. Ueda Consulting Service Center. Dear clients, since our center adopted Traffic Booster, our online consultations run smoother with significantly faster response times. Your satisfaction is our top priority. Thank you, Traffic Booster, for helping us excel. Tianyu Manufacturing Production Management Department. Colleagues, since installing Traffic Master, our production line data monitoring system has never experienced delays again. Real-time data accuracy is crucial for production scheduling. This software has been a huge help. Similar testimonials are practically endless. It's hard to imagine these aren't fake reviews, especially since paid endorsements were rare in 2007. And for a product to top website rankings like this? That's truly elite among elites. Wei Chengnian wasn't unfamiliar with novels, especially the thrilling plots he remembered from reading them. Now he realized his memories were nothing short of a golden ticket. Over 2 million yuan was enough to start a small tech company. But Wei Chengnian didn't think that way. After all, most of his funds would be poured into Shen Yiqing's Rhine. 2 million seemed like a lot, but for Shen Yiqing, it could only address immediate needs. In 2007, even the most basic production line required tens of millions, and Shen Yiqing also had to maintain Jinghai's 10 offline stores. In Wei Chengnian's memories from the future, each Rhine production line cost 50 million yuan, and they possessed a full 40 such lines. After all, when Wei Chengnian joined Rhine and became involved with the brand, NUIIY was already a household name. He didn't know how many production lines Rhine currently operated, so he needed an agent to communicate with Shen Yiqing. He didn't require equity, just direct investment with dividend shares. This seemed like the most reasonable capital allocation method he could devise. Sis, I won't be at work until this afternoon. Make sure you eat properly. The reply came instantly, as if Shen Yiqing had been waiting for Wei Chengnian. Kiddo, of course I'll eat properly. Biting you is such an intense workout, how could I bite you on an empty stomach? The kid's face flushed instantly. Truthfully, he still wasn't used to his sister teasing him so directly. He missed her a little. After some thought, Wei Chengnian headed to work. After all, the server was company property, and his personal computer couldn't handle the encryption system's coding demands. The 2 coins came in handy now. He rode straight from home to the company entrance in just half an hour. Yet that half hour was enough to astonish the new hires, who were currently sitting in the training room familiarizing themselves with various products and sales scripts. The afternoon held exams, while the morning featured interviews. Zhou Dupeng and Lan Xiaoting remained supervisors, and with the new CRA system, the company's efficiency had improved significantly. Yes, that program is already installed. I know. Right, it's the Traffic Booster. Just not sure if it can interface with the company's servers. Lan Xiaoting said, though she felt a bit awkward. How did the Traffic Booster end up being sold to her own sister's company? Was it really that popular? He had underestimated the Traffic Booster's capabilities. Software capable of such a game-changing impact was rare indeed. Traffic Booster? Sister Xiaoting, I have an open source version here. Why don't you guys request a refund? At this remark, both Lan Xiaoting and the other employees froze in shock. They had been preparing to request activation codes for each person. Chapter 14, from now on, you'll be using your personal car for official business. Employing technology at least 2 decades ahead of its time, the Traffic Booster utilized a single device, single code activation method. Once stolen, it would be locked and rendered incapable of being opened. If one attempted to open it, several critical logic files would self-destruct, making reinstallation impossible. Hearing Wei Chengnian mention an open source version was almost unbelievable. Chengnian, how do you have an open source version? This software just came out yesterday, right? I have connections with Blue Yao Networks. We're old acquaintances, you could say. That explanation seemed plausible enough. After all, Wei Chengnian had just turned 18, and he had written the company's entire CRA system from scratch. Proof he had solid foundational knowledge. On Snow Leopard and Rick, Wei Chengnian used the company registration name Blue Yao Network Biotechnology. At that time, the only way to verify a company's authenticity online was through its corporate bank account. I'll get it done immediately. Wei Chengnian declared, immediately opening the computer in the company president's office. He accessed the CRA system, imported the traffic booster module into the Internet Options module, successfully established the network, and connected. Now, as long as the company network was used, everything could enter traffic optimization mode. Impressive. Zhou Dapeng couldn't contain his excitement. After all, the company wasn't small, combining the marketing and R&D teams alone totaled a full 40 people. If every computer required separate procurement, it would be a hefty expense, over 100,000 yuan. After all, both Snow Leopard and Rick charged transaction fees of flat 5% on every order placed. Alright, everyone, let's get to work. Sister Tingting, shall we continue with the market analysis today? Yes, but you're already 2 hours late. This afternoon's exam covers our current flagship products. The subtext here is, do whatever you want. Then I'll keep refining the system. Wei Chengnian declared, completely oblivious to the expressions of the dozen or so new hires. To them, the gap between themselves and Wei Chengnian felt like heaven and earth. While they were still painstakingly memorizing product details, he was already sitting in an air-conditioned room, doing whatever he pleased. The kid sat in the president's office, secretly searching online for an accounting firm that handled proxy registrations. They were also his clients, after all. This software needed intellectual property registration, and the even more crucial encryption program required registration too. That way, intellectual property transactions could proceed smoothly. Hello, is this Wei Chengnian? I'm an adult. No, I'm Wei Chengnian. Sorry, Mr. Minor, our company registration requires an adult. Could you have your parents speak with me? I'm an adult. Add me on WeChat, look at my ID. This finally stopped the other party from laughing, which they'd been holding back for a long time. Then came a standard set of procedures. This was a Jinghai accounting firm that Wei Chengnian had booked on Snow Leopard Network, located in the building next door. After all, this was a commercial district. At lunchtime, Wei Chengnian spotted Chen Peihuan from Luoyang Capital again. He never imagined his first love, whom he'd adored for 3 years, had been taken over. But Su Siki was only 18, right? Ugh. You 34-year-old bastard, going after an 18-year-old, how considerate of you. Could it be? 3 years of blood money, death penalty not a loss? But considering Luoyang Capital's formidable resources, the Magic Suppression Bureau probably wouldn't dare touch him. After all, for the poor, having no money is absolutely unacceptable. As for the wealthy, at least they won't be mocked by the Magic Prohibition Bureau for coming here when you're broke. In my memories, Luoyang Capital held a 20% stake in Rhine. So even if Rhine grew into a giant in later years, others would still have a say in its affairs. But now that he possessed that memory, he wouldn't let his sister face such peril. What she lacked, he would provide. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Chen Peihuan sat down before Wei Chengnian. So that was your first love yesterday? Tasted pretty good, huh? Miss Chen, I'm not your father. Why do I have to be informed every time you sleep with someone? The two exchanged sharp retorts before returning to their meals. Truth be told, the CEO of Luoyang Capital was quite something. He always ate whatever the others did, but his appetite was insatiable. Seducing a young girl was bad enough, but now he was eyeing his own sister? What a ing scumbag. As for his first love of 3 years being taken by him, Wei Chengnian couldn't care less. In his own memories, he'd chased her for 3 years in high school and another 2 in college, until she grabbed a senior's arm and told him she had someone she liked. But that person wasn't Chen Peihuan. Meaning, according to the logic of his memories, Su Siki would switch partners once she got to college. It made sense. For a manipulative girl, once the wallet was full enough, she'd move on to someone hotter. But for a broke loser like Wei Chengnian, there were far more considerations. Besides, he would treasure this memory, nurturing it and letting it ferment until it became the flavor his sister would love. Currently, he only had a little over 2 million yuan, insufficient to help his sister. He needed at least 10 million. Wei Chengnian remained unaware back in 2007, he couldn't have known that over 2 million yuan represented an unattainable dream for countless small companies. The transformative power of cutting-edge technology could reshape more than just traffic-boosting tools, it unlocked boundless possibilities. Mr. Chen, you're eating so fast? Seeing Chen Peihuan across the table holding a plate, Wei Chengnian choked on his food again. Boss, you know, you can't eat fine brand, I'm not well educated, please forgive me. Oh, and personal vehicles can't be reimbursed like company cars, so you might want to keep that in mind. Personal vehicles? Company car? What is this kid talking about? But Shen Yiqing probably couldn't hold out much longer. According to reliable sources, after upgrading and replacing her back-end systems, Shen Yiqing would soon launch a series of spending initiatives that would accelerate her capital depletion. With her still at the hospital caring for her mother, the company was effectively leaderless. Fearfully, her account balance likely dipped below 1 million. Meanwhile, she must also handle new product promotions. The next settlement cycle is in 15 days. He'd wait until Shen Yiqing was on her knees, licking his. The thought of conquering this aloof, elegant woman in just 15 days filled him with such satisfaction that he didn't even mind the grime on the plate as he set it down. That afternoon, Wei Chengnian didn't focus on writing encryption programs. With server support, the AI could run faster.
His full attention was on prototyping and promoting the new product line, Shen Yiqing's first major venture since her rebirth. A full 8 sets, priced from 300 to several thousand, covered every consumer segment. The system automatically filtered consumers, an essential step for any brand pursuing precise positioning. Redefining the CRA system also provided Wei Chengnian with concrete data. By any measure, the promotional costs here wouldn't be less than 500,000 yuan. But did his sister's account really have 500,000 yuan? Chapter 15, Brother Jie, stop it. 15 days later, it's settlement time. No wonder Peihuan wasn't worried at all, she clearly had her sister wrapped around her finger. Wei Chengnian thought to himself. The AI running on his computer had already completed the basic framework construction. He had to sell the encryption system to Haibao before the 15 days were up. How could he demonstrate the superiority of his encryption system? Simple, he'd directly breach Haibao's current encryption and payment systems. However, Haibao's 2007 framework relied on a centralized defense system, requiring Wei Chengnian to deploy a massive botnet for data evolution. But he wouldn't waste his efforts. The current Traffic God tool featured infinitely expandable modules, meaning every hardware device using it would provide decryption support. At Jinghai First People's Hospital, the steady ticking of a clock echoed through the ICU ward. Shen Yiqing held a high-end laptop in his hands. Even while handling business matters, his heart remained preoccupied with his mother, anxious about her condition. She had only emerged from surgery 2 days prior, and the timing of her awakening remained uncertain. Since severing ties with his family, his mother, Zhou Bin, had become his sole remaining concern. In her previous life, her mother had died from infection after being unable to afford transfer to a regular ward. This lifetime, she would not let that happen again. She would personally tell her mother upon waking that she had a child. To achieve this, she took actions different from her past life, accelerating the development and launch of future Rhine products and seeking viable financing. Whether it was the company's bankruptcy or her mother's death, neither was an outcome she was willing to accept. The baby. Shen Yiqing murmured softly as she opened the surveillance software on her computer. Though the camera feed was grainy, she could make out the pale figure typing away in the president's office. She wondered if her rebirth had somehow altered Wei Chengnian's abilities, granting him independent programming skills. Moreover, Lan Xiaoting mentioned that Wei Chengnian had connections with the developers of the Traffic God tool, installing its open source version on all company computers. Within the camera frame, Wei Chengnian seemed to notice something. He lifted his gaze toward the flickering red light and silently mouthed the word, "Sister. I really want to eat a child." When emotions are suppressed, people always seek an outlet for release, and Wei Chengnian just happened to be so tempting and docile. But Shen Yiqing dared not leave her mother's side. She would stay by her mother's bedside until she woke up. With Zhou Dupeng and Lan Xiaoting temporarily in charge, the company wouldn't collapse overnight. At 7 in the evening, Wei Chengnian glanced at Snow Leopard and Rick one last time before finishing his work. By then, his orders had surpassed 2,000, with available funds exceeding 6 million only to be locked out. Can you believe it? Sales had surpassed 6 million yuan in just 2 days, topping both Snow Leopard sales and trending charts with a customer satisfaction rating nearing 9.99%. The crowd at the company had dispersed. Most of today's new hires had passed the afternoon exam after all. They were sophomores and juniors from top-tier universities with solid test-taking skills. As for Yi Huayu, he was figuring out how to copy the open-source modules under the CRA system, essentially the open-source version of the traffic boosting tool. You must be Wei Chengnian. We're from Zaiwu Tax Finance. Here's my card, Wang Yi. Inside the building across the street, Wei Chengnian displayed an unusual maturity, as if born into a wealthy family. Although the wave of entrepreneurship had been ongoing for quite some time, someone so young venturing into business was truly a rare find. The company's registered business scope and office address are all listed here. I'll find staff within the next couple of days. How will the fees be calculated? What is the registered capital for the company you wish to establish? 30 million yuan. It's a wholly owned company. What? Wang Yi seemed stunned by the audacious claim. Were the children of wealthy families this extravagant at barely 18? The youngster said, I'm in a rush. If everything's okay, let's sign the agency contract now. But I can only pay you tomorrow, my funds are locked up. The company you're registering is Blue Yao Network Biotechnology. As the person handling corporate bulk purchases of office software, Wang Yi knew this company name like the back of her hand. She never imagined the developer of the software she was still using was actually a kid. What a day! The Snow Leopard's bestseller charts had gone completely mad. Every software company wanted to copy this program, but reverse engineering open source code was illegal. Combined with its self-destruct feature upon unpacking, piracy was virtually impossible. After smoothly finalizing the company registration and signing the tax agency contract, Wei Chengnian turned to leave only to abruptly pivot. Could I borrow some money? Wang Yi froze. Had she heard correctly? This young man who'd just declared he was registering a company with 30 million yuan in capital was now asking her for a loan? The plot twist was so sudden she couldn't keep up. What did you say?
Wei Chengnian scratched his head awkwardly and explained, I'm a bit strapped for cash right now. My funds are temporarily frozen, but they'll be unfrozen tomorrow. I just need some cash today to handle some things. Hey, you were about to say eating, right? How much do you need to borrow? As a struggling worker, Wang Yi didn't have much money to begin with. Saving 700 or 800 yuan each month was already pushing her limits. She never imagined that after registering the company, Wei Chengnian wouldn't repay her loan. Instead, he'd poach her to be his accountant. The number 11 bus swayed as it carried passengers, its air valves opening and closing. The child returned to the roadside stall near home, but his gaze froze. A test drive car? No, Susiki was actually here. Now, another boy stood beside Susiki. Beneath his bare short sleeves were flashy tattoos covering his arms, quite the elaborate design. But it didn't matter anymore. Even though Susiki still carried that high school innocence, she'd picked up a certain worldly air. The starker the contrast, the more Wei Chengnian felt gratitude toward the CEO sister. If she hadn't devoured him, he likely wouldn't have gained that memory. Otherwise, he would have remained like that memory, forever infatuated with Susiki, forever her devoted admirer. Wei Chengnian watched for a long time. Susiki didn't get close to that boy. Many times, the boy tried to take her hand, but she dodged him each time. Like a startled fawn, Susiki gracefully evaded his touch. Her voice was soft, tinged with playful reproach. Brother, stop it. Everyone's watching. We're just friends, this is making me so embarrassed. As she spoke, she lowered her head slightly, two blushes spreading across her cheeks as if from shyness. Yet her eyes sparkled with mischief. Susiki knew this reaction always stirred a man's protective instincts. Brother Jia burst into laughter at her antics, withdrawing his hand. Alright, I won't touch you. Siki, you're just too adorable. She shot him a look that seemed innocent yet was utterly seductive. Brother Jia, when you compliment me like that, it makes me feel so proud. Chapter 16, Super Into You. Wei Chengnian had intended to grab a bite, but found he was already full from watching. Back home, the kid glanced at his phone. A text had arrived on his PDA, a message from his sister. Kid, if someone offered you money to do something you didn't want to do, what would you do? By the time she sent this message, Shen Yiqing had already met with Chen Peihuan, who was offering 30 million yuan in investment in exchange for a 20% stake. Shen Yiqing knew her company's new product development held potential worth far more than 10 billion. Accepting Chen Peihuan's terms now would be like selling her soul. She firmly refused. Yet survival was the only path to future promise. Whoever's paying you to do something you don't want to do, I'll pay triple. Wei Chengnian replied. He was well aware of his encryption system's true worth. In 2007, the Haibao payment system was still flawed, having suffered incidents like the theft of the security chain AES plus RAS, resulting in losses exceeding 1.3 billion foreign coins. Though his system's foundational framework was simple, it possessed the most precise expansion channels, capable of refining any subsequent payment scenario. In other words, if Haibao adopted his payment encryption system, their security classification would be elevated to a higher dimension. The selling price far exceeded Haibao's payment value. There was even potential for future development and resale. In today's rapidly evolving digital payment landscape, banks, medium to large enterprises, and third-party transaction platforms such as Snow Leopard and Rick all require more secure payment encryption systems. Why does this child speak with such certainty when he possesses nothing? Shen Yiqing thought to herself, and that knot of frustration dissolved considerably. In her past life, she had harbored feelings for Wei Chengnian online, keeping that affection deeply buried within her heart. So how should I repay you, little one? My silly child. Repay me however you wish, sister, for I am your child. Though she knew children couldn't possess superpowers, Shen Yiqing recalled the day he fluttered toward her, his words "I have superpowers" still etched deeply in her mind. What if someone offered you money to leave me? Is there such a thing? Shen Yiqing stared at her phone screen. Seeing Wei Chengnian's reply, "Is there such a good thing?" her heart tightened at first. But then, his next message arrived, sending her emotions tumbling from the clouds only to soar skyward again. If such a thing really existed, I'd take that money and start a company dedicated to developing skincare products. Then, I'd hire you as the company's chief consultant. That way, we could see each other every day, right? He never said workplace romance was off limits. Shen Yiqing was amused by Wei Chengnian's wit and humor, and the gloom in her heart vanished. She realized that no matter how the outside world changed, Wei Chengnian would always be the rock she could rely on. You little rascal, you're getting more and more articulate. Shen Yiqing replied, her tone tinged with affection and amusement. Seeing his sister's reply, Wei Chengnian knew that no matter how much his encryption system might sell for, it couldn't compare to the time spent with Shen Yiqing. This is my superpower. What kind of power? Shen Yiqing asked curiously, her worries about her mother and the company fading away. The superpower to adore you. Reading the message, a long mist smile blossomed on Shen Yiqing's face. Wei Chengnian's sudden directness struck the softest part of her heart. You'd better take good care of your superpower and make sure it doesn't fade away. Don't worry, sis. My superpower will only grow stronger, it'll never fade. Sis doesn't need your money. As long as you're doing what you love and taking care of yourself, that's all I could ever ask for. That's wonderful. Just don't let anyone find out about the things I love doing with you. Even though they didn't live together, their two fiery hearts beat in perfect sync. Shen Yiqing opened her phone's memo pad a rare occurrence and tapped the 9-square keyboard with careful precision. 2007.08. The kid offered to support me threefold, even asking me to be his chief advisor so we could see each other daily. Clearly, I was the greedy one. But I really like it. Shen Yiqing had actually been reborn for some time now. She still kept her diary writing habit, just as she had before her rebirth, jotting down her musings online. Their text exchanges, though devoid of sound, brimmed with emotion and warmth. The kid obediently typed, "Sis, good night. Pull up your little blanket." He gazed out the window at the sky, where stars twinkled, unreachable to you. "Good night, my little rascal." He tucked away his phone and gazed at the cold, beautiful figure curled up in the bed, wrapped in her blanket as if someone had embraced her. But while they slept, someone else seethed with fury. Chen Peihuan paced back and forth in his luxurious office, stunned that Shen Yiqing had rejected his offer. A 30 million yuan investment was no small sum for any startup, yet Shen Yiqing seemed utterly disinterested, leaving him both baffled and furious. What the hell does she want? Furious, he slammed the wine glass in his hand onto the floor, sending liquid splashing everywhere. His assistant cautiously gauged Chen Peihuan's mood. "Mr. Chen, perhaps Miss Shen has other considerations, or holds higher expectations for the company's future prospects." Higher expectations? Doesn't she overestimate her own company? The assistant dared not say more, silently cleaning up the broken glass. In truth, everyone in the company knew Chen Peihuan had long coveted Shen Yiqing. Colleagues who had visited Shen Yiqing's company described her beauty as breathtakingly stunning. Beyond her aloof and refined demeanor, she embodied an unattainable ideal, a radiant moonlight figure whose mere presence could inspire awe. After clearing away the shards, the assistant asked softly, "Miss Chen, what should we do next?" Chen Peihuan slid back into her office chair, her fingers tapping lightly on the desk. Her refusal of investment doesn't mean she doesn't need help. Keep monitoring Rhine Company's movements. I want to know every decision she makes, every partner she associates with. Suddenly recalling Wei Chengnian's remark about her being unable to handle the rough stuff, Chen Peihuan abruptly called out to her assistant. His brow furrowed, a flicker of impatience crossing his eyes as his voice carried an unquestionable command. "Hey, what about can't handle the grind?" The assistant felt the pressure in Chen Peihuan's tone and swallowed nervously, his expression tense. Knowing Chen Peihuan disliked beating around the bush, he gathered his courage and tried to keep his voice steady. "Mr. Chen, I wouldn't dare say. Enough with the nonsense. I told you to speak when I tell you to speak." Chapter 17, A Wild Boar Can't Digest Fine Bran. The assistant listened to Chen Peihuan's words, his expression growing increasingly awkward. A wild boar can't eat fine bran. He hesitated to voice it aloud, but this was his job. The CEO of Luoyun Capital froze in shock before erupting in fury. He swept his hand across the desk like a master of tidying, sending countless items crashing to the floor. "You little bastard. Calling me a wild boar?" Seeing this, the assistant hurriedly continued cleaning up the mess while cautiously asking, "Mr. Chen, did someone insult you?" The assistant had never seen the boss lose his composure like this before. Anyone unaware might think he'd just lost hundreds of millions. "Shut the up." Chen Peihuan's eyes widened as fury poured from his nostrils. What the hell else could it be but a ghost cursing me? This time, he was genuinely furious. After years of dominating the business world, this was the first time an 18-year-old punk had verbally insulted him. The problem was, he didn't even understand what the kid meant, leading to a second humiliation right in front of his own assistant. "Mr. Chen, should we find someone to teach that guy who insulted you a lesson?" The assistant, having risen to this position, was no fool. He knew turning tail and running now was out of the question, but ignoring it was equally unthinkable. He had to show loyalty and take a stand. "I'll make him understand the price of provoking me. Luoyun Capital isn't a force to be trifled with." Though furious, Chen Peihuan maintained his priorities. His current focus was disrupting Rhine Corporation's operations and finding ways to completely devour Shen Yiqing. As for the insignificant Wei Chengnian, he wasn't worth wasting mental energy on. Once he acquired a stake in Rhine, opportunities to manipulate this minor figure would be plentiful. "Our focus remains on undermining Rhine Corporation. Does Shen Yiqing really think she can just refuse funding and get away with it? The moment you notice Rhine Corporation engaging with other companies, find a way to sabotage it. If necessary, pour boiling water on their money tree." The assistant nodded emphatically. "Understood, Mr. Chen." The night passed without incident. By dawn, Wei Chengnian used the substantial sum borrowed from Wang Yi to grab breakfast. Battle so satisfying. Wei Chengnian dabbed the golden liquid from his golden sand bun with a tissue, then pulled out his mobile phone to call Lan Xiaoting. After all, she was still his superior, and requesting leave required formal approval. "Sis Xiaoting, I'm taking the day off." Lan Xiaoting responded without much hesitation, "Understood. Approved." Lan Xiaoting didn't pry into why Wei Chengnian needed the leave.
Though she was now a key leader at Rhine Corporation, Shen Yiqing still held the ultimate authority. He had specifically emphasized the importance of the child, so naturally, the leave request was approved, though she would inform Shen Yiqing. What was he taking leave for? To focus on establishing Blue Yao Network Biotechnology Company, of course. Wei Chengnian left early to lift the freeze on his bank account. Though he desperately wanted to transfer his earnings to his sister immediately, he knew short-term gains couldn't overshadow long-term strategy. With 15 days remaining in the cycle, he had ample time to finalize the encryption system before selling it to Haibao. The sum involved was absolutely substantial, more than enough to cover the immediate financial crises facing both Rhine Corporation and his sister. As for the small daily earnings, he'd use them to establish his own company. Wei Chengnian had many thoughts. What he sought was never merely a moment of peace. He wanted to stand forever before his sister, shielding her from the storms. Not stand behind her, leaving her solitary figure to bear countless attacks alone. It was precisely the time when Rhine Corporation opened for business, marking the start of the 9-to-5 routine for most occupants of the tower. Yi Huayu spotted Wei Chengnian entering the opposite building and couldn't help but wonder, why isn't that kid at work? What's he doing over here? Driven by curiosity, Yi Huayu followed Wei Chengnian up the building. When he saw Wei enter a specific floor bearing the sign for worry-free tax accounting services, it suddenly clicked. He's jumping ship on his first day? Yi Huayu pondered this in his limited capacity, muttering to himself while hiding in a shadowy corner outside the building. After 2 days of interaction, he knew Wei Chengnian was the company's most crucial and irreplaceable operations specialist. Especially with the resources he'd developed, the CRA enterprise management system and the open-source traffic tool, his position was unassailable. Even if he wasn't high-ranking, he was undoubtedly an elite talent. Even Zhou Dapeng and Lan Xiaoting praised him highly. Logically, Rhine Corporation should be offering him a generous package. So why would he want to jump ship? And as someone in the internet industry, what connection could he possibly have with a tax and accounting firm? Even if Yi Huayu racked his brain, he would never have guessed that Wei Chengnian was here to register a company. Since you've made your move, don't blame me for being ruthless. Despite old Deng Yi Huazhou specifically instructing him to cultivate a relationship with Wei Chengnian, perhaps to secure Rhine Corporation's R&D products, he had no idea that his boss was using him like a pawn. 3 years older than Wei Chengnian, he was the company's most sought-after operations specialist who could provide meals. Yet here he was, just an intern with no credentials, no skills, and no connections. Only his fellow interns from the same batch interacted with him out of school ties. As for the rest of the company, they all wore their social masks. The more Yi Huayu dwelled on their status gap, the more furious he grew. He was the company's pitiful field promoter, stuck with the least desirable job. As the saying goes, comparison breeds resentment. Wei Chengnian was essentially using company resources to prepare for jumping ship, an unforgivable offense. Jealousy consumed Yi Huayu. Believing he'd caught Wei Chengnian off guard, he hatched a plan. He immediately crossed the street back to the company and spotted Zhou Dapeng approaching. He greeted him warmly, "Master." A flicker of impatience crossed Zhou Dapeng's face. He detested such superficial tactics. If not for President Chen needing the academy as brand endorsement and hoping to leverage school funds for reserves, someone like Yi Huayu would never have made it into Rhine. Though Rhine remained small, its capital barely reaching a few million, it was certain to thrive under Shen Yiqing's leadership. "Young Yi, don't call me that anymore. I'm not your master, nor am I some manual laborer," old Zhou said earnestly, only to see Yi Huayu's face light up with curiosity. "Sure, Mr. Zhou. I have a question I'd like to ask you." "Go ahead. When is our company's new operations manager arriving?" Zhou Dapeng froze. "New operations manager? What new operations manager? Isn't Wei Chengnian our current operations manager? Our company hasn't even mastered the CRA system yet. Why bring in a new operations manager? And besides..." Chapter 18, The Kid Cheated? And Wei Chengnian was handpicked by the CEO himself, a top-tier talent. "Boss, and what? And did you finish your market planning today? Got nothing better to do?" No. I was just worried Wei Chengnian might be considering a job change. I just saw him heading to an interview at a firm across the street. I thought he was dissatisfied with our company's benefits and was planning to leave." Every word cut deep. Hearing Yi Huayu's words, Zhou Dapeng frowned slightly. Wei Chengnian interviewing at another company? Wasn't he personally recruited by President Chen? His personnel file was already processed, and his salary was even set at 7,000 a month. In Jinghai's market, where 3,000 to 4,000 was the norm, this offer was as high as it could possibly get, and he'd only just joined the company. Their conversation was overheard by Lan Xiaoting, who happened to be passing by. Though she knew Wei Chengnian well, the obedient type who would never betray anyone she sensed something amiss, she immediately slipped into the office and called Shen Yiqing. The president, who was at the hospital, answered. "What's wrong?" Shen Yiqing maintained his usual cool demeanor with subordinates. "President Shen, I just received word that Wei Chengnian, the one you brought in, might be considering a job change." "Jump ship? Shen Yiqing, who had been feeling somewhat weary, perked up instantly at the news and immediately dismissed the notion.
Impossible. He won't leave me.
Besides, leaving without a word isn't his style.
Where did you hear this?
Lan Xiaoting answered truthfully, the new intern, Yi Huayu. At the mention of that name, Shen Yiqing narrowed her eyes. If it were anyone else, she might have believed it.
But Yi Huayu?
The very bastard who had stolen from Rhine Tech in her past life, stabbing her in the back twice. Only someone so venomous and treacherous would slander others.
But since her rebirth had altered the timeline, could the boy really have applied for the job? He was still so young, what could he possibly do?
He could only be working within her own company. A cat scratched at Shen Yiqing's heart. Glancing at her mother still unconscious in the hospital bed, she gave instructions to the nurse and hurried out. Kid, I chase, you run but you won't escape.
The roar of the Panamera echoed as it turned into an unknown channel.
Meanwhile, at the Wuyo tax finance firm, Wei Chengnian pulled out his bank card and transferred the agency fee for company registration, a total of 30,000 yuan, to the firm's corporate account. After all, they were handling everything from finding the office space to managing the company's future financial and tax reporting. A higher fee was only natural. Securing the IP and establishing a brand new wholly owned company, they certainly couldn't work for free. This was one of the firm's profitable services.
Mr. Wei Chengnian, your Blue Yao Network biotechnology company will be officially registered and enter the business license issuance stage in 5 days. Wang Yi extended her hand to shake Wei Chengnian's.
Nice. Another commission secured. Wei Chengnian was equally delighted. The most remarkable thing he'd accomplished since regaining his memories was founding a company right after turning 18. With his own company, he could now fully support his sister. First, he needed to sell the encryption system to Haibao within 15 days. Then, he would establish strategic partnerships between his company and major corporations, supplying them with a steady stream of cutting-edge code and programs that surpassed contemporary standards.
Mr. Wei Chengnian, about the 300 yuan you lent me yesterday. Truthfully, Wang Yi hadn't wanted to bring it up.
Before he paid her back, she absolutely couldn't mention it. What if Wei Chengnian got upset and decided not to use worry-free tax accounting services anymore? What then? But the past was the past, and now was now. Since he had paid, she finally dared to broach the subject of the loan. The newly promoted CEO nodded, carefully counting the large sum in his pants pocket, 273 yuan, then said, sorry, I spent a bit. I'll add the rest to your salary. Hearing this, Wang Yi's face turned green. Young master, you're the kind of guy who can casually establish a wholly owned company worth 30 million yuan and hand out 30,000 yuan without a second thought. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss over a mere 300 yuan debt? But she couldn't lose her temper over a couple $100. Now, speaking up felt wrong, but staying silent felt wrong too. Wang Yi was absolutely heartbroken. She, too, had just started working and earned a monthly salary of 4,000 yuan, barely enough to cover her own expenses. This was her lot in life. And this was in a major city like Jinghai. In a 4th or 5th tier small city, a monthly salary of 2,000 yuan would be considered decent for an ordinary worker. Ahem, the salary I'm referring to isn't your current one, it's the salary you'll receive after joining my company. You know, my company just started up. While we've outsourced the finances to Wuyo Tax Finance, we still need people to handle hiring and finding office space.
Wang Yi froze. Salaries could be paid this way? Was he poaching her? And right from her own firm?
That takes some serious nerve.
Even though Wang Yi wasn't sure if Wei Chengnian was reliable, she knew Blue Yao Network Biotech was. The traffic booster has already sold like crazy, okay? Ever since its launch, it's consistently dominated the charts on Snow Leopard and Rick.
Just how much money Wei Chengnian has made is something only he knows.
Joining Wei Chengnian's company wasn't out of the question. Wang Yi's beautiful eyes instantly lit up and she nodded firmly. Wei Chengnian descended first to wait at the building entrance, anticipating Wang Yi's resignation. Just then, a Panamera pulled into the parking lot on the east side of the building.
Shen Yiqing had just stepped out of the car.
As if destined by fate, she spotted Wei Chengnian standing alone at the building entrance at a glance. Kid, I've got you now. You're in for a treat.
Just as she flashed her captivating smile and prepared to approach, she abruptly halted. The equally stunning Wang Yi, wearing a sweet smile, bounced out of the building and skipped over to Wei Chengnian.
So fast?
Wei Chengnian was slightly surprised by her speed.
Wang Yi giggled. I was still on probation anyway. Quitting didn't require all that red tape.
She stood coquettishly before Wei Chengnian. Mr. Wei, from now on, I'm yours. You'll have to take responsibility for me, won't you? Please keep my company registration confidential. Officially, you'll be my representative at least until I find a suitable vice president. Thank you for your hard work.
Regarding your salary.
Walking side by side, they looked like a couple.
Watching this unfold, Shen Yiqing felt an inexplicable rage welling up inside.
Fine. So you've got a big sister now, but you still want to play around, huh? Shen Yiqing immediately got out of the car, narrowing her eyes as jealousy surged within her. She took a deep breath, trying to steady her emotions, but that inexplicable pang of bitterness clung to her like a shadow. She strode toward the pair, her pace neither hurried nor slow, yet carrying an undeniable presence.
Kid. Chapter 19, First Kiss. Shen Yiqing's voice was cool and detached, yet carried an undeniable air of authority. Why aren't you working properly at the company? What are you doing here? Wei Chengnian spun around as if startled, only to meet his sister's face flushed with anger. His heart sank. If she found out he'd registered a company, he was finished. Sis. Why are you here? The boy panicked instantly, whispering urgently, cover for me. He then launched into a dramatic performance. This is Wang Yi from Woyo Tax Finance. I came to ask her about company matters. Yesterday, Sister Xiaoting mentioned our company's financial situation is dire. Hearing this, Shen Yiqing's agitated heart settled considerably. She then said, she just likes to spread rumors. Miss Wang Yi, right? This is our company employee. I'll deal with him for leaving work to handle trivial matters during office hours. Wang Yi was practically frozen in place. Facing the formidable presence of this female tycoon, she stammered, he was just discussing company procedures and fund recovery with me. I had no idea he was your employee. I'm sorry. Why did this feel like getting caught on a secret date with my boyfriend? He was clearly going to be my boss. Seeing neither seemed to be lying, Shen Yiqing's mood finally calmed. She said, kid, come back with me. Now that they'd exchanged pleasantries, would they next hold hands and head straight to the hotel? The kid belongs only to her, no one can take him away. Shen Yiqing took 2 steps forward and grabbed Wei Chengnian's hand possessively. His cool skin carried the faint scent of bloodlotus. Kid? Wang Yi flashed a knowing look. So this aloof older sister was Wei Chengnian's guardian. What a domineering possessiveness. No wonder they kept it secret. Just as she was imagining a spectacular drama unfolding, the pair had already walked away, the little brat led by his sister to the car door. Company matters aren't your concern. I'm taking you to the hospital. I won't feel at ease leaving my mother. The child nodded vigorously like a bobblehead, obediently fastening his seatbelt. Not a trace of awareness that he was the company's CEO. Traffic flowed like ink beneath the sunlight. At Jinghai First People's Hospital's parking garage, the Panamera slid into an empty underground bay. Unlike its future day congestion, Section A held only a scattered dozen vehicles. As they approached the fire escape leading to the hospital lobby, Wei Chengnian was pinned against the wall by a hand. Despite his 5 feet 10 inches stature, Shen Yiqing showed no hesitation. Beneath her crisp uniform was a face of exquisite craftsmanship, cool and noble, evoking the saying to be admired from afar, not to be trifled with. Sister. Wei Chengnian's voice trailed off as his pupils dilated involuntarily. Ice-cold lips pressed against his, fulfilling the saying, Jade's faint chill is the essence of cherry blossoms. Time seemed to stand still. Shen Yiqing's cheeks flushed faintly, her breath quickening, the buds on her chest poised to bloom. The CEO playfully lifted the child's chin. I'd love to take you right here, right now. Even with the memories of his past life and that frenzied night, Wei Chengnian found himself utterly helpless. His mind went blank, filled only with the intoxicating fragrance of the blood lotus and the jelly-like sensation. His hands slowly encircled Shen Yiqing's willow waist. Unlike Lan Xiaoting's awkwardness, he could feel the fullness pressing against his chest and the astonishing softness of her waist. After a long while, their lips parted, and a few drops of sweet dew fell onto the soft fabric no one knew whose. Remember, you are only my child. From now on, only this CEO can devour you clean. You dare not entertain thoughts of other women, whether dodgy or that. Otherwise. Shen Yiqing threatened, I can make the little one turn into a. What a terrifying threat. Just as the two were lost in their ambiguous moment, a figure crept stealthily into the president's office of Rhine Corporation. Taking advantage of his colleague's lunch break, Yi Huayu tiptoed into the office. He headed straight for Wei Chengnian's computer. All traffic boosting tools on the market were anti-crack, but the company's modular traffic booster was open source. If he could copy it out, he'd make a fortune. Yi Huayu might be a bit dim-witted, but he never forgot why he joined Rhine Corporation, to make money. Currently, combined sales of Snow Leopard and Rick's traffic tools had already surpassed 3,000 orders, with an even steeper surge anticipated. Securing the open-source version could save his elderly father millions, perhaps even tens of millions in expenses. As for how Wei Chengnian got his hands on the open-source version, Yi Huayu didn't even bother to think about it. His limited brain capacity was reserved solely for storing a fraction of knowledge. Any more than that, and he'd risk a stroke. Opening Wei Chengnian's computer, he saw no startup password and couldn't help but rejoice. So what if he was an IT guy? He was still careless. In Yi Huayu's mind, Wei Chengnian had no idea there was a spy within the company. Moreover, to ensure the security of his work, Shen Yiqing had specifically relocated his office to the president's office. This subconsciously lowered Wei Chengnian's guard. Combined with the fact that it was a company computer considered public property, he hadn't set a personal startup password. Little did he know this would create the perfect opening for Yi Huayu today. Staring at the array of software on the computer, his head began to spin. To put it bluntly, Yi Huayu couldn't make heads or tails of any of them. He had no clue what any of them were. Still, as an intern at Rhine Corporation, Yi Huayu was familiar with traffic boosting tools. He scanned the desktop, locked onto his target, decisively inserted the server USB drive, and dragged the open-source version of the traffic tool software. Copy. Unfortunately, program transfer speeds were painfully slow in this era. SSDs hadn't been invented yet, and all storage drives used the first-generation HDD chip series. Their speed lagged significantly behind later-generation HDDs, let alone SSDs. Compounding the issue, the open-source version of the traffic tool was substantial, several gigabytes in size. The transfer alone took 1 hour and 20 minutes. But he had no choice but to wait it out. To avoid being caught, Yi Huayu crept to the door, pressed his ear against it, and listened intently for any sounds in the hallway. If anyone approached, he could swiftly pull out the USB drive and make his escape. About 40 minutes later, the click-clack of high heels echoed down the hallway, growing louder. Yi Huayu's expression changed instantly. He rushed to the computer, yanked out the USB drive, shoved it into his pocket, composed his face, and nonchalantly pushed open the door to walk out. Lan Xiaoting froze when she saw Yi Huayu emerge from the president's office. Xiao Yi? What are you doing in the president's office? Good afternoon, President Lan. Yi Huayu greeted her with a respectful smile. I came to find Brother Wei. I wanted to subtly ask him why he went to the Woyo tax and finance firm. I knocked on his door earlier but got no response, so I went in to check. Turns out Brother Wei hasn't returned yet. Chapter 20, Opening Ceremony. Listening to Yi Huayu's words, Lan Xiaoting frowned slightly but didn't suspect anything. Since he was the one who mentioned Wei Chengnian was considering a job change, it made sense for him to come ask for more details. That idiot still had a bit of sense left in him. Don't worry about it. He won't be switching jobs. As an intern, you'd be better off focusing on your work. After receiving that veiled warning, Yi Huayu could only offer an awkward chuckle before leaving the president's office. The copying wasn't finished yet, but who knew if the copy program would even work? Lan Xiaoting was packing up documents to head to the store for new product training when she happened to run into Wei Chengnian returning to the company. Good afternoon, Sister Xiaoting. Wei Chengnian was clearly in a good mood, like a kid who'd just gotten candy. Chengnian, Yi Huayu was just looking for you at the president's office. The young man was a bit speechless upon hearing this. What could he possibly want with me? After all, he had absolutely no connection with Yi Huayu. Plus, when he left the hospital earlier, his sister had warned him to be wary of Yi Huayu. Kid, among the interns at the company, there's one named Yi Huayu you need to watch out for. Sis, what's wrong with him? He has designs on our company's technology. Don't leave any important technical files unattended. We can't let him steal them. The flashback ended there. Wei Chengnian hurried to the president's office and checked the system's access logs. There was a record of an external device being disconnected. The timestamp showed it had been disconnected before he returned. Normally, only he used the portable hard drive to copy the underlying code of the encryption program. Sure enough, he'd been robbed. Yi Huayu? The thought struck Wei Chengnian, and he urgently checked whether the encryption system on his computer had been compromised. Fortunately, no one had touched his encrypted data. Armed with memories from another life and a decade of operations experience, the young man handled these data with ease. He quickly discovered that the program algorithms and other elements remained intact, but the open-source version of the traffic tool showed signs of having been copied. Copying the traffic tool would take at least an hour. The kid muttered to himself. However, there was currently no way to pin the blame on Yi Huayu. He went to find Zhou Dapeng and requested the surveillance footage from the office. The footage showed Yi Huayu entering the president's office and staying inside for 40 minutes. Based on the timing, Yi Huayu hadn't succeeded. As long as those critical self-destructing files hadn't been copied, copying most of the other files was useless. Adult, why are you watching the surveillance? Did Yi Huayu do something wrong? He had done something wrong, but for now, Sister still needed the Academy's official endorsement, so they couldn't kick Yi Huayu out. Therefore, Wei Chengnian smiled and said, nothing. I'm just checking what Yi Huayu was doing in the president's office. Seated at his desk in the president's office, he sent his sister a message. Sis, Yi Huayu is definitely up to no good. Shen Yiqing, upon seeing the message, remained impassive. Having lived this life twice, she understood Yi Huado's purpose at Rhine Company all too well. He came to the president's office while I was away, likely to copy sensitive files. There are traces of him copying the open-source version of the Traffic God tool from my computer. If it's been copied, I'll be in big trouble. That open-source version was incredibly hard to obtain. Hearing the child speak thus, Shen Yiqing recalled Lan Xiaoting's introduction to the Traffic Wizard, especially the open-source version, which was uniquely proprietary to the company. Kid, you must keep a close eye on him from now on. Don't let him succeed, or the company will suffer significant losses. Sis, why not just fire him outright? He's the son of the president of National Economic and Trade University. The company currently needs investment from the university. If we fire Yi Huayu, that investment will be lost. So we can't confront him openly just yet.
Shen Yiqing, usually cool and aloof, softened unconsciously whenever she faced her child.
Good boy. Just keep an eye on him for me and make sure he doesn't succeed. Then I'll lure him out. Wei Chengnian decided against using a screen lock password on his computer. After all, the company was now officially registered, and subsequent intellectual property filings would proceed smoothly. Anyone using the cracked version of the open-source traffic tool would be quickly located. Once his sister's company crisis was resolved, he would kick Yi Huayu out for sure. That afternoon, the sunlight was serene and tranquil, streaming in through the CEO's office like delicate threads, casting scattered points of starlight. Strings of code gradually materialized encryption programs prepared for Haibao. Simultaneously, Wei Chengnian logged into Snow Leopard and Rick to monitor current sales figures. Combined, orders had already surpassed 4,000. Funds had reached a staggering 12 million plus. Of course, regardless of the current balance, there would be no more freezing of funds. They had already opened a large deposit account with the bank. After all, banks were eager for more deposits, as it provided them with funds for lending. We're probably approaching saturation soon. Wei Chengnian murmured to himself. He understood that in this era, even with high demand for traffic-boosting tools, there was a peak limit. Moreover, word-of-mouth spread for these tools was incredibly rapid, so fast that nearly everyone nationwide knew about them now. From individual studios to enterprises of all sizes, even century-old dynasties, everyone was procuring the traffic tool for use. Some were still testing the waters, others were watching from the sidelines. After all, the traffic booster had been live for less than a week, and its current growth rate was almost terrifying. Soon, downloads would hit their peak, far exceeding the modest numbers seen these past few days. After that peak, a quiet period would follow. Profits would still roll in, but not at the same rate. As for how much revenue the traffic tool would generate, Wei Chengnian didn't know, but the funds could already be injected into Rhine Company as an initial investment. The immediate priority now was to finalize the encryption system and sell it to Haibao. Currently, through the CRA system, he could monitor Rhine's company's sales and reserve fund status, as Wei Chengnian had access to the entire back-end data. With less than $500,000 in available funds, the next settlement date was closing in. He must help his sister cover the ICU expenses and keep the company running. No, I have to help my sister. Wei Chengnian immediately messaged Wang Yi, instructing her to come out tomorrow to discuss company funding. How's the recruitment for the company's vice president going? We've received quite a few resumes so far, but are we really going to offer a 100,000 annual salary? Isn't that too high?
Wang Yi, a workaholic herself, efficiently compiled a shortlist within just one lunch break.
Just recruit according to my requirements.
Seeing the big boss's message, Wang Yi thought to herself, damn, that's impressive. While others interviewed candidates one by one, he interviewed them in groups.
Chapter 21, Father's Accident. Got it, boss. The company's business license will be processed through the expedited channel and ready the day after tomorrow.
After all, it was 2007, still a society where personal connections mattered.
With sufficient capital, many rules simply didn't apply. Draft a capital contribution agreement tomorrow. 5% of dividends will be invested into Rhine Company.
The full company name is Rhine Bio Jinghai Technology Company, Limited.
How much capital? 10 million. Instantly, Wang Yi felt a chill. The company had only 30 million in registered capital, yet they were investing a third of that and only getting a 5% dividend share? What exactly was the connection between Rhine Company and the boss?
But she had no time to dwell on it. After all, her salary had just been raised to 6,000 yuan, and her primary task now was to establish the company's framework. As time passed, Wei Chengnian pulled out the portable hard drive, closed the door to the president's office, and boarded the bus home under the envious stares of the overtime workers. His sister had been waiting at the hospital for their mother to wake up, while his most urgent task was to develop the encryption system. He expected an empty house, but the scent of cooking wafted through the air.
The familiar aroma made Wei Chengnian pause. Had his mother returned?
His mother, Su Kalai, emerged from the kitchen. Her simple, kind face broke into a smile.
Son, you're home. Was work tiring today? Mom, why are you back? Today's Saturday.
Only then did Wei Chengnian realize it was Saturday, the day off for the farm's alternating workweek schedule.
Where's Dad? Your dad's still working overtime at the factory.
They're shipping out a batch of adult pigs today, so all the men stayed behind.
They're paying 8 extra yuan per hour. Hearing this, Wei Chengnian felt a pang of unease.
He was already a millionaire, yet his father was working overtime for 8 yuan. Both his parents worked at the pig farm, earning meager monthly wages.
The family of 3 lived an ordinary, uneventful life.
He vowed never to let them toil like this again. He would not only support his sister but also his parents. Xiaoyan, hurry up and wash your hands.
Dinner's ready.
Su Kalai urged her son to wash his hands while she carried the dishes to the table.
When will Dad be back? He'll take the last bus back. I've saved him some food.
The farm was located on the outskirts of Jinghai, in a rural area. At that time, Jinghai hadn't yet developed its outer ring, let alone the concentric urban planning that exists today. So it could be said the farm was in the countryside.
Looking at the food on the table, Wei Chengnian declared earnestly, "Mom, I'll make a fortune someday and let you and Dad enjoy your golden years." "Really? My son has such ambition, it makes me so happy." "Mom, I mean it. You and Dad won't have to work at the factory anymore. You can just travel every day." Wei Chengnian's words carried a touch of youthful innocence and vigor, yet also a sincerity others couldn't quite grasp. Just as the two were chatting and laughing, the home phone rang. Su Kalai walked over to answer the call. "Hello? Who is this?" The moment the words left her lips, her face drained of color. Su Kalai collapsed to the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. "Mom, what's wrong?" I'm fine. Su Kalai's tears streamed down her face. "Xiao Nian, we need to leave immediately. Your father, something happened to your father." Inside the taxi, Wei Chengnian comforted his mother while glancing anxiously out the window. He had already pieced together the entire incident. While Wei Yanwu and other workers were herding pigs onto a truck, the driver accidentally honked the horn, instantly startling the herd. One pig's sudden charge triggered a chain reaction, sending the entire herd into a frenzy. As the other workers scattered to retrieve tranquilizer guns, Wei Yanwu, trapped in the center of the stampede, was knocked to the ground. Then came the stampede of countless pigs. By the time the herd was finally herded away, Wei Yanwu had lost consciousness and was rushed to the hospital. The call came from the pig farm manager at the hospital. "Dad, you can't be hurt." Wei Chengnian bit his tongue to stay calm, but the slight tremor in his body and the redness in his eyes betrayed his turmoil. "Heaven, are you against me?" He had finally gained those memories, and life seemed poised to improve. Just as he was gaining the ability to provide his family with a better life, this calamity struck. 20 minutes later, the taxi pulled up outside Jinghai First People's Hospital. Mother and son dashed out and sprinted to the operating room entrance. A dozen pig farm workers stood at the entrance, all in work uniforms except for one man in a simple suit. That man was Lin Daho, the pig farm manager who had called to report the accident. "Manager Lin, how is my husband? How is he?" Su Kalai practically tripped over herself as she rushed to Lin Daho, grabbing his clothes and demanding urgently. "Sister-in-law, Brother Wei is still undergoing emergency treatment. We don't know the specifics yet." Lin Daho's face was etched with shame and guilt. Had he not pushed everyone to work overtime to meet the order quota, perhaps this accident would never have happened. Hearing the word resuscitation, Su Kalai's heart raced with panic, nearly causing her to faint on the spot. Seeing her state, Wei Chengnian hurriedly supported her. "Mom, don't get so worked up. Dad will be fine. He absolutely will be." The memories of two lifetimes merged. In his recollections from the other life, Wei Chengnian clearly saw that even a decade later, on the eve of his own death in a car accident, his parents were still alive and well. But was this the butterfly effect? Because his choices now differed from those memories. After calming his mother, Wei Chengnian instinctively glanced at Lin Daho, whose face was etched with sorrow. For some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that the sorrow on the pig farm manager's face seemed somewhat contrived. The wait was agonizingly long and fraught with anxiety. Finally, the operating room door swung open. The hospital bed was wheeled directly into the ICU. The doctor who emerged called out, "Who is the patient's family member?" "Doctor, how is my husband?" Su Kalai rushed forward frantically, demanding an answer. "He's fine." The doctor's simple words instantly brought relief to everyone present. Wei Chengnian felt relieved, yet his gaze involuntarily turned to Lin Dahu. The sorrow on Lin Dahu's face faded, replaced by a hint of joy. But before that joy, there was a split second of blankness. As if this outcome wasn't what he had expected. Was it an illusion? Wei Chengnian frowned, committing Lin Dahu's expression to memory. "However, there are issues with the patient's left arm and left leg," the doctor added. This statement sent Su Kalai's heart plummeting once more. Due to the crushing force, his left forearm is fractured, but it should heal completely. However, his right knee suffered a comminuted fracture from the trampling. There's a high probability his right leg won't recover. Hearing the doctor's words, Su Kalai could no longer hold back. Tears streamed down her face, a silent, heart-wrenching sorrow. Chapter 22, Medical Expenses. Whether it was the joy of surviving a catastrophe or the collapse of the family's pillar. "Mom, it's okay. Dad will definitely get better." Wei Chengnian remained composed despite his own sorrow. "The patient's family needs to make the payment first." Hearing this, Lin Daho stepped forward. "Doctor, I'm the patient's manager. I'll handle the payment." The doctor nodded indifferently. It made no difference who paid. A nurse immediately escorted Lin Daho away. Wei Chengnian narrowed his eyes slightly at the scene, then helped Su Kalai to a chair. "Mom, I'll go with Uncle Lin to check on things." His instincts told him this situation wasn't as straightforward as it appeared. He followed Lin Dahu from a distance, watching as the latter paid the relevant fees. But instead of returning, Lin headed toward the fire escape. Seeing this, the boy immediately dashed out through the fire escape on the opposite side, then tiptoed to the stairwell below where Lin Dahu stood. Lin Dahu appeared to be smoking and sighing. Wei Chengnian frowned. Why was he sighing? The next moment, Lin Dahu suddenly spoke up. "Hey! The abrupt call nearly made Wei Chengnian turn and run, convinced he'd been spotted. But Lin Dahu continued, he's not dead. Was he on the phone? Wei Chengnian felt a surge of anger rising in his eyes as he began to piece things together. But the agreed upon 300,000 yuan must be paid to me. Assistant Gu, this is my life savings. Make sure you dispose of that pig immediately. If any traces are left and this blows up, we're both finished. Wei Chengnian couldn't hear the voice on the other end, but from Lin Dahu's words, he could roughly guess. This wasn't an accident, it was premeditated murder. Who would target his parents? They'd bribed not only Lin Dahu but also the truck driver, otherwise, his father wouldn't have met with an accident. He nearly wanted to kill Lin Dahu, but he dug his fingernails deep into his palm. The pain forced him to calm down. He knew that charging out now would be reckless. Not only would he have no evidence, but he'd likely become a target for Lin Dahu. The man was the pig farm manager, rumored to be the owner's cousin, powerful, well-connected, and wealthy. If he couldn't keep a close watch on him, the outcome would surely be trouble for his entire family. The consequences of breaking the law suppressed Wei Chengnian's rage, but also sparked intense curiosity within him. What deep-seated grudge did Lin Dahu hold against his father that he wanted him dead? This matter was shrouded in mystery, taking deep root in Wei Chengnian's mind. With his current financial means, he could get his parents to resign and leave the pig farm, allowing them to live a fulfilling and affluent life. But then again, how could he not avenge a murder? Unless he uncovered who had targeted his parents, even leaving the farm wouldn't free them from the haunting guilt. This matter demanded thorough investigation until the truth was unearthed. After Lin Dahu finished his cigarette and left, Wei Chengnian retraced his steps. By now, Wei Yanwu had been transferred to the ICU ward. His mother and several workers were gathered outside the glass doors in the hallway. Lin Dahu was there too, clearly having just returned. He resumed speaking to Su Kolei with that same look of guilt on his face. Sister-in-law, this incident was my oversight, which may have left Brother Wei with a lifelong disability. But rest assured, I'll report this to the factory. If Brother Wei is truly disabled, it will be classified as a work injury, and the factory will provide substantial compensation. Su Kolei had no idea about the truth. At that moment, she was filled with immense gratitude toward Lin Dahu. Manager Lin, thank you. Truly, thank you. Lin Dahu forced a strained smile. Sis-in-law, you're too kind. After all, this accident involving Brother Wei is entirely my responsibility. You damn well have no choice but to take responsibility. Damn Lin Dahu, one face in public, another behind closed doors. How can you possibly play both the good guy and the bad guy? Wei Chengnian cursed inwardly from the doorway of the hospital room. Uncle Lin, thank you for your kindness. Wei Chengnian's words drew everyone's attention. His face bore a trace of gratitude, showing no hint of resentment. The compensation matter will be decided by my father once he wakes up, but we can't let you cover the medical expenses. Lin Dahu smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Xiaonian, your father and I are brothers. Besides, this was a work injury. It's only right that I take full responsibility. Don't worry about the hospital fees, I've already settled them. Wei Chengnian shook his head firmly. Surgery fees, medication costs, treatment expenses, and follow-up care, tell me the total amount and I'll transfer it to you. Seeing her son's stance, Su Kolei nodded in agreement. Manager Lin, Xiaonian is right. Compensation matters can be set aside for now, but we truly can't let you cover the hospital expenses. Though their family had little money, she understood the importance of upholding principles. If the expenses are truly substantial, I'll repay you in installments. Hearing Su Kolei's words, Lin Dahu's face clouded with unease. Sister-in-law, Xiaonian, what are you doing? Wei and I are like brothers at the factory. Even though I'm the manager, he's always helped me out. We often drink together too. What's wrong with a younger brother covering his elder brother's expenses? Do we really need to be so calculating? Manager Lin, right? I'm covering this expense for my employee. Just as the argument escalated, a cold yet enchanting voice suddenly cut through the tension, followed by the sharp click of high heels on the floor. All eyes instantly turned toward the ward entrance, wide with astonishment. There she stood, a figure in a tailored business suit, red stiletto heels, and a face of unparalleled beauty. Sister? Wei Chengnian gasped inwardly, nearly blurting out the title. Lin Dahu was stunned by her beauty, but he froze slightly at Shen Yiqing's words. Your employees? Wei Yanwu and Su Kolei were both pig farm workers, while Wei Chengnian was merely a high school graduate. Where did her employee come from? Wei Chengnian is an intern at my company. Shen Yiqing spoke softly, while Su Kolei's eyes widened slightly. Wasn't this the mother of her child's classmate? And she looked incredibly well preserved, like a girl in her 20s. I was informed beforehand that uncle's expenses this time amount to 78,000 yuan for the twin sow breeding farm, correct? I've already transferred the funds. Manager Lin can handle the reimbursement with your finance department when he returns. The group exchanged stunned glances. Wei Chengnian had landed himself a wealthy, generous boss. With the payments settled and everyone having their own business to attend to, they soon dispersed. Su Kolei looked at the graceful young woman before her. Impressed by her commanding presence earlier, he now hesitated to speak. Chapter 23, Hidden Agendas. This, boss. Since her son worked for him and he clearly had money to burn, Su Kalai knew she was just an ordinary housewife and dared not put on airs. Auntie, my name is Shen Yiqing. You can just call me by my name. The female CEO had originally planned to take things slowly when meeting the child's parents, but she hadn't expected to run into them today. Wei Chengnian, however, looked utterly embarrassed. If his mother found out that the woman before them wasn't just his boss, but also his sister and one he'd had a relationship with, that he didn't know whether he'd be better off losing his left leg or his right. My son is just an intern, yet you've gone to such lengths for him. I'm truly grateful. Auntie, you're too kind. It's the least I could do. In the future, you'll be my mother-in-law, Shen Yiqing thought to herself. Though she had only around 200,000 yuan left after covering the medical expenses, Shen Yiqing felt it was well worth it. Since the fees are settled, I'll take my leave now. Su Kelai hurriedly interjected, Xiaonian, see her out. Even though she had so many questions burning in her mind, there was nothing she could do now that the other party had decided to leave. The little brat followed his sister into the stairwell, about to ascend to the critical care ICU floor. After all, Shen Yiqing couldn't be half a step away from her mother. Kid, pick me up. The CEO murmured, his voice dripping with indulgence. Okay. As their soft, supple bodies embraced, Wei Chengnian felt his soul enveloped by the delicate fragrance of the bloodlotus. Your dad will be fine. Because I have money power too. Shen Yiqing knew the surgeon operating on Wei Chengnian's father. After all, it was just a fracture and bleeding, nothing like the high-risk craniotomy her mother had undergone. She pressed the little brat against the wall with domineering force, her lips crashing down on his, tracing soft contours as if searching for something. Moments later, Shen Yiqing slowly pulled away, licking her lips as she gazed at the boy's youthful face with a hint of haze in her eyes. Kid, I really want to have you right now. Sis, someone might see us. How thrilling that would be. I'm not teasing you, kid. Go be with your mom. The little brat turned and walked away, completely oblivious to the worry in Shen Yiqing's eyes. Her superpower? It was fake. Wei Chengnian, however, didn't go back to accompany his mother. After some thought, he called Wang Yi and asked her to meet him. At the barbecue stall on Shidi Road, Wang Yi's taxi pulled up. She scurried over to Wei Chengnian, who efficiently ordered their meal. Owner, 1 set A, and bring 3 bottles of kvass. The stall owner turned to prepare the order. Noticing Wei Chengnian's preoccupied expression, Wang Yi couldn't help but ask, Boss, is something bothering you? I plan to transfer 10 million from the company account directly into Rhine Corporation's corporate account. Then you'll go sign the contract with Rhine's CEO. Wang Yi froze at the request. Boss, what kind of move is this? Playing dumb to catch the tiger? It's just a standard capital injection, Wei Chengnian replied with deadpan seriousness. No equity stake required. Just secure a dividend contract following market norms. Wang Yi grew even more curious. Boss, a million yuan investment without taking any shares? From what I understand, Rhine Company's current total market value is only a few million, right? Something's off. There's a catch. Wei Chengnian shot Wang Yi a disapproving look. As our company's finance person, just do what you're told. Stop acting like a nosy little kid. Pfft, you're the kid. You're not even older than me. If we're getting a dividend contract, do I need to schedule a meeting with Rhine Company? Don't reveal my identity. Just say it's a corporate investment. Rhine's CEO will recognize us by our company name. After all, the traffic booster had already sold like hotcakes on Rick and Snow Leopard. No one should know about Wang Yi's resignation yet. We can sign under the guise of an agency contract. After all, worry-free tax finance specializes in this kind of business. The fact that I'm the CEO of Blue Yao Network Biotech must never be revealed. Yes, sir. Great boss. Tomorrow, you'll make the corporate capital injection first. If they ask about it, then schedule a time to sign the contract. Wow, what a philanthropist. Aren't you afraid they won't honor the deal? Wei Chengnian thought to himself, my knowledge and memories all came from my sister. What's wrong with her charging a little interest? Their grilled skewers and kvass arrived swiftly. Boss, won't this capital flow impact our company's development? Wang Yi asked with some concern. After all, 10 million wasn't a small sum. Wei Chengnian took a sip of kvass and analyzed calmly, there will definitely be an impact, but our traffic booster sales are stable, and cash flow is quick. Moreover, I believe this investment will be more beneficial for our long-term development. Wang Yi nodded. She knew her boss wasn't impulsive, he must have his reasons. By the way, I need you to look into something for me. Wei Chengnian lowered his voice, his expression serious. What is it? Wang Yi's expression turned serious. A cold gleam flashed in the man's eyes. Look into Chen Peihuan's recent financial flows and business activities, especially any connections he might have with the twin sows breeding farm. Focus on investment structures and commercial partnerships. Wang Yi gasped. Chen Peihuan? The CEO of Luyun Capital? Wei Chengnian nodded but said no more. He didn't want too many people to know his thoughts, lest he alert the target prematurely. Understood. I'll handle this discreetly. Wang Yi recognized the gravity of the matter and adopted a serious demeanor. Meanwhile, at the other end of the hospital, Shen Yiqing sat alone outside the ICU. Her mother still hadn't regained consciousness. Suddenly, Shen Yiqing's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello? Who is this? She answered cautiously, her voice tinged with wariness. Miss Shen, it's me, Chen Peihuan. The voice on the other end belonged to the CEO of Luyun Capital. Shen Yiqing frowned. She didn't particularly enjoy dealing with this person, but out of courtesy, she responded. Miss Shen, what can I do for you? Miss Shen, I heard you're seeking funding recently. I have a promising proposal. Perhaps we could discuss it. A hint of cunning colored Chen Peihuan's voice. You must be desperate for cash right now, aren't you? You don't want your mother's oxygen tube pulled out, do you? You've been investigating me? Shen Yiqing's tone turned icy. She did need funding, but she wasn't seeking charity. A flash of anger flickered in her eyes, but she suppressed it immediately. She knew this wasn't the time for impulsive decisions. Her mother's treatment couldn't be delayed. 10 million yuan for a 30% stake. I know you have no choice. In another corner of the city, Chen Peihuan hung up the phone, a smug smile curling her lips. Shen Yiqing, you won't escape my grasp, he murmured to himself, his eyes glinting with cunning. Chapter 24, Sister, you're playing with fire. Shen Yiqing's face was grim, radiating an overwhelming sense of helplessness. It felt like being at the mercy of others. 10 million for a 30% stake in the company sounded like a bargain after all. Rhine's market value had only reached a little over 4 million since its founding. Chen Peihuan demanding just 30% might as well be giving it away for free in the eyes of outsiders. But having witnessed this old boar's greed in her previous life, Shen Yiqing was determined not to let him succeed. After all, since his rebirth, the equity structure of Rhine Company had been meticulously planned. Moreover, he had already secured the formula for a future blockbuster product, ensuring accelerated growth. Chen Peihuan wanted to take 30% of the shares for 10 million yuan, which equated to snatching billions in future dividends. That deal was a total rip-off. Moreover, Chen Peihuan, that greedy wild boar who devour anything in sight, had become like a rutting animal after joining the board in her previous life. She clung to him relentlessly, becoming not only a thorn in his side but also damaging her own reputation. This had ultimately caused her to focus entirely online, cutting off all social interactions with other men in the real world. Was she truly destined to reach this point? Shen Yiqing wrestled with the question. She already paid Wei Chengnian's father's medical bills, and her own mother's expenses were barely manageable. There truly was no other way. After nightfall, Shen Yiqing desperately wanted to confide her helplessness to the boy. But could he really help her? It would only add to his worries. She lay awake, staring at her mother in the hospital room, unsure when she would ever wake up. She arrived at the company early. The pressing issue now was that the production line needed to launch the new product, and the settlement cycle was fast approaching. Without product delivery, what good would aggressive marketing campaigns do? Clients simply wouldn't pay. She had previously approached those willing to accept advance payments, but they were all eyeing her personally and the company's shares. She was truly at a dead end. Before 9 o'clock, Lan Xiaoting burst in with a look of wild excitement. Mr. Shen, great news, absolutely fantastic news. 10 million yuan has appeared in the company's corporate account. Hearing this, Shen Yiqing jumped to his feet, utterly astonished. 10 million? Directly deposited into our corporate account? Could it be a mistake? Lan Xiaoting quickly assured him it wasn't a mistake, eagerly adding, it's definitely not. The sender is Blue Yao Network Biotechnology Company, Limited. The female CEO froze upon hearing the name. Blue Yao Network? That name sounds familiar. Lan Xiaoting remained in a state of excitement. President Shen, it's the company that released the Traffic God tool. Remember, Xiaoyan even got the open source version of it from them. At this, Shen Yiqing suddenly understood, her expression immediately turning regretful. Lanyu Network's name clearly indicated an internet-related business, while Rhine Bio focused on biotechnology. The two companies seemed fundamentally incompatible. Both parties had already negotiated, so why had the money been transferred first? Could it be that kid? The thought barely formed before Shen Yiqing shook his head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The kid had just turned 18. Getting the open source version of the traffic tool from Lanyu Network to reduce company expenses was already a huge perk. A 10 million yuan investment? Pure fantasy. Shen Yiqing suddenly grasped the crux of the matter and urgently asked, did the other party include any remarks in the corporate transfer? How much equity are they seeking? Could it be they're eyeing the company's potential and trying to grab a huge chunk? At this mention, Lan Xiaoting excitedly held up 5 fingers. 50%? We can't accept that money. 5%. Lan Xiaoting nearly beamed with delight. Shen Yiqing was stunned. 10 million for a 5% stake? That was actually quite reasonable, considering Rhine's market value in the future would be over 10 billion. Moreover, holding a 5% stake would allow for premium buybacks, or even absolute control without buybacks.
At most, it would entitle them to a board seat and routine meeting attendance rights.
Mr. Shen, it's not a 5% stake, it's a 5% dividend.
This statement instantly sent Shen Yiqing into a state of utter bewilderment, his mind buzzing with confusion.
No shares, just dividends?
This meant Blue Yao Network would have zero involvement in Ryan's decision-making, no interference in any projects or partnerships, just a share of future profits.
But how could anyone be that foolish?
The thought made Shen Yiqing snap to attention.
Where are these people? Get their executives here immediately for face-to-face talks.
Little did he know, Lan Xiaoting replied with a wry smile, Mr. Shen, they stated they don't want shares. They said there will be plenty of opportunities for meetings later.
The contract can be mailed for signing next week. It's quite an unusual situation.
Shen Yiqing furrowed his brow slightly.
Why was this matter so bizarre? Xiaoting, draft a contract based on their requirements first.
Meanwhile, see if you can arrange a meeting with the owner of Blue Yao Network.
Regardless, they're helping us out when we need it most.
We should show our appreciation. At the very least, we should establish a strategic cooperation agreement with them.
Lan Xiaoting nodded firmly. Rest assured, President Shen. I'll handle this personally.
Shen Yiqing waved her off, and Lan Xiaoting left with understanding. Back in the president's office, she instinctively felt this matter was connected to the child. When Wei Chengnian arrived at work, he was about to enter the president's office to continue refining the encryption program when he saw his sister sitting there.
Sis, why aren't you going to the hospital today? The child asked curiously.
He knew why his sister was here, but he still had to pretend.
Sure enough, his sister immediately spoke up. Little one, what's your relationship with Lan Yu Network?
Hearing her sister's confusion, the child remained calm.
It's fine. They're a startup too.
I used to know how to code, so I did some minor work for them. After all, operations and maintenance, anyone can do that job. Shen Yiqing accepted this without question, her expression shifting to one of understanding. Indeed, the kid had proven himself capable by single-handedly building the company's CRA management system.
The company just received an investment from Blue Yao Network's 10 million. What?
Wei Chengnian feigned surprise. Though he hadn't applied to acting school yet, he could at least aim for a little golden statue.
Did my words actually make a difference? The CEO immediately seized the crucial point. What did you say? What exactly did you say? I just mentioned that my sister's company was facing some difficulties.
Their executives really liked her products, otherwise, they wouldn't have invested.
Now Shen Yiqing understood everything.
A slight sense of relief washed over her. No hidden agendas, no traps.
That was all that mattered. Indeed, when it came to securing investment, the product's inherent strength was the ultimate deciding factor.
The skincare line she personally led the development of was truly exceptional. Since the child said the other party was reliable, there was no need to insist on meeting them. This way, she wouldn't appear socially inept. Still, the kid deserved credit for helping resolve the company's crisis.
Kid, come here.
Big sis is going to reward you handsomely.
Wei Chengnian flushed crimson, lost in thought, as the CEO pinned him down on the executive office sofa like a tiger pouncing on a kitten.
The scent of bloodlotus lingered on those cool, thin lips. Instinctively, he braced himself against her slender waist.
An unnamed fire flared beneath his lower abdomen. Sis, you're playing with fire. Chapter 25. Little one, let your sister devour you. Little one, let your sister devour you.
The CEO's low murmur resonated in his throat, the sensual atmosphere lingering as the child lost all self-control.
Sister. Sister. Wei Chengnian, in the prime of his youth, couldn't resist such temptation.
Before him, Xuezi swayed like a bud about to bloom, seemingly delicate enough to cradle in his palm.
Sister, sister, you smell so sweet. In the semi-enclosed confines of the CEO's office, their daring actions brimmed with excitement, poised to escalate further.
Suddenly, a fierce knock echoed through the room, startling the young boy into ducking his head just as it began to lift.
Zhou Dapeng's voice echoed in, President Chen Peihuan from Luyan Capital is here. Damn it! Shen Yiqing was thoroughly annoyed.
Having this water element magic interrupted mid-cast and forced into cooldown was unbearably frustrating. Tell him to get lost.
The domineering CEO opened his mouth, but then, as if struck by a thought, snapped back to his rational self. Have him wait.
Shen Yiqing climbed off the boy, straightened his clothes, though the flush on his face hadn't faded.
Sit down, kid. Dapeng, bring in Mr. Chen. Shen Yiqing knew full well that Chen Peihuan had come to deliver an ultimatum.
Little did he realize that Shen Yiqing was already invincible. With Blue Yao Network's 10 million yuan investment, Rhine Corporation's financial crisis had long been resolved.
Wei Chengnian sat obediently on the sofa, pondering whether his father's injury might be directly linked to Chen Peihuan. Damn it! Trying to blackmail my sister? You won't get the chance.
A few minutes later, a soft knock sounded.
Chen Peihuan entered the room with a smile on her face.
The moment she stepped inside, she sensed the peculiar atmosphere in the air.
Why did Shen Yiqing seem so calm and composed? And why was Wei Chengnian here?
Ever since learning the brat had called him a wild boar, Chen Peihuan had been plotting revenge.
Wei Chengnian's father's injury was his handiwork, though Wei Chengnian remained unaware. Chen Peihuan was confident his actions would never be traced back to him.
Through Rhine Company's mole, Chen Peihuan had learned that despite his youth, this kid possessed formidable professional skills. Not only was he Rhine's sole operations and maintenance specialist, but he had also spearheaded the development of the enterprise version of the CRA management system.
Mr. Chen, no tea today. Would plain water be acceptable?
Shen Yiqing placed a pack of the national classic brand Farmer's Three Fists cigarettes on the table, a clear signal to leave. Chen Peihuan surveyed the room's decor and flashed a smug smile. It was as if he had Shen Yiqing firmly in his grasp. Investing in Rhine Corporation was a certainty.
Miss Shen, how have you been considering the matters I discussed with you yesterday? Without me, Rhine won't survive.
You surely don't need me to reiterate how dire Rhine's current situation is, right?
As someone who works in the same building, I'm well aware of Rhine's cash flow situation. Even with your grand plans, you can't be satisfied with this, can you?
Chen Peihuan watched Shen Yiqing's expression grow increasingly icy as she pressed on regardless.
Tomorrow, Rhine's sole outdated production line will cease operations. 12 offline stores will close due to stock shortages.
The day after tomorrow is payroll day. No last month's wages will be paid. The day after that, your mother must be transferred out of the ICU because you can no longer afford her care. Each sentence pierced Shen Yiqing's heart like steel needles. Yet what he didn't know was that Shen Yiqing was terrifyingly strong at that moment.
Wei Chengnian's face nearly flushed with fury.
This wild boar was truly merciless. Had he not secretly injected capital into Rhine, with the funds arriving just in time for the morning bank settlement, his sister might not have withstood this pressure.
So what exactly are you trying to say? Shen Yiqing's face was icy cold, but inside, she felt an immense sense of relief. With Lan Yu by her side, what did she have to fear from Chen Peihuan's threats? The latter lit a mosquito coil without a second thought, but before she could take a drag, Wei Chengnian snatched it away and stubbed it out in the ashtray.
Miss Chen, Rhine has its rules: no smoking in the office.
Chen Peihuan's face twisted with fury, but she clenched her teeth to suppress it. You little brat, sending your father to the hospital wasn't enough, was it? Shen Yiqing, keep your employees in line. Mr. Chen, you're overreacting. Since you're on Rhine territory, you'd better abide by Rhine's rules. My little brat, I won't let you push me around. I've changed my mind. 10 million for 40% equity. Shen Yiqing, let me make this clear: you're the one making concessions to me, not the other way around.
Shen Yiqing responded with a smile that could charm the world.
Leaning back in her executive chair, she murmured softly, Chen Peihuan, have you ever lost?
Luyun Capital has invested in hundreds of companies.
We've never had a failed investment.
And that's precisely Rhine's value. And your worth, you stinking.
A whore like you should be kneeling at my feet. Since you don't seem to grasp the situation, Miss Chen, please leave.
Shen Yiqing offered Chen Peihuan no kindness, leaving the latter visibly stunned.
You don't need my investment?
Then she composed herself. Without my 10 million, the next 7 days will be unbearably painful and agonizing for you.
You'll watch your business collapse and your mother die. Only with my investment can your company and your mother survive.
You're right, Mr. Chen, but I no longer need your investment.
I have my own 10 million. I'm sorry you came all this way for nothing. Rhine has secured funding elsewhere. Kindly refrain from interfering with my affairs in the future. Without you, I've already milked the kid dry.
Chen Peihuan hadn't expected Shen Yiqing to be so resolute.
Shen Yiqing, who are you trying to fool with that calm act? Even if you're lying, it's painfully obvious.
He had secretly deployed moles to monitor both Rhine Biotech and Shen Yiqing's movements. Neither Lan Xiaoting nor Zhou Dapeng, the mole embedded within Rhine Biotech, had ever been seen leaving the premises. It was clear Rhine had never conducted any transactions or contacts with other companies.
What financing?
Chen Peihuan stormed out in fury, returning to the Luyun Capital office where she unleashed another round of desk-clearing fury.
Assistant Gu silently cleaned up the mess while the CEO raged inside the office. Who did this? Who the hell did this?
Finally, through the efforts of other shareholders at Luyun Capital, Chen Peihuan obtained Rhine's investor.
That investor was Blue Yao Network Biotechnology Company, Limited. However, the exact amount of the investment remained unclear, leaving Chen Peihuan uncertain of Blue Yao's actual contribution. And wasn't this company in the internet business? Weird. Isn't Blue Yao an internet company? Why the sudden investment in a skincare company?
If he found out Blue Yao Network didn't even want any shares in return, his eyes would probably pop out of his head.
Chapter 26, Undercurrents. Mr. Chen, the board just reported some leads in the investigation regarding Blue Yao Network. Would you like to hear the details?
Assistant Gu spoke up, only to provoke the CEO's impatience.
Spit it out already.
Not only does Rhine have a brand new CRA enterprise management system framework, but even the traffic tool they use internally is an open source version. Caught off guard by this unfamiliar territory, Chen Peihuan paused.
Traffic tool? You mean that software that stabilizes internet connections? It does eliminate lag, but what does that have to do with open source? Assistant Gu had forgotten that their CEO came from a capitalist background and hadn't dabbled in tech. Ms. Chen, consider our company. We purchased the traffic tool based on the number of employees per computer or per device at 3,000 yuan per license, correct? That means each of our computers has an independent IP address and uses the traffic tool. But the open source version is different. With it, as long as they're under the same domain, meaning the same terminal server, no matter how many computers or machines are connected downstream, they can all share the traffic booster. Chen Peihuan wasn't stupid. He immediately caught on. So you're saying our company spent hundreds of thousands on over 100 traffic booster licenses, while Ryan only paid for one? The assistant gave a wry smile. Mr. Chen, the open source version isn't commercially available, so Ryan probably didn't pay anything. What I'm trying to say is, Lanyu Networks naively funding Ryan like that even from the open source version of the traffic tool hints that there might be some connection between them. Then investigate it. I'll make Blue Yao pay. How dare they disrupt my plans? They ruined my good thing, I won't let them off lightly. Suddenly, Chen Peihuan seemed to remember something else. Make sure the twin breeding farm is handled cleanly. That little bastard daring to steal my woman. After all, Luoyuan Capital was flush with cash, controlling dozens of companies. Making someone meet an accident was far too easy. If blame must be placed, it was on that little bastard's old man for having the audacity to show up in his territory. Meanwhile, at Rhine Corporation, Shen Yiqing was overseeing the administrative and confidential matters following the capital infusion. Whether it was restarting production lines, procuring raw materials, adjusting internal salary structures, or verifying store inventory, everything had to pass through her hands. After all, she'd been away for 3 days. Though Zhou Dapeng and Lan Xiaoting were in charge, she couldn't fully relax. The kid wasn't at the office that afternoon, having taken leave under the pretext of visiting his father in the hospital. He had left Rhine to prepare a company address for Lanyu Network. After all, how could the company recruit talent, grow stronger, and gain a commanding lead without even a proper office? As for Wang Yi, who served as both company accountant and temporary assistant, she had been assisting Wuyo Tax in finance with the company's affairs. She also had her own mission, investigating the connection between the Twin Sows breeding farm and Luoyuan Capital. She had already uncovered that Luoyuan Capital held a 21% stake in the Twin Sows farm, with an identical equity structure. It was now the 4th day since the traffic tool's release, and downloads were pouring in non-stop. In other words, Blue Yao Network had become a massive cash cow, steadily raking in money and rapidly approaching the next 10 million mark. This sum would be staggering even in later generations, let alone in 2007. A bona fide overnight sensation and a company with terrifyingly robust cash flow. It was precisely because of this that Wei Chengnian dared to boldly prepare a new location for the company. However, mindful of concealing his identity from his sister, he deliberately took a taxi to a newly developed industrial park 30 kilometers away on the 4th Ring Road, north of Jinghai. This location was far removed from Rhine Corporation's downtown business district. Jinghai was vast, but back then it didn't have the intricate ring road system of later years. Public leasing information was found in the Yellow Pages, reflecting the relatively primitive stage of the country's economic development at the time. Wei Chengnian dialed the number listed in the investment promotion directory using his pager. After several rings, a voice that sounded like a middle-aged woman answered. Hello, who's this? Hello, this is Blue Yao Network Biotechnology. I'd like to inquire about leasing office space within the industrial park. Wei Chengnian tried to make his voice sound less childish, but his youthful tone still couldn't mask the immaturity. Are you looking to rent office space? We have various layouts available, suitable for large industrial enterprises. You can choose between factory areas and office zones. Are you already near the industrial park? Could you share your location? I can arrange a tour for you. I'm outside the 4th Ring Road Industrial Park. I'm wearing polyester and carrying a small bag. Hold on, I'll be right over. The middle-aged woman's voice came through the phone, sounding both enthusiastic and professional. Before long, Wei Chengnian spotted a middle-aged woman in a business suit striding toward him. Her gaze scanned the surroundings before settling on him. Hello, is this Blue Yao Network Biotechnology? I'm the business development manager for the park. You can call me Manager Li. Manager Li approached Wei Chengnian and extended her hand. The young man gave her a brief handshake and said, My surname is Wei. Wei Chengnian. Ah, Mr. Wei, you're not even an adult yet? Truly impressive. I've heard so much about Blue Yao Network, especially that traffic boosting tool. Many companies in our park use it. Manager Li spoke as he led Wei Chengnian deeper into the park. Indeed, the boy looked quite young, probably some rich kid, right? After all, Blue Yao Network's traffic tool was practically ubiquitous. Any company with computers and decent resources had purchased it. As they walked and chatted, Manager Li introduced Wei Chengnian to the park's basic layout and supporting facilities, including transportation convenience and nearby living amenities. Mr. Wei, look, this is our office zone, and over there is the factory area. We can adjust the layout based on your company's needs, Manager Li said, pointing to several buildings in the distance. What specific requirements do you have? Manager Li, our company requires approximately 300 square meters of office space, along with access to high-speed, stable internet and uninterrupted power supply. Ideally, it should also have an emergency power system. Wei Chengnian outlined the foundational requirements for the future company.
Having never been an entrepreneur himself, most of his suggestions stemmed from an employee's perspective.
Following Manager Li to the company planning zone, the factory buildings sprawled in staggered heights, resembling a herd of giant beasts.
Noise echoed throughout the industrial park, a bustling hub designated as a key area in the 12th five-year plan.
Chapter 27, The Magic Prohibition Bureau arrives. We'd better have soundproofing.
Otherwise, our team members might not be able to handle this kind of work environment.
Wei Chengnian remarked with a hint of sarcasm, this is definitely an industrial park.
The two returned to the park's investment promotion center. Manager Li pulled out a template for the lease agreement and discussed the contract details with Wei Chengnian. Though young, Wei Chengnian displayed remarkable savvy in business negotiations and quickly reached a preliminary consensus with Manager Li. What position do you hold at Blue Yao Networks? After all, Mr. Wei was still a minor likely sent by his father to gain experience.
As one of the technical founders, I'm here primarily to represent our team.
I'll take the contract for now, but I still need to discuss it with the rest of the team. After discussing the contract details, Wei Chengnian and Manager Li scheduled their next meeting to finalize the agreement.
Upon returning to the city, Wei Chengnian didn't head straight back to Rhine Company.
Instead, he went to the worry-free tax and finance firm to find Wang Yi.
Before Wei Chengnian could speak, Wang Yi blurted out, an employee at the twin sows breeding farm was electrocuted. The deceased is named Lin Dahu. What? Lin Dahu is dead?
He had only learned yesterday that Lin Dahu might have been involved in the incident that hospitalized his father, and now this accomplice was dead.
The boy anxiously asked, how did he get electrocuted?
The pig farm had a dedicated electric pig process to facilitate herding pigs onto trucks and painless disposal. Apparently, he was electrocuted by the high voltage current used for the electric pig process. The accountant's expression was awkward. Boss, you know this guy raised pigs for so long.
Wang Yi's words plunged Wei Chengnian into deep thought. The matter seemed far more complicated than he'd imagined. Could a professional pig farm manager truly be unaware of the lethal power of the electrocution system? Could he have died so agonizingly? Silencing a witness.
He immediately recalled Wang Yi's investigation findings on the twin pig farm.
Luyun Capital held a 21% stake in the farm. In other words, it could be someone else involved with the farm.
Instantly, Wei Chengnian's hair stood on end.
If his suspicion was true, how ruthless would Chen Peihuan be? Even willing to treat human life as cheap as grass.
Before he could dwell on it further, his mother's call came through. Xiaoyan, your father has regained consciousness.
Hearing this news, Wei Chengnian felt his heart race with anxiety.
He hurriedly left Wang Yi behind, hailed a taxi, and rushed straight to the hospital. At the hospital bedside, Wei Yanwu was taking small sips of the porridge his mother had prepared. Seeing this, the boy's eyes welled up with tears.
Dad, you're awake? Wei Chengnian immediately rushed forward.
Even with the memories of his other self from another world, this blood-deep bond of family remained unaltered. If Wei Yanwu had been just a little unluckier, he might have truly fallen into Lin Dahu's hands. The thought brought tears streaming down his face.
What are you crying for? You're a man now. I'm not dead yet. As if struck by a thought, Wei Yanwu spoke up. Xiaoyan, your mom told me the medical bills were covered by the CEO of the company where you're interning?
After all, tens of thousands of yuan in 2007 held far greater value than it would in later years.
Wei Chengnian nodded.
There was no need to hide such a thing, especially since his mother had already mentioned it.
Seeing Chengnian's acknowledgement, Yanwu suppressed his pain and whispered, that's strange. Even though you're an employee, you're still just an intern. We're not even related to her. Why would she cover all your medical expenses? Wei Yanwu's confusion wasn't unfounded.
After all, if Wei Chengnian had been injured, it could have been reimbursed as a work-related injury. But it was him who got hurt. Even for a regular, long-term employee, some colder-hearted bosses wouldn't be moved. The kid blurted out, well, our boss is a decent person.
It's not like he wouldn't understand something like this. Dad, your priority right now is your nutrition and recovery. Don't worry about the rest.
Worst case, I'll write the boss an IOU. After all, everything I have now comes from my sister. If it comes down to it, I'll pay back the debt with my body.
We'll definitely repay the money, but it won't be your responsibility. You still need to go to college.
Wei Yanwu was a decent man at heart. We're not so poor that you can't afford to go to college.
Have your boss come over sometime? I want to thank him personally.
Even if it's a loan, I'll repay him.
Hearing his dad wanted to meet his sister, Wei Chengnian couldn't help feeling awkward.
Shen Yiqing wasn't just his boss, she was also the sister who loved him most. After all, his mom had already met his sister back then.
Damn, that was nerve-wracking. With that thought, Wei Chengnian replied, alright, Dad.
I'll ask my boss, but it's up to her whether she wants to meet.
We can't force it.
This was the classic delaying tactic, but Wei Yanwu wasn't falling for it.
No problem. If your boss is unavailable, I can pay a visit to express my gratitude.
As both men were lost in their own thoughts, the ward door slid open, revealing a member of the Magic Suppression Bureau in uniform.
Which one of you is Mr. Wei Yenwu?
The lead Magic Suppression Bureau agent was a woman in her 30s with a friendly expression.
I am.
From the hospital bed, Wei Yenwu raised his hand, leaning back slightly with a puzzled expression as he shifted into a reclining position.
Hello, Mr. Wei.
I'm Zhang Yao, captain of the Qianshu Squadron at the Jinghai headquarters of the Magic Suppression Bureau.
We're here today regarding the homicide that occurred at your farm.
No need to be nervous, this is just a routine investigation.
A murder case? Wei Yenwu froze on the spot. Could someone else besides him have been involved? What murder case are you referring to? I'm not aware of any. This afternoon, Lin Dahu from the Twin Farms was electrocuted by high-voltage electricity. Hearing this, everyone present was stunned, especially Wei Yenwu.
He couldn't fathom that his longtime colleague of 7 or 8 years had died so suddenly.
Lin Dahu, he's dead?
His voice trembled with hesitation, as if he couldn't believe it.
Yes, that's why we're investigating now.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wei.
The child's gaze fixed on the group from the Magic Suppression Bureau.
They weren't wearing their standard-issue body cameras as required. I was unconscious when my brother was injured, that incident where I was trampled by the pig herd.
I understand, Mr. Wei.
Your colleague has already informed us of your situation.
Could you describe the circumstances of your accident? Wei Yenwu nodded. Well, suddenly there was an urgent order from another city. They needed 100 pigs delivered ASAP.
We were all about to clock out, but staying for overtime meant extra pay, so naturally I was happy to stay. Then, along with many colleagues, I started herding the pigs onto the truck.
Honestly, it was pretty chaotic.
Suddenly, we heard a horn, and the pigs became inexplicably agitated.
Next thing I knew, I was trampled.
Zhang Yao listened intently until Wei Yenwu finished. A subtle shift crossed her expression, which Wei Chengnian immediately caught. Combined with what he'd overheard from Lin Dahu's phone call in the fire escape earlier, it seemed premeditated. But Lin Dahu probably never imagined that the 300,000 yuan meant to buy someone's life would end up costing him his own.
Who, exactly, was behind this?
Chapter 28. I know you're impatient, but hold your horses.
Mr. Wei, is there anything else you'd like to add? Zhang Yao inquired. Wei Yenwu shook his head. That's all I know.
For other details, you'd have to ask the colleagues who were present at the time. The head of the Magic Suppression Bureau then continued, you must be Mr. Wei's son.
Did your father ever mention anything unusual?
No, my father rarely discussed work matters with us.
Wei Chengnian answered, trying to keep his voice steady.
The memories from another world contain no trace of his father developing chronic health issues in his later years. In other words, he could only conclude this incident was connected to Chen Peihuan.
Seeing that it was about time, Zhang Yao led her team out of the hospital room. Wei Yenwu, left behind, choked back tears.
Lin Dahu was his brother, someone who had always supported him at work.
How could such a sudden accident happen? While father and son each lost in their own thoughts, Yi Huayu was lurking suspiciously in a commercial building. Peihuan Network Technology Company was his target.
Upon entering, he seemed familiar with the place and headed straight for the general manager's office. The general manager, Zhang Kaiga, wore black-rimmed glasses and had a tall, lean, sharp-featured appearance.
Brother Kai, did you crack the open-source version data I gave you?
Earlier, at Haibao, Yi Huayu had only copied half of the Traffic God program code due to time constraints.
But though he was clumsy, he wasn't stupid.
He remembered finding a hacker company his father had invested in, though officially, it was called a network maintenance company.
After all, they had to make a living.
Yep. Chen Kaiga smiled upon hearing this and slammed the portable hard drive onto his desk.
Here's the decrypted traffic tool. It lacks the underlying logic for self-destruction upon unpacking.
Yi Huayu's face lit up with delight, and he hurriedly reached out to grab the hard drive. Young Master Yi, I know you're eager, but hold your horses.
What's so exciting about just a cracked version of the traffic tool? It's only saving you $3,000.
I've got something far more powerful here thanks to your code. I've got the entire open source version's data under my control.
Chen Kaiga lit the mosquito coil, filling the room with its scent. With just a flick of your finger, you can upload this version of the traffic tool. You get the idea? You mean I can make money? Yi Huayu nearly leapt with joy.
After nearly a week at Rhine, he'd finally stumbled upon something valuable.
Alright, give it to me. How much?
Chen Kaiga responded with a mysterious smile.
I don't want a lump sum. I just want a share of the sales.
Yi Huayu returned the enigmatic smile, both men sharing an unspoken understanding. When the moon hung high in the sky, Wei Chengnian finally returned home to continue refining the encryption program's code. As for Shen Yiqing, she too had her own work to attend to. With substantial funding from Blue Yao, Rhine began its rapid evolution through small, agile iterations. The following evening, Wei Chengnian stood nervously outside the hospital room, his sister Shen Yiqing by his side. He had asked Shen Yiqing if their father wished to see her, expecting her to decline to avoid any appearance of impropriety. To his surprise, she had agreed without hesitation.
Little did the child know that in Shen Yiqing's heart, she already regarded him as her life partner. This meeting was with her future in-laws. "Are you trembling, kid?" Miss Shen murmured softly, "Hold my hand. Hold my hand, and you won't tremble anymore." Hearing this, the kid feigned composure and immediately protested, "What boss holds an employee's hand?" Pushing open the hospital room door, Su Kalai was feeding Wei Yenwu some fruit and vegetables. "Mom and Dad, my boss is here." Hearing this, the couple turned toward the doorway. "Mr. Shen? Hello, hello." Faced with her future mother-in-law's warmth, Shen Yiqing felt slightly awkward but still smiled. "Auntie, I mentioned last time that since you're my senior, you can just call me by my name." "Uncle, I'm Shen Yiqing, the president of, Rhine Biotech." Shen Yiqing now adopted a gentle demeanor, leaving the elderly couple momentarily speechless. "President Shen, we are truly grateful for the medical expenses." Wei Yenwu expressed his gratitude, his eyes filled with astonishment. He never imagined his son's boss would be so young. She looked just like his daughter-in-law. Shen Yiqing replied warmly, "Uncle, you're too kind. This is simply my duty as company president." She silently added to herself, "It's also what I should do as a daughter-in-law." The child stood nearby, too timid to speak up. Why did this scene of such warmth and harmony feel like they were family? Wei Yenwu said, "Yiqing, I hope you don't mind me calling you that. Auntie and I are grateful, but we just can't feel right about the money. You can cover the expenses, but neither reason nor sentiment allows us to accept your unconditional generosity." As she spoke, Su Kalai handed over a bank card. "There's some money in here, all my husband's secret stash." "You see." Wei Yenwu almost immediately coughed. "It might not be enough, but take it for now." Shen Yiqing immediately refused. "Uncle, you're treating me like an outsider. I don't need money." In the past, she wouldn't have had the confidence to say that, but now she felt remarkably assured. The 10 million yuan investment from Blue Yao Network not only covered her mother's ICU hospital fees but also propelled the company into a phase of rapid, iterative growth. Faced with the refusal, Wei Yenwu feigned displeasure. "Ms. Shen, this isn't about the money, it's a matter of principle. You're Shan Yan's boss, not related to us by blood. You've worked hard for your earnings. How can you refuse?" Li Shuele nodded in agreement beside him. "It's a matter of principle." Seeing this, Shen Yiqing knew she couldn't get past this hurdle today without a solid justification. She shifted her gaze to Wei Chengnian and signaled with her eyes. "Uncle and Auntie, please consider this money as a contribution bonus for Wei Chengnian's work at our company." "Bonus?" Wei Yenwu and Su Kalai froze, instinctively glancing at their son nearby. The little brat immediately chimed in, "Mom, I wrote a whole set of management systems for the company. My contribution was huge." "Don't be ridiculous. What kind of management system could possibly be worth that much?" Mom naturally didn't believe Wei Chengnian. After all, she'd changed his diapers since he was a baby. Didn't she know him inside out? "Auntie, it's a digital management system for the company, not a bunch of rules and regulations. Don't worry, our company encourages contributions like this." Su Kalai finally understood. "Oh, I see." But his father, Wei Yenwu, looked at his son with suspicion. "You're just an intern, how could you possibly make such a contribution?" Shen Yiqing smiled and chimed in, "Age doesn't determine ambition. Our company believes in learning from the capable. He truly excels here." He was more than just outstanding. Not only did he provide a new enterprise management system, but he also helped secure funding for the company. There couldn't be a better partner in the world. Chapter 29, "Oh my, your man's got that manly charm." As the settlement date drew nearer, Shen Yiqing remained unconcerned. In other words, her focus was firmly fixed on the child within the president's office. Wei Chengnian still had a lot on his plate. Not only did he have to write code in front of his sister, but he also needed to focus on the company's CRA enterprise management system. Once perfected, this system could also be sold. With his memories of technology beyond this era, why wouldn't he seize the opportunity? The interns had gradually settled into their roles. After all, as graduates from top-tier universities, even the least capable could handle tasks within the internal marketing team. Those truly struggling were assigned to Zhou Dapeng for field promotions, as driving traffic to physical stores remained crucial. That noon, Shen Yiqing watched the kid tapping away at his code when something suddenly occurred to her. Carrying the faint scent of bloodlotus, she walked behind him, her breath tickling his earlobe and sending a flush of crimson across his cheeks. "Sis, I'm ticklish." The child could almost feel the vast, full lips pressed against his back. "You little rascal, working so diligently. How do you want your sister to reward you?" Her lowered head gently nipped at Wei Chengnian's earlobe, like a playful Bengal tiger. Wei Chengnian felt a tingling sensation at his ear, his heartbeat quickening involuntarily. He shifted uncomfortably, yet dared not turn his head, afraid of making contact with Shen Yiqing. "Sis, I'm working." He was terrified she might suddenly say, "Come with me into the room." Then he'd be devoured, sucked dry to the marrow. Damn it, what am I even hoping for? Work is never ending. The more you have, the less you get done. The less you have, the more piles up. Spouting the twisted logic of modern youth, Shen Yiqing pushed Wei Chengnian's office chair back, forcing his hands off the keyboard. She then proceeded to slap some facial cleanser directly onto his face. A milky scented white bun was thrust toward him. The kid barely had time to react, his mind going blank in an instant. Did someone just say, "I'm awake"? Hey, hey, hey! Sister, put your hand away. There are employees everywhere outside. Wei Chengnian dared not imagine what it would look like if other employees saw him and his sister crossing boundaries. Just as he tried to struggle, a pair of delicate hands cupped his forehead, as if burying it in the valley of her beauty. The child mumbled, "Jijia, the pillow is so tempting." Shen Yiqing couldn't help but chuckle softly at Wei Chengnian's muffled words. "Alright, I won't tease you anymore." She released her grip, observing Wei Chengnian's flustered expression with a hint of amusement in her eyes. Her fingers gently brushed Wei Chengnian's cheek, smoothing his slightly disheveled hair. "Seeing how hard you're working, how about I treat you to dinner tonight?" Wei Chengnian froze for a moment before his face lit up with surprise. "Really? You're treating me to dinner?" Shen Yiqing nodded, a gentle smile curving her lips. "Of course I'll feed my little one properly. Once you're well fed, I'll be well fed too, silly child." Time slipped by unnoticed, and soon it was time to clock out. Shen Yiqing gathered her documents and walked over to Wei Chengnian. "Come on, kid. Sister's taking you somewhere nice." Wei Chengnian nodded, gathered his things, and followed his sister out of the office. Walking side by side, the faint scent of bloodlotus lingering on the CEO sister's body constantly filled Wei Chengnian's nostrils, giving him an indescribable sense of comfort and ease. The roar of the Panamera echoed through the streets as they soon arrived at a secluded mall, a newly built commercial center in Jinghai with complete amenities. The mall was somewhat quiet at this hour, with parking spaces still available. They walked along the commercial street, occasionally encountering promoters handing out flyers. "Honey, this bag is so pretty. Will you buy it for me?" As Wei Chengnian and Shen Yiqing passed a lavishly decorated flagship store, Susiki's sickeningly sweet voice drifted into their ears. Susiki certainly lived up to her reputation as a beauty, dressed in a gorgeous dress. Beside her, Peihuan, though middle-aged, still looked dashing in his well-fitted suit. "Siki, don't be like this. We're just having a simple meal today." Peihuan's voice carried a hint of indulgence yet remained steady. "But darling, you promised me you'd take me out to have some fun today. Has your love for me faded already?" Susiki's voice carried a hint of hurt. A sly gleam flashed in her eyes. She knew exactly how to use her vulnerability to tug at Peihuan's heartstrings. "Husband. I really want it." Susiki's tone was filled with coquettishness and temptation. She knew Peihuan was utterly defenseless against her little woman act. Peihuan sighed softly, knowing he couldn't resist Susiki's advances. "Alright, but you'll have to make it up to me tonight, understand? Husband, I'll do anything for you." A triumphant smile blossomed on Susiki's face. She knew she had succeeded once again. But as she spoke, Susiki's gaze suddenly froze. She saw Wei Chengnian, the man who had once been utterly devoted to her, now walking arm in arm with a woman even more dazzling than herself. Why? Why? A wave of inexplicable jealousy and resentment surged within her. Why, after Wei Chengnian left her, did every woman by his side seem more outstanding than the last? But Susiki's eyes darted slightly. She knew this was a golden opportunity to smear Wei Chengnian in front of Shen Yiqing. A smile that seemed concerned but was actually sarcastic played on her face. Her tone carried a hint of malicious gentleness as she began her performance. Well, if it isn't Wei Chengnian. Haven't seen you in a few days, and already you've got a new lady by your side? Susiki feigned surprise, a fake smile playing on her lips while her eyes flashed with a challenging glint. Shen Yiqing raised an eyebrow slightly. She didn't respond immediately, instead fixing her gaze on Wei Chengnian, as if waiting for his explanation. Seeing this, Susiki intensified her performance. Turning to Shen Yiqing, her voice tinged with feigned concern, she said, "Sis, don't blame me for speaking up. I genuinely have your best interests at heart." Wei Chengnian? He pursued me for ages before, and he's a total player. You're so beautiful, you really need to keep a close eye on him. Don't let him deceive your feelings, okay? Just the other day, he brought another girl home. She was quite pretty, too. I'm only telling you this out of kindness. Peihuan watched Susiki's performance from the sidelines, inwardly applauding her. She was truly winning him over. His affairs aren't your concern. Besides, you look pretty young yourself. Doesn't the CEO beside you seem quite manly? The masculine charm implied here wasn't necessarily the kind of charm one might expect. When it came to combat prowess, Shen Yiqing was exceptionally formidable. Chapter 30, My internship voice. What kind of voice? Shen Yiqing's words carried obvious sarcasm, her gaze icy cold, clearly unimpressed by Susiki's provocation. Susiki was momentarily speechless, her expression darkening before she quickly resumed her usual sweet-talking facade. Sis, I'm just concerned about Wei Chengnian. After all, we used to. Susiki attempted to continue her provocation, but Shen Yiqing didn't give her the chance. Miss, I couldn't care less about Wei Chengnian's past. I know what kind of person he is better than you do. The CEO's words were filled with calm assurance, like shielding a child firmly behind him, refusing to let any harm touch them. Peihuan watched, her admiration for Shen Yiqing growing. Such exceptional business acumen, even handling a lover with a little girl complex with effortless ease. Siki, we bought the bag you wanted earlier. Mr. Shen, you can't protect Wei Chengnian.
After all, the twin breeding farm scandal had been settled.
He even used his connections to cover it up.
With Lin Dahe dead, all leads pointing to him had vanished.
In his 20 years in business, back in 2007, the lines between legitimate and underworld operations hadn't yet been completely drawn.
Watching Su Siki and Chen Peihuan leave, Shen Yiqing exhaled softly. Then, with gentle words, she turned to Wei Chengnian. Come on, kid.
Let's go. Sister will treat you to something delicious.
Of course I knew when you went home with Lan Xiaoting before you're such a good boy, you'd never betray me, right?
Sister, why are you holding my hand? I feel it's necessary to assert my claim.
A faint smile played at the corners of Shen Yiqing's lips, her eyes radiating unwavering resolve and confidence.
She knew Wei Chengnian's past, understood his character, and trusted him not to betray her.
In Shen Yiqing's heart, Wei Chengnian was like an unpolished jade, needing her care and refinement.
They arrived at a private dining restaurant nestled in the suburbs of Jinghai City. With its serene ambience and exquisite cuisine, it served as Shen Yiqing's secret sanctuary for occasional relaxation. Upon entering, they didn't even need to order.
After providing their reservation number, they were escorted to a private room by the window.
Sis, the flavors here remind me of you. That's my secret.
The scent of the bloodlotus was a unique body fragrance exclusive to Shen Yiqing's family, one of the artificially created fragrances. However, Shen Yiqing had left the family long ago, severing ties since her university days.
The dishes here were entirely random, making each course a delightful surprise.
The quality was exceptional, clearly the result of the chef's meticulous effort. Shen Yiqing ate leisurely, while the child across from her stuffed himself, as if transported back to the day he woke up in her bed.
The private room offered seclusion. As the saying goes, a full stomach leads to lustful thoughts.
Shen Yiqing slipped off her shoes, revealing her jade-like feet encased in black stockings. Her toes were perfectly defined, carrying the scent of blood lotus.
Sister truly was fragrant from head to toe.
Shen Yiqing's posture was elegant, her legs flowing with grace, free of any excess flesh. The black stockings accentuated her skin's smoothness and luster. Her legs were perfectly proportioned, from her toes to her thighs, every inch radiating feminine softness and strength.
Wei Chengnian found himself captivated by Shen Yiqing's presence, staring at her in a daze.
Noticing his gaze, Shen Yiqing softly said, "Young man, I've walked quite a distance today and my legs feel weary.
Could you help me relax them?" The boy nodded eagerly.
He placed his hands carefully on Shen Yiqing's legs and began a gentle massage, applying just the right amount of pressure to ease her fatigue.
The female CEO closed her eyes, savoring the care. A satisfied smile touched her lips. "A little higher, yes, right there," Shen Yiqing guided softly, her voice carrying a hint of ease.
"You've got a knack for this, kid." The boy felt a surge of joy at his sister's praise. He knew he wasn't a professional masseur, but his care and effort had been acknowledged.
"Kid, why don't you sleep over at my place tonight?"
After all, Wei Chengnian's mother was currently staying at Jinghai First People's Hospital to care for her, while her own mother had moved out of critical care into a regular high-end ward. She wanted nothing more than to eat Shaoling Tong. Just as Wei Chengnian was about to agree, a message popped up on his mobile phone. "The data-saving app has been cracked."
"Sis, I need to use the bathroom," the kid said, but Sister's gaze drifted downward as she asked with a suggestive tone, "Can you even walk out of here?"
Looking down, she saw a lightning-fast 5-fold whip. After all, during the execution of the net purification initiative, both of them had been inspired.
"As long as I prop up a pocket with my hand," Wei Chengnian replied with practiced confidence. "Sis, I'll be right back."
He did need to take care of some personal business and not just one or two things.
"Hey, E? What's the current market situation? A pirated version of the traffic tool has hit the market.
It's been out for 17 hours, priced at a mere 1,500 per copy, and its download numbers are closing in on ours. Thankfully, Rick and Snow Leopard won't pull our rankings, but we can't hold out much longer."
Hearing this, Wei Chengnian narrowed his eyes.
Cracking the traffic booster required disassembling it, but disassembly inevitably meant solving the problem of lost program code. Unless someone had actually obtained the open source version of the traffic tool, and there was only one person who fit that description.
That person is Yi Huayu. "Boss, are you listening?"
Yi grew increasingly anxious at the silence on the other end.
"Our traffic tool has been cloned. Just a minor scratch. Nothing to worry about." "Oh my god, my dear little boss, what on earth are you talking about?" Wang Yi was utterly baffled, her voice nearly breaking into tears. "The traffic booster has been counterfeited and it's being sold cheaper than ours. Now nobody's buying our products anymore. That knockoff won't last long. Trust me, if someone's really cloning it, I've got countermeasures ready. Tonight, I'll update the new version on Rick and Snow Leopard. We'll let customers know sandwich the cheese between two slices." As the sound of flushing water reached him, Wei Chengnian hung up the phone and returned to his sister, who had been waiting impatiently. His sister had already settled the bill, and the two prepared to leave. Wei Chengnian's gaze fell on the stool, lost in thought. Shen Yiqing noticed his gaze. A faint blush flashed across her face before quickly fading. Let's go, kid. We're heading home.
Shen Yiqing's voice carried a gentle tone that brooked no argument.
Wei Chengnian nodded. He asked no questions, simply following Shen Yiqing silently out of the restaurant. Their footsteps echoed in the quiet corridor, the atmosphere feeling somewhat awkward. Chapter 31, Service Upgrade, Backstabbing Old 6. Sis, I want to sleep at home tonight. Am I some kind of wild beast?
It's not like it's your first time sleeping at my place, it's your first time sleeping at my place.
I need to handle some matters for Blue Yao Network. After all, they've helped us so much.
Hearing this, Shen Yiqing couldn't bring herself to refuse outright.
They climbed into the Panamera. Truthfully, she was curious about Wei Chengnian standing within Blue Yao.
After all, she had reincarnated like a butterfly flapping its wings, countless variables had shifted. But the child was hers.
That would never change. Wei Chengnian got out of the car and sat down at the computer to update the new version of the traffic tool. With his background in network development, the traffic tool had access to a vast array of first-generation mobile network CU ports and UCC channels, a valuable treasure trove he'd brought with him from his memories.
In 2007, this information and technology were sufficient to establish his leading position in the field of network technology. He opened his coding software, his fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard as lines of code gradually filled the screen. The new feature he was adding was a traffic compression and optimization algorithm, which would make Traffic Master more efficient in processing network data while also reducing latency during data transmission. After several hours of effort, the new version of Traffic Master was finally complete. Wei Chengnian conducted thorough testing to ensure there were no vulnerabilities or flaws. He knew this new version would deliver a superior user experience and leave pirated software versions in the dust.
After confirming everything was in order, Wei Chengnian uploaded the new version of Traffic Master to the Rick and Snow Leopard platforms. He released an update announcement detailing the improvements and new features of the new version, promising to provide better service to genuine users. Most importantly, the genuine traffic tool would utilize compatibility codes.
If a single IP cluster contained pirated software causing compatibility code mismatches, the entire cluster would be unable to use the traffic tool. Simultaneously, the open-source version of the traffic tool officially went on sale, priced at 20,000 yuan and supporting 12 devices. That same evening, inside a luxurious mansion, Yi Huazhou gazed at his son Yi Huayu with visible excitement.
Huayu, you've done exceptionally well this time. Your father couldn't be more pleased.
On the computer before him, the pirated traffic tool was selling in real time, with total sales already surpassing 3 million. Keep in mind, the pirated traffic tool had only just launched last night. Earning this much in a single day had even the Lao Dang father-son duo stunned they'd underestimated the tool's impact.
Looks like Blue Yao Network's official traffic tool is priced a bit too high. Otherwise, how could so many people still be coming to us for orders?
Yi Huayu sneered coldly. The thought of Rhine and Blue Yao forming a subtle partnership, coupled with his own lack of recognition at Rhine, filled him with resentment.
You're exploiting the traffic booster to profit and gain advantages, aren't you? Then I'll disrupt your market.
The pirated traffic booster sold for 1,500 yuan per copy. 3 million yuan in sales meant they'd sold over 2,000 copies in a single day. With that thought, Yi Huayu spoke again. Dad, honestly, we should have priced it even lower. Old Deng, who had just praised his son moments ago, snorted coldly at this suggestion. Foolish. At over 1,000 yuan, it's already far below the price of the genuine traffic booster.
We're already raking in a fortune.
Besides, our version is still about 1/5 less efficient than the official one. At this price, 1,000 yuan discount is more than enough to satisfy the masses and keep Blue Yao Company from getting too worked up. But if you set the price at 1,000, you'll completely disrupt the market balance. I don't know if there are bad people among the public, but Blue Yao will spare no expense to hunt us down and exact brutal revenge.
Our goal is to make money, not wage war against Blue Yao. Don't you grasp such a basic principle?
Yi Huayu looked sheepish after being scolded by old Deng, but he had to admit the old man had a point.
Leaving no escape route for the enemy meant burning their own bridges. Dad, you really are the visionary one.
Yi Huayu flattered him lightly.
So according to you, this market segment is now split between two versions of the traffic generating tool, right?
Yi Huazhou nodded.
Exactly. Only by giving them the real meat can we avoid being destroyed.
As he spoke, Yi Huazhou's expression grew increasingly smug. He was becoming more and more convinced of his own brilliance, convinced he was a genius. Getting his son into Rhine Corporation early on had certainly paid off. Though he hadn't obtained Rhine's product formula, he had secured the open-source version of the traffic tool. After all, it was all about making money. Yi Huazhou didn't care which product delivered the profits. He felt nothing but pride in his foresight and thorough planning. While Yi Huazhou and Yi Huayu basked in the fleeting joy of their pirated traffic tool, they failed to realize their actions had already infringed upon Blue Yao Network's interests. They also underestimated Wei Chengnian's capacity for retaliation. Meanwhile, after updating the traffic tool to its new version, the kid didn't stop there. Notify all legitimate users will provide a complimentary system upgrade service.
Even at night, Wang Yi remained a dedicated worker after all. She could skip class, but she absolutely had to get paid. Got it, boss. Wang Yi responded promptly, knowing this upgrade would include some special gifts. Within the new version of the traffic tool, Wei Chengnian had embedded a covert tracking code. This code would activate automatically when users launched the software. If it detected illegal copying or distribution, it would silently transmit the relevant information back to Blue Yao Network's servers. Additionally, the new version contained an Easter egg, a feature triggered only under specific conditions. If pirated users attempted to use the software, they would find their network connection becoming abnormally slow, or even completely unusable in some cases. The reason was that the genuine traffic booster, with its updated algorithm, would take over the bandwidth much like a certain accelerator from later generations. The nightly update commenced, and nearly everyone still awake witnessed the changes to the traffic booster through a forced pop-up notification. Inside a renowned advertising agency in Jinghai City, creative director Zhang Wei sat at his desk, frowning as he stared intently at his computer screen. His computer was slowly downloading the new version of the traffic booster. His team urgently needed to download large amounts of image and video assets to complete an important client's advertising project. However, the company's internet speed had recently become unbearably slow, severely hampering productivity. This damn internet is killing me. Chapter 32, Snow White. Zhang Wei tapped the table impatiently. The traffic booster couldn't optimize the network during its upgrade. Amid Zhang Wei's anxious wait, the download progress bar for the new version finally reached 100%. He clicked install with eager anticipation. As the installation finished, his hands trembled slightly as he opened the software. Come on, my savior. Zhang Wei silently implored as he clicked the launch button. Suddenly, everyone in the office sensed a subtle shift. The traffic booster icon on the computer screen flickered. Then, as if by magic, Zhang Wei's computer's download speed skyrocketed instantly. Wow! This speed! Is this real? Zhang Wei exclaimed, his eyes wide as saucers, almost unable to believe what he was seeing. His colleagues nearby were drawn to the sudden commotion. They gathered around his computer, watching the download progress bar race forward at a speed visible to the naked eye. Designer Xiaoli gasped, "Holy cow, this is faster than when I was snagging limited edition sneakers online. My goodness, it's like the Usain Bolt of the internet." Copywriter Xiao Wang couldn't resist the exaggerated comparison. This. Zhang Wei stammered, overcome with excitement. He turned to IT department's Xiao Chen, his voice almost reverent. "Xiao Chen, how did you do this? This traffic tool is incredible." Xiao Chen chuckled smugly and explained, "Director Zhang, this is Blue Yao Network's cutting-edge tech. The new version of the traffic booster uses the latest network optimization technology. It intelligently adjusts network resources to boost download speeds and even prevents network congestion." Zhang Wei listened, then excitedly slapped Xiao Chen on the shoulder. "Xiao Chen, you've saved our entire project. Tonight's on me, let's celebrate properly." Cheers erupted throughout the office as everyone celebrated this unexpected surprise. Zhang Wei's furrowed brow finally relaxed. He knew that with this new traffic booster, their advertising project could finally be completed on schedule. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Wei Chengnian sat at his computer, monitoring the traffic booster's update progress. Seeing the exaggerated praise in the user feedback, a satisfied smile curved his lips. Looks like this update was another success. After setting the AI to run in the background once more, Wei Chengnian slept soundly until dawn. Opening Snow Leopard and Rick, he saw the updated traffic tool sales nearing 10,000 units, with revenue hitting 30 million. Meanwhile, the cracked pirated version next door had sold over 3,000 copies, but after the overnight update, it was flooded with complaints. Trash. Absolute garbage. I thought I was getting a bargain, but now my computer can't even connect to the internet. My boss is going to be furious. I must be blind. I thought I was saving money, but now all my computer files are gone. This loss is way more than just a few bucks. This pirated traffic tool is a total scam. My store's POS system is down, and my entire business is ruined." Such vitriol continued to ferment, even drawing news coverage mentioning Blue Yao Network and the traffic booster. As for the open-source version of Traffic Booster targeting large enterprises, Wei Chengnian was also preparing to sell the CRA Enterprise Management System. But just as he finished washing up, his sister's call came through. "Kid, are you up yet? Let's go grab breakfast." "Sis, why are you here?" The boy obediently climbed into the car. Just as he reached for his seatbelt, the female CEO beside him leaned in. Her hands cupped his cheeks, and then a nimble little snake slipped into his mouth, carrying the sweet scent of bloodlotus. Wei Chengnian was nearly stunned. Was this a good morning kiss? Of course, he had no idea that Shen Yiqing hadn't slept at all the previous night, studying magic until the wee hours before finally catching a few hours of sleep just before dawn. Finally, his sister released him. Seeing the boy's dazed expression, Shen Yiqing felt a surge of satisfaction deep within. Last night, she had dreamed of sharing a deep kiss with Wei Chengnian. This was called fulfilling a dream. On a pedestrian street in Jinghai, the two walked shoulder to shoulder. It was 9 in the morning, and most shops hadn't opened yet. A few breakfast spots were open, though, their steaming steam mingling with the savory aroma of cooked food. Kid, this is a milk white snow bun with a flowing sand filling inside. Sitting inside the shop, Shen Yiqing pushed the steamed bun across the table before asking, what did the people from Lanyu Network want with you yesterday? Actually, she had the answer. Last night, Blue Yao Network rolled out a new version update that not only boosted speeds but also dealt a severe blow to piracy. I'm responsible for retrieving and modifying part of the source code. Now, anyone using pirated traffic tools can't access the internet. Who would have thought the kid had such skills? Wei Chengnian took a light bite of the snowball, golden sandy texture staining his lips. Seeing this, his sister reached for a tissue to wipe them clean. Sis, this snow cone is so delicious. Of course it is, after all, I'm the one feeding it to you. Suddenly recalling something, Shen Yiqing asked, wasn't that pirated traffic tool created by Yi Huayu? With Blue Yao Network's investment secured, Shen Yiqing now only needed the school's endorsement for the brand. The 1 million yuan supplementary fund the academy had prepared for her seemed less crucial. It's highly likely. After all, he copied the source code for the open source version of the traffic tool back then. But we don't have direct evidence. Yi Huayu can't be touched yet, at least not until the Rhine brand is fully established. Having learned from past mistakes, Shen Yiqing had already registered and secured all formulas. In other words, the research team no longer stored files directly at the company, they were all on the production line. Only Su Fuji knew the formulas, a veteran craftsman she trusted implicitly in both her past and present lives. Su Fuji was the steward she'd brought with her after breaking ties with her family, loyal to the core and utterly obedient. The young man nodded and followed the CEO to the company. His task for the day was to generate data based on the market team's quarterly report and submit it to Shen Yiqing. Having performed this task in his memories, Wei Chengnian was naturally quite familiar with it. What struck him as absurd, however, was Yi Huayu acting as if nothing had happened, chatting casually with others from the academy. Time flew by, and it was almost quitting time. Wei Chengnian glanced at the female CEO behind him. She was still reviewing the data documents he provided. Since implementing the CRA enterprise management system, efficiency had skyrocketed. The following days passed uneventfully. Initially, the pirated traffic tool had attracted some customers, but under a barrage of negative reviews and sudden exposure, all that remained were refund requests and arbitration claims. Yi Huazhou was nearly at her wits' end. They had only made a few million, yet now they not only had to give it all back but were also facing severe penalties. Chapter 33, Billionaire. This is the business world, no dazzling magic, only the underhanded scheme of pouring hot water on a money tree. Fortunately, Wei Chengnian never regarded the pirated traffic tool as a competitor. Otherwise, if he had reported them, the Laodang father and son would have ended up behind bars for sure. But his sister still needed the academy's endorsement, so Wei Chengnian focused all his efforts on accelerating the completion of the encryption system. Finally, 7 days later, while his sister visited her mother in the hospital, Wei Chengnian booked a flight to Sudu. At that moment, Haibao in Sudu was eagerly awaiting the issuance of the mobile payment license from higher-ups, completely unaware that his server matrix was about to face an utterly absurd attack, one launched using all the zombie computers installed with the genuine traffic god tool. Program code verified, enter characters. Wei Chengnian checked into a 5-star hotel in Sudu and remotely connected to the pre-deployed botnet terminals. All the unsuspecting victims who had purchased the traffic god tool became victims of the genuine version. Strings of complex logic code were typed out. The purpose of this attack wasn't destruction, but to demonstrate Wei Chengnian's formidable encryption system. His technology could effortlessly breach Haibao's existing defense matrix. If Haibao failed to patch their server security vulnerabilities before obtaining their license, their mobile payment system would be a laughingstock. As the code executed, nearly all compromised terminals experienced a barely perceptible lag. This disruption remained unnoticeable to most users unfamiliar with computer logic, especially given the traffic master's sophisticated programming architecture. Teacher Feng Qingyang, we're receiving multiple attack reports on our servers. It appears to be a small-scale clustered attack, probing for vulnerabilities in our programs. The technician rushed into Feng Qingyang's executive office. The matter was critical, he couldn't bother with formal reporting procedures. This is our server terminal. Though Feng Qingyang wasn't technically trained, he had built Duo Network and 96 Business Network, giving him a keen sense for programming. The attack is highly professional. Our internal defense network can't intercept it. Their next target is the ARC database. Fortunately, Haibao hadn't been formally integrated into Duo Network or Jiuliu Business Network, so no customer data was stored there. You see, in the future, there exists a weapon that dominates the internet, the box weapon. Typically, box weapons only appeared in social engineering departments, but high-end hunters often emerged disguised as prey. The ARC database was a crucial repository slated to handle 80% of China's transaction channel payment scenarios for Haibao in the future. If breached, Haibao's self-proclaimed title as China's strongest payment channel would crumble without a fight. Intercept. Intercept everyone. Feng Qingyang roared with barely any regard for his dignity. I don't care what methods you use, treat this as the highest level defense. Yet his calculation proved flawed. Attack methods originating from the future surpassed contemporary capabilities. As reports poured in, crimson characters flickered across the database terminal screen. "You've lost." Feng Qingyang's face instantly drained of color. He knew what those words meant. It meant the adversary now controlled Haibao's lifeline. In fact, even if Haibao were successfully developed, its data would be stolen by the attackers. Sometimes, data was more valuable than money. Feng Qingyang understood this truth well. It was about time. Wei Chengnian picked up his mobile phone and dialed Haibao's customer service hotline. Unaware of the turmoil unfolding at Haibao, a sweet-voiced operator answered. "Hello, this is Haibao customer service. Haibao payment channels will be available soon. Hello, this is Lanyu Network Biotechnology. Your company's Haibao defense system has just been breached by me. Have your superior take this call." Hearing this, the customer service representative was stunned. She held a lowly position. How could she possibly relay such a message to her superiors? "Sir, I don't understand what you're saying. Just escalate this. Call this number. I'll give you half an hour." About 10 minutes later, Feng Qingyang personally called Wei Chengnian. "This is Feng Qingyang, CEO of Haibao. Hello, Mr. Feng. This is Lanyu Network Biotechnology. Your database has been compromised. I wish to propose a deal." Feng Qingyang paused briefly before replying. "If this is just a joke, there's no need to continue. I possess a complete encryption program capable of enhancing your defensive submasks." Wei Chengnian stated, 300 million. "You should be interested." He wasn't worried Feng Qingyang wouldn't take the bait. After a brief silence on the line, Feng Qingyang replied, 300 million? Our annual transaction volume on Duo network last year was only 500 million. What gives you the right to? The boy immediately cut him off. 300 million isn't just for one encryption submask, it covers all future system upgrades. We'll hand over the underlying code for every program. Plus, I have some data you'll find valuable. Feng Qingyang couldn't help but feel curious. What data? Analytical data on all client users of Blue Yao Network's traffic boosting tool. That should be crucial for your Haibao, right? Data and customer information trading had always been rampant, especially in 2007 when the country hadn't yet issued relevant restrictions. Traffic tool? Feng Qingyang immediately realized this wasn't extortion, they were a legitimate company. They had purchased Traffic Master before the algorithm and programming were so sophisticated that companies couldn't replicate it overnight. Alright, let's schedule a meeting. A note of resolve tinged Feng Qingyang's voice. He understood the gravity of this meeting. With Haibao's payment system about to launch, acquiring advanced encryption technology and user data would be a massive boost for the company. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., meet at Haibao headquarters. Feng Qingyang swiftly arranged the meeting time. After hanging up, Wei Chengnian leaned back on the hotel sofa, lost in thought. He understood this deal was equally vital for Blue Yao Network. Not only would it secure funding, but establishing a partnership with a major corporation like Haibao would lay a solid foundation for the company's future growth. The next day, outside Haibao headquarters, several men in black suits waited for an orange taxi. Lanyu Network Biotechnology, Wei Chengnian. Wei Chengnian stated. Feng Qingyang, whose facial features were quite distinctive, looked puzzled. Underage? That must be a name. Suduaili Network Information Technology, Feng Qingyang. The two shook hands and immediately proceeded to the conference room for business negotiations. Mr. Feng, here is the detailed introduction to our encryption system, including its security and stability. And this user data analysis report, I believe, will be of great help to Haibao's market strategy. After a moment of reading, Feng Qingyang looked up at the young man with blue-green eyes and asked, Mr. Wei, your technology is indeed impressive. But I have one more question, why choose Haibao? Chapter 34, Shen Yiqing, Yuan Technology. I believe Haibao will become the largest third-party payment platform in the country. Feng Qingyang paused for a moment before extending his hand. Alright, let's collaborate. Could your Blue Yao Network support an investment stake? We're willing to invest 200 million for just 10% equity. Wei Chengnian smiled. The gift I prepared for Haibao is worth far more than 200 million. With that, he slid his laptop toward Feng Qingyang. Displayed on the screen was none other than the famous Singles Day marketing strategy from the future. From foundational customer profiling to UI guidance, it encompassed nearly every element required for the entire marketing process. No wonder Wei Chengnian claimed his gift to Haibao was worth more than 200 million. If Haibao could grow under the nurturing of Duo Network and Merchant Network, its future prospects were truly promising. Transferring 300 million yuan was far from the straightforward process it would be in later generations. It even required filing with the Magic Prohibition Bureau. By the time Wei Chengnian returned to Jinghai, 4 days had passed, and only 2 days remained before the start of the semester. Shen Yiqing couldn't hold back any longer. The moment she saw the boy return to the company, she immediately tackled him in the president's office. What exactly is your role at Blue Yao Network? How could you vanish for 4 days?
Her vast bosom was ever the true reflection of the female CEO, her lips like fragrant seals exploring, as if intent on stealing Wei Chengnian's very soul. The boy could only endure the storm in silence until it subsided, both of them flushed crimson. I need to write some code. Had they not exchanged calls over the past few days, Shen Yiqing would have been nearly consumed by worry.
So can you spend some quality time with me now? Sis has to go back to school.
It was already August 20th, with only 2 days left before classes began. Li Yicheng had also called Wei Chengnian to say the train tickets were booked. He still felt a bit guilty toward this childhood friend he'd grown up playing with. Ever since his sister had squeezed her way into his world, everyone else seemed to be an exception. His father was still hospitalized, his mother staying by his bedside. The follow-up treatment costs ran into tens of thousands, and there was even talk of needing assistive devices.
Wei Chengnian's education had already drained the family's finances. If not for Shen Yiqing secretly covering the bills, even his father's daily recuperation costs would be a struggle. The day after his return, just before the start of the semester, Wei Chengnian met with Wang Yi, who was now overseeing the entire company's renovation project. Per Wei Chengnian's directive, the renovation would take 2 months, with Wang Yi handling all necessary paperwork. In the early morning of late August, a low-key Panamera drove toward Jinghai railway station. In the sweltering heat, Wei Chengnian spotted the figure who had been waiting for him, Li Yicheng. The station bustled with activity, though security lagged behind. Later era's magic enforcement officers maintained order roughly every few dozen meters. Li Yicheng attended Huatian Agricultural and Technological University, located just 10 kilometers from Guobian University of Economics and Trade. The two institutions shared the same campus. Thus, the two decided to travel together. Li Yicheng. Wei Chengnian called out. Upon seeing his attire, Li Yicheng couldn't help but gasp in shock. You didn't bring anything. I'll buy it when I get there. Indeed, for a billionaire, there was no problem money couldn't solve.
After boarding with their tickets, the train soon pulled away. The scenery outside the window flew by, spreading outward from the city's second ring road.
Shen Yiqing, who had seen him off, sat in the car and made a decision in her heart. She resolved to use her existing funds to open a new branch office in Huatua District. Li Ruobing, next week you'll handle company registration in Huatua District. The registered name will be Shen Yiqing in Yuan Technology.
In her previous life, the company had undergone restructuring after 3 rounds of financing. Now, with substantial capital infusion from Blue Yao Network, certain steps could be accelerated. After all, field staff could only be recruited locally, and branch employees had to be hired offline.
By afternoon, the train arrived smoothly at the station. As crowds of passengers dispersed, Wei Chengnian and Li Yicheng gazed at the conspicuous building in the distance bearing the sign, Foot Bath Massage KTV. Li Yicheng murmured, "What's a foot bath?" Wei Chengnian replied, "It's girls' feet." "Then what's the massage?" "The girls' feet give you a few pushes, then take your money." Li Yicheng suspected Wei Chengnian was pulling his leg, but it seemed to make a certain kind of sense. The two waited by the roadside for a taxi. At this hour, the taxi business was still booming, with demand far outstripping supply. "Chengnian, Nian Gao, how about we ask the driver to drop you off near my school?
There's a mixer tonight for the freshman group I joined."
"What's the matter, Li Yicheng? You're too scared to go? All tough talk online, but in real life you're all timid?"
Li Yicheng cleared his throat awkwardly.
"Well, you see. I'm new here. Could you give me some moral support?" Finally, a taxi pulled up. The light blue cab displayed small advertisements, and the seasoned driver inside deftly flipped down the vacancy sign. "Where to?"
The driver sounded like he was from Sichuan or Chongqing.
Li Yicheng quickly gave the address, though he felt dry-mouthed with nervousness.
"Stop fiddling with it, you've already fiddled out a 3-bedroom apartment."
Wei Chengnian was speechless.
It was just a social gathering, nothing like the awkward team-building events from his memories. Soon, the taxi arrived at the Agricultural Science and Technology University in Huatua District. They found themselves on campus grounds. Unfamiliar with the area, the two searched for a while before finally spotting the milk tea shop diagonally across from the school entrance. Though called a mixer, it was essentially a meetup for little dumplings. 7 or 8 girls had arrived, along with 3 or 4 guys.
With Wei Chengnian and his companion, the numbers were even.
College students in 2007 weren't as flashy as those in later generations, though Susiki was a rare exception. They dressed plainly, with 2 or 3 sporting their hair pinned up. "Hey, you two, what's up?" A girl who seemed to be the leader spoke up, her gaze immediately landing on Wei Chengnian. After all, guys as handsome as him weren't exactly common.
He sounded soft-spoken and seemed easy to bully. Li Yicheng. Wei Chengnian. When Wei Chengnian blurted out his name, everyone present chuckled. Who would ever say they were underage? "Classmate, I asked for your name. I am Wei Chengnian."
As he pulled out his train ticket stub, the others finally understood.
After a round of jokes, the distance between them closed considerably.
Especially the girl who had introduced herself as Han Shu, her eyes fixed on Wei Chengnian with intense focus. She appeared to be from the north, tall and slender, dressed in a black t-shirt and jeans. Yet compared to Wei Chengnian, her figure was noticeably smaller.
Yet compared to the other girls, she was a particularly striking red name monster. Wei Chengnian, what department are you in? I'm a landmine, a laid-back type. Wei Chengnian chuckled awkwardly, still trying to recall what majors Huatian Agricultural and Technological University offered. People these days who don't know about the landmine department or the Buddhist department must have poor signal reception. Seeing Wei Chengnian's reluctance to answer, the others didn't press him. Li Yicheng is in seedling genetics. You guys should get to know each other. With that, Wei Chengnian slapped Li Yicheng's shoulder hard. Dude, this is your mixer. Chapter 35, Boss, fill it up. Remember, Li Yicheng was in the seedling genetics department because he was held back a year back, then the experimental seedlings got eaten by pigs. Hey, do you have a girlfriend? Wei Chengnian hadn't expected a girl to be so direct. The one who spoke was a girl named Shi Yaoyao, her eyes sparkling. Li Yicheng, she's asking if you have a girlfriend. Only then did he slowly grasp the meaning. Not yet, not yet. Not just not yet, he'd never had one before. What about back then, classmate? I've had plenty of girlfriends. Wei Chengnian added silently in his mind. He felt that since he was already his sister's man, he couldn't flirt with other girls. Seeing Wei Chengnian's earnest expression, Shi Yaoyao couldn't help but find it amusing. These days, it was rare to find a guy who treated having multiple girlfriends as something to brag about, especially among a group of girls. But Wei Chengnian, with his baby-faced looks, certainly had the credentials to pull it off. The conversation drifted to high school and hometowns, with everyone generally expressing anticipation for college life. When it came time to pay, one guy offered to treat everyone, but Shi Yaoyao declined on behalf of the girls. So everyone paid their own share. But back then, there wasn't the convenience of mobile payments like in later years. Everyone fumbled with handfuls of loose change. Wei Chengnian was utterly speechless. He'd genuinely grown accustomed to that memory. His wallet was stuffed with nothing but 100 yuan bills. The bubble tea back then wasn't as outrageously priced as it would become later, but it was still a technological marvel and a labor-intensive endeavor, selling for just 2 or 3 yuan a cup. Hey, boss, how much is that savings pass worth? The milk tea shop owner froze, having never seen anyone deposit milk tea before. Still, he tentatively replied, you can deposit if you come often. Wei Chengnian got it. He handed over 100 yuan bill and said, fill it up. Watching this, Shi Yaoyao, seated across from Wei Chengnian, couldn't help but glance at him a few times. This guy might actually have several girlfriends. He was so domineering and interesting, the kind most girls would find appealing. Even Shi Yaoyao didn't realize her own heart had been stolen by Wei Chengnian in an instant. The guys nearby chuckled quietly, though it was unclear what they were thinking. Boss, no need to write it down. From now on, anyone who says they bought foul cold gets a free stocking milk tea. Delivering a joke that felt out of place in this era, Wei Chengnian patted Li Yicheng's shoulder and said with practiced ease, I'm heading back to school. You guys keep chatting. I haven't bought anything yet. Seeing this, Shi Yaoyao couldn't help but speak up, it's almost noon, classmate. Aren't you going to have lunch with us? It's not like we're missing a meal. Right, classmate? Then add me on WeChat. It'll make it easier for us to stay in touch later. Shi Yaoyao spoke with almost deliberate intent. As the most attractive member of the girls' group, her actions and expressions were surprising. Wei Chengnian shared his WeChat ID, and the girls' eyes practically lit up as they searched for him. The guys couldn't help but feel a bit resentful. No wonder he had so many girlfriends. Did the girls really not mind? After mastering it, Wei Chengnian's signature style emerged. Childishness isn't about age, it's about wanting to sleep after eating. Bidding farewell to the crowd, he turned a corner and hailed a taxi, arriving at the main gate of the National Compilation and Trade University. Though called a gate, it resembled a mountain, its surface painted in bold red characters that radiated an imposing presence. The child could only make out the 6 characters of the university's name. The campus entrance bustled with activity on the first day of school, a dense crowd of people, a cacophony of voices, and the constant hum of vehicles. Families accompanied freshmen, returning students mingled, and vendors peddled overpriced daily necessities for convenience. After registering, Wei Chengnian collected his keys and negotiated with a few vendors, paying 50 yuan to have his belongings delivered to his dormitory door. After all, at the start of the semester, dormitories had no curfew beyond gender segregation, at least for freshman dorms. It was 2007, after all, freshmen with desktop or laptop computers were practically rare as hen's teeth. Hey! Wei Chengnian? Shi Yaoyao? Wei Chengnian asked in confusion, didn't you go eat with them? Both questions hung in the air, their voices faltering. Holy cow, they were both actors. I did go out to eat with them. How did I catch you impersonating a freshman from another college? And you pulled it off so convincingly, I was actually wondering what the landmine department was. Let me reintroduce myself, Wei Chengnian, Department of Finance and Economics, National Compilation Institute. State Compiled Trade and Economics Department, Shi Yaoyao. Aren't you going into school? Too crowded. I'm going later. Already got my stuff sorted out. He gestured toward several vendors. I had their assistants deliver my stuff to the dorm building. What about you, classmate? You're quite the character.
Shi Yaoyao was undoubtedly intelligent and emotionally stable, but when faced with a guy like Wei Chengnian who refused to play by the rules, she felt a sudden spark of excitement. Why? Probably because other guys often showered her with overt and covert confessions and gifts, and she just thought they were silly. Perhaps Wei Chengnian was indeed wealthy, yet he carried none of the pretentiousness typical of the rich. He could easily have played up his status. Anyone else in his position would have proudly declared his government position to reap a chorus of admiration. Instead, he simply pulled out a 100 yuan bill and delivered a line that instantly set the mood. The mood instantly shifted. So, dinner tonight? Wei Chengnian hesitated, instinctively wanting to refuse, but not wanting to disappoint her. He replied, "If I have time." The two parted ways. Wei Chengnian pushed his way back into the crowd, carrying only a backpack with minimal belongings. After all, he'd already decided to buy all his daily necessities and clothes here. His bank card held 330 million yuan. The interest alone earned him tens of thousands daily, more than he could ever spend. Finally pushing through the crowds, Wei Chengnian arrived at the dormitory to find the temporary workers had already organized his belongings. The money hadn't been wasted. The 4-person dorm was finally complete. "Bro, this is your bed, right? Just now, some guy wiped down all the bed frames for us." Wei Chengnian remained silent. The boy realized he'd been abrupt and said, "My name is Ma Chao. I'm from Tianshu." Then another dark-skinned boy nodded, his tone cool. "Ran Zicheng, from Yancheng. Hello, classmate." Last was a tall northern man with a distinctive accent. "I'm Qian Sengxia. My family runs a business." After the introductions, all three fixed their gaze on Wei Chengnian. "Wei Chengnian, from Jinghai. Looking forward to getting to know you." After settling into their dorm, the group began chatting casually, their conversation naturally drifting toward the senior female students. From the senior selling water cards to the one helping watch belongings, they chatted about who had the best legs, each harboring romantic fantasies. "Hey, have you ever dated anyone?" After all, Wei Chengnian was undeniably handsome. Chapter 36, Childishness isn't about age, it's about wanting to sleep after eating. "I had a crush once, but my confession failed. After that, we just stopped talking," Wei Chengnian said. Hearing this, the three felt their status in the dorm suddenly soar. No sooner had he finished speaking than his phone rang. He glanced up to see it was his older sister. "Hey, kid." Since he hadn't put it on speaker, even as the three of them crowded closer, they could only see Wei Chengnian's expression soften instantly. "Sis, I'm here. Are you at school yet? Haven't you been sneaking glances at girls' long legs behind my back? Stop looking. When you get a break, I'll show you a big one." "But sis, I've already touched big ones, just never tasted them." Of course, Wei Chengnian wouldn't dare speak like that to Shen Yiqing. He replied in a meek tone, "I don't have time to look. You know I'm obedient. Such a good boy. How do you want your sister to reward you? I want to save it for next season." "You little brat, what are you thinking? Just say bye, it's good you're at school." After hanging up, the little brat glared at his three wolf-like roommates and snapped, "What are you staring at? That just now, was that your sister?" Shen Xin remarked, though I couldn't make out the words. "She was like a fine wine, enchanting and intoxicating." Ma Chao nodded in agreement. "Little brother, will you accept your elder brother's bow?" That cold, aloof, noble voice wasn't something you could listen to too often, it'd cost you points. Like Tianshu losing major points. "There are so many older sisters on campus, why go after mine? She's mine." The kid was utterly speechless. He pulled a briefcase from his backpack, the heaviest thing he carried. The Peihuan mobile workstation, equipped with a high-performance processor and professional graphics card, was fully loaded. It only cost 70,000 yuan to acquire. For Wei Chengnian, who raked in tens of thousands daily, money was no longer an issue. His current challenge was how to expand his investment scheme. The frameworks and algorithms of the future were all in his head, but humans had limits. He couldn't possibly go it alone forever. 300 million yuan, neither a huge sum nor a paltry amount, wasn't nearly enough to invest across various high-end industries. He needed to strategize for a leapfrog advantage. He deftly booted up the workstation, and the three beasts beside him immediately crowded around. Holy, a computer! But why is it so huge? Gaming! Gaming! Bull, this is a mobile workstation. Only good for browsing web pages and coding. Watching Wei Chengnian's movements, Qian Sengxi amused, "Bro, have you installed the traffic booster yet?" The traffic booster was currently the best-selling program nationwide, essentially forming half of Blue Yao Network's business. Everyone assumed it was developed by a professional team, never dreaming it was actually created by a kid in just 2 days. The open-source version, every computer needs it. It was also a way to promote himself. Wei Chengnian skillfully opened the unfinished program code. He planned to develop a big data AI. Most social apps and browsers currently lack defenses against web scrapers, allowing big data to harvest massive amounts of information, a key requirement in Feng Qingyan's contract. "What are you doing? Why is the computer moving on its own? It has a mind of its own." The three of them watched Wei Chengnian hanging his computer while reading novels on his phone, finding it a bit odd and uninteresting.
They couldn't shake the feeling he didn't want to interact much with them. Was it because they'd mentioned his sister? Nian Gao, wanna grab a bite sometime? The icon on his phone flashed. It was Qi Yao Yao. Wei Chengnian thought for a moment and asked, "Can I bring my roommate?"
After all, meeting one-on-one could lead to misunderstandings. If his sister caught whiff of another woman's scent, ugh, he'd be dead meat. There was a long silence on the other end before she finally replied, "I'll bring 3.
Looks like she was bringing the whole gang. Wei Chengnian shouted, "Any handsome guys wanna grab dinner with the ladies?"
The 3 guys' eyes lit up instantly, practically begging to be chosen.
So Wei Chengnian replied on it, "You pick the place, just not Sha County snacks. I found this place called Untitled Restaurant.
My senior classmate said the food there is cheap and tasty.
She even sent me a little map." Qi Yao Yao was quite talkative, seemingly enjoying her conversation with Wei Chengnian. "Is there a reservation number?"
The kid was thinking ahead. After all, if the senior sister said it was good, it was bound to be packed, especially during mealtime.
"I made a reservation. It can easily seat 3 or 4 people."
Hearing they'd be dining with a beauty, the trio put on their most confident faces and followed Wei Chengnian out the school gates. Upon arriving at their destination, they were greeted by a beautiful woman standing at the restaurant entrance. Tall and slender, she wore light blue jeans with holes revealing her bare thighs, while her top accentuated the curves of her chest.
Her rosy lips were captivating, as translucent as jade. A beauty, a stunning beauty. The dorm room discussion about looks suddenly died down. Wei Chengnian just pulled off a major coup. If he could actually make something happen with this beauty, he'd gladly call her his godfather from now on. "You're here?"
Qi Yao Yao said, "My sisters should be pretty happy to meet you, Nian Gao."
"You actually managed to get such a gorgeous classmate to come out to dinner with you?" Ren Jiqiang asked, sounding genuinely surprised.
But then came the real shocker. I asked him out.
"Don't get the wrong idea. Let's go inside." But when the 3 entered the private room at Lingling Tian, Wei Chengnian froze.
Both girls inside the private room were wearing makeup, one with a light, natural look, and both were exceptionally beautiful. The girl on the left wore a strapless dress, a pale yellow, flowing skirt, her hair tousled, giving her a carefree air. The girl on the right was dignified and graceful, her demeanor equally captivating. Most surprising of all was the woman who radiated a mature, alluring charm, like ripe fruit ready to fall.
"Let me introduce you all. This is my roommate, Susiki, Qinanli, and He Huixing. The world is indeed small." Susiki looked at Wei Chengnian, feeling he seemed different from before. "Nian Gao, did my roommates disappoint you? Do they measure up to your many girlfriends?" Qi Yao Yao pursed her lips in a smile, waiting for Wei Chengnian's astonishment.
Except for him, the other 3 nodded vigorously.
"You guys must be the legendary campus beauty dorm, right?"
"I wouldn't dare call myself the campus beauty."
"Someone as stunning as Susiki is the one you should be shouting about." Wei Chengnian thought back to his past with Susiki. He would never be so lowly again.
He had his sister, now his world finally had someone in it. Because that sister was his entire world.
"I'm treating today. Order whatever you want. Of course, I can't match Nian Gao's generosity. I can't fill your plates."
Seems our encounter before arriving had already become gossip.
Women really are gossipy creatures. What should we call him? Wei Chengnian or Nian Gao? Ambition knows no age. After eating, all I want to do is sleep. Everyone burst out laughing except Susiki. Chapter 37, Dude, you can actually save up for this? Susiki's face alternated between pale and flushed.
The boy before her, who had once fallen at her feet, seemed utterly different from the past. After high school graduation, she first accepted Chen Peihuan's advances, even offering him her most precious possession. Only then did her vanity finally find satisfaction.
Xin only chuckled, "Looks like Nian Gao's quite popular, huh? Siki, why aren't you saying anything?
Why should I speak?
Don't be fooled by his current demeanor.
He pursued me for 3 years in high school. You wouldn't believe what he was like back then. Back then, he was so obedient, so docile. One wave of her hand, and he'd come crawling like a dog." But the words stopped at her lips, unable to be spoken.
"Siki, so you and Chengnian went to the same high school? Does he have a lot of girlfriends?" Everyone was eager for gossip. After all, both Wei Chengnian and Susiki were quite attractive, a good match, really. If Wei Chengnian pursued Susiki for 3 years in high school, why did he give up? How could he possibly have a girlfriend?
When he was pursuing me, even the flowers he bought were the cheapest sunflowers.
Really? Then I'm going to pursue him. Qi Yao Yao declared boldly. "Bestie, don't steal him from me."
The 3 guys in the dorm were practically speechless. Were girls really this proactive these days?
Could Wei Chengnian have superpowers? "I'm not eating anymore."
Susiki suddenly slammed her hand on the table.
"You guys eat." The more she thought about it, the angrier she got.
She was convinced she hadn't done anything wrong. Wei Chengnian had liked her from the start, and she deserved to be liked by such a handsome guy.
Too bad Wei Chengnian was broke and couldn't satisfy her desires.
Besides, Qi Yao Yao's treating us to this meal.
Wei Chengnian probably couldn't afford to even offer. Are you out of your mind? Wei Chengnian genuinely despised Susiki.
He hadn't exposed her affair with that older man purely out of courtesy. The atmosphere grew awkward, but thankfully, the waiter who entered broke the silence.
Course after course arrived, filling the private room with enticing aromas. Susiki actually left, and Huisheng gave the remaining 2 girls in the private room a meaningful look before following her out. Sorry.
Shi Yaoyao, being more experienced, knew how to read the room.
Actually, she's not wrong.
I did pursue him throughout high school.
Wei Chengnian couldn't care less, he had the whole world now.
No matter how wonderful Susiki was, she was merely a passing presence in his world. But for me now, she's just someone who happened to pass through my world.
No sooner had he spoken these words than a shriek erupted outside Susiki's voice, accompanied by Huisheng's startled cry. What the hell do you think you're doing? Several people rushed out of the room to see someone violently dragging Susiki down the hallway, yelling, "You think you can be the other woman? I'll kill you."
Susiki was on the verge of tears.
How could she have run into a thug? I'm not the mistress. You've got the wrong person.
The boss's wife said there's a mistress named Susiki studying here, and she told us to take good care of her. The leader emphasized the word look after with deliberate stress.
We've seen her photo. There's no way we'd mistake her.
Huisheng looked equally puzzled.
Whose sister-in-law? Hao Jie.
Brother Hao Jie's sister-in-law. At that moment, Susiki finally understood it was Hao Jie, the man she had always regarded as a good older brother.
But hadn't he said he only liked her? Did that mean she had to give herself to him? The more she thought about it, the more she felt like crying. How could someone be so cruel? And why did it have to happen like this?
Several people burst out of the private room, crowding the hallway as both sides faced off.
Wei Chengnian was utterly speechless.
In his past life, he'd been nothing but a dog licking up to others, never realizing that Susiki, whom he'd idolized as a goddess, had already developed such allure.
Given the current situation, did they really have to wait for the Magic Suppression Bureau to arrive before resolving this?
Though these young adults were technically adults, they were still students at heart, utterly bewildered by the situation. The kid stepped forward, placing his hand on the leader's shoulder.
The man flinched. Who the hell are you? Bro, we're friends of Susiki here for dinner. Let's sit down and talk this out. How about this? Wei Chengnian pulled out a thick stack of red bills from the sling bag at his side. Here's a token of my sincerity. Consider it an apology to you guys and your wives. Our food's all ready, it shouldn't be left to get cold. And hey, do you guys accept savings certificates? If you cut back on bothering my Siki, I'll, well, let's just say, make sure it's fully funded. The thick stack, easily thousands, made them hesitate.
The leader was stunned. Even as a low-level enforcer in the underworld, he usually only got a few hundred yuan in his share. A single trip to the red light district would wipe that out. This was thousands of yuan in 2007. And this student before him looked so young. What was he talking about?
Save it all. The man stared blankly.
Though he'd never heard the term savings certificate, he understood Wei Chengnian's meaning. This was paying to avoid trouble.
What's the deal, bro? This doesn't seem right. He wasn't exactly money hungry, but Wei Chengnian's words were persuasive.
This much cash could keep them living it up for half a month. The roommates behind Wei Chengnian stared wide-eyed. This was pure cash power.
Nothing to be embarrassed about. Treating us to a foot massage and massage therapy, what's the point of taking it out on the girls? Peace brings prosperity, right?
The man took the money after all, distributing it among his buddies right in front of Wei Chengnian before returning to his private room. Before leaving, he asked Wei Chengnian his name.
What's your name? Wei Chengnian.
The boy replied with a cheerful smile. Hearing this, the man inwardly cursed. Thank goodness he hadn't laid a finger on him after all. The Ministry of Magic Prohibition had laws protecting minors. Little did he know, this minor was not the Wei Chengnian he assumed.
Siki, let's go back for dinner. Huisheng said, we should thank Wei Chengnian. After all, he helped us out. Susiki's eyes flickered with a hint of hurt and resentment. Wei Chengnian, look at you now, so generous. Why were you so stingy when you were courting me back then? Is it because you didn't get me that you don't care about money now? She added with a sting, is it because you think I never gave you a chance? Wei Chengnian felt veins bulging in his temples.
How blind had he been to fall for this manipulative woman? If it weren't for his sister appearing in his life, he'd probably still be dangling on her every word. Shi Yaoyao teased, Nian Gao, you sure love talking about savings certificates. Got some special fetish or something? Of course it's because I can't spend it all, so I save it. Indeed, for the average person, earning 2 million was already a lifetime's work. How could they ever hope to glimpse assets in the tens of millions or even hundreds of millions? Thank you for helping us, Siki. Shinanli said, let's eat first. The dishes are all here, why aren't we eating? Chapter 38, Who's playing with the Pentagonal Warrior? After Susiki's outburst, none of them felt like chatting anymore. After all, Susiki was such a charming girl, and they were all the same age. How could she end up as someone else's mistress? Her 3 roommates were especially perplexed.
She was the most beautiful girl in the entire dorm. With looks like hers, how could she not compete for the main wife position? The dinner ended on a sour note.
When it came time to pay, the total was only about 200 yuan, quite low for 8 people.
The guys and girls took separate taxis. In his cab, Shensen couldn't hold back any longer. Chengnian, you're not some rich kid learning the hard way about love, are you? Did your family tell you they sold a plot of land once you got to college? Ron Zichon finally caught on.
No wonder you're so into savings accounts. Your family must have drilled the importance of bank books into you since childhood. If you'd had money in high school, you and Susiki would have ended up together as rich kids. Too bad she got labeled the other woman if you hadn't stepped in.
TSK, TSK, TSK.
Everyone knew exactly what those words implied. It was never possible between us. Even without that memory altering his path, Wei Chengnian could never have been with Susiki.
After years of relentless pursuit, someone else swept her off her feet with a single gift. What was that saying again? A sure win. Chengnian, you're spending thousands today? Don't you have a decimal point on your wallet?
A few thousand yuan covered 2 or 3 people's meals back in college, and that was 2007 at the highest standard.
Next time I treat you to a meal, I'll pay with coins. Wei Chengnian suddenly recalled a joke.
It went like this: after winning 10 million, a guy deliberately got back at his ex-girlfriend who worked at a bank by making her count coins for a whole week.
Bro, I'm sorry.
Xianxin begged for mercy, while the other 2 guys laughed shamelessly.
On another bus heading back to campus, the girls were putting on an even bigger show. Siki, we'll be spending 4 years together. Can you tell me why people say you're the other woman? Her tone was earnest, the only way Qi Yaoyao could broach the subject without provoking a fight.
Anyone else would have slapped her twice and asked if she was out of her mind.
Siki replied innocently. You might have misunderstood.
I did have some male friends in high school, and they were very kind to me. But our relationship was purely platonic.
I never intended to interfere in anyone's relationship. I truly am not what they say I am. I have my own sense of modesty as a girl. Qi Yaoyao finally understood this was a seasoned player and perhaps even a trendsetter. Then I'll pursue Wei Chengnian from now on. You don't mind, right? Wei Chengnian was so intriguing, mature, composed, and just the right amount of pretentious.
Those lines about being full and abundant made everyone wonder where he got his confidence.
Susiki felt a pang of regret. If she could choose the wealthy Wei Chengnian, what had she sacrificed herself for that middle-aged man with the strong odor? But life offered no second chances. She could only keep searching for a better partner at school.
Before they reached the dorm, Wei Chengnian took a call midway. It was Wang Yi, that cheap employee still diligently at work. After all, Wei Chengnian treated her exceptionally well, weekends off, never any overtime. In later generations, such a dream job would require snatching up countless talented individuals to secure.
Since it was an employee call, Wei Chengnian instinctively hit speakerphone, drenching his 3 roommates in embarrassment.
Boss, the company's renovation materials are all ready.
Wang Yi reported every detail meticulously. Who would have thought this miner who casually spent thousands was actually a big boss? Back then, advanced 3D modeling technology didn't exist yet, so renovations were usually a hassle. I've also connected with Rhine Bio.
The dividend contract is signed, and the first payment will be in October.
The child pondered. We don't need to distribute dividends now, let's save them. By the way, how's the investigation into the twin breeding farm going? No results yet.
The Magic Prohibition Bureau likely treats this as an accident, but I personally suspect Chen Peihuan's involvement is highly probable.
After all, Chen Peihuan targeted Wei Chengnian's father before discovering Lan Yu's investment in Rhine. The most likely motive is personal vendetta. But he didn't seem to have crossed that bastard, did he? If you can't find anything, forget it. I need you to look into something else next. Get the contact info for Qingzhou Interactive Entertainment's Chinese website and ask if they're interested in investment. I want to put some dividends there. Wei Chengnian had actually contemplated how to spend his 300 million.
While leaving the money in the bank would earn him tens of thousands daily, his ambitions reached far beyond that. His sister's Rhine needed further development, and he had to keep injecting funds into it. Qingzhou Interactive Entertainment was poised to become the dominant platform for light novels, alongside Zhongdian, Panlong, and Xixin, the 4 giants of the future internet novel industry. In later years, Endpoint and Xixin were acquired by ADIT, forming Zhongxin Interactive Entertainment. By applying the future's paid and free online frameworks now and formulating a review strategy, he could effectively boost revenue on Snow Leopard and Rick. After all, once technology matures and IP integration takes hold, he'll be able to hold onto his own bowl while kicking out those who try to smash it.
What about come back, my love? Kick every one of them out the door. Qingzhou Interactive Entertainment initially focused on introducing light novels and traditional novels from Yingzhou, which was quite novel for its time. But they lacked staying power. If not for mid-term investments, they'd have liquidated long ago. How much equity is the boss planning to invest? What's the budget? All 3 men tensed up.
They too wanted to hear Wei Chengnian deliver his bossy lines in that CEO-like tone.
You make the initial contact. I'll handle the follow-up negotiations. Got it. I'll hit the hay now, boss. The guys nearly burst out laughing. This lady was going to sleep with the boss. Fortunately, they were unaware of the future developments, the kind of brainwashing common in pyramid schemes. Today you sleep on the floor, tomorrow you sleep with the boss. The night breeze carried away the morning's heat, bringing a touch of coolness to the heart, or at least, the three guys felt thoroughly chilled. Who could stand this? Everyone else was bossing people around, and they were still arguing over which girl was prettier. I know why old men can still attract women. Ma Chao exclaimed in sudden realization, his gaze fixed on Wei Chengnian, who was still fiddling with his phone. Ren Ziqian looked dumbfounded. What reason? How come I never thought of that? He's handsome, fair-skinned, spends money freely, and has multiple skills of five-dimensional warrior. How many of those do we have? Hearing this, Wei Chengnian couldn't help but tear his eyes away from his phone. He was engrossed in Huabiao's masterpiece, The Nation's Ruin, Mountains and Rivers Remain. You two combined could score perfect marks. Even Jesus would guarantee victory. Why full marks? Is there a reason? I can't beat three people. Get lost. The boys' dormitory erupted in laughter. Chapter 39, Restless Youth. Freshmen had a class assignment meeting in the evening. After eating their fill, everyone naturally had to hurry to their respective classrooms to register before 7 o'clock. The bustling crowd of freshmen swarmed into their respective classrooms. As a double first-class university, Huabian University of Economics and Trade boasted exceptionally well-developed campus facilities. Especially for freshmen like Wei Chengnian, who were assigned directly to large lecture halls. Class 1 of the finance department had 70 or 80 students, and during large lectures, the number could even peak at over 100, truly a living library. Seeing most students already seated, the lead counselor announced, "I am your assigned counselor for finance class 3 this year." Few paid attention to the endless chatter, most were busy with their own affairs. After he finished speaking, several upperclassmen carried in the military training uniforms. The new recruits' uniforms were included in the enrollment registration, though various sizes were also prepared in case some preferred larger or smaller fits. At 7 o'clock sharp, military training commenced. Wei Chengnian chuckled to himself. Last night he'd been coding an AI expansion framework, and those troublemakers hadn't been quiet even in their sleep. Especially Ren Ziqian, who'd muttered in his sleep all night, pomegranate-infused wine, pomegranate-infused wine. Wei Chengnian was tempted to shake him awake and tell him pomegranate-infused wine equaled 2 slaps. As rows of drill instructors marched in step through the noisy crowd, the freshmen couldn't help but straighten up. But it was the first day of training, and mishaps were inevitable. Some were vomiting, others collapsing. Wei Chengnian himself was on the verge of passing out. Finally, as the sun hung mercilessly overhead, Wei Chengnian staggered and collapsed. Ren Ziqian, standing behind him, proved a loyal comrade by catching him. After all, the boy was the most handsome guy in the entire class. Seeing him fall flat on his face, many girls from different classes who had been paying attention to him couldn't help but look on with concern. When he slowly came to, it was already afternoon. The school infirmary was packed despite the increased medical staff. The number of students suffering from heatstroke and physical discomfort far outnumbered them. At that moment, Instructor Li, in charge of Class 3, remarked, "Well done, kid." Starting off with a bang on day 1. Wei Chengnian had been unconscious the longest, likely due to both heatstroke and staying up too late. After examining him, the doctor declared, "Nothing serious, just physically weak. I'll issue a temporary exemption. Military training isn't suitable for boys like you." The instructor was speechless. He'd never seen such a frail boy, but since the doctor said so, he wrote a note and reported the situation to the counselor in charge. The counselor agreed that Wei Chengnian could be exempted from military training. When the kid finally woke up, it was well past lunchtime. Stepping out of the infirmary, he staggered slightly, squinting against the light. Memories gradually merged with reality, transforming into a familiar map. The added message on his phone remained unanswered, but he could see the messages his classmates had left over lunch. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was discovering his sister hadn't answered his call. He glanced at the texts. Holy crap, his sister had maxed out his message quota. "I'm coming right over." Those were her last words. She didn't actually know which class the child was in, but she was certain she could find him. Just like a few days ago, when the child suddenly appeared at the hospital. The crimson sunset bathed the surroundings, the sun's lingering heat scorching the earth. A Wulong Airlines passenger plane sat crouched on the tarmac. Shen Yiqing had arrived to find her child. "Hello, director?" To be honest, Yi Huazhou wasn't doing well now. The blow from Lan Yu network had been too devastating. He had expected to make a few million, only to lose his entire nest egg. Little did he know that if Wei Chengnian hadn't chosen not to sue them, the price paid would have been even higher. Shen Yiqing's voice was cool and detached, yet still carried a trace of respect for the director. "Yiqing, what brings you to call at this hour?" "I'm looking for a freshman from the class of 007 in the finance school. His name is Wei Chengnian." That name was almost a household name to Yi Huazhou after all. The source code his son had copied came from Wei Chengnian's office computer. But fate had been unkind, and he'd been swindled by Blue Yao networks. Business information wasn't as transparent back then, so even Yi Huazhou, who had connections in society, couldn't figure out the exact relationship between Blue Yao Network and Wei Chengnian.
He wasn't like Chen Peihuan, who could navigate both the legitimate and underground worlds.
Wasn't Wei Chengnian an employee of Shen Yiqing? How did he become a freshman in the class of 2007? Despite his curiosity, Yi Huazhou agreed to the request. After all, he was planning to invite Shen Yiqing to speak at the opening ceremony in the next couple of days. His son had mentioned Shen Yiqing's company had been unusually active lately, even assigning him numerous tasks. Though nothing major had come of it, just stealing technology and formulas, it had served as good training working like a horse. Soon, before the workday ended, Wei Chengnian's file appeared on Yi Huazhou's desk.
This student does exist, Yiqing.
Is he one of your employees? Wei Chengnian's name was so unusual that everyone who first met him would freeze for a few seconds.
Yes. Please tell me where he is, Dean.
Shen Yiqing refused to elaborate.
Yi Huazhou knew her aloof nature well. She wouldn't ask for help unless it was crucial. All freshmen are undergoing military training at this time. He's with the finance department's large freshman cohort that opened field in front of the old library. The dean, after all, understood the ways of the world and answered Shen Yiqing's questions without hesitation. Why not cultivate a relationship with a rising star in a booming future enterprise? Besides, her son worked at his company, all the more reason to look out for him. Across campus, freshmen yearned desperately for the drill instructor's command to dismiss. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably as they maintained the military stance. Just as a white cloud obscured the crimson glow on the horizon, the freshman formation stirred with excitement. A strikingly captivating figure approached from afar, as if bringing light to this world. She wore black stockings and a business suit, her delicate oval face sculpted with divine artistry. All eyes followed her approach. Even the drill instructors had never seen such a breathtakingly beautiful woman, their throats involuntarily clearing. She approached the finance department's large class. In this group of nearly 200 students, all 4 instructors felt a surge of nervousness. Her voice broke the silence, cool and misty, carrying the scent of a blood lotus that filled the air. "Hello, is Wei Chengnian here?" The moment she spoke, it felt as if everyone present had frozen in place. The 3 members of Dorm 059, class of 007, felt their scalps tingle. How could they not recognize that voice? It was Wei Chengnian's sister. If he was handsome, his sister was a veritable femme fatale. The instructors couldn't help but wonder if there might be an opportunity here. Wei Chengnian fainted from heatstroke at noon and is currently in the school infirmary. Who exactly are you to him? He's my brother. Thank you. Before she could finish, 2 instructors disregarded protocol and rushed forward. We know where he is. Let us take you there. Chapter 40, Forbidden Sibling Romance. No need. I'll just call him to find out where he is. The instructors who had just spoken watched as Shen Yiqing flicked his hair and dialed the boy's number. Wei Chengnian was strolling through campus, watching the memory gradually overlap with reality as more thoughts flooded his mind. The pager chirped, its clear, lark-like chatter ringing out. On the other end, Shen Yiqing's gentle voice asked, "Kid? Kid?" Everyone present held their breath. Where did she get the idea to call her brother kid? Those farther away couldn't hear clearly and assumed Shen Yiqing had said husband, especially given the dramatic reaction from the person in front. "Sis, sorry about today. I got sunstruck. Just woke up from the infirmary." The little brat said, "I haven't exercised in so long, my abs have gone from 9 to 1. It was true. Back in high school, he'd heard girls liked guys with abs, and he'd gone to great lengths to impress Susiki. But ever since acquiring that memory, he stopped maintaining his routine. Shen Yiqing smiled at him in front of everyone. "Little brat, are you trying to be cute? Sister here won't feel sorry for you, you know?" Hearing this, even the instructors were stunned. Little brat? Feeling sorry? Are you sure she's his sister? The boys with older sisters were especially shocked. If they dared to have that kind of sibling dynamic, they'd be considering which hospital's orthopedic ward to visit. "Tell me where you are. Let your big sister check if the sun has hurt you." Wei Chengnian's heart suddenly pounded wildly. He could sense the ambiguity in his sister's words, a mix of concern and indulgence. "Sis, you're in Jinghai. That's so far away. You're gonna fly over? If I did fly over, what would you do?" "I don't know. Maybe I'll just do whatever you say." The moment the words left his mouth, Wei Chengnian realized something was terribly wrong. Could it be that his sister was actually at school? They'd only been apart for 2 days, yet she was already acting so clingy. But this was the sister he loved. "Do whatever I say? Then come to me like a good boy. I'm over here with the finance department's freshman contingent." Shen Yiqing's words were direct and decisive. All that remained in the little brat's mind were 2 words: too late, too late. Not only would he have to see his sister, but he'd have to do it in front of everyone. After all, the finance department's large group formation had hundreds of people. The crowd in the formation was restless. Were they witnessing love? A forbidden romance between siblings? Attention, sit. The instructor in charge was also a gawker.
Wei Chengnian's striking looks were a total knockout in the girl's eyes, and he too was curious to see what would happen when Wei Chengnian met this girl claiming to be his sister. The little brat's figure gradually came into view. The instructors were even more nervous than Shen Yiqing had they been too eager just now. The two instructors who had thrown caution to the wind flushed crimson, though their dark complexions masked the blush. Kid.
Shen Yiqing chuckled, noticing Wei Chengnian suddenly stumble, nearly losing his balance. This reaction made the freshmen burst into laughter, as if they were spectators at a meetup event.
Shen Yiqing watched Wei Chengnian approach step by step.
Her lips curved upward involuntarily, her eyes brimming with tenderness and joy.
Little brat, look at you so flustered, your hair's all messed up. You really need your big sister to take care of you.
Shen Yiqing's words carried a hint of teasing, but more than that, they were filled with concern for Wei Chengnian.
Sis, why are you here? Wei Chengnian's eyes locked onto Shen Yiqing's, as if searching for answers in her gaze.
I sent you over 300 messages with no reply, and you wouldn't pick up my calls.
How could I not worry about you, you little dummy?
The surrounding freshmen watched the pair, who seemed like a match made in heaven. Not only did the boys grind their teeth in envy, but the girls were even more jealous. If they were together, they were a perfect match. If they broke up, it would be a blessing for countless others.
A handsome boy like Wei Chengnian was born to be the object of everyone's affection. Shen Yiqing gently took Wei Chengnian's hand and addressed the crowd. Sorry to interrupt everyone. I'm Wei Chengnian's older sister, just here to check on him today. Please stay focused on your training and don't let us distract you. Hearing this, the girls' eyes lit up. They still had a chance. Even the single instructors were eager to ask Wei Chengnian for Shen Yiqing's contact information.
After all, in the military, even sows were a rare sight.
As for the cultural troupe? Utterly out of reach. Kid, aren't you lining up? Sis, I just got a pass from my counselor.
I won't be participating in the rest of the military training.
Wei Chengnian had plans.
Since he'd already enrolled in finance-related courses, he intended to focus on learning how to become a boss. Even though his memories had already bridged finance, operations, and programming skills, revisiting the material always sparked fresh insights.
Not participating in military training might seem unfair to the others. Shen Yiqing pondered silently, then an idea struck her.
When your orientation ceremony comes around, I'll send gifts to your classmates.
Consider it a token of gratitude for looking out for you in the future.
The gift would be the MUIIY brand's basic skincare set: toner, lotion, cream, masks, and cleanser. Her production line was already up and running, churning out a steady stream of the new skincare products.
With the CRA management system left behind by Wei Chengnian, even the most complex task modules could be instantly broken down. Before she could thank Blue Yao Network for their investment, she met a girl named Wang Yi. What are you going to give me, sis? It's a secret.
Just then, the instructor spoke up. Stop chatting.
If you want to chat, find a quiet place.
Honestly, instructor, I can't stand seeing siblings who act more like lovers than actual couples.
The pair instantly felt embarrassed. Shen Yiqing hurriedly grabbed Wei Chengnian's hand and dashed off, almost like they were fleeing in disarray. Do you think they're really siblings? One instructor whispered.
Another instructor shook his head.
Who knows? But the way they act, even if they are siblings, they're closer than any couple.
What do you think? Do I stand a chance with his sister?
What if they're actually a couple? What then? It wasn't just the instructors speculating. Even Wei Chengnian's 3 roommates in the squad were curious. First Susiki, then Shi Yaoyao. How did this guy, who always played the straight man, manage to attract so many women? But considering Wei Chengnian's generous spending atop of the line workstation laptop, few girls at school could resist his determined pursuit. The two walked through the woods.
Even as summer drew to a close, the sun lingered low in the sky. Their shadows stretched out slowly, merging together as if they belonged there from the start.
Chapter 41, From this day forth, you are the Monkey King.
Though Wei Chengnian didn't know where his sister was taking him, following her was never a mistake. They finally found a small grove where couples lingered in intimate embraces. Even as the two approached, no one seemed inclined to break away from their affectionate clutches.
The stifling heat of the grove baked Wei Chengnian's face.
Suddenly, a restless hand lifted his chin, followed by the sudden touch of red lips.
How could a young boy resist such temptation?
He felt restless, tasting the flavor of that bloodlotus.
Only when breath became impossible did it cease. Kid, I want to devour you.
The older sister coaxed the youngster, as if she intended to devour him whole. Just 2 days apart and she was already this hungry. If they were truly separated for over 10 days, wouldn't she be drooling by then?
But sis, you've already eaten me.
Wei Chengnian pointed to his lips, having been taken advantage of quite a bit earlier.
Sis is full, but... If not for fear of triggering forbidden keywords, Shen Yiqing would have uttered that term signifying youth. Wei Chengnian wasn't a simple boy.
With memories from another world, he understood exactly what this beautiful sister who occupied his entire world was hinting at: a deeper, more far-reaching action, one where pulling one thread would set off a chain reaction.
The two chatted with lingering intimacy as they left the grove. Streetlights cast a bright, orange glow.
But before they reached the restaurants on the commercial street, nearly everyone's gaze was drawn to the piercing cries.
In the middle of the road, a boy in a white t-shirt knelt on the ground.
Across from him stood a girl and her boyfriend. Petals littered the ground as if someone had scattered them. Directly in front of the kneeling boy, a girl with orange-red hair glared at him angrily. Even so, her arm was still linked with her boyfriend's. Of course, maybe he wasn't her boyfriend after all, because the boy wailed, "Tang Xiaoyan, I've liked you since 9th grade.
You kept me waiting, but what did I get in return? You always told me the timing wasn't right, and I believed you. I worked my ass off to save enough money to come to the city where you study, only to find you arm in arm with this asshole shopping? If that's how you felt, you should have rejected me long ago. Why did you give me hope, hinting you couldn't resist being with me? How could you do this to my 7 years? To my youth? Even my mom knows about this. How am I supposed to live now? The boy clutched his hand, wailing in agony, plunging the entire street into endless silence. The girl seemed about to speak, but her boyfriend cut in. Why bother with a lunatic? She thinks she's so special. Wei Chengnian watched the scene, nearly breaking down in tears. He had once been just like that boy. This was a mirror that revealed the truth. Without his sister, he might have ended up in that boy's shoes. The girl he had pursued for years didn't end up with him, yet she had a relationship with a guy she'd only known for a few days. 7 years. Shen Yiqing thought of her decade-long relationship with Wei Chengnian. Thankfully, heaven had granted her a second chance at life, allowing her to cherish the child before her in this lifetime. Yet, reflected in the child's eyes was the boy's wretched grin. Sister, do you think that girl regrets it? Wei Chengnian suddenly asked, his eyes glistening like pearls. Why was this little brat asking such a thing? Shen Yiqing saw his tears and replied after a moment as thought, she regret it, because her heart never belonged to that boy from the start. She doesn't even know what she'll lose in the future. If that boy has already touched a girl like her, he'll become the Monkey King himself. I used to like Su Siki. I chased her for 3 years. If you hadn't appeared, I might still be chasing her forever, until I ended up like him. Kid, you know what? I waited a long time too. Waited for someone. Just kept waiting and waiting. Until he pushed me away and died before my eyes. Until his parents rushed over and knelt in the funeral hall. Until I got his phone and discovered he liked me too. Sister, who were you waiting for? The kid wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed. He twisted and turned like a mountain road but still couldn't figure it out. The one I waited for? He's right here with me, watching the Monkey King leap out of that stone. By now, the little brat knew exactly who his sister was talking about. It was clearly him. Sis. Wei Chengnian called out, sniffling. Kid, what are you crying about? The Monkey King must be so lonely. Kid, even if the Monkey King is lonely, he has weapons, the ability to transform into 72 forms, and the entire monkey clan of Flower Fruit Mountain. You're not the Monkey King. You have your sister. With her by your side, come on, let's go eat. The commotion dispersed. The Monkey King who leapt from the stone would surely find his own happiness. Wei Chengnian was certain of it. The bell chimed, and the seniors rushed into the cafeteria as class ended. Though the cafeteria offers better value, everyone wanted to treat themselves. After the final dismissed call, the freshmen scattered like hungry wolves, girls headed toward the dorms, boys toward the cafeteria. Almost every member of the finance department's large group chat who had their phones out was sharing with friends from other departments about encountering Wei Chengnian and Shen Yiqing today. In the girls' dormitory of the trade department on the east campus, Qi Yaoyao stared at her phone, nearly bursting into laughter. First, someone messaged her that Wei Chengnian had an enigmatic older sister. Then another told her Wei Chengnian's sister was a model. Then someone else informed her that Wei Chengnian's sister was a model he was supporting. Since she was his sister, she probably wasn't a rival. However, Su Siki in the dormitory was extremely displeased. Seeing Qi Yaoyao's expression, she snapped angrily, that's not Wei Chengnian's sister, she's some old woman keeping him as a kept man. Saying this made her seem even more disgusted with Wei Chengnian. Her words left the dorm mates stunned. But upon reflection, it seemed plausible. Wei Chengnian was lavishly generous. If he wasn't being kept, where did he get the money? Could it really be that some kid was making that much money these days? But Qi Yaoyao found it hard to believe. Wei Chengnian didn't seem like someone who would fake it. Siki, what gives you the right to say that about Wei Chengnian? I saw him back in Jinghai. One girl went home with him, then another had dinner with him. Qi Yaoyao frowned slightly at Su Siki's words. She recalled Wei Chengnian mentioning an older sister at the milk tea shop, and his demeanor didn't suggest he was being kept. She decided to defend Wei Chengnian. Siki, why are you looking at Wei Chengnian through tinted glasses? Su Siki snorted coldly. She refused to accept this reality. Who knows? Men are all the same, especially the good-looking ones. They're more likely to be targeted by older women. Chapter 42, Website Development. After dinner, Shen Yiqing walked Wei Chengnian back to his dorm. The freshmen were wailing about how military training was no walk in the park, but their eyes instantly froze when they spotted the beauty. Who was this stunning girl? And she was with a guy? But the guy with her wasn't bad looking either. Still, why doesn't such a gorgeous girl notice me?
The freshman gathered upstairs to watch as Shen Yiqing pulled Wei Chengnian into her arms and kissed him in plain sight.
Oh no, she's staking her claim.
The crowd fell silent.
Wei Chengnian practically returned to the dorm amid cheers of mock encouragement, only to find the others gone.
Seeing his sister's text, he quietly replied, "Be careful on the road." In truth, Shen Yiqing would be spending these days at the flower fields. Not only did she need to handle the company registration for Shen Yiqing, but she also had to secure the endorsement from the principal. The dean was merely a subordinate, the real decision-maker was the principal. When the others returned after dinner, they found Wei Chengnian typing fluently on his keyboard, displaying his chat history with Wang Yi.
"Boss, we've connected with Qingzhou Interactive Entertainment's Chinese website." Once they learned we're Blue Yao Network, they became very eager to negotiate.
In his previous life, Qingzhou Interactive Entertainment Chinese Network specialized in light novels and interactive fiction where content reigned supreme. Beyond online reading, it also offered comics, anime adaptations, and promoted related merchandise, creating a perfect closed-loop funding system. Lightboat Interactive Entertainment primarily attracts young readers, especially those passionate about otaku culture and seeking novel reading experiences. Zongdian covers diverse genres including fantasy, martial arts, urban, and historical fiction, with a strong emphasis on literary merit and depth.
Panlong focuses on fantasy and science fiction, renowned for nurturing original authors and promoting innovative fantasy worlds.
Qixin, known for its commercial operations and highly market-oriented literary works, it emphasizes realistic fiction.
This is the contact number for Qingzhou Interactive Entertainment's president and regarding the renovation project.
Wang Yi spoke methodically. After all, she was a young professional fresh out of college, not yet seasoned in cunning.
After Qiansen and Wei Chengnian finished replying, Qiansen remarked, "Is this how big bosses handle business?" He only ran his family business and hadn't started his own venture, so he was clueless about the corporate world. Ren Ziqian, however, beamed with excitement, boasting about obtaining a certain girl's added contact details. Back then, before Line emerged, social interactions centered around forums and added platforms.
Even Feng Qingyang, who owned Duo Network and Shangjia Network, couldn't match the cohesion and social capabilities of these two. However, this era hadn't yet seen the rise of knowledge monetization or traffic monetization, so most merchants operated offline businesses. The choice of Qingzhou was driven by its perfect fit for the bullet chat system, a platform beloved by young people as a hub for online literature. Beyond that, Wei Chengnian was about to recruit developers to recreate the infamous pink software DIBL from his past life. As for the site's initial content, beyond user uploads, it relied heavily on information scraping. After all, copyright and commercial regulations were far from mature in 2007. Just look at how much advertising revenue those traffic-driven accounts raked in, and how much ill-gotten gains those famous bloggers made from product promotions.
Xian Sangxia couldn't help but ask, "Qingnian, are you planning some major project?" Wei Chengnian paused his work, turned around, and smiled. "Nothing major, just a few small plans.
I intend to invest in Qingzhou Interactive Entertainment and develop a new social media app."
Ma Chao's eyes lit up. Qingzhou Interactive Entertainment was his favorite novel platform. Back then, novel platforms didn't have anti-piracy or copyright restrictions. Users could freely download TXT files, with only some content requiring payment. Ren Ziqiang chimed in, "A social app? Could it be like AdEt, making it easier for us to meet new friends?" Wei Chengnian nodded. "More accurately, it's a video app.
I plan to incorporate innovative features like bullet comments to make socializing more engaging.
But it'll only be available on the web." By this point, he had already inserted his USB token and purchased the domains BLBLDLDLDIBL. Xian Sangxia looked puzzled. "Don Mu? What's that?" Bullet comments are a real-time commenting feature.
Users can post their comments on videos or articles, and these comments appear as bullet screens on the display for other users to see. The three couldn't begin to imagine how wildly popular the bullet screen system would become in later generations. Wei Chengnian posted his Reddit account through campus channels, stating he needed several information scraping specialists.
This role would later be known as video moderator, though Wei Chengnian wouldn't grant them extensive privileges.
Instead, he implemented a CRA management system for scoring and review, allowing moderators to assess content value and decide whether to promote or block streams.
After all, who knew if some jerk might upload pornographic, gambling, or drug-related videos? After purchasing 3 domains, the basic website setup was complete. Within minutes, Wei Chengnian received a message from Qi Yaoyao. Wei Chengnian glanced at the message on his phone screen, raising his eyebrows slightly. She asked if he was free that evening, wanting to invite him to study together at the library. Studying was just an excuse. She really wanted to hang out with him, right?
Too bad my sister already claimed me. He stood up, stretched, and headed for the shower. Xian Sangxia and Rin Ziqiang were still immersed in their earlier discussion, excited and curious about Wei Chengnian's new project.
"Chengnian, when will this video software be ready? Can we try it out first?"
"It's still in the planning phase, but I'll work on it as quickly as possible.
Once I have a preliminary version, you'll be the first to try it out." Xian Sangxia and Rin Ziqiang leaned in. "Can I join? I'm not tech savvy, but I can help with testing or whatever. Wei Chengnian patted Qian Sengxia on the shoulder. Of course. I'll probably need a lot of feedback from you guys later. After showering, the boy changed into clean clothes and headed to the library. Inside the library, Qi Yaoyao had already found a spot. Spotting Wei Chengnian arrive, she smiled and waved him over. The kid walked over and sat across from her. How come you have time to meet me at the library? She was curious, yet she had her guesses. Qi Yaoyao's pretty face broke into a gentle smile. I heard you're developing a new social app. I just wanted to see if there's anything I can help with. Wei Chengnian feigned exaggerated surprise. How did you find out? Didn't you post your ad account publicly? I saw your update, Qi Yaoyao explained. Alright then, I'll give you one of the video review slots going forward. Do you have a computer? This question left Qi Yaoyao flustered. She didn't have one after all. In 2007, computers, especially laptops, were still quite expensive. I don't have one. What should I do? Chapter 43, Scatter the Scattered, for scattered has its use. Then come with me tomorrow to buy one. Otherwise, it'll be hard to work. The little brat had no idea he'd just dug himself a huge hole. Buy a computer? Who's paying for it, you or me? You're my reserve employee. Of course the boss pays. How could an employee be expected to pay for work? This isn't some kind of horse-drawn carriage. Qi Yaoyao was overjoyed. She never imagined her relationship with Wei Chengnian would deepen because of this. But then she thought of Wei Chengnian's sister. To win Wei Chengnian's heart, she'd have to get past his sister first, right? Then let's go buy a computer together tomorrow. I want to start working as soon as possible, Qi Yaoyao said eagerly. What about your military training? Wei Chengnian asked. Qi Yaoyao just chuckled. I told you Aunt Flo was powerful. She's fierce. The next day in room 208 of the girls' dormitory, Qi Yaoyao's roommates watched her pick through clothes, seemingly dissatisfied with every choice. Qi Yaoyao, who are you going out with? Xin Anli asked. Qi Yaoyao replied mysteriously, I'm going on a date with Nian Gao. He Huixing gasped, you two hooked up after the library last night? That fast? No way. But he said he'd buy me a computer. He's so rich. I'd be tempted too. But since their roommate was already pursuing him, Xin Anli and He Huixing weren't about to steal him away. Su Siki, however, wore a look of displeasure. Spending money from an old woman's allowance to buy you things? Ugh. Su Siki, if you don't speak up, no one will think you're mute. Finally settling on an outfit, the pretty girl from East Campus stepped out a move that put her miles ahead. When she arrived at the boys' dormitory building, Wei Chengnian was already waiting there. He wore a simple t-shirt and jeans, looking sunny and handsome. Qi Yaoyao's heartbeat quickened involuntarily, and she felt her face grow warm. Qi Yaoyao. Nian Gao. They exchanged smiles as they walked along. Qi Yaoyao reached for her umbrella to shield herself from the scorching sun, but Wei Chengnian took it from her hand. Nian Gao, I heard your sister came to visit you yesterday? Qi Yaoyao asked cautiously. For some reason, the boy beside her carried an aura reminiscent of a bloodlotus, a scent she had never encountered before. The child, however, seemed unfazed, replying casually, yeah, my sister couldn't get through to me on the phone, so she came over worried. Does your sister give you lots of money to spend? The little kid didn't know how to answer that. It seemed like he'd always been spending Shen Yiqing's money, whether it was his father's maintenance fees or taking him out. She's my most important sister, after all. I heard rumors that your sister works as a model and keeps you. Wei Chengnian burst out laughing at that. Rumors stop at the wise, you know? Don't start them, don't spread them, got it? Qi Yaoyao, you wouldn't be spreading rumors just because your name is Yaoyao, would you? Then how come you have so much money? You treat people to meals, smooth things over for Su Siki, and now you're buying me a computer. The kid thought for a moment, deciding not to reveal he was the actual controlling shareholder of Blue Yao Network. He just smiled and said, I work for Blue Yao Network. I have some shares and savings. Of course, I owe everything I have today to my sister. But Lan Yu Network itself wasn't nearly as famous as its products. Hearing this, Qi Yaoyao felt even more respect for Wei Chengnian. She thought he wasn't just handsome, but also independent and self-reliant, a guy who didn't lean on his family. That kind of man was truly charming. Hailing a taxi by the roadside, Wei Chengnian naturally followed Qi Yaoyao into the back seat. Instinctively, Qi Yaoyao flushed. It was her first time being this close to a boy. That faint, pleasant scent of blood lotus lingered in the air. Did boys have body fragrance too? The kid gave the destination, and the taxi sped off. Neither of them had eaten breakfast, and soon Qi Yaoyao's stomach growled. Already shy around boys, her face flushed even redder. She quickly lowered her head and said, sorry. Wei Chengnian quipped, no worries, it's only natural. My stomach's singing too. Hearing this, she couldn't help but lift her head. Their eyes met, and they both burst into laughter. The atmosphere instantly lightened. Qi Yaoyao realized Nian Gao wasn't just humorous, he was also considerate of others' feelings. Driver, pull over near the computer mall where there's a breakfast place. I'll fill you up. Fill up what? The driver asked. Wei Chengnian then handed over 4 red bills with remarkable generosity. Gas.
These days, taxi drivers had to cover fuel costs up front.
Without a steady stream of passengers, they might even get reimbursed less than they spent.
If Wei Chengnian had asked for extra cash, the driver might not have agreed so readily. But by framing it as fuel, he accepted it without hesitation. After all, Zhou Shuren once said that Long Yuan people were the masters of compromise.
You're so generous. Your girlfriend must be very happy. Unlike me, my wife has had a tough life following me. Driver, I'm not his girlfriend. Qi Yaoyao said bashfully, he hasn't agreed yet.
Then you're the one at fault, young lady. Not cherishing such a beautiful girl, sometimes even money can't buy that kind of luck.
I can't do that, I have my sister. Wei Chengnian knew he had to speak up before the misunderstanding deepened.
But in Qi Yaoyao's mind, it wasn't that simple. She felt that Nian Gao's sister must be very important to him. It seemed she'd have to build a good relationship with her sister in the future. The driver, being a shrewd man, understood exactly what Wei Chengnian meant. He gave a hearty laugh and then fell silent, afraid that if he said anything more, he might lose out on the 400 yuan.
Wei Chengnian had the taxi driver jot down a phone number so he could call him on his pager.
After all, he'd likely need to contact him again once he found the person.
Shili Alley was filled with the bustling energy of daily life. Countless office workers bought breakfast, filling the air with a cacophony of vendors' shouts.
Some lost shoes in the crush, others ate steamed buns with one hand, while still others clutched phones and shouted loudly.
For snowballs, please. Thanks.
After saying that, Wei Chengnian handed over a red bill.
Was he being too much, carrying red bills with him whenever he went out?
The vendor announced 5 yuan for the snowballs, then prepared to give change. These days, handling loose change was quite common, some even specialized in exchanging or collecting small bills.
Wei Chengnian waved his hand. 2 more soy milks, please. Soy milk is 2 yuan. If you order something else, I can give you exact change.
Qi Yaoyao watched their interaction, expecting Wei Chengnian to add, top it up to a full deposit.
Change, please. I'll need it later.
Wei Chengnian said mysteriously, counting out 2 more red bills. Luckily, the owner had plenty of loose change saved up, otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to make the change. The 2 ate steamed buns and drank soy milk before arriving at the computer mall, which had just opened for business. It wasn't crowded yet, with only a few scattered customers browsing various electronic products. Guiding Qi Yaoyao to their destination, he intended to buy her a laptop costing around 10,000 yuan.
Chapter 44, Little Brat, Kiss Me. Since laptops are complete units, the profit margin is roughly 15% net profit. Therefore, Wei Chengnian quickly selected a computer store. Wei Chengnian knew exactly what he was doing.
He understood the prices here were always inflated, and the loose change he prepared today would be his bargaining chip. The shop owner enthusiastically greeted them, detailing the features and prices of various models.
Wei Chengnian played the clueless buyer, testing one laptop after another with Qi Yaoyao and even asking the owner for advice.
The owner thought he had a chance.
When they finally settled on a model, Wei Chengnian deliberately pulled out his loose change 1 bill at a time.
Goodness, he managed to spread out 200 yuan into over 100 bills.
He really had to thank the breakfast shop auntie.
He counted the coins with feigned difficulty, almost talking to himself. Look, boss, this is all the change I have today, but I really want to buy my friend a computer.
You know, students have limited budgets. The owner noticed his counting hadn't stopped, and that wallet was bulging. Could it really be all loose change?
After all, he was looking at a HP laptop, and they'd just agreed on the specs. Student, our prices are already very reasonable.
Alright, I'll make an exception today and give you a discount. He quoted the price, but Wei Chengnian wore an expression of sheer agony.
Qi Yaoyao stood beside him, forcing a serious expression as she looked hopefully at the owner. As an assistant, she was doing her job well.
Wei Chengnian's lips curved slightly. He knew the shopkeeper had taken the bait. He deliberately feigned hesitation before turning to Qi Yaoyao. Yaoyao, what do you think? Should we just look around at other shops? We could look around some more. That money is hard-earned from your part-time job.
With that, the pair prepared to leave. The shop owner, assuming they were playing hard to get, initially ignored them. But as they walked further away and other computer store vendors began approaching to pitch their wares, he panicked.
Wait. We can negotiate the price. Look at the cash you have in hand, plus the discount I'm offering.
Turning back, Wei Chengnian feigned reluctance and reached to spread out his loose change again.
Boss, I really want to buy from you, but I just don't have that much money. How about this, name your lowest price. If I can afford it, I'll buy it here.
The shop owner pondered for a moment before finally offering a price significantly below market value.
Wei Chengnian deliberately counted the loose change in his hand and said, Boss, write up the receipt. I'll count the money.
Only after the receipt was printed did the shopkeeper notice Wei Chengnian's money didn't add up. Sure enough, when he swiped it through, it turned out to be a stack of consecutive numbered new bills. You bastard. Unfortunately, the receipt was already stamped and handed to Wei Chengnian, and the computer was packed and ready to go.
Qi Yaoyao followed behind Wei Chengnian as if she'd found a treasure, curiously asking, Nian Gao, how did you know the owner would accept your price?
That's the magic of loose change.
People tend to be more sensitive to cash.
Plus, I deliberately acted hesitant and reluctant, making the boss think I genuinely wanted to buy but had limited funds.
That way, he was more likely to accept my counteroffer. The boss's eyes nearly popped out of his head just now.
He probably thought you had a pocket full of loose change, but all you gave him were red bills.
Qi Yaoyao couldn't help but laugh. She thought Wei Chengnian was incredibly clever. His bargaining skills were nothing short of masterful.
That's just a little trick. What really matters is knowing our budget and needs clearly. That's how we take control in negotiations.
They didn't linger much longer in the computer mall.
After all, the laptop came with a data plan and peripherals included ready to use as soon as they got home.
Wei Chengnian called the taxi driver, who was just showing off to the gas station attendant, saying, fill it up.
Meanwhile, Shen Yiqing was also hailing a cab to rush to campus for corporate endorsement matters. The principal proved tougher to negotiate with than the dean, but she was determined to succeed. The two taxis arrived at the campus entrance almost one after the other. Shen Yiqing spotted the boy and was about to call out when she saw him deftly open an umbrella to shield the girl in the back seat from the sun. A tender, considerate gesture.
Oh, really? Shen Yiqing's anger flared. You little brat, cheating on me behind my back, huh?
A wave of bitterness surged through her as she fixed Wei Chengnian and Qi Yaoyao with a glare that seemed to shoot flames from her eyes. She never imagined that in the brief time she stepped away, Wei Chengnian would become so intimate with another girl.
Taking a deep breath, Shen Yiqing forced herself to calm down.
She didn't chase after them to demand an explanation, nor did she yell at them.
Instead, she silently dialed Wei Chengnian's number.
The pager buzzed immediately as Wei Chengnian answered. A cold, icy voice emerged from the receiver. Kid, look behind you.
Hearing Shen Yiqing's voice, Wei Chengnian's heart tightened. He turned around and saw her standing not far away, a trace of coldness on her face. His heart skipped a beat, realizing his sister had witnessed his intimate actions with Qi Yaoyao. Sis, you're here. Without hanging up, Wei Chengnian's voice carried a hint of awkwardness.
Shen Yiqing said nothing, only watching him silently, her eyes betraying a hint of displeasure. Qi Yaoyao also glanced behind them, puzzled.
Nian Gao, is this your sister?
Yeah, this is my sister, Shen Yiqing.
Come with me. I'll introduce you to her. Wei Chengnian knew that if this misunderstanding wasn't cleared up soon, his sister would kill him.
After walking a couple of blocks, Qi Yaoyao politely introduced herself. Sister Shen, hello.
I'm Qi Yaoyao, Wei Chengnian's classmate. We just went to the computer mall together to buy a computer.
We plan to work on a project together. For some reason, despite her overtures of goodwill, Shen Yiqing still radiated a chill.
Buying a computer? Are you sure you weren't doing anything else?
Misunderstood by her sister, Qi Yaoyao remained oblivious to the tension. Sis, I do like Wei Chengnian, but we were just out buying a computer.
Don't worry, I'll treat your brother well.
Shen Yiqing glanced at Qi Yaoyao, then at Wei Chengnian, and said coldly, Kid, come here.
I need to talk to you.
As he walked aside, the youngster felt a twinge of unease.
He knew his sister was genuinely jealous this time.
He had to explain properly.
Sis, don't misunderstand. Qi Yaoyao and I are just classmates.
We're going to buy a computer today for a part-time project.
Seeing Wei Chengnian's anxious expression, Shen Yiqing's anger subsided slightly. But she still demanded harshly, did you hold her hand?
No, the kid answered immediately.
Shen Yiqing pressed relentlessly, did you kiss her? Sis.
The kid panicked, his mind blank on how to explain to his sister.
Kiss me. No room for argument. Chapter 45, Shen Yiqing and Nian Muqing. Wei Chengnian hesitated, his movements uncertain. If he kissed his sister here.
Class had ended, and the campus bustled with students coming and going.
A few teachers strolled along the paths, chatting and laughing. You've fallen for her, haven't you?
Receiving no response, Shen Yiqing grew visibly displeased, glaring at the boy with jealousy written all over her face.
Did I lie to you yesterday? Are you going to leave me hanging too?
No, sis, I just. Before Wei Chengnian could finish, Shen Yiqing had already tiptoed up, wrapping her arms around his neck and pulling him toward her. She closed her eyes, her lashes trembling slightly as she waited for the warmth to come. The world around them seemed to freeze, filled only with the intertwining sounds of Shen Yiqing's breath and Wei Chengnian's heartbeat. He could smell the unique scent of bloodlotus emanating from her, a fragrance that both soothed and stirred his heart. Yet Wei Chengnian froze, his body stiffening. Shen Yiqing opened her eyes, a flash of disappointment and anger crossing them. She released her grip, took a step back, and stared coldly at Wei Chengnian.
Sister, Wei Chengnian tried to explain, but found himself unable to speak. Shen Yiqing gave him no chance to speak. Glancing at Qi Yaoyao waiting nearby, she turned and walked away quickly. Wei Chengnian wanted to chase after her, but his feet felt nailed to the spot, unable to move. The pride of a tycoon wouldn't allow Shen Yiqing to look back now.
The boy could only watch helplessly as her figure grew smaller and smaller until she vanished from his sight.
Qi Yaoyao approached and asked, Nian Gao, did you and sister have a falling out?
Just a moment ago, they'd been hugging each other, and now they were angry and apart.
What on earth was going on? I didn't want to either, but look around. Wei Chengnian sighed helplessly. The girl scanned the surroundings. Students and teachers bustled about the campus, occasional curious glances directed their way. Yao, I don't want to fuel the rumors that my sister is supporting me financially. I don't know why she came to our school, but if someone with ulterior motives sees her here again, imagine the gossip she'll face. Nian Gao, what do you plan to do? Just let the misunderstanding continue? Shi Yaoyao asked softly, her eyes filled with concern. Wei Chengnian pulled out his phone. Sure enough, Shen Yiqing had sent a cold message. Kid, you really disappoint me. Sis, please listen to me. There were too many people earlier. My classmates are saying that model is keeping me. What if they misunderstand you as that model? But Shen Yiqing didn't reply, as if her heart had already died. With no response, and noon approaching under the scorching sun, the two carried their laptops back to the library. Wei Chengnian still had work to do. After guiding Qi Yaoyao, he needed to further develop the program. Though the website's basic framework was simple, he absolutely had to hire more staff. If only he'd known he shouldn't have registered the company in Jinghai. Back then, he'd only wanted to be closer to his sister, never considering his own studies. Why not just register a branch office? That seemed feasible. The university had an entrepreneurship base. After all, being a double first-class institution, its industry academia research incubation was well established. Let's call it Nian Muqing. After all, it's a subsidiary, distinct from Blue Yao Network. Blue Yao Network could focus on providing programs and software, inevitably aligning with the social market. The registered domain wouldn't be entirely allocated to Blue Yao Network. Lanyu Network would only use a subdomain at most, while Nian Muqing could operate under a top-level domain, focusing on a bullet screen website. In the library, Wei Chengnian guided Qi Yaoyao through computer operations and installed a data usage tool for her. As for the expensive data cards, it was no big deal for Wei Chengnian. He earned tens of thousands in interest daily and could never spend it all. Yao, during military training, try to mingle with other girls. Ideally, recruit a dozen or so attractive ones. Our website's bullet screen system depends on them. Qi Yaoyao was puzzled until Wei Chengnian explained, we'll be filming something called short dramas, which we'll then integrate with Qingzhou Interactive Entertainment. These days, people watch videos on computers. How to lure them back to mobile platforms? Qingzhou Interactive Entertainment showed great potential. Wei Chengnian already had a complete closed-loop system mapped out in his mind. After all, in that memory, he'd done every kind of operations job imaginable. His stints disguised as market research undercover work were too numerous to count. Qingzhou Interactive Entertainment? It's a novel website. When you have free time, check it out and recommend some good novels to me. I'll see if they have adaptation potential. After saying that, Wei Chengnian checked his phone again. His sister still hadn't sent a message. It seemed she was genuinely upset. After a moment's thought, the little brat messaged Shen Yiqing, Sis, you still owe me last month's pay. Shen Yiqing wasn't genuinely ignoring Wei Chengnian. She was just too furious. Seeing the kid's message, she instinctively lifted her phone before setting it down again. She'd decided to give the little brat the cold shoulder for a few days, at least until the opening ceremony. She had no intention of talking to him until then. Knock knock knock. 3 crisp taps sounded on the principal's office door. Come in. Though 56 years old, the principal was still sharp as a tack. With a few streaks of gray in his hair, he radiated energy and vitality. The moment Shen Yiqing stepped into the office, Principal Li Mingyuan couldn't help but pause in surprise. He had met countless entrepreneurs and distinguished alumni, yet Shen Yiqing's presence still left him awestruck. Her beauty wasn't the flashy, in-your-face kind, but rather a quiet, understated elegance that radiated nobility. Shen Yiqing wore a deep blue business suit, her hair neatly pulled back into a sleek bun. This hairstyle accentuated her slender neck and added to her poised, professional demeanor. Yiqing, you're here? Sit down, sit down. How's the company been lately? The principal moved to the tea table and began preparing his gongfu tea. Shen Yiqing crossed her legs and sat elegantly, saying, Principal Li, the company has been doing well lately. We've secured investment from Blue Yao Network. Upon hearing this, Li Mingyuan paused. He was actually aware of some behind-the-scenes details, particularly concerning Yi Huazhou and his son, Yi Huayu. Blue Yao Network is the company that developed that traffic boosting tool, right? Sales on Snow Leopard have already surpassed 20,000 units. They've played their hand well, a company that became nationally renowned in just half a month. He pushed a cup of hot tea toward Shen Yiqing. So, you're here about that matter again? Shen Yiqing nodded and pulled a document from her bag, the endorsement material she had prepared for the school. Principal Li, this is the endorsement material from Rhine Biotech. I hope to secure the school's support. Her tone carried an air of unwavering determination. Chapter 46, Teetering on the Brink of the Aegean Sea? Li Mingyuan took the documents and scanned them over. He knew Shen Yiqing's company was at a critical stage of development, and the university's support would undoubtedly be a tremendous help to her. Yiqing, you know the university has always spared no effort in supporting alumni ventures. Li Mingyuan set the documents down, his gaze meeting Shen Yiqing's through his glasses. However, we must also consider the university's reputation and influence. Shen Yiqing nodded thoughtfully before replying, Principal Li, I understand your concerns. I can assure you that every product at Rhine Bio undergoes rigorous research, development, and testing. Our quality is absolutely top-notch. Your company is truly impressive. Our students working there have nothing but praise for your management system. That system was developed by our young team, Shen Yiqing replied without batting an eye. It truly is one of our company's strengths. We are also willing to provide the school with sponsorship, including scholarships, research funding, and internship opportunities. Li Mingyuan nodded. After all, the employment rate and quality of graduates significantly impacted a school's reputation and tangible strength. I recall inviting you to speak at this year's freshman orientation as an outstanding alumna. Have you decided? Yes, absolutely no problem. Additionally, during the freshman orientation, we will present each incoming freshman with a gift of basic skincare set from the MUII brand, including toner, lotion, cream, masks, and facial cleanser. Li Mingyuan's eyes lit up at Shen Yiqing's promise. For the university, securing corporate sponsorship for the orientation ceremony and providing gifts to freshmen was undoubtedly a major prestige boost. Not only would it elevate the school's image, but it would also make the freshmen feel cared for and welcomed. Yiqing, your generosity truly warms my heart. This sponsorship is an excellent start for the freshmen and demonstrates the sense of responsibility and care for the next generation from our alumni enterprises. After discussing some details, Li Mingyuan grasped Shen Yiqing's hand and shook it firmly. Yiqing, you are the pride of our school. We look forward to your performance at the freshman orientation ceremony. By noon, Wei Chengnian returned to the dorm, carrying the distinct scent of sweaty feet. Resignedly climbing onto his bed, he opened his password-protected case, retrieved his laptop, and inserted the data card. Several programs for the work-based station's software development required refinement. But then Wang Yi called, saying the people from Qingzhou Interactive Entertainment were already waiting to meet. Wei Chengnian instructed her to have the lawyer draft several clauses essentially covering confidentiality, restrictions, and collaboration terms. While you're at it, come to Huatian and help me set up another company called Nian Muqing Culture Media. I'll transfer the funds to your account. Though she found her boss utterly bizarre, she obediently carried out the task. When Qi Yaoyao returned to the dorm, Qin Anli and He Huixing were sitting on their respective beds, one reading a book, the other organizing notes. They heard the door open and looked up to see Qi Yaoyao walk in, her face beaming with excitement. Her hands were bulging, as if she were holding a box. Yaoyao, why are you so happy today? Did something good happen? Qin Anli asked curiously. Qi Yaoyao sat down and recounted every detail of her trip to the computer mall with Wei Chengnian to her roommates. She described how Wei Chengnian cleverly used loose change to get the owner to lower the price, and how outstanding the performance of the laptop he picked out for her was. You know what? That computer store owner was dead set on not lowering the price, but Nian Gao is just so clever he actually used a bunch of loose change to make the owner give in. Qi Yaoyao said, her face lighting up with admiration. Qin Anli and He Huixing listened with wide eyes, stunned that Wei Chengnian possessed such skills. He Huixing exclaimed, wow, Nian Gao is amazing. Not only is he handsome, but he's also such a skilled negotiator, truly a jack of all trades. Yeah, and he's been so good to me, he bought me such a great computer. Qi Yaoyao's face beamed with happiness. However, Su Siki listened from the side, feeling a pang of bitterness. She coldly interjected, Qi Yaoyao, don't let him fool you. Wei Chengnian is a scumbag. He only knows how to deceive women into giving him their bodies. Qi Yaoyao's smile instantly froze. She hadn't expected Su Siki to say that. Qin Anli and He Huixing also frowned, finding Su Siki's words too harsh. Siki, what do you mean by that? Nian Gao isn't that kind of person, Qi Yaoyao retorted, her voice tinged with anger. Su Siki dismissed her protest. You're too naive, Qi Yaoyao. When he was chasing me, he acted like a perfect angel too. And look where that got him? Now he's flirting with other women. Qi Yaoyao's face darkened. She knew Su Siki harbored a grudge against Wei Chengnian, but she refused to believe he was that kind of person. She decided not to argue with Su Siki anymore. Instead, she turned to share her joy with Qin Anli and He Huixing. No matter what she says, I met Nian Gao's sister today. She's truly beautiful and seems incredibly successful. A hint of envy flashed in Qi Yaoyao's eyes as she mentioned Shen Yiqing. Qin Anli and He Huixing immediately perked up. They leaned in to ask, what does her sister do? What's she like? Her sister seems to be a company owner. She dressed with great poise and spoke with real authority. Recalling Shen Yiqing's appearance, Qi Yaoyao couldn't help but feel a sense of respect for Wei Chengnian's sister. Wow, she must be loaded. With a sister that impressive, Nian Gao can't be too shabby either, He Huixing said enviously. Qin Anli, however, was more focused on Shen Yiqing's looks. Is she really that beautiful? More beautiful than you? Qi Yaoyao nodded. She had to admit, she has a mature charm. Su Siki listened from the sidelines, her dissatisfaction growing. She snorted coldly, maybe she climbed the social ladder using men. You've all been fooled by her. Shi Yaoyao finally couldn't hold back. She stood up and confronted Susiki directly. Susiki, I don't know why you always have such a strong prejudice against Nian Gao, but he's a very special person to me. I trust him and I trust his sister. The way you talk about them makes me feel you're being very disrespectful. Susiki turned her head away and fell silent. Ignore her, Yaoyao. We all know you're right. Nian Gao and his sister have been so good to you, that's all that matters. Yeah, we've got military training this afternoon. Everyone, get some sleep while you can. The three of them immediately climbed into their beds, unaware that Susiki was staring greedily at the computer. Chapter 47, Once you've had it, you can't want it anymore. Susiki sat motionless on the edge of the bed, her gaze drifting repeatedly toward the laptop, her long-cherished dream, a symbol of status and style. A fierce desire surged within her, as if possessing it would unleash a wave of envy among her classmates. Driven by this craving, she pulled out her phone and sent Chen Peihuan a text brimming with anticipation. Dear, I want a new computer. Could you help me buy one? She remembered Chen Peihuan's former generosity. He had always granted her every request, fulfilling nearly all her material desires. This time, however, her message seemed to vanish into thin air. The only response came in a few brief, cold words. Siki, I'm busy right now. Those words struck her heart like a heavy hammer. The color drained from her face as a sense of foreboding spread through her. Her hands trembling, she sent another message. Honey, what's wrong? Did I do something wrong? Her heart was filled with anxiety and unease, terrified she might lose the sugar daddy she had always depended on. But Chen Peihuan's reply sent her spirits plummeting even further. Siki, please don't make these kinds of requests anymore. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Susiki's cheeks. Her heart felt as though it were being crushed by an invisible hand, the pain so intense it left her breathless. She finally realized she might have truly lost Chen Peihuan's favor. The man who had once catered to her every whim now seemed so cold and ruthless. Meanwhile, Chen Peihuan sat in a dimly lit, upscale restaurant, sharing a romantic dinner with his new lover. A smug smile played on his lips. He had casually replied to Susiki's text, his thoughts entirely elsewhere. Darling, the steak here is excellent. Try some. Chen Peihuan said tenderly to his new lover, offering her a slice of the cut steak. In his world, women were merely adornments to his life. Once the novelty wore off, he would unhesitatingly seek out his next target. Susiki, the name that once stirred his heart, now stirred nothing at all. His gaze had already shifted to new prey, preparing to begin the next round of the hunt. Meanwhile, Wei Chengnian was busy developing the website framework. He didn't hold much hope that Shi Yaoyao could recruit attractive women for short video content creation, but he was determined to secure Qingzhou Interactive Entertainment. After all, this was the pioneering era of online literature. In 2007 it would be unthinkable not to get a piece of the pie. He dialed the CEO of Qingzhou Interactive Entertainment. After a few rings, a middle-aged man's voice answered. Hello? Hello, this is Lanyu Network. Xingxi's voice sounded childlike, soft and high-pitched, yet undeniably authoritative. Upon hearing this, there was a noticeable pause on the other end. Previously, Wang Yi had been handling the negotiations, and they placed great importance on Blue Yao Network's investment. After all, Qingzhou Interactive Entertainment also needed capital to grow. Their last annual report showed only 30 million yuan in revenue, less than what Traffic Genie sold in a single quarter. Knowledge-based paid content simply didn't attract enough users. Most people were still consuming pirated content. The middle-aged man's voice was steady and authoritative. Clearing his throat, he introduced himself, Lightboat Interactive Entertainment. Zhou Haifeng. I've long heard of Blue Yao Network's reputation, especially your traffic booster. Our company uses it too, and the results are indeed impressive. Wei Chengnian smiled faintly. His voice sounded somewhat youthful over the phone, yet carried a maturity beyond his years. Mr. Zhou, let's skip the pleasantries. Blue Yao Network is seeking to acquire equity in Qingzhou Interactive Entertainment, with a minimum stake of no less than 22%. Hearing such directness, Zhou Haifeng immediately responded, Lightship Interactive's market valuation exceeds 50 million. If Blue Yao wishes to invest, our offer requires board approval. I don't believe deliberation is necessary, because Blue Yao Networks will open new avenues for Qingzhou Interactive Entertainment. I wonder if my assistant mentioned our traffic monetization solutions, whether it's embedded traffic diversion for short videos and miniseries, or anti-piracy measures like watermark versions. Mid-sentence, Wei Chengnian paused. All of these solutions are available through Blue Yao Network. Zhou Haifeng visibly perked up with unexpected delight. This hadn't crossed his mind before. Mr. Wei, your proposal is highly creative and very intriguing. Could we meet to discuss this in detail? Zhou Haifeng then provided an address for a high-end restaurant in Huatian district. This was now a formal business meeting. Let's meet tomorrow. I still need to organize some materials today. Wei Chengnian planned to first check with the university about applying for a startup incubator. That way, whether he needed to handle business off campus or recruit talent on campus, it would all be perfectly justified. He acted immediately. Wei Chengnian hung up the phone and left his dorm, paying no attention to the three slackers. He made his way to the college's student entrepreneurship base on Wisdom Road. According to policy, student startup projects would receive support, even endorsement from the school. If approved, securing an independent office space wouldn't be a problem. Wei Chengnian made his calculations as he walked along the bustling road into an empty corridor. He finally arrived at the main office. According to the novel's plot, such an office typically housed a venerable elder well-versed in business tactics. Upon learning of his commercial intentions, this elder would immediately engage him in detailed discussions, hail him as a prodigy, and open doors wide for him. But that was just fiction. When Wei Chengnian entered the main office, only 2 students were on duty. One was folding paper stars, the other watching a TV drama. How delightful. This familiar scene instantly brought 2 words to Wei Chengnian's mind: slacking off. The students, unfazed by his arrival, responded with the senior student taking the lead. Here to submit a startup application, right? Fill out this form first. If it passes the initial review, someone will contact you. Wei Chengnian took the form, glanced at it, and asked, how long does the review process take? About a month or so. Is this for a freshman? Seeing the kid had filled out a freshman form, the star-folding senior quickly folded another star and said, freshman entrepreneurship isn't realistic, little buddy. The kid didn't respond, instead asking, is it because the school's resources are tight? If that was the case, it was probably doomed. Yes, there are many graduate students working on projects with senior professors on campus. Junior, maybe you should. Before she could finish, another guy watching TV chimed in, freshmen who apply for startups in their first year pretty much always get rejected. Sure, racking up credits is tempting, but forget about the professors, you won't even get past US. Is that so? I don't see it that way. With that, Wei Chengnian began filling out the form. When he reached the line for purpose of entrepreneurship, he asked, how should I fill this out? Your application probably won't get approved anyway. Just fill it out randomly. I hope my sister forgives me. When star-folded senior took a look, she burst out laughing. So he's still a hopeless romantic. Chapter 48, Surprises Little Kids Don't Know About. After Wei Chengnian left, the door to the startup incubator office swung open. An elderly man in a Zhongshan suit stepped inside, startling the 2 students on duty. He glanced at the 2 slackers, frowned, then reached across the desk to pick up the startup application. Another application form submitted? Yes, a freshman. I told him it was pointless to fill it out, but he wouldn't listen. The old professor pushed his glasses up and carefully examined the application form Wei Chengnian had left behind. His brow furrowed slightly as his gaze lingered on the line reading, I hope sister will forgive me, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. This young man is quite interesting. The old professor murmured to himself, his fingers tapping lightly on the desk, revealing the thoughtful contemplation characteristic of a scholar. Then, his attention was drawn to the business concept document tucked beneath the application form, sparking his curiosity. He picked up the document and flipped through it page by page. A look of surprise and admiration gradually lit up the old professor's eyes. Wei Chengnian's ideas were novel, and his market insight was remarkably sharp. Particularly, his descriptions of traffic conversion for short videos and miniseries, along with anti-piracy technical measures, revealed the young man's potential to the old professor. Impressive, very impressive. This young man deserves a chance. There was no need to wait a month or so. He wanted to see how far Wei Chengnian could go immediately. He knew that sometimes, a timely opportunity was more crucial than any guidance or instruction. He picked up the phone on his desk and dialed a number. The call connected quickly, and a young voice answered. Hello, this is the Entrepreneurship Base Review Office. This is Li Qiming. Are there any available classrooms in the university's entrepreneurship base? Yes, Professor. What's the matter? Li Qiming briefly explained the situation, emphasizing the unique nature of this application. Meanwhile, Wei Chengnian remained unaware that his application had already caught the attention of the senior professor. He was still in the dorm, refining his website framework while pondering how to accelerate his entrepreneurial journey. Just then, the 3 guys in the dorm limped in, utterly exhausted. Military training was brutal. Wei Chengnian said, boys, Dad's going to get you guys some food. What do you want? At his words, the roommates cheered. As brilliant sunset clouds stretched for miles, Wei Chengnian bypassed the school cafeteria and instead turned into a rather upscale-looking restaurant. He planned to have his roommates make more friends, especially good-looking guys, to recruit for his short videos. As Wei Chengnian entered the restaurant and was about to order, he heard an argument erupt. The commotion came from a table where several cameras were set up. A young man wearing a camera around his neck looked visibly distressed. Across from him sat the restaurant manager, both men looking distinctly displeased. I really didn't mean to, these cameras just fell off by themselves. The young man was clearly anxious. The restaurant, called Memory Lane, specialized in photography and photo-themed experiences. Do you have any idea how much these cameras cost? You're getting off easy by not paying more. Even if you're from a photography club, you still have to compensate us. Photography club? Upon hearing this, Wei Chengnian couldn't help but think, could this be the foundation for his team? He walked over and asked, how much? 4,500. What? You can afford it?
The manager was clearly in a foul mood.
Seeing Wei Chengnian's plain clothes, he didn't believe the guy could afford it. That's 4,500 here. Also pack me 4-5 meals to go. Wei Chengnian listed the dishes, surprising the manager that the kid had so much money. After the manager left, Wei Chengnian asked, "Are you okay now?" "Thanks. I really didn't know what to do." "No need for thanks. I heard you're in the photography club? Work for me to pay it back."
Wei Chengnian mentioned his plans to produce short videos and miniseries, which required high-quality photography support.
"What's your name, classmate?" "My name is Zhang Chen. I'm the president of the school photography club. I can't thank you enough today. I never expected to meet someone as kind as you." "Senior Zhang, I'm Wei Chengnian.
I'm planning to launch some short video and mini-series projects and need photography technical support.
Since you're the club president, would you and your members be interested in joining my project team?"
Of course, I'll pay you a fair wage."
"Underage? Are you kidding me, Junior? You're underage? That's impressive, not even 18 yet, and you got into a double first-class university." Wei Chengnian smiled faintly. "Senior, couldn't you just accept that this is my name?"
As he spoke, the young man produced his student ID. Zhang Chen immediately exclaimed in surprise, "It really is Wei Chengnian." After adding each other on WeChat, Wei Chengnian chatted briefly with Zhang Chen before heading back to the dorm with the food the waiter had brought over. Carrying several takeout boxes, Wei Chengnian entered the dorm room to find his 3 roommates enthusiastically discussing tomorrow's opening ceremony. "I heard the school invited a bunch of campus beauties to this opening ceremony.
How many girls do you think will be there?" Ma Chao exclaimed excitedly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Definitely a lot.
I heard even the campus beauty from the art school is coming. That'd be huge news." Xian Sengxia, however, was more interested in another topic.
"Did you guys hear? Rumor has it there's a mystery guest at this opening ceremony. Wonder who it could be?" Wei Chengnian placed his meal on the table, smiling as he shook his head. "I'm not really interested in this mystery guest. Whoever it is, I just want to get the program perfected right now."
The 3 roommates immediately surrounded Wei Chengnian as soon as he returned, thanking their benefactor while continuing their discussion.
"Nian Gao, you're really not curious? This is the opening ceremony, a major event that only happens once a year." Ma Chao tried to persuade Wei Chengnian. Wei Chengnian opened his laptop and began inspecting the code.
"I'm not interested in the ceremony, but I am very interested in the project about to go live."
"You guys enjoy tomorrow's ceremony. I'll pass on the commotion."
"You have to go whether you want to or not. Every freshman needs to register. A student council member I know said every new student in attendance will get a mystery gift."
"That mystery guest sure is generous. Could it be he's handing out boyfriends?" Ma Chao laughed heartily. "Can't wait. The kid couldn't care less.
Having his sister was enough for him. Too bad she wasn't paying him any mind." Wei Chengnian picked up his phone, tempted countless times to call and apologize, but his heart was filled with turmoil.
"Sis, I really miss you. When will you finally show up?" Chapter 49, True Love Conquers All. The next morning, Wei Chengnian deliberately donned a mature-looking coat to conceal his youthful appearance, stepping out just as the clock struck dawn.
He hailed the same taxi driver he knew from before.
As soon as he got in, the driver asked, "Fill it up again?" To the driver's surprise, Wei Chengnian replied, "This time, give me 700. Take your time driving, then wait outside for me to come out."
Truthfully, the kid had long since lost any sense of money's value. After all, tens of thousands rolled in daily, piling up and used if not spent. The traffic flowed swiftly, and by just past 10 in the morning, Wei Chengnian had already arrived in the Huabei district, far from the Huatian campus.
"Hello, Mr. Zhou, I've arrived." The small mobile phone dialed lightly, and Wei Chengnian's figure appeared before Zhou Haifeng. "Hello, Zhou Haifeng." "Hello, Wei Chengnian." The two shook hands.
Zhou Haifeng gestured for him to sit, and they began their discussion. Right off the bat, Wei Chengnian clarified that this collaboration primarily involved Blue Yao Network Bio providing programmatic technology, while Nian Muqing Culture Media handled traffic conversion.
Zhou Haifeng broke the silence first, his voice steady and authoritative. "Mr. Wei, Xingzhou Interactive Entertainment highly recognizes Blue Yao Network's technical capabilities and market potential. However, is the demand for a 22% equity stake not a bit excessive? Our technological investment and market strategy will bring Xingzhou Interactive Entertainment a qualitative leap. This percentage is our bottom line after comprehensive consideration." Investing in Xingzhou was part of Wei Chengnian's future strategy. He slid his workstation toward Zhou Haifeng and explained the roles of Blue Yao Network and Nian Muqing. Zhou Haifeng frowned, deciding to shift tactics. "Mr. Wei, we can consider accepting this percentage, but we need to sign a performance-based agreement. If Xingzhou Interactive's performance growth fails to meet the expected targets within 1 year, Lanyu Network's shareholding will be reduced accordingly." His authorized negotiation limit for this deal was 25 million yuan, a substantial figure granted precisely because they recognized Blue Yao Network's formidable capabilities. Damn market dominance. Rick and Snow Leopard had already taken the internet by storm. Wei Chengnian pondered for a moment before replying, no less than 15% equity.
If Qingzhou Interactive Entertainment achieves profits exceeding 100 million yuan in the future, I require 25% equity.
Our counteroffer is 20 million yuan.
But our board has authorized me for only 30 million.
I'm afraid that's the limit, Mr. Wei.
In truth, investing 20 million for 15 to 25% equity was an undeniably attractive offer for Qingzhou Interactive Entertainment. Especially given Blue Yao Network's market dominance, already proven on Rick and Snow Leopard platforms. However, as CEO of Qingzhou Interactive Entertainment, Zhou Haifeng still sought to secure a larger investment. After all, a few million more could significantly accelerate the company's growth. Mr. Wei, your offer is compelling, but a 25% stake may require more consideration from our existing shareholders, Zhou Haifeng responded cautiously. In that case, Mr. Zhou, please sign a confidentiality agreement.
I have some documents I'd like to show you. Wei Chengnian produced a printed document listing several terms. After reviewing it, Zhou Haifeng signed with curiosity.
Then the kid opened the confidential file on the workstation, where some text appeared.
Lightship Interactive Entertainment Online Literature Contest. Who was the campus beauty of your youth? In later generations, novel websites often used massive royalties to drive traffic. Of course, such sums were beyond Qingzhou Interactive Entertainment's current capacity.
Therefore, the investment aspect would be handled by Nian Muqing Culture Media.
Qingzhou Interactive Entertainment would only be responsible for liaising with the novelists brought in essentially their core competency. After intense discussions, both parties finally reached an agreement.
Lanyu Network would invest 20 million yuan into Qingzhou Interactive Entertainment, securing an initial 20% stake. This share could be adjusted upward to a maximum of 25% based on future performance growth. After the negotiations concluded, Zhou Haifeng enthusiastically shook hands with Wei Chengnian. The boy checked the time on his phone and hailed the waiting taxi driver outside. Tonight was the freshman orientation ceremony.
The class group chat had made it clear that every new student had to attend.
Those caught skipping would have credits deducted. Even in the cab, the kid remained busy. The money he transferred to Wang Yi had already been received in full, and he began registering a company in Huatu district.
After arranging Wang Yi's tasks, Wei Chengnian discussed filming techniques with Zhang Chen.
As the photography club president, Zhang Chen grasped concepts instantly, so the kid confidently assigned him to coordinate with the literature club on scriptwriting and outlines.
Once the campus beauty arrived, filming could begin immediately.
Perhaps because tonight was the opening ceremony, the instructors dismissed the freshman columns at noon, and the boisterous crowd flooded the campus.
That evening, Wei Chengnian followed his class to the school's grand exhibition hall.
The hall, large enough to hold all the freshmen, was now a sea of voices, buzzing with excitement until the opening ceremony officially began. One performance after another took the stage, senior students danced energetically, seniors sang, and waves of cheers and applause followed relentlessly. Next, we welcome a special mystery guest, our distinguished alumna and entrepreneur, Senior Shen Yiqing. A burst of smoke erupted from the stage as Shen Yiqing jogged onto it, microphone in hand, radiating captivating charm.
Good morning, teachers and students.
Shen Yiqing's voice echoed throughout the hall via the microphone, her humorous and witty remarks drawing continuous applause. No one in attendance knew what big surprise she had in store. Before concluding my speech, I'd like to invite someone who means the world to me.
Shen Yiqing's voice trembled slightly, betraying her inner excitement.
Please welcome Wei Chengnian, a freshman from Class 3 of the School of Finance, to the stage. The large group from the finance school immediately stirred.
They knew Wei Chengnian and they knew Shen Yiqing. Come up! Come up! Come up!
The students chanted in rhythm, their voices swelling into a crescendo.
Wei Chengnian broke away from the formation and stepped onto the stage.
The school's photography team captured his face, projecting it onto the screen before the crowd. Shen Yiqing watched Wei Chengnian approach, her heart racing as a faint blush spread across her cheeks.
When Wei Chengnian came to a stop before her, she took a deep breath, trying to steady her nerves. Kid, Shen Yiqing whispered softly, her voice audible only to him. Wei Chengnian lifted his head to meet Shen Yiqing's gaze, seeing the deep affection and anticipation in her eyes. His heart instantly filled with warmth, all his reservations and hesitations vanishing in that moment. Then his mind went blank. Before thousands of people, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, his lips were enveloped by the delicate fragrance of the blood lotus. The entire venue erupted, applause and cheers rising in waves. This kiss, like fireworks bursting across the night sky, was fleeting yet beautiful, unforgettable. When Shen Yiqing finally ended the kiss, she leaned close to Wei Chengnian's ear and whispered softly, "Little one." An unprecedented surge of emotion welled up within Wei Chengnian. He pulled Shen Yiqing tightly into his embrace and whispered back, "Sister. Thank you all for bearing witness. On behalf of Rhine Biotech, I present a gift to all the newlyweds, a skincare set valued at 1,314 yuan. May all lovers find their happily ever after. Thank you." Chapter 50, Night Battle. Is the kid the submissive one? This scene stunned nearly every freshman. Though not quite a journey from school uniforms to wedding gowns, this bold official announcement held a unique impact all its own. All doubts, speculations, and guesses vanished into thin air. From that moment on, as the waves of sound rolled by, the two retreated behind the scenes. The final formalities of the opening ceremony seemed to lose their significance. Lingering backstage, even with the air conditioning blasting full blast, it couldn't dispel the lingering warmth between them. I thought you'd leave me, sister. After all, you didn't reply for 2 days. If I were truly leaving you, I wouldn't say a word. Suddenly struck by a thought, Wei Chengnian asked, why is sister an outstanding alumna? It's our destined connection. Come on, call me senior sister. The little brat's face immediately turned serious as he declared, Senior. Why so nervous? Is this little kid being unreasonable? Let sister teach him a lesson. Sis, why are you pulling me? The air conditioner was set to a freezing temperature. Wei Chengnian rubbed his temples as he rose from the bed, propping himself up with weary arms. Beside him lay a woman radiating delicate beauty. The naked woman took his hand and whispered, Little one, sleep a little longer. You were so tired last night. Turns out last night, big sister had given the little one a proper scolding. The kid sighed helplessly, Sis, I've got stuff to do. Shen Yiqing, half asleep, mumbled, what do? Zzz. Seems sis is out cold, Wei Chengnian thought to himself. He rose quietly, dressing carefully, afraid to disturb her sweet dreams. After leaving the room number and breakfast charges at the hotel front desk, Wei Chengnian dialed the taxi driver's number. The bullet chat system wasn't complicated, it was the people who were complex. At school, Wei Chengnian was still flying solo. Qi Yaoyao and Zhang Chen hadn't officially started yet. By the time the little brats returned, it was already noon. Piles of green military training uniforms were moving about, some still discussing last night's surprise. While others were more preoccupied with when the care packages from Rhine Biotech would arrive. A text message arrived on Wei Chengnian's phone. It turned out the university's student entrepreneurship project had been fast-tracked. The kid pondered for a moment, attributing the success to his sister. After all, as an honorary alumna, getting a stamp of approval for him was a simple matter. Arriving at the entrepreneurship base, someone was already waiting for him, and it was a professor. Student, are you Wei Chengnian? The commotion caused by the freshmen yesterday had spread throughout the entire campus, even reaching other universities. Yes, Professor Li, I'm Wei Chengnian. Are the procedures complete? Your startup office is in room 403 of this building. If you need suitable personnel, I can recommend some. The professor's face radiated benevolence. Wei Chengnian deftly plugged in his workstation and proceeded to demonstrate the website's foundational framework before Li Qiming. Registration system, authentication system, video section, external interfaces, bullet chat integration. The array of fundamental features displayed a level of expertise far surpassing most startup novices. How does that bullet chat system work? Li Qiming asked, watching as Wei Chengnian launched a black test video. No sound, no image, only the words he'd just typed. Anyone there? Professor, everyone can see this bullet comment in real time. It's a form of live interaction. We also have basic and advanced bullet comment rules, allowing for close-up subtitles and translation overlays on videos. You're playing with a very new kind of startup. Li Qiming nodded. Alright then. When can we officially launch? We can go live tomorrow, but I need the school to provide filming permission and startup verification. There's also a third-party agreement here. Wei Chengnian spoke with enthusiasm. The third-party agreement was with Qingzhou Interactive Entertainment. Who Was the Campus Beauty of Your Youth was set to launch on campus. A novel website? How interesting. The professor neither endorsed nor objected, simply stamping the necessary seals on behalf of the university. The young man tucked the contract away as if it were a treasure and stepped out of the startup incubator. The sun beat down fiercely. Wei Chengnian? Ha! It really is Wei Chengnian. The kid was just about to grab lunch and head back to the dorm when he heard a group of girls chattering behind him. Leading the group was Qin Anli, followed by what appeared to be her friends. Among them, one girl stood out strikingly. She wore a creamy yellow tulle skirt paired with a maroon three-quarter sleeve top, her feet in pristine white cloth shoes. She looked like she belonged in a high-end video shoot. Though there were boys accompanying the girls, Wei Chengnian had initially assumed the one beside the dazzling girl was just a passerby. But the boy followed her wherever she went, and his gaze never left her. Who are these students? Wei Chengnian asked. It wasn't that he was face-blind, but these classmates, though quite attractive, had only met him 2 or 3 times. Unlike his sister, they weren't important enough to warrant such a strong memory. Pan Xiaozhen, Lu Xiaoan, Zhang Qing, Cheng Xiaoyu, and the guy, Zhuang Chen. Cheng Xiaoyu, the radiant girl, glanced at Wei Chengnian and blurted out, "Pretty boy." A pretty boy kept by a rich woman. Qin Anli immediately interjected, "Xiaoyu, how can you say that about Wei Chengnian? He clearly mustered so much courage just to get up on stage yesterday, in front of all those people. Kissing his sister. Seriously, who could pull that off? But it was so romantic." Qin Anli couldn't help but feel a pang of envy, but then she thought of Qi Yaoyao. Her youth had been cut short before it even began. Such a woman of grace was incomparable to girls like them, still studying in their ivory towers. Wei Chengnian, did you see the class group chat? Our class is having a gathering tonight.
Shen Hanli's words made the boy hesitate slightly. He already had a lot to arrange today. Freshmen definitely didn't have the technical skills. Those with skills could seek help from seniors in their fourth year or graduate students. Whether it was renting servers or online maintenance, manpower was needed. A gathering? What time? Where? The kid asked. 7 o'clock tonight at Youth Grill next to campus. Everyone's going. You and Senior Shen should come too. A hint of admiration colored Shen Hanli's voice when he mentioned Shen Yiqing. Wei Chengnian chuckled. I'll be there. As for my sister, I'll have to ask her opinion. Cheng Xiaoyu snorted coldly beside him. What, afraid your rich sister won't want to? Wei Chengnian paid no mind to Cheng Xiaoyu's provocation. He knew some people resorted to sharp words to mask their own insecurities or jealousy. Zhuang Chen chimed in. Wei Chengnian, stop pretending. We all know you're being kept by your senior. If that's what you believe, I couldn't care less. With that, Wei Chengnian ignored them and walked straight toward the restaurant. He knew his mindset and actions spoke louder than any verbal defense. Suck up. Cheng Xiaoyu spat out the words. Chapter 51, Huang and Dudu are sworn enemies. Damn it. Wei Chengnian naturally wouldn't mince words with her after all. What were they to each other? Mr. Wei, please stop arguing. Shen Hanli glanced at the two of them, feeling he couldn't take either side. After speaking, Shen Hanli added, you'll come, right? Truthfully, she wished Shen Yiqing would come too, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. Wei Chengnian replied bluntly, got it. See you tonight. Watching Wei Chengnian's figure disappear into the restaurant, Cheng Xiaoyu stamped her foot. He's just some kept pretty boy. While eating, the kid started replying to the people who had added him. The campus recruitment channels already had quite a few interview appointments booked. These days, everyone's resumes were polished to perfection. But then again, he only needed a few video reviewers, not some crucial technical backbone. Wei Chengnian wouldn't teach the truly core technologies. He didn't want to reveal his ahead-of-its-time capabilities so soon. Wei Chengnian brought his laptop to the startup incubator. Fortunately, the office provided by the incubator had a network cable. However, the previous startup alumna had left her decorations behind, with several group buying flyers scattered on the floor. Group buying was indeed a promising target, but for Wei Chengnian, the timing wasn't right yet. After all, the blueprint he envisioned short video e-commerce required the 4G era to take off, and Long Yuan's 4G rollout wouldn't arrive for another 3 years. Nationwide 4G coverage wouldn't be achieved until 2013. By then, he'd be preparing for graduate school entrance exams. Due to staffing constraints, Wei Chengnian asked the seniors coming for interviews to bring their own supplies, which he would, of course, reimburse. First came 2 tall male seniors, followed by 2 female seniors who had clearly had work done on their faces. Though the kid looked young, he had a big personality. He immediately appointed the 4 as core members of the company and began directing their work. The seniors likely didn't recognize the kid, mistaking him for a fellow freshman after all, who starts a business in their first year these days. Finally, after 2.5 hours and 41 seconds, the job was done. Wei Chengnian handed over several red bills as a thank you, leaving everyone speechless. Dude, these days hiring a cleaning lady only costs $50 an hour. You're handing out 300 to each of us? That's way too generous. The guy named Lu Renjia blurted out, bro, what do you need us to do? As long as it's not illegal, we're in. Wei Chengnian pressed, what if someone wants to share some explicit videos or pictures? How would you handle that? Share them with me? Lu Renjia immediately latched onto the keyword share in Wei Chengnian's question. Ask him privately if he can just show it to my friends. Another guy, Zhou Haiyan, chimed in with some experience. Can't spread it publicly, but sharing it privately with friends should be fine, right? Sorry, this stuff is illegal. You didn't pass. Take your money and leave. Only then did Wei Chengnian's coldness emerge. Article 68 stipulates that producing, transporting, duplicating, selling, or renting pornographic materials will result in corresponding public security penalties of fine of 300 yuan. So you're saying you want to show us porn? But isn't this exactly what you're distributing? Wei Chengnian was speechless. Comrade Zhou Haiyan, it seems you and Dudu have always been sworn enemies. Your future job is to review videos for violations. In today's internet environment, the chances of encountering this stuff are pretty high. If you have to watch it every day, who could handle that? I can handle it. Senior Li Yan spoke up, I've been through it all. All evil will eventually be brought to justice. Then they watched as Wei Chengnian counted out money for Li Yan. Zhou Haiyan was utterly dumbfounded. Wait, bro, why am I the one leaving while she's handing out cash? Sis, the 3,000 is your fine. These days, a girl's monthly living expenses barely exceed 1,000 yuan. Wei Chengnian had just covered 3 months' worth. Why do I have to leave too? The other senior sister chuckled. Her name was Su Jiawei, not the Jinghai district's Su Jiaowei, but the more enduringly beautiful Su Jiawei. Are only the 2 of us staying? Or just me? She suspected the younger brother before her was merely testing the waters. Sure enough, after 1 minute and 31 seconds of silence, Wei Chengnian spoke. You both stay. Salaries are paid on the 2nd Thursday of every month.
Sister Su Jiawei, I recall you majored in accounting? You'll handle attendance from now on. Su Jiawei nodded quickly upon hearing this. Though she still didn't know how much her salary would be, it should be more, not less. Tomorrow I'll take everyone to buy computers, then we'll officially start work. As for now, let's begin training. Wei Chengnian opened his briefcase.
The heavy computer booted up, displaying a page as the underlying code ran.
This was the simplest basic UI interface, with the clean DLBL program divided into several major sections. Registration system, authentication system, video zone, external interfaces, bullet screen interfaces, review interfaces. Alongside the still unfinished CRA enterprise management system, Wei Chengnian demonstrated uploading a prohibited resource via USB drive.
Several seniors grew tense.
Was the money he just handed out really not a penalty?
The video started normally enough. Foreigners tend to overact, but at a crucial moment, it was temporarily locked and moved to the pending review area. This section could accelerate or slow down the processing of prohibited content and also featured a speech recognition module. It supported multilingual recognition, though limited to basic languages. After all, Wei Chengnian hadn't budgeted for expensive servers. Typically, blatantly violating content gets automatically blocked by the system. Borderline cases are handed over for manual review. Of course, I'm not saying we won't give enthusiastic sharers a chance, just that everyone needs to be clear about the review standards. In that memory, the future world had produced countless anime masterpieces worthy of praise. Yet, due to Long Yuan's influence, they were taken down. Wei Chengnian didn't want to miss out on these regrets. He hoped everyone could see these excellent works. This was also laying the groundwork. Boss, why stop watching? Seeing Li Yan's question, Wei Chengnian was utterly speechless. Did you really want me to prosecute you secondary distributors? If you keep watching, will you even be able to leave? Will you be able to show your faces? The two boys nearly unleashed Shaolin Wudong martial arts, while the girls were ready to cast water element magic. Wei Chengnian shut off the video, opened a foundational document, and connected it to the 403 printer. A shrill, chattering noise filled the air before the printer finally spat out the ink. On the paper were Wei Chengnian's terms for video review. Currently, the video market is limited to campuses. As for why it hasn't expanded to society at large, it's because college students have more free time and a bit of disposable income. This highlighted two key issues: user retention and conversion rates. Wei Chengnian's 300 million yuan would be well spent. Take the acquisition of Qingzhou Interactive Entertainment shares. For instance, the 20 million yuan investment was driven by the massive national university conversion market. Short stories and novellas, adapted into short dramas and videos, could easily attract a large user subscription base. By iterating rapidly within campus ecosystems, market-viable strategies can be refined. This is Wei Chengnian's martial arts philosophy. Chapter 52. You know that hearing that voice too much could make you pregnant, right? Boss, who's this stack of stuff for? Seeing the printer still spewing out paper, Li Yan couldn't help but ask curiously. It read, "Who was the campus beauty of your youth?" Below was a ranked list, likely some sort of registration form. The questions were signed off by Nian Muqing Culture Media and Qingzhou Interactive Entertainment. The boss had actually started a company already. And Qingzhou Interactive Entertainment? Wasn't that the website where she secretly wrote novels? She has a book titled I Am April in the Human World signed with Qingzhou Interactive Entertainment. Just recently, the editor mentioned in a small group chat that Qingzhou Interactive Entertainment is about to make a big move. They need authors who can write medium-length and short stories to fill out an application form. This time, the prize money exceeds 1 million yuan, and there's a chance for adaptation. The boss is actually this wealthy. When Wei Chengnian's gaze fell on her, Li Yan couldn't quite meet his eyes. That's for the upcoming short video interviews. If you have any talented roommates or friends, feel free to recommend them. There's a referral bonus. These days, even if you graduate from college without intense competition, finding a decent job is still incredibly rare. Li Yan and Su Jiawei hurriedly nodded, sure. The boss's generosity also provided opportunities for roommates and classmates. Just as they finished handling these matters, Wei Chengnian received a call from Shen Yiqing. Hello, sis? Yeah, I'm busy with school stuff. My classmates said they want to see you up close tonight, about 70 or 80 people, over a dozen tables. Wei Chengnian hung up the soft, sweet voice. The four people beside him perked up their ears. Did they know that listening to that voice too often could make you pregnant? Suddenly, crisp footsteps echoed through the empty hallway, not sneakers, but unmistakably high heels clicking on the floor. The group looked out the window to see a girl in a khaki short-sleeved shirt approaching. Without any surprises, she stopped at the door of room 403. The door's unlocked. Come on in, the kid said, opening the door. The girl who entered wore a short skirt and a khaki short-sleeved shirt. Her long black hair showed signs of being permed and dyed, clearly well-groomed. She looked mature enough, probably not here to cause trouble. So what was she doing here? Hello, what can I do for you? Wei Chengnian spoke up as the woman stepped inside, her gaze fixed on him. Are you in charge here? The mature woman seemed hesitant. Let me introduce myself.
My name is Wang Xiajie. Our company isn't officially established yet. What brings you here? Sure enough, Wang Xiajie shook her head.
I just noticed the lights were on in this classroom. I used to be a student at Guobian Trade and Economics too, and I started my own business in this very classroom.
I happened to see the lights on today, so I came to check if anyone was here. What a coincidence. The youngster recalled the scattered flyers for a group buying website lying on the floor earlier and blurted out, "Did G Group Buying? How did you know that website?" Wang Xiajie asked, his expression momentarily startled.
I saw it on the desk while cleaning earlier.
If you need it, it's over there in that pile. I haven't had time to throw it away yet. Thanks. I came here on impulse today. It's so hard to find things that remind me of the past. Wei Chengnian had Su Jiawei wrap up the items before speaking. Let me call you Senior 4 now. Your group buying website was actually quite innovative.
Having that vision back in 2003 was impressive, but the domestic market wasn't mature enough, that's why you failed. If I were running it, I'd focus on channel-driven traffic instead of product-driven traffic.
Do you understand? Wang Xiajie seemed to ponder this. So what do you think?
Whether it's school or society, they're all channels.
Start from the channel, use content to attract users, and then use service to retain them. As Wang Xiajie listened to Wei Chengnian's words, her astonishment grew.
She hadn't expected this seemingly young junior to pinpoint the reason for her past failure in one sentence.
Moreover, he proposed a seemingly viable solution.
You're right. Back then, I focused too much on the product itself and overlooked the market's true needs. She had assumed that offering low prices and generous benefits was what users wanted, but back then, she never considered the importance of channels. Only after years of experience did she realize that no matter the product, distribution channels reign supreme and service is the ultimate strength.
Nian Gao, I brought some sisters over. Where are you interviewing them?
Don't worry, they're all good looking. Qi Yaoyao said on at it that the sun had just climbed halfway up the mountain and hadn't truly set yet.
Go to room 403 at the startup base. It's in Jixing building across from Duxing building. Look for the Confucius statue at the entrance. Hey, freshman, what kind of company are you guys starting up?
Seeing the group seemed to have some free time, Wang Xiajie couldn't help but ask a few more questions.
Wei Chengnian replied, a cultural media company.
We mainly shoot short videos and stuff like that. While speaking, he had already contacted Zhang Chen from the photography club.
Zhang Chen was still editing yesterday's video of him kissing his sister.
His team was also coordinating with the literature club, which served as Wei Chengnian's backup plan primarily to hone the photography club's skills.
Senior Zhang, can the photography club arrange for a set of large DG equipment?
The term big DG typically refers to high-quality lenses with large apertures.
Especially professional lenses with outstanding optical performance and build quality. Boss, how did you know I have a set of heirloom-grade lenses? Your ad is full of beautiful girls, you can't capture them without a big DG. I get it. Can I stay and watch you guys work? Seeing Wei Chengnian already setting up the interview stage, Wang Xiajie was eager to jump in. I've started a business before I know this stuff. You can watch, but don't get in the way. Not exactly a refusal.
Wei Chengnian directed several people to move tables and chairs into a U shape, with him seated in the middle and the photography club members and interviewers flanking him on either side. With memories of that future world, the kid smoothly printed out the mini stage needed for the interview.
As Wei Chengnian directed, the interview theater gradually took shape.
He cleverly utilized the office space, dividing the interview area to feel both professional and approachable. The Nian Muqing Culture Media banner hanging on the wall added a touch of formality to the entire setting. Soon, light footsteps echoed down the hallway as Qi Yaoyao appeared at the door with several young women. Each was dressed in youthful, vibrant styles, instantly capturing everyone's attention.
Wei Chengnian glanced up, a flicker of admiration crossing his eyes before he regained his composure. Hello, everyone. I'm Qi Yaoyao. These are my classmates, whom I've recommended for the interview.
Qi Yaoyao introduced them with a smile, her gaze lingering on Wei Chengnian for a moment, as if searching for something.
Why wasn't he surprised? Chapter 53, the taxi driver gets dragged into a palace intrigue. Wei Chengnian's calm reaction made Qi Yaoyao feel a flicker of doubt, but she quickly dismissed it.
In his eyes, these beauties probably couldn't hold a candle to his own sister.
Nian Gao, these are all the beauties from my class.
They heard you're casting for short videos and are super interested, Qi Yaoyao introduced. Besides Qi Yaoyao, Wei Chengnian recognized several of the girls auditioning, especially Chang Xiaoyu, who had just scolded him. Seeing the child, Chang Xiaoyu was taken aback. Not only was Wei Chengnian a guy who liked younger women, but he was also a boss? Could it be that the money he was using was also his sister's allowance? The thought crossed her mind, prompting her to blurt out, "Are you really sure you can pay us?"
Wei Chengnian didn't answer directly but turned to Qi Yaoyao instead. Yaoyao, how did you explain this to them? Qi Yaoyao smiled.
I just told them there's a guy from our college who started his own business and is hiring.
I suggested they come take a look.
Just then, Zhang Chen from the photography club arrived, bringing several club members with him. After ushering the photography club members to their seats, Wei Chengnian said, "Don't worry. Even if you don't get selected, you'll still receive an audition fee.
I'm certainly not short on money for that. Let's get started." Printed sheets were handed out detailing the required poses.
Short videos often stood out through exaggerated movements and expressions. Under Zhang Chen's direction, the photography club members began filming, with footage imported directly into Wei Chengnian's workstation.
Who knew how much technical expertise was packed into that kid's memory?
After filming several takes, it was time for the screening process.
Zhang Chen and the photography club members watching Wei Chengnian's work couldn't help but feel admiration.
They hadn't expected this young boss to not only be wealthy but also possess such impressive technical skills.
"Wow, Chengnian, how did you do that?" Qi Yaoyao couldn't help but ask as she watched Wei Chengnian effortlessly edit the video. Chang Xiaoyu was equally astonished. Having never dabbled in photography before, she never imagined how stunning she looked on camera.
The girls in the footage were either playful and adorable or sexy and alluring, each showcasing their unique charm. The numbers are still too small for now, so you're all provisionally approved. Here are several authorization agreements and labor contracts. As he finished speaking, the decisive Su Jiawei handed over the documents.
The payment per chapter, 370? That much? And that's just the base rate? There's also a profit share? Chang Xiaoyu was stunned.
They were all students and had never encountered such contracts before.
The others looked stunned too.
If the shoot went smoothly for a few months, they could each make over 10,000 yuan.
How much does it cost to sponsor a college student these days?
But then again, Shen Yiqing had even gifted all the freshman skincare products.
Wei Chengnian's generosity probably came from his sister.
By the time they finished filming, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Since there was a class gathering that evening, the young man immediately disbanded the team, hailed a taxi, and headed to accompany his sister.
Wang Xiejie, who had been watching nearby, also left thoughtfully.
She planned to look into the contract she'd accidentally glimpsed earlier, the one between Qingzhou Interactive Entertainment and Yan Muqing.
Shen Yiqing had been busy handling company affairs on her laptop at the hotel.
Spotting the kid return, she hurriedly slipped on her shoes and skipped over to Wei Chengnian.
"Kid, pick me up." Wei Chengnian dotingly picked up his little sister.
The sweet scent of bloodlotus lingered around them as their lips danced in a playful battle, leaving the little rascal unable to resist.
After their tender moment, the little one clutched Shen Yiqing's hand tightly and reluctantly said, "Sis, I have to go." After all, he had promised his classmates he'd meet them at the youth grill for a party. He had even specially invited his sister. Shouldn't he take her out for a spin? The taxi driver spotted Wei Chengnian and Shen Yiqing and blurted out without thinking, "Got a new girlfriend already?" Damn it, that instantly flushed the kid's face red.
His kidney area was pinched and he yelped in pain.
"Driver, has he taken taxis with other girls before?"
Shen Yiqing glanced at Wei Chengnian, who was grinning widely, and said, "Tell me, and I'll cheer you on."
"Sis, she's just a classmate." The kid blurted out. "You get jealous over classmates too? Master, tell me, was that girl pretty? Good grief, this is like a palace intrigue drama."
The taxi driver thought to himself, speechless, then replied, "She's not as pretty as you."
"It's perfectly normal for classmates to go shopping together, huh?" He tacked on 2 more laughs to cover his awkwardness.
The campus barbecue area had already drawn a crowd, bustling with all sorts of people moving about. The owner and staff were busily grilling the ingredients. Beer was poured into pitchers and placed on tables, each occupied by small groups. Today's military training ended at noon because too many people had fainted from the heat. For safety reasons, the scorching 40-degree temperatures over the past 2 days had to be managed to prevent heat stroke. The little brat arrived and immediately spotted the class monitor from Finance Class 3 and other classmates. He tried to pull his sister's hand away, but she held on tightly. Wei Chengnian recognized the girls Pan Xiuzhen, Lu Xiaowan, Zhang Qing, and Cheng Xiaoyu since they invited him to dinner and even interviewed him that afternoon. Zhuang Chen, however, seemed deep in discussion with his roommates.
Zhuang Chen had become quite familiar with Wei Chengnian's dorm mates. He knew Wei Chengnian had an older sister, but the exact nature of their relationship remained unclear. Is Wei Chengnian really close with that girl from the East Campus? I heard from Cheng Xiaoyu that they're pretty tight. Zhuang Chen brought it up casually, merely wanting to spark conversation rather than pry into private matters. Ma Chao and Rin Ziqiang exchanged glances.
They knew Wei Chengnian and Qi Yaoyao were on good terms, but didn't think much of it.
Probably just a classmate.
Wei Chengnian has a lot of friends, Ma Chao replied casually.
Just as Zhuang Chen was about to ask more, Wei Chengnian and Shen Yiqing approached. "Wei Chengnian, I heard you have another female friend. Who is she?" Shen Yiqing's eyes instantly sharpened.
She clasped Wei Chengnian's hand tightly, her tone tinged with displeasure.
"Kid, is this true?"
Sensing Shen Yiqing's displeasure, Wei Chengnian hurriedly explained, "Sis, you've got the wrong idea.
She's just a classmate. We're only ordinary friends." Shen Yiqing clearly didn't believe him.
Jealousy had already flared up, and a dangerous glint flashed in her eyes.
The kid knew that if he couldn't give his sister a reasonable explanation, he wouldn't have an easy night.
"Sis, it's actually about my campus entrepreneurship project.
What's the company called? Need any help?
Wei Chengnian hesitated before saying Nian Muqing. Hearing that name, Shen Yiqing's face finally broke into a satisfied smile. She knew the character Qing in the name was undoubtedly a nod to her. Her child truly had her in his heart. Chapter 54, Truth or Dare.
What does the company do? Shen Yiqing was still curious when Chang Xiaoyu walked over.
Only then did she get a close look at the woman who seemed to occupy Wei Chengnian's entire world.
Mainly shooting short videos. Wei Chengnian feared Chang Xiaoyu might blurt out his company's business like a runaway truck.
Seeing Shen Yiqing clasp Wei Chengnian's hand tightly, Chang Xiaoyu knew immediately that Wei Chengnian's sister had arrived.
Shen Yiqing's arrival was undeniably striking.
Her aura was unique, combining the sharpness of a career woman with feminine grace and elegance. Her features were exquisitely refined, with a cool, distant aura emanating from her brows and eyes that made one hesitate to approach, yet couldn't resist taking a second look. Her skin was so fair it seemed to glow from within, while her eyes deep and luminous appeared capable of seeing straight into one's soul. In short, those at a loss for words could only manage the simple phrase, "She's beautiful."
Chang Xiaoyu said nothing, merely pursed her lips before slipping back into the crowd to whisper a few words to Qi Yaoyao.
Their arrival immediately stirred the crowd. This gathering was more accurately described as a mixer, given it was a joint event for the finance and trade classes. Qi Yaoyao's eyes lit up upon seeing Wei Chengnian, but her radiance dimmed slightly when she noticed the captivating figure beside him. Right, his world already had a girl who lit up his entire universe. If she stepped into that light, she'd only get burned by its brilliance. As these thoughts crossed her mind, the little brat had already brought his sister to stand before her.
"Sis, this is my friend from school, Qi Yaoyao."
Qi Yaoyao composed herself and replied gracefully, "Hello, sister.
How do you maintain such a youthful appearance?
You look barely over 20.
Hearing this, Shen Yiqing couldn't help but smile. "I'm only a few years older than a child, not that old."
"Kid?" Hearing this peculiar term, Qi Yaoyao couldn't help but recall the rumors swirling around them. Could it be that she still had a chance? Were they just ordinary, close siblings? But do siblings kiss? That doesn't make sense, does it? Are you two a couple?
Shen Yiqing responded with a straightforward declaration of their relationship, family, and lovers. Deep down, Wei Chengnian had long become an integral part of her life.
She had encountered questions like Qi Yaoyao's before her rebirth stories of love she'd witnessed through her best friend. Everyone thought they had a chance, but in truth, opportunity was reserved for others.
"I'm so envious of you two."
Though Qi Yaoyao didn't voice it aloud, she guided the two to their seats. The surrounding area had already grown boisterous. The sun shed its last vestiges of warmth, ushering in the pitch-black night. As platters of grilled food arrived table after table and pitcher after pitcher of beer was cracked open, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively.
Wei Chengnian's table seated 14 people. Both of Qi Yaoyao's roommates were present, but Su Siki was nowhere to be seen.
"Senior Shen Yiqing, when will your outfit be shipped?"
Someone shouted, seemingly already tipsy. "Production is currently at maximum capacity. Handmade lines can't match fully automated ones, so it'll take about a month."
Shen Yiqing replied. She didn't regret supporting her classmates after all, skincare products eventually run out. Once the samples were gone, they'd naturally buy more. Plus, the goodwill she'd cultivated would yield positive word-of-mouth effects on campus. To thank Senior Shen for her generosity, let's play flower wine. The drinking game involved each person saying a flower name, with no repeats allowed. Anyone who repeated a name faced a penalty. The lively atmosphere instantly intensified as flower names began flying from the first student to speak. When it came to Wei Chengnian, he instinctively blurted out, "Bloodlotus." Little did he know, Qi Yaoyao had already said it. The classmates cheered, and he had to choose between truth or dare. 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 The students' cheers came in wave after wave. Though there were only a dozen or so people, the scene was incredibly lively. The kid actually chose truth or dare and drew a dare card. "Wei Chengnian, your dare is." Xin Hanli paused dramatically before announcing, "Close your eyes, point to a girl, and then hug her." Wow. This was tricky after all, most of the dozen or so people present were girls. How thrilling.
Wei Chengnian was blindfolded with a cloth strip by his classmates, plunging him into complete darkness.
He could hear the laughter and whispers around him, sensing the girls forming a circle in front of him as he stood in the center.
"Spin him around.
Spin him around," someone cheered. The kid reluctantly spun around a few times, swaying unsteadily and feeling a bit dizzy. Taking a deep breath, he tried to orient himself using his other senses. The key to this game lay in smell and touch. The girls around him giggled softly, some deliberately creating distractions by lightly tapping his back or tugging at his shirt.
Wei Chengnian forced himself to stay calm, slowly extending his hands to feel his way through the air.
Different girls emitted distinct scents, some sweet, some fresh. Most, however, wore heavily sprayed perfume, masking the natural fragrances of others.
Wei Chengnian was searching for a specific scent, the fragrance of the bloodlotus, Shen Yiqing's unique body scent.
Finally, his nose caught a faint, familiar trace. Though faint, he was certain it was the scent of the bloodlotus. He moved slowly toward the source, his hands sweeping through the air until they touched a soft body.
He could feel the other's breath and smell the blood lotus scent growing stronger. Without hesitation, the child stretched out both arms and clung tightly to the other. Applause and whistles erupted around them. Removing his blindfold, the little brat saw Shen Yiqing in his arms. She gazed at him with a smile, her eyes brimming with tenderness and affection. "Sister, I found you," Wei Chengnian murmured softly, his voice tinged with pride. Shen Yiqing gently returned his embrace, whispering softly, "Little one, you always manage to find me." "It's because you smell so good, sister," the boy said. Shi Yaoyao began to understand why these two were together. There was no love more fitting than theirs. The game continued, and the other tables were just as lively. Many noticed Shen Yiqing and wanted to approach her for her contact information. After all, she was a senior who had started her own company. Getting some guidance from her after graduation would be invaluable. The kid was munching on a lobster tail fed to him by his sister when suddenly someone shouted, "Shen Senior, can I get your contact info? Could I apply to your company when I graduate?" Shen Yiqing glanced at the person and smiled. "Getting a job still depends on your own abilities. Shen Senior, add me too. Sis, remember to consider me when you're hiring interns." Shen Yiqing agreed to each request. She knew these were valuable future connections, and she genuinely needed to recruit more talent to expand her company. Wei Chengnian watched his sister surrounded by admirers, a pang of envy stinging his heart. "She's clearly mine." "Kid, what's wrong? Feeling upset?" Shen Yiqing asked with concern. "Nothing. I was just thinking that since you're so popular, maybe I should work harder to become better too." Chapter 55, No Fly Lands on a Seamless Egg? "Kid, you're already exceptional. That CRA management system at Rhine Corporation is a testament to your capabilities." Hearing his sister say this, the kid reluctantly took a bite of the meat his lover had fed him. A few classmates dragged over some speakers. Bluetooth speakers were still a rarity back then, and no one knew which club they'd borrowed them from. All eyes from over a dozen tables turned toward the stage. Very few had the courage to sing, so many urged their friends to go up. The boy had drunk quite a bit, his cheeks flushed crimson. The girls beside him shouted for him to sing, and the tipsy boy turned his head toward Shen Yiqing. "Sister, do you want to hear me sing? Kid, sing well and I'll reward you." And so, Wei Chengnian staggered toward the center of the square. The youth grill wasn't just occupied by their dozen or so tables, other students were also enjoying their barbecue. "Hello?" The boy blew into the microphone, his voice sounding squeaky and high-pitched. "Hey!" The crowd below the stage buzzed with excitement, all waiting to hear what song Wei Chengnian would sing. "Hey girl across the way, look this way, look this way, look this way." No sooner had he started than the crowd burst into laughter, though Wei Chengnian had eyes only for that girl. A lonely boy's fly swatter, swat left, swat right. Drunkenly carefree, the kid's singing was infused with that memory. After all, he'd attended plenty of social gatherings after graduation. Those classmates who weren't particularly close with Wei Chengnian in class now found him even more memorable, while the girls envied Shen Yiqing envied her relationship. Originally intended to foster connections and mutual understanding, the gathering had now completely become Wei Chengnian's stage. Seeing the girls' eyes light up, the boys grew resentful. Why couldn't they sing like that? As the gathering wound down, Shen Yiqing dragged Wei Chengnian away with a helpless expression, his hand clutching hers as he chuckled. Sis, you're the most beautiful fly swatter in the whole world. And I'm the dumbest fly in the world, always chasing seamless eggs. Would a little brat act this clingy after getting drunk?" Shen Yiqing couldn't help but recall their first night together. Back then, the child had been adorably tipsy too, willing to play along with any game. Then why did the dumbest fly in the world target that egg? Because it's your little face, the kind that wants to be kissed. Their shadows stretched long beneath the streetlights. Outside the campus, several taxi drivers waited for passengers. Shen Yiqing naturally ushered the child into a cab. "Sweetie, let's go home and rest." Amidst the sweet scent of blood lotus and an air of intimacy, the car began its journey toward the five-star hotel. "No, we can't rest. Only I get to decide when we rest. I want to sleep with sister, sleep. I want to sleep with sister." Alright, we'll go back to sleep." After pulling the obedient, drowsy child into the hotel, Shen Yiqing immediately shed that gentle demeanor. "Kid, take it off." Her voice was seductive, cold, and commanding. "Alrighty." The next morning, the kid woke up groggily. He seemed to have drunk too much last night and had been dragged home by his sister. Glancing at the time 7 a.m., he remembered he still needed to buy computers for the new senior students. Today would be more of the same, sneaking around without firing a shot. But that snowball of a girl wouldn't let go, leaving Wei Chengnian helpless. Slowly, he pulled his arm free. After efficiently heading downstairs to extend his stay and place an order for breakfast, Wei Chengnian called the taxi driver again. After all, who would just hang around a five-star hotel picking up fares these days? The driver arrived as soon as the call connected, not daring to utter a word. "Driver." Before Wei Chengnian could finish, the driver blurted out, "Aren't you bringing your girlfriend today?" The young man neither refuted nor explained, leading the driver to assume he'd guessed correctly. In the car, Wei Chengnian messaged the seniors in the workgroup, instructing them to hail taxis to the computer mall. Expenses would be reimbursed. 30 yuan, please. Wei Chengnian counted the loose change in his pockets, scraping together 30 yuan by including every coin.
Probably because he'd merged with that memory, he'd grown unaccustomed to carrying loose change, though he always had red bills on him.
30. No refueling this time. Let Bo Yang push from behind. The boy got out of the car. Outside the computer mall, 4 employees stood poised and ready. Don't say a word. Just watch me work. Playing it safe, Wei Chengnian added, the people selling computers in here are all scumbags. Hey kid, who the hell are you calling scum? Without turning his head, the kid retorted, I'm talking about you. Wait, the boy suddenly sensed the air freeze. That voice sounded so familiar. Holy, it's you, old Biden. It was the computer shop owner he'd screwed over that day. Fine, don't blame me for coming back for more. Old Biden? Calling me a bastard isn't enough? Don't even think about buying anything from me. Last time I brought a hottie just to give you face. So are you still in business? I need 4 computers this time, desktops. I named the price, you assemble them. The owner realized this guy knew his stuff. After all, the real profit in computer reselling lies in the specs. Refurbished units and faulty machines could be sold as new, let alone the padding and specs. Don't try to pull a fast one with loose change this time. I know you've got money. Last time you spent over 10 grand on that girl's computer. Wei Chengnian pulled out a stack of bright red bills from his pocket with confidence. Amidst the silence of the 4, Wei Chengnian completed the transaction. This purchase still squeezed the boss's profit margin, leaving him with barely enough to cover labor costs per machine. Of course, he didn't skimp on peripherals either: high-definition monitors, Cherry keyboards, Logitech mice, and even snagged a few large desk mats. Wei Chengnian wasn't one to skimp on expenses. After all, starting a business at school was merely the first piece of his grand plan. The minivan was packed with 5 people, ferrying them to the school gates. Just then, Susiki came into Wei Chengnian's view. Her outdated military training uniform couldn't hide her face, which was streaked with tears and disappointment, as if she'd just been abandoned. Spotting Wei Chengnian, she froze in place. Her gaze drifted to the people behind him, each clutching desktop computer cases emblazoned with a laptop logo, and her resentment deepened. He liked me first, didn't he? Why did I push him away? If only I hadn't rejected his confession back then. Would I be the one basking in his affection now? Susiki was tormented. She enjoyed the material comforts Chen Peihuan provided and the envy she felt from her sisters. Just as she told her roommates, she had raised many fish in high school, but now they were scattered far and wide. The call she just received was from Chen Peihuan's assistant delivering items. It was her wardrobe left at Chen Peihuan's home, several large boxes filled to the brim, many containing revealing outfits. Once her pride and armor, they were now worthless. How true that saying was, women are like clothes. Wei Chengnian watched Susiki with a look that spoke volumes. The girl from his memories had been so dazzling, keeping him obediently by her side for years. Li Yan, Su Jiawei, help her pick up the clothes. Pick them up. Pick them up. Chapter 56, The First Battle of the Bullet Screen System. Everyone was curious about the relationship between Susiki and Wei Chengnian. After all, they were upperclassmen and didn't have time to stare at the stunning freshman beauty. I'll call my sisters over. After all, the Purple Gold Pavilion isn't far from here. Li Yan chimed in, Jiawei, hurry up and work your magic. The 2 seniors put down their computers and accessories and walked over. Surprisingly, Susiki didn't run away. Instead, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She regretted it so much. Why are you crying, little sister? What's your relationship with Wei Chengnian? He's our boss. He just bought us computers to set up our office. Recalling how Wei Chengnian seemed like a different person after high school, and remembering how he had rescued her at the restaurant before, her sorrow turned to utter despair. A few minutes later, several senior female students emerged from the girls' dormitory closest to the school gate. Sisters, please help her. Wei Chengnian felt a bit uneasy under their stares. What was Susiki up to? He didn't know Chen Peihuan's assistant, but it wasn't hard to guess Susiki had probably truly lost her sugar daddy. What good was staring at him now? He already had a sister. Not only was Susiki out of the question, but neither Qi Yaoyao, who had a clear crush on him, nor Chang Xiaoyu, who strongly disapproved of him, were his type. You're quite handsome, little brother. Got a girlfriend? One of the senior female students asked the killer question, and everyone waited for Wei Chengnian's response. This secret requires a friend's help to reveal. Senior sisters, why don't you help Susiki pick up her clothes? I can't bear to watch this anymore. You let a girl cry here without comforting her, yet you're only concerned about making us pick up her clothes? Working overtime on the spot? Any overtime pay? Wei Chengnian reached into his pocket and instantly produced several 100 yuan bills. It's not that I'm afraid you won't try hard, it's that I'm afraid you won't be up to the task. Hey, is this really how you make money, throwing money around like that? The seniors began gathering Susiki's scattered clothes, stuffing them into a box before lifting it up. Someone sniffed it. Why does it smell like smoke? Besides smoke, there was also the scent of a man.
Some of these clothes were worn by Su Siki when she was fooling around at Chen Peihuan's place. Apart from herself and Chen Peihuan, no one knew she'd been so wild. But now, even though the seniors didn't frequent those pink apps, they'd heard the gossip through the grapevine. Su Siki nearly suffered social death. Fortunately, the seniors holding the clothes kept quiet, impressed by Wei Chengnian's financial clout.
They escorted Su Siki toward the freshman dormitory. Meanwhile, Wei Chengnian and his group arrived at room 403 in the entrepreneurship base.
The desks and chairs had been restored to order, and senior Zhang Chen was leading 2 members of the photography club in their work. We'll implement strict content review protocols to ensure all uploaded videos comply with regulations. Li Yan and Su Jiawei, you two will handle initial screening. Zhang Chen, you'll oversee photography and video production guidance. Zhou Haiyan, you'll manage technical support, and Lu Renjie. The website's trial operation is about to commence, but before that, Wei Chengnian needs to complete the first step of user acquisition, channel placement. After signing an agreement with Qingzhou Interactive Entertainment, Nian Muqing can now control all advertising slots on Qingzhou Interactive Entertainment's website.
These days, few readers seek out legitimate novels. However, Wei Chengnian could deploy code to force advertisements onto any content scraped by web crawlers.
Consequently, every reader accessing Qingzhou's novels, whether through legitimate or pirated channels, would be exposed to these ads. Simultaneously, Qingzhou Interactive launched a writing contest with a total prize pool exceeding 2 million yuan, a lavish investment only Nian Muqing could pull off. The students on campus, of course, had nowhere to channel their energy. They either watched videos or read novels. Given how expensive data was in this era, reading novels was still a relatively affordable option. In the third-year male dormitory that day, the posters of Li Lei and Han Mimi had faded somewhat, but they remained a distinctive feature of the room. Zhang Wei sat at his desk, idly flipping through a copy of C programming language, though his mind was clearly elsewhere. His roommate was glued to the computer screen, occasionally letting out soft chuckles. "Hey, what are you looking at?" Zhang Wei leaned in curiously, only to see a novel website displayed on his roommate's screen, prominently featuring an advertisement. Qingzhou Interactive Entertainment Online Literature Contest. Who was the campus beauty of your youth?
This one. Want to check it out?
His roommate pointed at the ad on the screen. Zhang Wei shrugged, showing no interest.
He was a pragmatist, the type who'd go along with whatever was convenient. Zhang Wei couldn't care less about those ethereal literary contests, let alone the little ads on pirated websites. Fine, if you don't want to watch.
But let me tell you, the girls in this contest are all real people showing off their talents.
His roommate said mysteriously, piquing Zhang Wei's curiosity. He leaned in to take a look. Sure enough, the screen displayed vibrant younger female students.
Under Zhang Chen's DG filming lens, the girls in the video radiated energy. I heard these girls will star in short dramas adapted from Qingzhou Interactive Entertainment's writing contests.
Those thrilling stories? They've got all the stuff guys know about. His roommate grinned knowingly, his eyes twinkling with mischief. I remember you loved reading novels?
I'll recommend this one to you. I Am the Seventh Month of Heaven.
The author is March Blossom.
Her previous work, I Am the Fourth Month of Heaven, made me cry so hard.
I really wish Manhwa and Jianjia had a perfect ending. But Zhang Wei wasn't focused on that. Instead, he asked, "Where'd you get the video?" "It's from this app called DLBL.
It's pretty unique. It has this thing called a bullet screen system."
"What the heck is a bullet screen?" Zhang Wei asked curiously.
His roommate explained.
Danmu lets you post comments on videos. These comments fly across the screen like bullets, and other viewers can see them too.
Zhang Wei clicked on a video and tried sending a bullet comment. This freshman girl sings so beautifully. Soon, his comment appeared on the video, while other viewers' comments flew by in a flurry, creating a unique viewing experience. These videos weren't just for watching, you could discuss them with others too. The experience felt novel to him.
"Oh, about those writing contests you mentioned earlier, what's that all about?"
Zhang Wei suddenly recalled his roommate's earlier words and asked.
His roommate replied,
"Oh, that's the online literature contest hosted by Qingzhou Interactive Entertainment. The prize money is pretty substantial. Plus, they plan to adapt these works into short dramas and have the underclassmen act in them.
I've read a few of the stories, and some of them are genuinely captivating." Zhang Wei's interest was completely piqued. He had always been fascinated by novels. Chapter 57, If I don't go home today, Mom'll beat me tomorrow.
Clicking through the website pop-up immediately took him to the reading interface. I Am July in this world tells the story of a boy with terminal leukemia and a nurse.
After just a few glances, Zhang Wei couldn't tear his eyes away.
He hurriedly prepared to pay for a pirated download, only to see that supporting the official version could help boost his favorite campus beauty. The alluring girls featured above were quite a sight.
Damn, this practically forces you to buy the legit version, right? But what about inviting more campus beauties to join?
Scrolling through the constantly popping comments, he learned the feature supported universities nationwide, but currently only Guobian University of Economics and Trade was listed. Other universities needed support to join too, and the methods were simple: sharing and paid downloads.
Every paid purchase within the novel app or offline card purchase counts as a paid download. Sharing, however, is tiered. The more people who view your shared content and convert it into invitation codes, the higher your support value becomes. Moreover, the DLBL website allows users to share campus beauty videos. If the number of likes and shares reaches a certain threshold, it also offers cashback in the form of Qingzhou Mutual Entertainment reading coins. Wei Chengnian's classic nesting doll tactic originated from the parallel worlds of Pinduoduo and TKTK software. As time slowly passed, military training commenced as usual. Ever since Susiki was taken back by the senior students that day, she seemed to have come to terms with things. Whatever they discussed, Susiki had let go, making her appearance already as ripe as a persimmon even more captivating. One evening, Susiki cornered Qi Yaoyao in the dormitory and said earnestly, "I'm sorry, Yaoyao." This startled Qi Yaoyao so much she rushed over, worried Susiki had lost her mind. But this was merely a minor incident, unknown to Wei Chengnian. As DLBL's user base grew steadily, the volume of videos uploaded surged. Wei Chengnian had no choice but to expand the team before the summer festival. The photography crew's work shifted from campus to off-campus locations, and the review team added 3 new groups. In an era where distribution channels reigned supreme, Wei Chengnian, possessing insights beyond contemporary understanding, made tremendous efforts to elevate user quality. So much so that all participants noticed the transformation. Even rival novel sites observed that the once unremarkable Qingzhou Interactive Entertainment had suddenly polished its image. They sought to emulate Wei Chengnian's approach, using video platforms to drive traffic back. Yet Wei remained technically superior in coding. No one could escape the bullet screen system anchored to DLBL. Shen Yiqing and Wei Chengnian returned after a few days of cozying up, leaving Li Ruobing behind to continue tracking offline stores in the flower fields. Summer festival drew near as military training concluded amidst repeated assemblies. Some bid farewell to their drill instructors, others embraced them. It was a brilliant morning as the 13-day summer festival officially began its break. Early that morning, Ma Chao from Wei Chengnian's dorm hurried to the airport with his luggage. His home was the farthest from Huatian, making him the most eager to return. But this also highlighted the absurdity of modern college students. When filling out college applications, they all wanted to be as far from home as possible, seeking freedom and indulgence in unfamiliar cities. Yet during breaks, they couldn't even smile about it. Not only did they have the longest journey and highest expenses, but upon returning home, they had to endure scolding after the 3-day newcomer grace period. This was the only thing they could feel from schools in neighboring provinces, yet they insisted on crossing half the country to live it up in places where others had grown weary of life. For someone like Ma Chao living in Tianshu, he scrimps and saves all semester, only to blow it all on plane tickets the moment break hits. "Alright, guys, I'm off. Ma Chao, remember to take those 2 bags of trash downstairs." Run Ziqiang from Yanqing called out, still clutching his e-reader as he devoured a novel. Brother Chao grumbled as he grabbed the trash. "Should I toss this huge pile of junk on my bed too?" "Where?" Ren Jiqiang retorted. "My bed's cleaner than your wash basin." Qiansen laughed and said, "He's calling you trash. Damn it, get the hell out of here." Wei Chengnian also needed to head home. His train ticket was for the afternoon, so he spent the entire lunch break working at the startup incubator. The poor seniors had grown accustomed to overtime pay under the relentless financial pressure from these young upstarts. As for Qingzhou Interactive Entertainment's traffic, thanks to its effective promotion among college students nationwide, its average daily active users had surged by 70% and all were high-quality users. They left comments in the discussion sections and sent virtual flowers in the voting areas, all for the chance to see their campus beauties featured. And this was still a market far from maturity. Qingzhou Interactive CEO Shou Haifeng realized this was the terrifying market dominance of Blue Yao Network. Sitting in the taxi, Wei Chengnian, as usual, carried nothing. He arrived at the Agricultural Science Building and called out to Li Yicheng. They shared the same ticket. Summer Memorial Day was the nation's largest public commemoration, honoring the departed. Among the 4 seasonal observances, Spring Memorial Day and Summer Memorial Day held the greatest significance. Arriving at the start of the summer festival, the train station was still packed with a dense crowd. Li Yicheng seemed to have gained a bit more weight when he lowered his head, his feet were no longer visible. Wei Chengnian had intended to book a sleeper berth, but without Li Yicheng's ID, they settled for soft seats instead. No sooner had they settled into their seats than a woman emerged from the row ahead. It was Susiki. Wei Chengnian? If Wei Chengnian were still the pathetic sucker from that memory, he'd be overjoyed to see Susiki now. Susiki looked utterly surprised, but her mindset had changed. She could now calmly accept any unexpected encounter with Wei Chengnian. The reason was that when the senior students had taken her belongings back that day, they had lectured her extensively, especially about relationships and romance. They detold her, "Susiki, you must understand that love isn't a game, and your body isn't a bargaining chip to be traded. Take that junior, for example. Even though you rejected him, he wasn't emotionally shattered, he took it in stride. Forget about the person who once satisfied your desires. Someone far more suited for you is waiting in the future." Susiki lay awake that night. Had she truly been happy in those so-called romances built on materialism and vanity? Each time, satisfaction was followed by fresh emptiness, repeating endlessly. Now, when she unexpectedly met Wei Chengnian at the train station, her heart no longer held the old turmoil and resentment. Instead, there was a sense of release and calm. Wei Chengnian, what a coincidence! Are you heading home today too? Susiki greeted him first, her smile natural and sincere. The kid didn't disappoint her, bluntly replying, not going home today? Mom'll beat me tomorrow. The train car had 3 seat rows facing each other, so 2 other passengers, a boy and a girl, were seated between them. The girl giggled, glancing between Wei Chengnian and Susiki, sensing there was a story to be told. Chapter 58, Big Sis doesn't like being in charge. Who are you? She asked, simple and casual, even thinking that a girl as pretty as Susiki should be the one being pursued by boys, right? My name is Li Yiqing, from the Agricultural Science and Technology University. One of the guys spoke up. Sophomore old dog, that's me. We're both from Huatian University. You're students too, right? The other guy said, his gaze lingering on Susiki, a hint of uncertainty in his eyes. State-registered trade and economics, Wei Chengnian. The girl's smile blossomed even more brightly. What a ridiculous name, she thought, but she remained polite. Agricultural Science and Technology University, Fengxiaochun. There wasn't much to talk about among the group, but the guys took the initiative. Hey, classmates, meeting is fate. Should we exchange contacts? Everyone uses that, right? As they spoke, the girl named Feng Xiaochun took the lead. Not only did she exchange contacts, but she even created a group chat, seemingly with her own agenda. Hey, you should join too. The group ID is. Hearing this, Wei Chengnian frowned and said, I just remembered something. The guy asked, what is it? I haven't cheered on my significant other yet. I can't add contacts. The guy chuckled and asked, what kind of encouragement? Oxygen. This was a polite refusal. Seeing Wei Chengnian respond this way, Susiki didn't join the group chat either. Instead, she added that girl's contact information privately. As soon as she added her, Feng Xiaochun asked, is he your boyfriend? Would you get mad if I added you? Susiki felt nothing but regret, blaming herself for not recognizing Wei Chengnian's worth earlier. She tapped the 9-square keyboard, and words appeared on her phone screen. I suggest you don't flirt with him. You two are worlds apart. As for me, if I could make him care, I would have been angry before, but now I'd only be angry at myself. By then, the boys had joined the group chat. As they walked, they exchanged scattered remarks. Feng Xiaochun grew curious about what Wei Chengnian was really like. Li Yiqing, sitting next to Wei Chengnian, secretly texted him, mentioning he had a bit of a crush on Feng Xiaochun and that they even attended the same school. Go for it. The kid typed back, she's got some skills, but her rank isn't high. Plus, you've got bloodline suppression. What bloodline advantage? Iron-eating beasts can't chew through old iron. Right. Another joke Li Yiqing wouldn't get. He was actually pretty nervous, so Wei Chengnian next to him was coaching him on how to liven up the group chat. But with 2 members missing from the group of 6, the atmosphere felt a bit flat. What could students possibly talk about? Besides the various subjects they didn't want to bring up, spending 5 days cramming for 8 subjects, there was only gossip about relationships. Chengnian, save me. Save me. Seeing the replies in the group growing increasingly perfunctory and awkward, Li Yiqing immediately called for backup. Wei Chengnian typed cryptically, chat about DLBL, the new video app, and its campus beauty theme. When the kid stepped in, everyone knew he meant business. The conversation quickly settled on discussing the bullet chat system and the campus beauty promotion. Feng Xiaochun mused that Susiki could count as a campus beauty too. If she filmed those revealing videos, it'd be a perfect fit. As for herself, she remained firmly convinced she was destined to lose. As the train pulled into the station and the crowd dispersed, everyone was about to part ways, heading off on their respective journeys. At that moment, a low-key Panamera pulled up outside the station, standing out conspicuously among the sea of orange-red taxis. Feng Xiaochun watched as Wei Chengnian walked toward the understated car, and a woman emerged. She possessed an icy demeanor, her features radiating an undeniable nobility like a lotus blossoming in snow, commanding admiration from afar but forbidding any intrusion. Her appearance instantly silenced the surrounding clamor, drawing everyone's gaze toward her. Sister! Wei Chengnian exclaimed with delight, surprised that Shen Yiqing had come to the station to meet him. Shen Yiqing smiled faintly as she stepped forward, her arm slipping naturally around Wei Chengnian's shoulder as if staking her claim. And you are? If Feng Xiaochun were a time traveler, she'd surely utter the classic line 4th grade student Sergeant Morier. Shen Yiqing, the kid's sister. Suddenly, Feng Xiaochun understood why Susiki had spoken to her that way on the chat app earlier. Shen Yiqing's aura was simply too overwhelming. But what exactly was a big sister? Some new rich person's game? Too weird. Another glance. She actually looks pretty good. Could this be the first of the forbidden triad and age gap romance? Kid, say goodbye to your new friend. Being stared at like that actually made Shen Yiqing feel pretty uncomfortable, but a proper adult never lets their expression become an emoji. The little brat got a sudden pat on the shoulder from his sister and politely said, "I'm going back with my sister to see the backflip doing kitty, so I won't bother you guys anymore." "What's a backflip, cat? I want to see it too, damn it." Just as this thought crossed his mind, Wei Chengnian waved goodbye and was led by Shen Yiqing to the passenger seat.
Once inside the car, Wei Chengnian suddenly remembered something and typed to Li Yicheng, "If you want to pursue Feng Xiaochun, just tell her your family has a backflip performing cat."
A backflip cat? What on earth is that? Li Yicheng was just as baffled. After buying water, he met Feng Xiaochun's bewildered gaze. She asked curiously, why did that underage kid say he wanted to see a cat that can do backflips? This 2007 thing is driving me crazy. A cat that can do backflips? I have one at home too. Whether he did or not, Li Yicheng decided to go all in. He liked Feng Xiaochun anyway. This was probably what boys called first love. Little did Li Yicheng's parents know that this time, their son brought home not just a girlfriend, but a future daughter-in-law. Of course, Wei Chengnian, who had unwittingly facilitated this, probably had no idea how the love story between Li Yicheng and Feng Xiaochun would unfold. Traffic flowed like an ocean. Sitting in the passenger seat, Wei Chengnian breathed in the long-forgotten fragrance of bloodlotus, feeling utterly content. His sister said, "Kid, your dad can be discharged from the hospital now, but he'll need crutches to walk from now on and won't be able to work." Then she offered a solution: both your parents should resign. I'll arrange for them to work as cleaners at my company. I'll keep an eye on them, so you can rest assured. The kid was instantly moved. His sister always managed to turn small gestures into grand gestures. It unfolded like a theatrical scene. "Sister, how can I ever repay you? I have nothing to offer but myself. May I pledge my life to you?" The noble, icy cheek flushed with anger. "How dare you? You've committed the crime of deceiving the sovereign." "What crime?" The child struggled to keep up with the drama. "Disrespecting your superiors and rebelling against your elders." The older sister drives like a pro, overtaking without a whisper of wind. "So does that mean I'll always be below you from now on?" The little brat's face flushed red, recalling their earlier intimate moments. "That's exactly why I don't want to be the boss. This is the reason." Hearing this, Wei Chengnian asked, "What reason?" The person on top gets tired. Chapter 59, a positive test and a little teasing. Wei Chengnian carried no bags or bundles. The Panamera turned onto the hospital road, and the two arrived at the orthopedic ward in the inpatient building. At that moment, Wei Yanwu was attempting assisted walking. Honestly, he hadn't expected his legs to feel so weak before even turning 60. "Old Wei, walk a few steps." "Just a few steps," Li Shulei urged. "Our son will be back soon. If you don't learn to walk again, we won't know how to get you home." "But my legs just won't obey me. It feels like they've gone numb from sitting too long." The door swung open, revealing Shen Yiqing's concerned expression. "Uncle, why are you up?" "Yeah, Dad, they say it takes 100 days to heal a broken bone." "You brat, staying in the hospital costs money. We were just about to be discharged." Old Wei grumbled a few words. "Yiqing, you've taken such good care of my stinker. Even though he's no longer your employee now, you're still like his big sister to us. I know his salary wasn't much. You must have covered a lot of expenses, right? How could one measure the value of a child in monetary terms? Just consider the CRA enterprise management system he provided, not to mention the investment he brought in for Blue Yao Network. You're too kind, uncle and auntie. The child is my employee. It's only natural to care about my staff's families. You're such a kind-hearted girl." Before Sukele could say more, Shen Yiqing cut in decisively. "Uncle and auntie, why don't you come work as cleaners at my company?" "What? Dear, what have we ever done to deserve this? Even if Xiao Nian's father has trouble walking and struggles to find work, you've arranged so much for us." "Uncle and auntie, I've always considered Wei Chengnian family. He is family to me." "You two are too." Shen Yiqing didn't voice the rest, but Xiao Mei's eyes sparkled with emotion. "Yiqing, are you married? How can you say such things? If word gets out, it won't reflect well on your reputation." Wei Yanwu and Su Kalai were honest folk who'd poured their entire lives into Wei Chengnian. Now that he'd met such a wonderful boss, they felt nothing short of blessed, truly a stroke of good fortune. The discharge paperwork was quickly processed. Sitting in the low-key sedan for the first time, the couple dared not touch anything, afraid of soiling it or causing trouble. Wei Chengnian sat in the front seat as his phone buzzed with messages, mostly from the remaining members of Nianyuking who'd stayed at the university and Wang Yi from Lanyu Network. Back home, Su Kalei eagerly dashed out to buy groceries, insisting on thanking Shen Yiqing. She left the children and her sister to help Wei Yanwu pack his belongings. The dinner table that evening was laden with Su Kuliai's signature dishes, most of which suited Wei Chengnian's taste. She wasn't sure if Shen Yiqing would find them palatable. Shen Yiqing ate with grace, occasionally picking out dishes Wei Chengnian liked and serving them to him. The elderly couple watched in stunned silence. Could it be that Shen Yiqing truly regarded their son as family? But why? Their son wasn't particularly outstanding. How could he possibly be worthy of someone from Shen Yiqing's wealthy and distinguished family? As the table cleared of empty plates, Su Kalai tidied up, still unable to make sense of it all. Yet she dared not voice her confusion. The lights in the living room went out.
After the child walked his sister home, his parents sternly cornered him at the door.
Son, tell us the truth.
Mom, I'll tell you.
I'll tell you. My sister is my girlfriend. What nonsense. Could Yiqing possibly approve of you? What I want you to explain is what contribution you've made. Nothing much, just spent some cash.
Seeing her son's evasive answer, Su Kalai had intended to discipline him, but remembering he'd just returned home, her resolve softened. Late into the night, the boy's room remained lit. He was checking the progress of Qingzhou Interactive Entertainment's campus beauty contest while coordinating with the photography club to arrange post-holiday field trips to other schools for photo shoots. However, this required official endorsement from the university administration. As a fledgling team, he wasn't sure if the school would grant permission. After expanding the team, they barely had enough reviewers. Exporting the outsourced review data was painfully slow. 3G internet was to blame. Once the data was exported, he sent it to Qi Yaoyao, asking her to prepare an analysis report based on it. After all, among the campus team, her computer was the most powerful. Wei Chengnian was determined to build his own core team. Having someone like Qi Yaoyao, highly emotionally intelligent, managing the female members gave him peace of mind. Little did he know, Qi Yaoyao absolutely despised the child. She had arrived first, yet some unknown older sister had snatched the opportunity away. But she figured having another competitor wasn't a big deal. After all, where there's a will, there's a way, and winding paths often lead to hidden gems. The kid didn't go to Shen Yiqing's company. After holing up at home for 2 days, he realized he couldn't order food anymore. The 3-day grace period for newcomers returning home had ended. Her family had no idea she spent all day working with that massive laptop case. They just assumed she was being a homebody. On the 3rd day, Wei Chengnian began working outside, at a coffee shop. Sitting across from him was the meticulous Wang Yi, each handling their own affairs. With just over a month left until the main base at Jinghai 4th Ring Road Industrial Park was finished, the kid needed to build the company framework. Sales of the Traffic God tool had reached its peak threshold. Even new orders were just scattered bits and pieces, yet the total software sales figure was nearing 80 million. Wei Chengnian now planned to launch new software, DLDL, whose core algorithm was the AI he had been developing. Initially, DLDL would develop as a mini-game platform. In that memory, compact games like Peihuan, Yanglu Guiyang, and True Dare achieved impressive advertising placement and conversion rates. Their compact size made them viable in an era limited to 3G connectivity. This is precisely why certain mini-game websites, whose names begin with a specific digit, remained popular even in later generations. Boss, why are all the programmers we're hiring game developers? Wang Yi sighed in exasperation. Did HR plan to hire just one person? Finance, fine, I'm finance. But why am I both the cashier and the accountant? Lanyu Network can't just focus on technical software, we need to ground it in reality. Plus, we're not only promoting DLDL, but also BLBL. BLBL is the top-level domain for tech software. It could be tech training and professional video sharing. Paid videos are the direction we're exploring. Even if we're wrong, it doesn't matter. On this path of small, rapid steps and quick iterations, we can always pivot if development hits roadblocks. Shen Yiqing had been working at Jinghai First People's Hospital these past days. Her mother still hadn't regained consciousness, trapped in a coma just like in her previous life. Watching the medical staff tend to her mother daily was agonizing. Her mother would wake up eventually, but having altered history, everything felt uncertain. Mom, please wake up and see I have a child now. Didn't you always want me to find someone? Now I have someone I love, and you would love too. Because he's my child. Chapter 60, Virtual Orders overwhelmed the back end. After the blow from the pirated traffic tool, Yi Huayu nearly fell into a slump, constantly scheming to exploit Ryan's interests for personal gain. That evening, only a few lights remained on in Ryan's offices. Yi Huayu slipped quietly into the president's office. As expected, the door was unlocked. The computer, left running non-stop since the server went live, displayed a steady stream of data. His target was the CRA Enterprise Management System. Currently, no software on the market surpassed the CRA system in sophistication, and since it hadn't been released yet, it had no competitors whatsoever. With practiced ease, Yi Huayu removed the hard drive and connected it to his computer. After countless hours of work and intensive self-study, he had finally mastered the technique to perform a complete software clone. As he slipped into the room, another figure crept in stealthily. Lu Yun Capital's mole embedded within Rhine Biotech. Today, he had received orders from Chen Peihuan to deliver a fatal blow to Rhine Biotech through the CRA system. He knew that if the CRA Enterprise Management System malfunctioned, the entire production line would descend into chaos. The mole's access privileges were higher than Yi Huayu's, and he had even studied some hacking techniques. In the central office area, he opened his computer. The glow of the screen illuminated his ugly face. After hacking into the company's closed-circuit cameras, he discovered that Yi Huayu was also up to something strange. What was this slacker doing here? Let's see. This intern, who normally only goofed off, dared to venture into such dangerous territory tonight.
But this actually worked to his advantage. Yi Huayu provided cover for his upcoming actions. Time ticked by. Yi Huayu finally finished copying the data. He exhaled deeply, ready to leave, when a sudden chill swept over him from behind. He whipped his head around, only to see a dark shadow flash past. Yi Huayu's face instantly drained of color. He knew his plan had been discovered by the mole. He tried to explain, but the traitor gave him no chance. Don't waste your breath. I've seen through your little schemes all along. The mole said coldly, but I can give you a chance if you're willing to cooperate with me. What kind of cooperation? If it's about not wanting Shen Yiqing to find out about my misdeeds, I'd rather be reported by you. Yi Huayu appeared utterly composed on the surface, but inside, he was trembling with anxiety. You want Rhine Biotech's CRA system, and I want to take down their production line. After today, Rhine Bio ceases to exist. And you, Yi Huayu, will be the true hero. Yi Huayu retorted coldly, how will you prove it? I can delete today's CCTV footage. That way, no one will know you entered the president's office. Besides, that brat isn't around anyway. No one will notice. Am I right, Yi Huayu? I never imagined someone within Rhine could hide deeper than I do. Ji Chulong, I recall you're the team leader of the internal production group, right? The mole, his true identity exposed, laughed instead of anger. So what if I'm the team leader? Shen Yiqing's pay doesn't match what Luyun Capital offers me. Luyun Capital was the largest financial entity in this commercial complex, dominating half of Jinghai's southern district. So, what do you want me to do? Tomorrow, you'll impersonate me and claim the school has placed a massive order. I'll fabricate fake orders to overload Rhine's order processing system. Yi Huayu's mind raced. If Ji Chulong's plan worked, Rhine Biotech's production lines would descend into chaos, allowing him to seize the opportunity to acquire the CRA system and sell it to another company. Deal. Yi Huayu didn't hesitate. He knew this was a rare opportunity. Summer hadn't yet passed, and the office remained eerily quiet. Ji Chulong manipulated the back-end permissions, simulating market orders. Suddenly, a flood of so-called urgent orders surged into the CRA enterprise management system. These orders demanded unusually large quantities of raw materials, all marked with urgent labels requiring production completion within an extremely short time frame. This sudden disruption immediately threw Rhine Biotech's original production schedule into chaos, forcing the production lines to operate at overcapacity. Since production teams submitted daily production reports, the anomaly was promptly detected and reported by Su Fuji. Upon receiving Su Fuji's report, Shen Yiqing immediately recognized the severity of the situation. She swiftly convened an emergency meeting with senior management, including Zhou Dupeng and Lan Xiaoting. What's going on? How could our production line suddenly receive so many rush orders? Shen Yiqing's gaze, sharp as a knife, swept over every person present. Zhou Dupeng checked the data on his computer and said, I don't have the specifics, but shouldn't the campus be on break? Why are there so many urgent orders? Lan Xiaoting voiced her suspicions. Mr. Shen, I suspect this might be an inside job. The raw material requirements and production timelines for these orders are unreasonable. It seems deliberately designed to throw our production into chaos. After saying hold on, Shen Yiqing dialed Wei Chengnian's number. Kid, can you come to the office right now? Our CRA system might be having issues. A hint of urgency crept into Shen Yiqing's voice. After hearing the details, Kid Chen immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Got it, sis. I'll be right over. After hanging up, Wei Chengnian rushed to the company. He knew the CRA system was the core of Rhine Biotech. Any glitch could lead to severe consequences. He had to identify and resolve the issue immediately. Upon arriving at the office, Wei Chengnian went straight to the president's office, booted up the computer, and began inspecting the CRA system. He soon detected an anomaly. A flood of fabricated emergency orders had appeared in the system. The raw material requirements and production timelines for these orders were highly unreasonable, clearly the result of deliberate manipulation. Sis, these orders are all fake. Someone used high-level permissions to fabricate them in the system, Wei Chengnian reported urgently to Shen Yiqing. Shen Yiqing's expression turned grave. Can you trace the origin of these orders? Chengnian nodded. His fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, quickly pinpointing Ji Chulong's account. It's Ji Chulong. He has the highest access level. I also spotted Yi Huayu in the surveillance footage. A cold gleam flashed in Shen Yiqing's eyes as she immediately issued orders. Zhou Dupeng, notify the production line to halt all suspicious orders and rearrange the production schedule. Lan Xiaoting, you're responsible for investigating all background information on Ji Chulong. Kid, keep monitoring the CRA system to ensure nothing like this happens again. Under Shen Yiqing's command, Rhine Biotech sprang into action. Production lines halted all suspicious orders and began reallocating production schedules. Lan Xiaoting launched an in-depth investigation into Ji Chulong's background, while Wei Chengnian maintained surveillance of the CRA system to safeguard production order. Unaware his cover had been blown, Yi Huayu secretly rejoiced that he had agreed to Ji Chulong's collaboration proposal. Unaware of Ji Chulon's true intentions, he merely believed he had finally secured an opportunity to gain benefits from Rhine Biotech. Yet he remained unaware that he had become entangled in a far larger conspiracy. Chapter 61, Sis, does mom count as family now? In the president's office, Shen Yiqing stared coldly at Ji Chulong, who sat with his head bowed, silent. Yi Huayu was the son of the hospital director. For now, Rhine was relying on the backing of Guobian trade and economy, so they'd let him off the hook temporarily. Ji Chulong, isn't the 50-fold salary Rhine Bio pays you enough? I see no point in arguing. Whatever happens, happens. But I must remind you one last time, Mr. Shen, that he takes a keen interest in you. The rest I'll discuss with the Magic Suppression Bureau. Mr. Shen, thank you for your continued support. I admit this incident hasn't caused much damage to Rhine. Shen Yiqing's cold brow twitched. I was preparing gifts for the new students at the National Compilation and Trade University. You directly halted our production line. As the person responsible for production coordination, you should be aware that Rhine has suffered direct losses exceeding 500,000 yuan this time. Including the costs of halting production and retooling, the total has already surpassed 2 million yuan. No matter how generous the benefits from your backers, they certainly won't exceed 2 million. Is it worth it? My son was kidnapped abroad. The kidnappers demanded far more than 2 million long coins. I have family too. I'm sorry. At that moment, agents from the Magic Suppression Bureau arrived with an arrest warrant. After summarizing the case on the spot, Ji Chulong was taken away, leaving Shen Yiqing slumped back in his chair. Ji Chulong's sudden downfall couldn't have been accidental. Someone must have orchestrated something overseas. Otherwise, given Ji Chulong's character, how could this happen? After handling this matter, Shen Yiqing turned to the young coder humming away at his keyboard in the president's office. This time, the kid was tasked with upgrading the production line software system. They weren't touching the hardware, only adding interface data to the software. Now, any order modifications required synchronization across multiple parties. However, the malfunctioning old production line wouldn't be fixed anytime soon. Even if repaired, its output capacity wouldn't keep pace. Kid, money really is tight. We only have this one production line. This shutdown directly impacts 80% of our future output. Wei Chengnian pondered. He had the money, but what justification could he use to invest in his sister? Lanyu Network? Suddenly it hit him, since Lanyu Network's next step was to generate ad revenue through mini-games, why not treat the products themselves as advertisements? The idea seemed surprisingly viable. After work, the kid didn't go home. He immediately arranged to meet Wang Yi and handed her a neatly organized online agreement. Reinvest 20 million yuan into Rhine Bio, specifying equipment purchases. Maintain the same dividend requirements to ensure a win-win for Rhine. And what about us? Wang Yi struggled to grasp her boss's logic. Wasn't Blue Yao Network profitable? We win twice. Trust me, the profits are calculated. Rewards will drive more user engagement with ads. Once the game launches, we'll onboard national advertisers. You'll be busier on the finance side, but things will ease up once the team recruitment is complete. The summer festival, coinciding with the National Memorial Day, provided a lengthy holiday window for many to consider job changes. After the new hire protection period ended, Wei Chengnian interviewed numerous candidates externally. At least the game development team was now assembled. Under relaxed criteria, several people also passed interviews for the customer service and operations teams, bringing the entire team to over 30 members. As a temporary office space, Wei Chengnian rented the second floor of Molo Cafe in the North District, ensuring at least the operations and game development teams could bring their computers to work. When customers came to pick up their coffee, they were curious about the clatter and bustle on the second floor. But the space wouldn't be fully operational until after the holiday. Fortunately, game development progressed smoothly. After all, these were lightweight titles. The game team even created several mini-games that would later become renowned in later years. After careful selection, 4 games passed the operations team's testing and went live: Pick a Card, Happy Landlord, Idiom Scholar, and Gluttony Battle. Meanwhile, Shen Yiqing stared blankly at the contract brought by the youngster. He stated that after careful consideration, Blue Yao Network intended to increase its investment. The total investment amount was raised to 30 million yuan, with a dividend ratio of 12.33%, a rather peculiar figure. Without a moment to spare, Shen Yiqing used the funds to purchase 2 brand new automated production lines and expand the manufacturing team. Lanyu Network's DLDL game launched without a hitch, perhaps too smoothly. Since the first software had already generated millions in profits for Snow Leopard and Rick, DLDL was immediately promoted to a prominent position upon release. Snow Leopard even launched a massive promotional campaign, the nation's big game. The video platform DLBL also thrived. Users migrated from Qingzhou Interactive Entertainment were loyal paying subscribers. They weren't short on funds or traffic. What they lacked were eyes to discover beauty. Shen Yiqing knew the kid still had work at Blue Yao Network, so he let him slack off at work. Thanks largely to Wei Chengnian, Rhine had weathered several crises without major incidents. As for what Yi Huayu had done, the kid had already spilled the beans. He had copied the company's CRA system and even found a developer to interface it all with apparent professionalism. Yet Blue Yao Network's counterattack followed swiftly. On October 7, during the summer festival, Blue Yao Network officially launched its program software, the CRA Enterprise Management System Corporate Standard Edition. Priced at a monthly fee of $399 and an annual fee of $2,399, it had already proven itself through trials at Haibao, leaving few competitors capable of challenging it. Yi Huayu's copied system managed to find some buyers due to its low price. However, his third-party partner couldn't provide proper maintenance, so he only made a small profit earning cheap money while racking up a lot of negative reviews. Wei Chengnian's operations, however, progressed smoothly. Beyond tracking game advertising metrics and managing advertiser relations, the operations team also handled select online issues with the CRA system. As before, the bulk of responsibilities fell on the junior staff, while minor tasks were distributed among the team. With the launch of Blue Yao Network's CRA Enterprise Management System Enterprise Standard Edition, the market response was exceptionally enthusiastic. This software quickly won the favor of enterprise users with its efficiency, stability, and user-friendly features. Although the pricing $399 monthly or $2,399 annually wasn't low. However, considering the efficiency gains and cost savings it delivers, many companies view it as a worthwhile investment. Finally, after the summer festival concluded, Wei Chengnian rolled around at home before turning to his parents who were already preparing for work at Rhine Biotech and said, "Well, I guess I'll be off then? Go ahead. Just remember to have Yiqing drive you back for dinner." Indeed, Shen Yiqing had already become completely familiar with Su Kelei and Wei Yanwu, who both regarded her as an elder to Wei Chengnian. Hearing this, the kid's nose started running. Mom was the best, she even cared about his sister's meals. Chapter 62, The New Doesn't Come, The Old Doesn't Go. At the second Ring Road railway station in Jinghai, crowds flowed in a bustling stream. The weather seemed rather gloomy today, the entire sky shrouded in dark, heavy clouds. A chill hung in the air, as if the first rain after the summer festival was about to fall. Sure enough, Wei Chengnian this time without Li Yicheng stepped off the train to a fine drizzle. He pulled the raincoat his mom had stuffed into his bag, stowed it with the souvenirs, and considered calling his regular taxi driver. But constantly bothering him felt awkward. Maybe hire a driver? After all, paying a few thousand a month to a driver was a steal for someone like him, someone who woke up every day wondering how to spend the tens of thousands deposited into his account. Walking down the street, he passed a girl handing out flyers. "Sir, interested in learning about Haoding Villas?" "Miss, interested in the Haoding Villas?" Spotting Wei Chengnian, she paused, then pulled another stack from her waterproof pocket. "Hey, interested in affordable housing?" The kid looked utterly speechless, snatching the Haoding Villa flyer. As he walked toward the intersection, the girl watched him go. Had she missed something? Kids are just clueless, really. Not everyone in this world has good judgment. Sitting on the direct bus, she swayed her way to the National Compilation and Trade Institute. Like most others, she entered the dormitory and watched as her roommate's forgotten socks got soaked. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept by, and Ma Chao's stinky socks fell into the gutter. Wei Chengnian couldn't help but stare blankly. Should he pretend nothing had happened? Or perhaps he should dispose of the other sock as well, sparing himself the trouble of finding a match for this one. After pondering for a moment, Wei Chengnian put the items away and headed to room 403 in the startup incubator. The place was bustling with activity, the workhorses were diligently at their tasks. After all, seniors were about to head out for internships, so those still on campus were relishing the perks reserved for the workhorses of society. That was no small thrill. By afternoon, Wei Chengnian had gathered enough people in room 403 to start the meeting. The foundation for Nian Muqing cultural media was nearly complete. They were poised to expand into other campuses, targeting campus heartthrobs. Many talent scouts had caught wind of this opportunity, hoping to leverage Nian Muqing's connections to sign raw talent newcomers who hadn't appeared on any shows. Official filming would definitely require a production crew, so Wei Chengnian also screened several film companies to assist with the shoot. Next month, the first batch of short story adaptations would officially begin filming. This would determine whether Nian Muqing would be eating for a meal or a lifetime. Ensuring these short story adaptations would captivate audiences and stand out among fierce competition presented a major challenge for Wei Chengnian and his team. Despite having worked together for only 2 or 3 months, the employees had already come to understand Wei Chengnian's character as a boss. We need to ensure every video tells a compelling story and has enough appeal to make viewers want to share it, Wei Chengnian emphasized during the meeting. Traffic acquisition and distribution serve as conversion methods for most advertisements, whether paid or free video content. This logic applies universally. As the current president of the Photography Club and photography director at Nian Muqing Culture Media, Chen shared his proposal. We could consider involving professional senior graduates from Wadiangwo Film Academy and employing most cinematic filming techniques. Having watched so many pornographic videos, I'm confident we can create maximum impact. Li Yan sighed, while creative content is crucial, we must avoid any sensitive topics to ensure all videos pass review. Do you know how much time I waste daily reviewing those non-compliant videos? The kid burst out laughing on the spot. Was this senior even serious? Wait, was he trying to keep up appearances? After finally wrapping up the meeting, Wei Chengnian began preparing for collaborations with various film and television companies. The best-selling books had already been queued up for him, but there was a minor hiccup. How come I Am July in This World is authorized under my senior's name? Unbelievable, college students are writing web novels these days. Despite his grumbling, Wei Chengnian methodically assigned tasks to everyone. Senior Zhang, you'll liaise with the fourth-year film graduates from Huatian University. Also, check the schedules of other production teams to see if we can borrow some staff. Sister Li Yan, you and your review team need to double-check all content to ensure no details are overlooked. Jie Wei, you'll have to put in extra effort coordinating with advertising and traffic-driving websites to funnel clients toward our DLBL bullet screen platform. While Wei Chengnian was busy, Shen Yiqing, stationed at Jinghai Rhine, was inspecting the installation of the production line. Once operational, the new line would accelerate Rhine's product launch timeline. She also closely monitored Blue Yao Network's investment, determined not to let the support secured by her son go to waste. Standing before the newly installed production line, Shen Yiqing's expression was fierce. Market competition was like a battlefield. Only through continuous innovation and improvement could one maintain a leading position. The new production line would not only enhance product quality but also shorten production cycles, crucial for swiftly responding to market shifts. Mr. Su, the debugging of the new production line must be meticulously thorough. Any minor issue could impact our product's market performance. Rest assured, Mr. Shen. We've conducted comprehensive inspections and tests on the entire line to ensure every component meets the highest standards, Su Fuji replied with a nod. On the night before school started, Wei Chengnian was still working. Ma Chao even joked, Nian Gao, if you become a big director, don't forget to give us a role. Wei Chengnian laughed in response, don't worry, I'll cast you as the star playing the stinky sock left on the balcony. Ha? What about the other one? Ma Chao exclaimed in surprise. No wonder my sock went missing. It's in the gutter below the boys' dorm. Probably moldy by now. Would you even dare wear it? The kid said, watching Ma Chao head toward the balcony. What are you doing? I'm going to reunite them. Ma Chao's figure swayed on the balcony. He leaned out, gazing down at the gutter below, where only faint outlines were visible in the night. He turned back, shrugging helplessly at Wei Chengnian. Nian Gao, looks like I'll have to keep them apart forever. The others in the dorm couldn't help but laugh at his words. Wei Chengnian shook his head with a smile, rising from his chair and patting Ma Chao on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'll go buy you a new one tomorrow. True. Out with the old, in with the new. Chapter 63, Those Days Gone By. The students enrolled in the National Trade Program finally started classes. The 8 a.m. session brought with it the lingering fatigue of the holiday break, though fortunately Wei Chengnian and his classmates didn't arrive late. First came the introductory trio, Trade and Relations, Fundamentals of Management, and Fundamentals of Trade Studies. The students attended class diligently, while at Luoyang Capital, Chen Peihuan resumed clearing the desks. He hadn't expected Wei Chengnian to return after leaving Rhine Bio, and what struck him as even more absurd was Ji Chulong's exposure. Seems this little bastard can't be left alive. After Ji Chulong was taken away by the Magic Prohibition Bureau, Luoyang Capital lost its mole at Rhine Bio. Fortunately, Rhine Bio had recently expanded its workforce, allowing him to plant quite a few people inside, especially on the production line's key positions for the future. What could he do to make Wei Chengnian pay a price? Chen Peihuan sat in her spacious office, her gaze dark as she stared out the window. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk, a habitual gesture when he was deep in thought. Conduct a background check. I need to know what Wei Chengnian is up to now, and his relationship with Blue Yao Network. With Ji Chulong gone from Rhine Bio's key positions, the only information available now was that Rhine Bio had secured another round of investment from Blue Yao Network and was expanding production capacity. Assistant Gu promptly submitted the report to Chen Peihuan. Scanning the understated document, Chen Peihuan seethed with anger. The current information disclosure mechanisms in society were still inadequate. Even with money, executives couldn't buy access to the data they needed. He attended the same campus as Su Siki? Her fingers tapped lightly on the desk as Chen Peihuan fell deep in thought. Originally, once Su Siki entered university, he planned to discard her like an old garment. But now that she thought about it, Su Siki might actually be useful. But how should she deal with Wei Chengnian? By afternoon, Chen Peihuan called Su Siki. Siki, are you still angry with me? Upon hearing this, Su Siki hurriedly put on her headset in the dormitory and whispered, Mr. Chen? Our relationship can continue, but you must complete the task I assign. What task? She was filled with confusion. Over their long association, she had grown accustomed to Chen Peihuan's abandonment and manipulation. I want you to get close to Wei Chengnian. If possible, extract information from him. He must pay the price. Su Siki understood. It was ultimately her master's task.
Thinking back to how Wei Chengnian had helped her that day, her feelings were complicated.
What did Wei Chengnian do to you? The little brat isn't my target. Shen Yiqing is. Or to put it bluntly, I only want her formula. Of course, getting her would be even better, but Chen Peihuan wouldn't reveal that. After a long silence, Su Siki finally spoke slowly. What about me? Siki, I'll make it up to you later. Chen Peihuan said, whatever you want, I'll give it to you. After all, you've been with me all this time. Humph, Su Siki thought inwardly.
Men are all the same, after all. Su Siki hung up the phone, her heart filled with a complex mix of emotions. She had once harbored expectations for Chen Peihuan, only to be brutally slapped in the face by reality. Now, Chen Peihuan was reaching out again, asking her to get close to Wei Chengnian. It made her feel humiliated and used. Campus life was supposed to be free and joyful, but now it had become complicated because of one phone call from Chen Peihuan. Sweetie, tell me what Wei Chengnian's been up to lately. As she spoke, Chen Peihuan transferred 10,000 yuan to Su Siki's account, enough to buy a decent personal computer. Seeing the refund notification from Jinghai Bank, Su Siki felt sick to her stomach.
He's been busy with his startup at school. My roommate got roped into being a reviewer ages ago.
This piqued Chen Peihuan's interest. She confirmed with Su Siki that Wei Chengnian's startup was a website called DLBL, which she easily found online. Then, looking at the video platform's traffic driving tactics, she couldn't help but admit that Wei Chengnian had indeed learned from Shen Yiqing in terms of business operations.
Of course, this was Chen Peihuan's perspective.
Seeing Qingzhou Interactive Entertainment's ads displayed there, and judging by the daily active user metrics, it clearly had tens of thousands of active users.
For Long Yuan in 2007, this was truly remarkable. To counter DLBL, contemporary video platforms all grappled with copyright issues. Simply filing a lawsuit through the legal department should yield favorable results. They could also leverage media channels for negative exposure, though news outlets in this era were concentrated on television set-top boxes. While he pondered what tactics to employ, Wei Chengnian was preparing to convene the first quarter regular meeting. Before becoming a boss himself, Wei Chengnian never understood why bosses loved meetings so much. Only after becoming one did he realize he had to ensure the entire operational loop was closed and functioning correctly. Now, the Nianmuching culture team on campus had grown to over 30 members, with more to come. As they gradually expanded throughout the entire university town of Huatian, regular meetings became inevitable. By month's end, Wei Chengnian enrolled in a driving school to obtain his license. Meanwhile, the first round of submissions for Qingzhou Interactive Entertainment's essay contest concluded. Campus beauty pageants at other universities were proceeding smoothly, though coverage was currently limited to Huatian before expanding nationwide. During this period, Su Siki approached Wei Chengnian several times, expressing her desire to join Nianmuching. Given her physique, she seemed perfectly suited for mature roles. The kid reluctantly agreed, then assigned Su Siki a campus short drama with more daring content. The short drama was titled Skipping College Entrance Exams, back to 1999. The opening scene featured the female lead getting drunk and sleeping with someone. As an amateur, Su Siki was understandably nervous. Fortunately, under the guidance of professional students from Huatian National Film Academy, the first episode began filming smoothly. Don't be nervous. Let's try a few shots first to get a feel for it. After a full month of filming, 3 short dramas were hot off the press, and Nianmuching's video channels were fully operational. The kid, however, was swamped.
Not only did he get his driver's license, but now he was also screening suitable cars.
After much deliberation, the fourth son picked up a Hongqi 7 from the dealership.
No sooner had they picked up the car than Chen Peihuan launched her attack. She flooded the internet with negative news targeting Nianmuching's short video platform, labeling the online comment system as a channel that tempted people into crime and declaring that the internet was not a lawless zone. But Wei Chengnian was prepared. Chen Peihuan got no traction, and he once again proved himself a master of clearing the table. How dare he? How dare he? Chen Peihuan gritted her teeth. That little brat. Daring to oppose me? Assistant Gu astutely remarked, at least we know he's connected to Blue Yao Network. Nianmuching's videos feature their ads. Soft advertising wasn't rampant yet in those days. The 3 web series had limited advertiser investment, generating only a few million in combined revenue. But most of that had to be shared out. Chapter 64, Press Interview Revised. Not only Blue Yao Network, but also Rhine Biotech EHA Paper. Assistant Gu rattled off a string of company names, all of which had placed ads on videos under Nianmuching Cultural Media. Chen Peihuan's expression darkened with each word. He hadn't anticipated Wei Chengnian's counterattack would be so swift. Whether it was the platform adding keyword byte locks or altering its review algorithms, it was clear the kid had been prepared for this all along. This attack relied on flooding media channels with negative coverage. Yet news inevitably loses its impact over time. Given DLBL's user loyalty, the campaign not only failed to generate meaningful backlash but actually drew more members from other channels. Damn it! That little bastard! This won't be the end of it. Gu Yanqing. Investigate their funding chain, find any vulnerabilities. Contact legal.
I'm putting pressure on Yin Muqing from every angle. Meanwhile, in room 403 of the startup incubator, Wei Chengnian was at Yin Muqing Culture Media, reviewing the latest data reports with his team. The website's flagship short drama, Skipping College Entrance Exams to Escape Back to 1999, had garnered ratings from over 30,000 users, with its bullet chat system receiving positive user feedback. Both the short drama's viewership and bullet chat activity exceeded expectations. Lu Renjia remarked. As the lead analyst tracking viral trends in short videos, his expectations were already high, yet reality had surpassed them. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Entering was the same senior student who had folded stars earlier. Junior Lu, Professor Li Qiming is looking for you, the senior said, holding a box of star origami. The young man followed her toward the office. Professor Li Qiming's summons to Wei Chengnian wasn't solely about the startup incubator. The various negative news and scandals surrounding Yin Muqing had been unexpected, but fortunately, Wei Chengnian had handled them all well. Junior, we currently have a proposal from an outstanding youth in our Huatian district that has been submitted to the local news agency. Wei Chengnian wasn't just the outstanding project leader for the entrepreneurship base, he had even spearheaded the campus work-study program. Neither title alone would likely earn much recognition, but together, they became noteworthy. While student entrepreneurship was a gimmick, the real achievement lay in not only partnering with one of China's top 4 novel websites but also tackling employment for fourth-year students at Huatian National Film University, providing work-study opportunities for underprivileged students, and securing the university's endorsement, all seamlessly interconnected. The kid isn't just swamped with work, his grades aren't half bad either. A well-rounded individual, stacked with every possible title and advantage. The Youth Daily is currently soliciting proposals for outstanding youth profiles, and Wei Chengnian's exceptional achievements fit the bill perfectly. Some slogans shouldn't be shouted empty-handed day after day, they become too vague. Establishing a role model makes it feel real. Professor Li Qiming has become somewhat addicted to Yin Muqing's bullet screen system and keeps tabs on DLBL's updates. He sets aside time daily to put on his glasses and watch newly promoted funny videos on his computer. Of course, not everything was comedic. College students and social users these days were more restrained, some filming daily life, others capturing moments. Like most professors at the university, Professor Li rarely appeared unless urgent matters demanded his presence. After all, he was swamped with countless tasks, endless meetings, report writing, research, and preparing statements. So when the university administration informed him that the student union wanted to interview Wei Chengnian, he was taken aback. It had only been a few months since the semester started. Not even 3 months? This young man had actually made it happen. And Wei Chengnian had almost no scandals, his reputation was impeccable. His sister, his character, his website, everything about him was enviable. Boss, you're not here to catch me sleeping in class, are you? Wei Chengnian quipped. Let me make one thing clear, there are some things people just can't learn. Like advanced calculus, if you can't grasp it, you can't grasp it. He'd heard that excelling academically was meant to set an example, but no one ever said struggling with math was supposed to be a model either. Nothing like that. We're here because the Huatian Youth Daily wants to set up a positive school signboard. You and the school can endorse each other. Li Qiming pulled out a document and handed it to Wei Chengnian. This is the interview draft they sent over. You can prepare thoroughly once you get back. Interviews about good people and deeds always prepare questions and answers in advance. Only interviews about bad people and deeds ask questions on the spot. A proper newspaper isn't a tabloid chasing gossip all day. The interview itself isn't the goal is publicity. When does the interview start? Wei Chengnian wondered, was he about to hand over his life for the first time? Tomorrow afternoon at 4 p.m. A03 School Enterprise Building. Go there yourself, 6th floor, room 7. Just as Professor Li had said, being interviewed was a good thing. It would allow Wei Chengnian to promote his work at other schools. After all, who was the campus beauty of your youth? Relying solely on Xingzhou Interactive Entertainment for the event was too narrow a focus. A university town held nearly tens of thousands of prime users. Even capturing just a portion would significantly boost conversion rates. Wei Chengnian wasn't after fame, he just wanted to be the little boy in his sister's arms. But he was also willing to protect her. If he didn't have money, Shen Yiqing's cash flow issues alone, just halting production losses, could bankrupt her. Unfortunately, Ji Chulong refused to reveal who had ordered the attack, even when brought before the Magic Prohibition Bureau. As for that foolish Yi Huayu, Wei Chengnian showed mercy and didn't let his sister sue him. All right, Professor. I'll be there on time. Professor Li nodded upon hearing this. He had full confidence in this student. Wei Chengnian not only excelled academically but also achieved remarkable success in entrepreneurship. Wasn't such a student precisely the kind of role model the National Economic and Trade University sought to promote? By the way, Wei, your website and short dramas are both excellent. Just be mindful not to have the female students wear overly revealing outfits during filming. After all, we're all students. In a way, our words and actions represent the school's image. Wei Chengnian was utterly speechless. Revealing outfits are what college girls are all about, right? Who would watch videos if they had to wear ugly, frumpy uniforms like in high school? Still, he replied, I understand, Professor. I can only guarantee our videos contain no inappropriate content and that the plots are purely fictional. Wei Chengnian was utterly speechless. What did he mean, I can only guarantee no inappropriate content, and the plot is purely fictional? The kid flashed a subtle expression, knowing he'd just pulled off a major hard sell on Professor Lee. Professor, I'll head back now. I'll take the materials with me, okay? The next day, after finishing his classes, the miner braved the scorching heat and arrived at room 7 on the 6th floor of Building A03 at 4 p.m. This was the university's public news release platform and a key venue for external communications. Wei Chengnian wore his school uniform today and had his hair neatly styled, looking quite formal. Upon entering the room, he saw reporters and photographers already set up with their cameras and equipment, waiting. Hello, you must be Wei Chengnian? Your name really suits your appearance. I'm Zhao Min, a reporter from the Huatian Youth Daily. A female reporter approached, extending her hand to shake Wei Chengnian's. Alright, reporter Zhao. Shall we begin? Wei Chengnian's attitude wasn't bad, but he got straight to the point too quickly. Today we mainly want to learn about your entrepreneurial journey, your current views on college student entrepreneurship, and a few other questions. The young man nodded, then sat down on the specially arranged sofa to begin the conversation. The reporter was surprised to see he showed no signs of nervousness. The two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, with Wei Chengnian articulating his thoughts coherently from his initial entrepreneurial ideas and team building to his current success. Chapter 65, The Innocent and Naive College Student Revised. After the interview concluded, Zhao Min watched Wei Chengnian depart before casually asking Professor Lee, who had followed shortly after. How does he manage to be so confident? He comes across as an innocent college student when he speaks. Not many young entrepreneurs achieve such success. Professor Wei Chengnian understood the innocence of college students. Wei Chengnian's background was Shen Yiqing, who had likely taught him a thing or two. That's exactly how his persona should be. You ask, he answers, and then he adds a thank you at the end. Everyone's happy, right? Reporter Zhao was momentarily speechless. Upon reflection, it did seem logical. After organizing the interview footage, Professor Lee handed over a stack of cash. Professor Lee, why are you playing this game too? As a reporter, Zhao Min was accustomed to accepting red envelopes, but surely such positive publicity material didn't warrant one? Wei Chengnian asked me to give this to you. He said it's a token of appreciation for having the Huatian Youth Daily endorse him. Fine. That's quite a generous gesture. Without dwelling on it, Zhao Min considered how to report the story that evening before heading to the next university. This time, she was interviewing an honest college student who had turned in 30,000 yuan to the magic suppression department. The money had fallen from a wealthy person's motorcycle. To turn in such a windfall was truly exemplary, a perfect example of the pure innocence found on campus. It was the senior's first time attending a formal press conference, so he was understandably nervous. Not only did his voice tremble throughout the entire interview, but he kept fidgeting with the creases on his jeans, almost as if he were trying to pick out a 3-bedroom apartment. The sound of camera shutters made him feel particularly dizzy. In such situations, as a professional reporter, Zhao Min always knew how to guide the conversation skillfully. The original question was, what made you decide to pick up the money? After her intervention, it transformed into, did you deliver the money to the magic enforcer because you felt a sense of justice? After the question was rephrased, it became a simple yes, and right, making the rhythm much easier. Zhao Min interviewed dozens or even hundreds of people every month, so she was fairly familiar with the innocence of college students. But how to put it? Both interviewees were innocent college students, yet Wei Chengnian's innocence felt deliberately feigned. This college student, on the other hand, seemed completely clueless throughout the entire interview. Despite Wei Chengnian being a freshman, his words always hit the mark perfectly. As for this third-year student, it was genuinely hard to keep up the act. Zhao Min essentially guided the entire conversation, with the other person only responding with yes or no. Zhao Min noticed the junior spoke very little, so she maintained a smile while posing leading questions, waiting for him to catch up. They're both college students, how come the gap is so huge? Recalling the thick stack of cash Wei Chengnian had handed over, Zhao Min grew increasingly convinced this young man was capable. At 8:30 p.m., the news broadcast on Huatian television began, revealing Wei Chengnian's face. His youthful, innocent features, still carrying a hint of baby fat, were undeniably charming. Hello, Mr. Wei. What inspired you to start a business while still in college? Reporter's sister, just call me Wei Chengnian. My older sister once told me I'm a man destined to be a boss, a man who commands everything. So could we interpret that as you having very strong ambitions? I don't hold grudges. I just tend to settle scores on the spot. Mr. Wei Chengnian, why do you always speak with such confidence? Because I'm overflowing with it. This interview clip quickly went viral on the DLBL Bullet Screen website, with netizens flooding the comments with their reactions. Haha, this guy is so adorable. What the heck is a heavenly boss? I want to be one too. I'm not vengeful, but I want to be full of it. This interview is hilarious. Is Wei Chengnian a comedian or something?
Assistant Gu, who had been closely monitoring Wei Chengnian's activities, immediately reported the news to Chen Peihuan after his video exploded on DLBL.
What's the status with Su Siki? Didn't I tell her to get close to Wei Chengnian? How come she's still just an actress after a month? Chen Peihuan snapped angrily, once again becoming the desk-clearing master. Boss, Miss Su says she's tried every approach to get close to Wei Chengnian. The only option left is seduction. Assistant Gu cautiously inquired, would you like her to proceed? Then have her do it. Have her seduce him. I'll compensate her. After all she wants is money. Chen Peihuan roared, I refuse to believe there's a problem money can't solve. He didn't realize that ever since Su Siki joined Wei Chengnian's team, she had gradually begun to be redeemed by him. The sense of accomplishment and value the boy provided her gradually outweighed her desire for money. Wei Chengnian's Nian Muqing team had already begun compiling the second round of rankings for the campus beauties and hunks who had participated. Transitioning from who was your school beauty in youth to who was the school beauty in the story, Su Siki remained firmly at the top of the allure rankings. After all, she was fresh produce, a mature woman brimming with flavor, impossible not to savor and treasure. At that moment, the students of Wadiangguo Film Academy were filming the final scene of I Am July in This World. This heartbreaking tale depicted a boy with terminal leukemia and his nurse. Off camera, a student playing a reporter interviews the male lead lying in the hospital bed. The male lead waves his hand, dismissing the female lead who approaches. He opened his mouth slightly, as if struggling to breathe, then furrowed his brow and offered the reporter a stiff smile. Just interview me. Don't film her, she still has to get married. As the camera pulls back, the boy's pale face appears exceptionally fragile. Though illness had emaciated his body, his spirit remained remarkably resilient. The student playing the reporter asked, you seem so optimistic. What keeps you in such high spirits? Flowers may wither, but love never fades. I cherish her, she is the ephemeral flower of my life. How beautiful the ephemeral flower is. The reporter whispered something, and the boy's gaze shifted toward the doorway. Outside the ward, the female lead wept uncontrollably, her tears falling like pearls from a broken string. The window period is down to 3 weeks. I heard everything you two were talking about inside. Her voice choked with emotion, each word carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. Wang Xiao Xiao. The man shouted forcefully from inside the room. Even in death, I'll remember that you loved me. So from now on, you must love yourself more than you ever loved me. The camera pulled back, retreating from the room to the window. A flower swayed gently by the window, as if whispering a secret. This scene became the most heartrending moment in I Am July in This World. That's a wrap. Wei Chengnian announced. Great work, everyone. The crew is organizing a team building event at Huan Tianshan Hall. Those whose names were called earlier, please head this way. The child had never attended a large gathering before, but the scattered members of the team now numbered over 100. Given the requirements, only a high-end hot spring resort like Tianshan Hall met the standards for such an event. At the mention of the team building event, nearly everyone cheered. Many hadn't had a day off in 2 months. But the newcomers had a question: why weren't their names called? Chapter 66, You Don't Want Others to Know Either revised. On a night filled with newcomers' doubts, Su Siki was on the phone with Chen Peihuan. Siki, have you thought about what I told you? You don't want everyone finding out you're my mistress, do you? Think about your classmates. Think about your family. Anyway, I've already slept with you. You're just a gold digger. Why act so prim and proper? As long as Wei Chengnian was linked to her, or worse, if compromising photos surfaced, his relationship with Shen Yiqing would shatter instantly. Su Siki pondered for a long time, sitting on the edge of her bed and quietly shedding tears. She regretted giving herself away so early. I was so foolish, truly. Why did I sacrifice that blush of innocence back then, all for some empty vanity? After this incident, it's time to bid farewell to the past. Su Siki also wondered if she'd be sharing a room with Wei Chengnian during this trip to Tianshan Hall. It happened to be Thursday that day. A chartered bus driven by Wei Chengnian carried some students from the Film and Television Department and the International Trade Department of Huatian University, bumping along the road toward Tianshan Hall. Tianshan Hall, Huati City's most luxurious hot spring resort, was renowned for its stunning natural scenery and high-end facilities. Today, the entire resort had been reserved by Nian Muqing Media for a team-building event. The bus slowly pulled into Tianshan Hall's parking lot, and a group of young faces stepped off, filled with anticipation and excitement. For many, it was their first time in such an upscale setting. They gazed around in awe, marveling at their surroundings. Everyone listen up. Follow your team leaders to check in. Keep your name tags and badges on at all times. We have 3 days for this trip, let's have a great time. The loudspeaker announcements echoed through the air. The team included members from the production crew, whose assistants had been instrumental in filming the short dramas. Everything had been arranged beforehand. Hot spring baths, group dinners, and team games were all set. Su Siki and Shi Yaoyao were assigned to the same room. She sat on the edge of the bed watching Shi Yaoyao change into her swimsuit, yet she herself couldn't move, her fingers nervously rubbing the bed's edge. To avoid awkwardness, the company's male and female employees weren't assigned to mixed bathing areas. Instead, they were scattered across several separate pools. Couples were grouped together, ensuring fairness and impartiality. Wei Chengnian didn't join his seniors or roommates, fearing they might feel inferior if they saw him. Just as he closed his eyes to savor the warmth of the bath, a splash echoed through the air. Opening his eyes, the boy saw Susiki wearing a light swimsuit, slowly stepping into the hot spring pool. Her eyes held a complex gleam. "Siki, aren't you welcome over there with the girls?" Wei Chengnian didn't look at her curves, but he had to admit Susiki was quite well endowed. The water droplets traced the perfect contours of her figure. "What? Don't you welcome me?" Susiki chuckled softly, her gaze drifting downward with a hint of suggestiveness. Wei Chengnian frowned, sensing something off about Susiki. "Susiki, this is the team's hot spring. We should mind our image." But she didn't stop. Gathering her courage, she said, "This time, give me a chance, okay?" Her words were calm and composed, her figure stunning. Her developed physique carried both the sweet innocence of a young girl and the alluring charm of a mature woman. Unfortunately, she lacked the pure fragrance of the blood lotus. From this moment onward, she had already lost. "Did you ever give me a chance?" Wei Chengnian couldn't help but chuckle, his tone tinged with sarcasm. "I pursued you for 3 years. Back then, I was willing to sacrifice almost everything for you. But what about you?" "Chengnian, I was wrong." Susiki's words carried a hint of sorrow, as if she were waiting for the faithless lover to come back. "Don't speak to me like that. Now you're just my employee, my classmate. Beyond that, we have no connection." A flicker of disappointment crossed Susiki's eyes. She had once believed that if she wanted his heart, she could have it easily. But now she realized Wei Chengnian was no longer the boy who had once catered to her every whim. "Wei Chengnian, I know I've made many mistakes in the past, but I truly want to change now. Will you give me a chance?" Susiki's voice trembled as she reached out to touch Wei Chengnian's hand, only to be deftly avoided. Despite Susiki's current allure and radiant beauty, the boy remained utterly unmoved. If not for his sister, his heart would have died long ago. The boy stood up, water droplets sliding down his body. "Yes, you were once my moonlight, my birthmark. But so what? I already have my sister. True love is when two people run toward each other, that's what ing love is. Siki, what never was in the past won't happen now, and certainly not in the future." With that, he left the hot spring pool, leaving Susiki alone in the water. She drew a long breath, as if recalling her past, while the water beneath her grew inexplicably warm. "If I can't have you, then neither can your sister." After Wei Chengnian left, Susiki lost all desire to linger. As she departed, she wiped something near the doorway only to discover it was a miniature camera. "I know how good you are. I know that if you'd only be good to me from now on." With a twisted thought, Susiki placed the waterproof camera deep in the mountains, burying her jealousy in the ravines. Upon returning to her dorm, Susiki sent the footage to Assistant Gu. "Boss, Susiki's video has arrived." Assistant Gu announced from his office. "Rest assured, not a single extra second will be edited in." He edited the footage to be deliberately ambiguous, carefully selecting certain moments of Wei Chengnian and Susiki in the hot spring pool. In the footage, Wei Chengnian and Susiki's figures appeared faintly visible through the hot spring mist. Combined with Susiki's deliberately intimate gestures, it was easy to misinterpret their actions. These days, many people used edit email to send files, so the edited video was quickly forwarded to Shen Yiqing's account. A gift from Wei Chengnian. That was the file name. When Shen Yiqing clicked it open, her heart clenched violently. The images on the screen made her feel dizzy. "My child, something unclean has entered her. My child is defiled." The two figures in the frame were intimately entangled, and Susiki even exposed her breasts in a suggestive manner, though unfortunately, they were pixelated, likely to pass censorship. "I should have gone to that team building event my child insisted on. I shouldn't have refused." Shen Yiqing's fingers trembled uncontrollably. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. Glancing at the time past 8 in the evening, dinner hour, Shen Yiqing dialed Wei Chengnian's number. "Wei Chengnian, why did you lie to me? What exactly is going on between you and Susiki?" In her fury, Shen Yiqing didn't even call him kid, she addressed him directly by name. "Sis, what's wrong?" The kid was caught in the crossfire, completely bewildered. Chapter 67, "Kid, you're dirty." Shen Yiqing said coldly, "You're tainted. How dare you have intimate contact with Susiki?" Hearing this, Wei Chengnian instantly understood someone was trying to frame him for murder. But who? Recalling Susiki's strange behavior today, he couldn't believe she'd acted that way without someone pulling the strings behind the scenes. The child in the room instantly lost all desire to work and immediately explained to his sister, "Sis, I'll always be yours. Someone's messing with this behind the scenes." After venting, President Shen calmed down. Right, her child was so obedient and well-behaved. Even if he had cheated, how could he let her discover it so openly? And the surveillance footage came from a third party. She wouldn't believe there was no foul play even if she tried. "I'm giving you 30 minutes. I've forwarded the video to you. Upon receiving the footage, Wei Chengnian was utterly speechless. The low-quality recording paired with suggestive movements made misunderstanding inevitable. After bathing came dinner. Guided by their team leaders, members took their seats. Core members gathered around one table, but Su Siki had no appetite. Shi Yaoyao beside her asked, "Where did you go today? You only showed up at the women's hot spring pool for the second half." "I stayed in my room for a while." Shi Yaoyao didn't think much of it. The table was filled with cheerful chatter, toasts, and laughter. As for Wei Chengnian, he was wrestling with a dilemma. "My sister only gave me 30 minutes. What should I do?" His gaze kept drifting towards Su Siki. Finally, he couldn't hold back and said, "Siki, come with me for a moment." The two stepped outside. A fine misty rain had begun to fall, bringing a slight chill. "Siki, why did you betray me?" He spoke earnestly. "Maybe I was a bit harsh inside, but I have a sister now." "Is she your sister or your girlfriend?" Su Siki shot back. "You and Senior Shen are clearly a couple. Why won't you make it public? Why won't you commit? Doesn't that make you a jerk?" "I don't know. But that's no excuse for what you did to me, Su Siki. I want an explanation. How did that video get out?" Biting her lip, Su Siki felt 1,000 pains inside. Should she tell Wei Chengnian that it was Chen Peihuan who wanted to destroy him? "Siki, tell me. I promise you'll still have your place in the team. I believe in your potential. The short film shoot proved your talent." Then Wei Chengnian added, "Just tell us, and both my sister and I will help you. Don't worry, I have the financial means." After a struggle, Su Siki's voice trembled. I had no choice. It was Chen Peihuan. Chen Peihuan said she'd destroy you. She threatened me. If I didn't do it, she'd. What would he do? The boy pressed, his gaze unsettled. He hadn't expected Chen Peihuan to be such a persistent threat. Su Siki lowered her head, unable to meet Wei Chengnian's unwavering gaze. Her voice was barely audible, like a mosquito's buzz. "He'll ruin my future. You know that. I used to be his. He has videos of me. I can't do anything about it. I'm sorry, but I really can't. I never imagined rich people would be like this." Wei Chengnian fell silent. Su Siki had once been his white moonlight, part real, part illusion, but that didn't change her. He drew a deep breath. "Siki, I once cared deeply for you. But that was then. Now, everyone must pay the price for their choices. I can never forgive you. You nearly cost me my sister. You have no idea what that means to me." With that, Wei Chengnian turned and walked away. Su Siki covered her face, crouching down to sob. Tears mingled with the rain. Had she been wrong? She just wanted to say goodbye to the past properly, but damn it, it was so damn hard. Wei Chengnian returned to his room and immediately called Shen Yiqing. "Sis, Su Siki said it was Chen Peihuan. What the hell is that old dog thinking? But making a girl do something like that? That fits his character perfectly. Disgusting, ugh. Kid, how many days is your team building trip?" Shen Yiqing suddenly asked. Wei Chengnian instinctively replied, "About 5 days. What's up, sis? Then wait for me properly. I'm coming over personally to wash you. Because you're filthy." The kid flushed bright red. Sometimes his sister was really bossy, but he didn't mind. Suddenly remembering something, Wei Chengnian said, "Sis, since Chen Peihuan is against us, why can't we fight back? Luyun Capital's market valuation is around 15 billion. The key is their real estate portfolio. They have no business dealings with us whatsoever. Of course, they have investments too, like the Twin Pig Farm." Speaking of the Twin Pig Farm, he still hadn't figured out who had attacked his old man, leaving him permanently disabled. Dealing with Luyun Capital wouldn't be straightforward, Wei Chengnian concluded. Is Luyun Capital a publicly listed company? Yes, listed on the NEQ. Shares are around 7 yuan. Why are you asking about this, kid? Just asking. Don't worry, sis. With memories from the future, the kid knew the real estate market would crash next year. But to leverage Luyun Capital's listed shares required capital beyond ordinary scale. Luyun network had to keep growing. Sales of the CRA enterprise management system hadn't picked up yet. After all, compared to essential traffic tools, most small and micro enterprises in China simply didn't need it. Are you hiding something from me? Think I don't matter now that we're apart? Sis. The child called out obediently, making Shen Yiqing's body go limp with pleasure. She adored well-behaved children. The next morning, Shen Yiqing actually flew in. A taxi dropped her off at Tianshan Hall, and she stepped out in her high heels. "Hello, this area is reserved." The door attendant approached to inform her. Wei Chengnian had spent nearly 100,000 yuan to reserve the entire venue for 5 days. Shen Yiqing frowned and reached for her phone to call Wei Chengnian. He was busy arranging team-building activities. Truth or Dare and icebreaker introductions were smoothly fostering camaraderie and trust among the company staff. "Kid, come out and let me in." Wei Chengnian obediently led his sister inside, causing a stir. The staff at Wadiangguo Cinema didn't recognize Shen Yiqing, and not everyone who knew her was from Guobian Economic and Trade. After all, Shen Yiqing's appearances were limited to the new students. Her legendary status fueled widespread speculation. With her commanding presence and figure like a maple tree, who could such a person belong to? Sis. These are all my staff. The child called out obediently. Those around him couldn't help but react. Some were from the production crew, some from Wadiangwo Film, and some from Guobian Economic and Trade. The appearance of such a goddess-level beauty instantly electrified the atmosphere. But before they could entertain any thoughts, they heard Shen Yiqing grab Wei Chengnian. Kid, let's go wash up. Chapter 68. I want my sister's magic boost. Is this even audible? Sis, I've already washed up. The little boy had absolutely no resistance to his sister. It was like forcing about a bend. Then do you want to go soak in the hot springs with me? Who in their right mind would go to a hot spring this early in the morning? Aren't you afraid of getting dizzy from the fumes? That's what Wei Chengnian thought. By the time he snapped back to reality, he was already in the same pool as his sister. The steamy hot spring water carried a distinct sulfur scent, masking Shen Yiqing's natural fragrance but unable to conceal the palpable tension between them. Little one, I spoke a bit harshly yesterday. Not as harsh as yours, though. Wei Chengnian teased. At least not as heavy as you, because I couldn't lift you. Where am I heavy? Looking for a beating, are you? Shen Yiqing pretended to be furious as she flicked droplets of water at Wei Chengnian. Sis, are you a tiger in the zodiac? As soon as the words left her mouth, Shen Yiqing pulled Wei Chengnian, who was leaning against the bathtub, into her arms. How did you know? See if I bite you. Help! She's trying to murder her own husband. Even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will come. Scream your lungs out. Scream your lungs out. Though it was morning, the two had been wrestling in the tub for ages, nearly losing control. Now sprawled on the SAP lounger, they were enjoying the massage service. Wei Chengnian kept glancing at his sister's bathrobe, while she lay with her eyes closed, lost in the sensation. Sis, sis. The boy called softly, but Shen Yiqing, likely exhausted, had fallen asleep on the lounger. After the attendant left, in the private space, Wei Chengnian tried to turn Shen Yiqing over. But as he moved, her bathrobe slipped off. Kid. Shen Yiqing murmured Wei Chengnian's name as if relaxing, nearly shattering his resolve. After gently turning his sister over, the entire scene was blurred out. Wei Chengnian, now fully dressed, entered the lobby. The place was bustling, the atmosphere intensely lively. Boss, that lady who came in today. Someone approached to ask, voicing the collective curiosity. She's my sister. Before Wei Chengnian could finish, Susiki interjected, his girlfriend. Oh, so she's the girlfriend of the older sister type, right? The crowd suddenly understood, but this didn't affect the team building event. Team building events are consumables. They burn off the resentment and anger everyone accumulates at work. Zhang Chen from the photography club was in charge of documenting the event, which also served to build team cohesion. By noon, the sun beating down, Shen Yiqing finally awoke. She discovered her bathrobe was gone, and she absent-mindedly rolled over, pulling a small blanket over herself. She had been utterly exhausted. The first batch of Rhine bioproducts needed to be delivered not only to Guobian Economic and Trade but also to various clients. Still groggy, she tried to find the child but discovered clothes had already been laid out for her, tags still attached, likely purchased in advance by Wei Chengnian. The thought warmed her heart. This was her little one. Wei Chengnian, where are you? Shen Yiqing's voice carried a hint of languor as she scanned the hallway for his figure. Sis, look behind you. Wei Chengnian appeared mischievously, covered head to toe in streamers as if he'd just survived a battle. Shen Yiqing burst out laughing. What are you doing, kid? I won a prize for you, sister. With that, Wei Chengnian proudly pulled a stuffed toy from behind him, a hakami. Aren't all the prizes just bought with your money? At that remark, Wei Chengnian froze on the spot. Wait, didn't he approve the project budget? So I'm spending my own money to reward myself? Hand it over, little kitty, you've met your match. The little brat obediently handed it over. Shen Yiqing removed the streamers from his body, leaving him completely bare. Kid, come take a walk with me later. I'll show you a nice place. Shen Yiqing said mysteriously. Ahead, several people approached them with smiles, all curious about their relationship. Sister or couple? Or both? 3 more people needed for name tag tug of war. Anyone up for truth or dare? Let's play cards. Playing cards. Team building activities were plentiful. Back in 2007, when entertainment options were scarce, everyone spent their free time reading novels and playing games. Young man, there's a place in Tianshan Hall you absolutely must visit. Shen Yiqing said, I didn't have the right to before, but now that I've met you, I do. The kid understood nothing, obediently following his sister out the side gate of Tianshan Hall and up the mountain. At the path's end stood a massive structure resembling a temple. Despite Wei Chengnian's keen eyesight, he could only barely make out the character's immortal affinity group. Inside stood a towering evergreen tree, its branches swaying in the breeze beneath a lush canopy adorned with fluttering ribbons. Beneath the ribbons hung numerous plaques. This was Tianshan Hall's marriage tree. Kid, what are you up to? He said it's okay to climb. While others climbed mountains, Wei Chengnian climbed trees. Yesterday's rain had left the trunk slippery and he took a tumble. Half an hour later, a battered Wei Chengnian was brought back by his sister. Shen Yiqing asked the front desk for a first aid kit and had Wei Chengnian remove his pants in the room. Wei Chengnian barely held back as iodine was applied to his injured ankle. I told you not to go up there. It's fine, it doesn't hurt at all.
Prove it, turn your head this way. It hurts, but I'll do it again next time.
There won't be a next time. Next time I'll have a crane hoist you up.
Shen Yiqing gently tapped Wei Chengnian's forehead, a hint of teasing in her eyes. You're just like a mischievous little monkey, always causing trouble. Wei Chengnian rubbed the spot where he'd been poked, feigning a look of grievance.
Sis, I'm not that mischievous. I just wanted to pick an apple from the tree for you to eat. Pick an apple? Shen Yiqing couldn't help but laugh.
That tree has streamers hanging from it, not apples. Then I'll pick the streamers to make you a dress.
Wei Chengnian declared stubbornly.
Shen Yiqing shook her head with a smile. She knew her little one was always this creative.
Alright then, I'll be waiting to see what you can make with those ribbons. Their laughter echoed through the room, filling the air with a light-hearted and warm atmosphere. Though Wei Chengnian's ankle still aches slightly, with Shen Yiqing by his side, this minor injury felt insignificant. Sis, did you secretly put ointment on my ankle last night? Wei Chengnian suddenly asked.
He remembered being helped back by his sister the night before.
Shen Yiqing winked mysteriously. Yes, and I even cast a spell on you. Guaranteed to have you hopping around like a jackrabbit today. Sis, your magic is amazing. Wei Chengnian exclaimed dramatically.
Then, feigning seriousness, he added, but I think I need a few more days of your magic, just in case.
Shen Yiqing was amused by Wei Chengnian's expression and gently pinched his nose. Alright, my little wizard. I'll bless you every single day. Their laughter filled the room once more. Shen Yiqing knew Wei Chengnian's sense of humor always lifted her spirits. Chapter 69, But This Is My Child.
The next day, Wei Chengnian limped into the dining room, his ankle wrapped in bandages. The most absurd part was the white bandage tied in a bow, making him look rather comical.
The team members couldn't help but laugh at his appearance. Mr. Wei, what happened? Did you scald your foot in the hot springs last night? Someone joked. Wei Chengnian put on a stern expression. No. I was on a secret mission, attempting to infiltrate enemy territory, when I was discovered. Stop fooling around. Where was there a base for you to break into yesterday? Shen Yiqing was speechless.
She knew her little one always managed to bring unexpected joy to everyone.
Their banter sent the group into uproarious laughter, lightening the mood considerably. Alright, everyone, stop teasing Mr. Wei. He's our hero, after all.
Shen Yiqing said, handing Wei Chengnian a glass of milk. Here, hero. Drink this magic milk, and your foot will be better tomorrow.
If I drink more, will I get better sooner? Ask it if it agrees. If it does, I won't have to drag you around tomorrow. My foot has a mind of its own. It says no. Today marked the second day of the team building event, and Wei Chengnian had numerous presentations to review.
This was the core team's evaluation method. After all, Blue Yao Network and Animerecap would inevitably undergo both separation and integration. Wei Chengnian needed to prepare substantial funds to counter next year's financial crisis. He planned to use the financial crisis to eliminate Chen Peihuan's old Biden-backed capital group once and for all. First and foremost was the critical audit report.
Currently, Blue Yao Network and Animerecap's audits were tracked separately, with Animerecap's being more complex. Audit team, numerical optimization conclusions.
Su Jiawei spoke with sharp eloquence, drawing frequent nods from Shen Yiqing.
We could consider giving her more weight. Any thoughts, kid? Wei Chengnian remarked, Senior Su Jiawei is indeed capable. Let's temporarily calculate her salary based on T3 for now.
Next came the HR team, the review team, and the photography team. This round of promotions involved 30 core members, with the salary structure increasingly weighted toward comprehensive performance metrics.
Shen Yiqing was surprised by Wei Chengnian's sensitivity to business frameworks.
The HR and administrative structures bore striking similarities to those in his previous life. Thankfully, he hadn't reincarnated. Originally, his sister hadn't paid attention to reports about Wei Chengnian in the flower fields. However, she accidentally overheard a core member mention that the boss was in the news. Curious, she searched on DLBL, and the video with the highest views that popped up was a parody video titled, I'm Full of Confidence. Seeing the child's signature line, Shen Yiqing couldn't help but chuckle. How had she never noticed his comedic talent in her previous life? That afternoon, the little brat hobbled over to eat, Shen Yiqing supporting him from the side. Even though Wei Chengnian hadn't said a word, the core members around him seemed to understand everything. The kid was a sister-obsessed type, or rather, he enjoyed being forcibly loved by his older sister. At school, they'd been cold and unfeeling, but now they were all warmth and kindness. They knew exactly who to curry favor with. With unspoken agreement, they discussed Wei Chengnian's plans for the school in front of Shen Yiqing. Whether it was Animerecap's future development or the video strategy, everything was astonishing. Shen Yiqing couldn't stand it. The next day, while the kid was still processing everything, she went out and bought a recent newspaper to send back to the company.
By all rights, Wei Chengnian's entrepreneurial venture should be shared with his parents. In the couple's eyes, newspapers held far greater credibility than other media outlets. They couldn't help but wonder what expressions would grace his parents' faces upon reading this paper. The child was driven back to school by his sister. After all, the team building event only granted him a maximum of 2 days off, and outstanding students simply don't take leave. As for his team members like Chi Yaoyao and Susiki, they'd already returned days earlier. "Sis, you go back. I'll take care of myself," Wei Chengnian said, yet before him, a familiar fragrance of bloodlotus filled the air, lingering on his lips and painting a picture of youth. "Kid, there's something I need you to promise me." After a long moment, their lips parted. Shen Yiqing spoke solemnly, "From now on, you must say you have a girlfriend, not just an older sister. I don't want another bad woman like Susiki interfering with our relationship next time." "Sis, are you saying our relationship can be public now?" Wei Chengnian exclaimed with delight. "I thought we'd have to hide it for much longer. But aren't you afraid people will say you're just a courier in Jinghai who models to support me? Young man, you've already achieved success. Even without my protection, you're capable of soaring on your own. Nianmuching has done well, and the future holds even greater promise." In the eyes of college students, profit and honor are usually separate. Profit is profit, honor is honor. Most students believe honor outweighs profit, as their educational background makes them reluctant to be tainted by the stench of money. So when Wei Chengnian filmed short dramas on campus, most students didn't take it seriously. Only seniors understood how crucial internship experience could be. But now it was different. Wei Chengnian had made it into the newspapers, featured in news agency reports, becoming a model-positive figure, a far cry from before. His image instantly grew larger than life, his prestige soaring overnight. Recently, both the National Economic and Trade Commission and the National Film Bureau have been encouraging college students to start businesses, aiming to create more jobs and tackle the challenge of graduate employment. But entrepreneurship carries inherent risks. Not every business survives the 3-year startup phase. Some collapse within days due to internal strife. Wei Chengnian's venture had already reached the 3-month mark. Riding his wave of success, the university featured his story on its official website. And everyone was stunned. Wei Chengnian? The guy who kissed someone at the welcome party? He must be a rich kid. I heard he's being kept by a model. No wonder he's got the cash for this. That's ridiculous. It's only been a few months, and he's already made dozens, maybe even hundreds. Some of it might be made up, but it shouldn't be too exaggerated. Starting a company and making videos is so profitable? We masters just need hands. I'll start one too and make the news. University entrepreneurship, beautiful women everywhere, work-study programs. These keywords sparked a frenzy, dripping with envy. It's understandable, though. Who has that kind of skill right out of college? We're all just ordinary people, either attending classes or dating and kissing. Now suddenly, a freshman not only makes the news but also collaborates with Wang. No matter how you look at it, his life is far more exciting than ours. Plus, some of us have seen the DLBL videos. They're truly vibrant and youthful. It's safe to say Wei Chengnian and Shen Yiqing are now perfectly matched. There's no reason to tear them apart. Is that so? Can I truly spread my wings and soar without my sister's protection? But everything I have now, my sister gave me. Without her, I probably wouldn't be who I am today. But I'm so happy I can finally say it. I have a girlfriend. She's my sister. Kid, what are you thinking about? You're not paying attention. Then, will my sister go public too? The question returned to Shen Yiqing. When her mother wakes up, will she accept the child? But this is my child. Chapter 70, this way, please. Shen Yiqing's family background was complicated. She had severed ties with her father after refusing his arranged marriage and discovering his infidelity. Her mother was subsequently expelled from the household, leaving Shen with only 5 million yuan, the butler Su Fuji, and the sole apartment in Jinghai as her refuge. Since her rebirth, Haibao had yet to emerge from its loss-making phase. E-commerce channels remained underdeveloped, requiring further time to mature. For now, Nianmuching was performing admirably, generating substantial orders for Shen Yiqing's Rhine company through soft advertising. To protect you for now, I won't be explicit, but I'm refusing contact from everyone. Wei Chengnian visibly frowned, though the lingering intimacy from their recent exchange hadn't yet faded. What? Not happy? The boy nodded, his face brimming with hurt and a plea to be comforted. Shen Yiqing gave him a helpless look, then placed Wei Chengnian's hand over his own chest, letting him feel its softness. Feel it? It moves. If you're sad, it hurts too. Understand? In their past life, Shen Yiqing and Wei Chengnian had been in a long-distance relationship for 10 years, lacking only that crucial moment. Now, reborn once more, she would leave no regrets. Soft? Then touch it more. Someone's watching. Aren't you afraid I'll make it public? The child immediately stifled his displeasure. His little hands were about to withdraw, but then the CEO's commanding voice rang in his ear. Do you know you're wrong? Yes, I'm sorry. The child dared not think any further. The surrounding stares were growing more intense. It looked exactly like he was making a pass at the woman, didn't it? Then be good. Next time I come to see you, I'll bring you something delicious. In front of his sister, Wei Chengnian always put on his best behaved face. The thought of finally going public with their relationship filled him with excitement. Nothing tastes as good as my sister. You little glutton, always eating sister up. How could sister ever feed you enough? Wei Chengnian was walking back to the startup base. Luckily, his sister had put a cross-shaped band-aid on his scraped ankle, otherwise, the friction would have killed him with pain. Pushing open the door, he saw Nian Muqing's team bustling about. Yet the boy sensed something missing in the room. To put it bluntly, it lacked the freedom to breathe freely. Nearly 30 people, all core members, were crammed into a room barely over 40 square meters. With barely enough space per person. If it weren't for the college students having adapted to the cramped desks of high school and Wei Chengnian paying them well enough, there would probably be an uproar. Seeing this, Wei Chengnian headed to the startup base office. Inside, the same senior student was still folding paper stars. What was she doing? It had been 3 months straight, and she still hadn't finished folding them? Senior, is there any spare classroom next door? Hearing this, the senior finally realized that Wei Chengnian was undoubtedly the most successful on-campus entrepreneur at the university. In just 3 short months, his team had grown from 6 members to 30. Hold on, I'll ask Professor Li. The professor seemed to be nearby and hurried over. You want to apply for a larger room? There were originally some available, but you know, your entrepreneurial success has inspired a lot of students. Besides the industry academia building, there's nowhere else we can accommodate you. The university industry building housed key administrative departments and offered considerably more space. Then I'll trouble the professor. With that, Wei Chengnian reached into his pocket, ready to pull out his cash. I pay, you deliver a win-win for everyone's bright future. The university industry building is provided to you free of charge. If you wish to repay the school, recruit more work-study students. What matters most is the school's reputation. Li Qiming quickly pressed down Wei Chengnian's hand, clearly having had enough. After signing several documents, Li Qiming announced, the paperwork is all set. A few leaders will be visiting room 403 to observe the operations. He added, they're all university officials, Dean Zhang from the Academic Affairs Office and Director Gu from the Publicity Department. Wei Chengnian's entrepreneurship application was affiliated with the School of Finance. Now that it had made the news, university leadership would certainly take notice. This wasn't unexpected. Wei Chengnian returned with the backup forms and called out to the team members. Mr. Wei, why can't there be trash in the trash can? You didn't know? There can't even be people on the beds. Organize the files that need organizing. Su Jiawei, hide the financial statements. Li Yan, stop watching those explicit videos from the audit team. Under Wei Chengnian's shouts and urging, the entire office in room 403 sprang into action. With over 30 people working together, progress was swift. Before the boss even arrived, they were nearly done. How about it, boss? Is this good enough? Zhang Chen asked. Wei Chengnian shook his head. Too much. What's too much? Too many people? Forget it. This is fine. The computers aren't easy to move, but we could unscrew a few light bulbs. Never mind, never mind. It's not worth it. After all, the kid was loaded, no need to cry poverty and scam funds. Footsteps echoed down the empty corridor, casting scattered shadows in the afternoon sunlight. Vice President Zhang Qingba, overseeing school affairs, and Gu Chunlei from the publicity department arrived at the entrepreneurship base. A crowd of teachers and students gathered around them as they moved forward. They were inspecting the various startup projects. Vice President Zhang, this is the Foreign Languages Department's tutoring center. Director Gu, this is the photography studio. The senior student folding origami stars led the way with practiced ease, as if she'd done this more than once or twice. With over 30 startup projects in the entire base, Zhang Qingba showed little interest. He remarked that these small-scale ventures could hardly be called entrepreneurship, merely student dabbling. Which classroom is Nian Muqing in? Shall we go see him first? Wei Chengnian's company is in room 403, Director. Then let's skip the other projects and head straight to Nian Muqing. With the vice dean giving the order, Zhi Xingxing's senior didn't hesitate. Truth be told, some of these projects were essentially just credit padding schemes. Their doors were usually shut, only opening briefly to put on a show during official inspections. She had memorized these projects from the archives, otherwise, categorizing so many would have been impossible. So the group headed cheerfully toward room 403. By now, room 403 was packed with people, looking incredibly cramped. Why is the Nian Muqing project team so crowded? Principal Zhang stood at the doorway, glancing inside and furrowing his brow. That's odd. I distinctly remember there weren't this many people during the last media interview and filming session. Gu Chunlei echoed the confusion, feeling like buying spicy beef noodles only to find no beef and no seasoning packet either. Wei Chengnian, the leaders are here. The senior student called out, and Wei Chengnian pushed his way through the crowd. Good morning, Dean. Good morning, Director. Wei Chengnian greeted them politely. Welcome, leaders, to your inspection. Dean Zhang smiled faintly. Your website is quite impressive. The work-study program has really boosted the school's morale. I've heard about it for quite some time, but I've been so busy. I finally found the time to come take a look recently. Chapter 71, A Grand and Visionary Plan. Wei Chengnian nodded, showing deep understanding.
The dean and director have such busy schedules. It's already very kind of them to find time to visit us.
What's going on with this classroom? Why are there so many people?
Oh, we've been expanding enrollment recently and accidentally took on too many students.
Rest assured, Director, they're all financially disadvantaged students we're assisting.
The director pondered for a moment before blurting out, Wei Chengnian, there are far too many people in this office. I distinctly recall it wasn't like this during the news filming.
Wei Chengnian cleared his throat twice. When we learned reporters from Huatian were coming, we temporarily gave non-essential staff time off. But you do have quite a few computers here. Be careful about theft.
Rest assured, Director.
We have staff on duty 34 hours a day.
I'd heard rumors about how extravagant Nian Muqing's project team was, but I never imagined it would be this extreme.
Have you considered moving to a larger classroom? Isn't having so many people crammed together affecting work efficiency? Wei Chengnian replied frankly, it's manageable when things are slow, but when we're swamped, we're scrambling.
The spirit of austerity is commendable, but it shouldn't be excessive.
Here's what we'll do, I'll arrange for your entire project team to move to the Industry Academia Collaboration Building. Draft a new set of requirements for me, and I'll see to it. After all, Zhang Qingbao was a leader in the school affairs office.
Securing approvals for him was merely a matter of moving a few papers and getting a stamp.
Please take a seat, Director. Su Jiawei, Li Yan, Zheng Chen, make room. Make room. Make room. Can't you see the leaders are standing?
We'll need about 460 square meter classrooms, plus printers, air conditioners, power strips, electric kettles, space heaters. Though the people's capitalists were also part of the people, once the leadership made the request, simply asking for classrooms seemed like a modest demand.
Zhang Qingbao listened to Wei Chengnian's nagging, the smile on his lips gradually fading. Hey kid, you're coming to me for supplies? Finished writing? Actually, we just need a few classrooms. Ideally, we'd like renovation rights.
Plus, our staff at Huatian Guoying needs space to work.
That was Wei Chengnian's real objective. He couldn't have Huatian Guoying's people getting arrested every day.
Fortunately, the school security had already recognized the ID badges of room 403, so they wouldn't cause trouble for them entering. If you ask why, it's all thanks to the kids spending power.
Just empty classrooms. We'll handle it. As for the Huatian Guoying side, we'll discuss it with their leadership.
Watching the leaders walk away, Wei Chengnian promptly shouted, let's get to work.
The senior student folding stars returned after seeing the officials off and remarked, you really know how to talk a good game. Senior, you're mistaken. My goal is simply to secure the classroom.
The leaders will understand my intentions. Sometimes that's how it goes. Asking for the entire skylight to be removed will inevitably meet resistance, but requesting just a window opens up room for negotiation.
Sure enough, 3 days later, Wei Chengnian received an official letter from the school approving the entry of staff from other institutions to work on campus.
Simultaneously, approval was granted for classrooms 403, 404, and 405 in the school enterprise building to be used as offices, with permission to install soft furnishings. Senior, the photography team is preparing to film the wrap-up ceremony for the campus beauties this week. Have the technical team handle the gift procurement. The wrap-up project team, both Huatiangguo Films crew members and outsourced staff, must attend.
I'll handle the arrangements.
The wrap-up campus beauty celebration features projects like skipping college entrance exams to escape back to 1999, I Am July in This World, Lee River, How Could I Forget You, and a quick flip.
As for the previous Tianshan Hall event, that was an employee benefit.
The wrap-up ceremony is for the campus beauties fans, primarily focused on retention.
Wei Chengnian, possessing that memory, naturally understood the importance of operations and internal marketing teams.
Now as the boss, he relied on these two pillars to expand.
Though campus queens aren't ranked, they possess competitive spirits.
Currently, over 30 campus queens are in reserve, and this represents just a few schools, not yet nationwide. With Nian Muqing and Xingzhou Interactive Entertainment's efforts, the influence of campus queens will undoubtedly spread. The Who is the Campus Queen of Your Youth campaign focuses on selecting beauties within campuses, emphasizing participants' appearance and popularity. This phase likely relies more on personal charm and campus recognition. Who is the campus beauty in your story signifies a shift in focus toward participants' performance in narrative content like short dramas and videos. This shift aligns with Nian Muqing Culture Media's strategic development plan to create more in-depth, narrative-driven content. This approach aims to attract and retain audiences, enabling the company to stand out in the fiercely competitive media market. The soft furnishings in the school enterprise building weren't fully completed yet, but the entire 403 team had already moved in. As the school's administrative building, the corporate academic building naturally houses numerous faculty and administrators who were quite curious about the frequent comings and goings of the Nian Muqing members.
Who are they? New teachers? Why do I recognize my students?
I heard they're members of the 403 startup incubator.
Nian Muqing's supervising students said the space was too small, so they moved them over. The teacher who heard this fell silent for a moment, as if frozen in place. Nian Muqing wasn't that the website he'd been browsing frequently lately? Indeed, information in those days had a time lag, unlike later eras where everything could be accessed instantly. Otherwise, Line wouldn't have emerged as such a disruptive force. After settling this matter, Wei Chengnian opened his workstation to address issues with Blue Yao Network. They delocated the personnel, though he felt somewhat guilty toward Wang Yi. Fortunately, her compensation would mitigate her dissatisfaction. The Blue Yao Network office in Jinghai had been cleaned and was ready for occupancy. Wei Chengnian planned to buy a few money trees for it in the near future. Over time, the Enterprise Edition CRA Enterprise Management System had sold over 3,000 annual subscriptions and tens of thousands of monthly subscriptions. Back then, there was no system for continuous subscription discounts, and the entire market was shrouded in uncertainty. The only commendable aspect was Lone Yuan's mature third-party sales channels domestically. Many companies expressed interest in participating in Blue Yao Network's DLDL minigame soft advertising placement program. After all, these were soft necessities. People might skip a meal, but they'd always buy laundry detergent and similar items. As for BLBL, the project team is still actively promoting it. The initial phase will inevitably require significant investment, since knowledge-based paid content isn't yet commonplace in this era. As a platform for technical training and specialized video sharing, BLBL focuses more on education and technology, offering paid video content including instructional videos on professional skills like programming and design. It takes 21 days to form a habit, so Wei Chengnian plans to partner with most schools nationwide, though his top priority remains the National Compiled Trade and Economics curriculum. Chapter 72, You come over, I go over, something doesn't feel right? Li Ruobing, how's the progress on the Shen Yiqing biological process in the flower district? Upon returning to Jinghai, Shen Yiqing immediately emphasized the corporate arrangements for Shen Yiqing Bio. Shen Yiqing could be considered a third-party entity expanded by Rhine Bio. Mr. Shen, the internal team can be reassigned. Who would you like to assign? Shen Yiqing pondered briefly, his neat handwriting spreading across the paper. Shen Peihuan would never have imagined that most of the people he had planted would be transferred away. As a subsidiary, Shen Yiqiang's primary mission was to penetrate the Huatian market, and personnel allocation naturally carried significant weight. Assign the names on this list to Huatian. I'll be working there frequently going forward. Shen Yiqing stated coolly, when I'm absent, any matters must first be reported to Lan Xiaoting and Zhou Dupeng. Understood, President Shen. Should we transfer the advertising fees for Nian Muqing's side? Nian Muqing was a children's company that featured numerous soft advertisements, including promotional content at the beginning, all filmed by team members. Transfer it. Our current production capacity and order volume are largely thanks to Nian Muqing's soft sell videos driving sales. Trucks loaded with MUIIY basic skincare sets rolled toward the flower fields. The gifts promised to the students had finally arrived. For distribution, the school's endorsement made obtaining student information straightforward. When the temporarily hired, work-study students delivered the gifts, everyone was surprised, especially the girls. After all, the combined value of the toners, lotions, creams, masks, and cleansers was no small sum. Thank you for nature's bounty. Do you know how to use these? If not, I'll show you. In the boys' dormitory, the part-time workers assigned to each floor began verifying signatures and distributing the gifts, prompting loud cheers. Bro, does this mean I'll be all fragrant from now on? You smell so good. Now I'm a fancy piggy boy too. The girls' dormitory was much more reserved. Everyone silently checked if they had everything. Qi Yaoyao received her own set, yet a pang of envy flashed through her heart. Wei Chengnian was so outstanding, a pity he wasn't hers. Staring at the exquisitely packaged set before her, Susiki felt no urge to open it. Her feelings toward Wei Chengnian were complicated. The hot spring incident hadn't shaken the relationship between Shen Yiqing and Wei Chengnian, but she lived in constant fear that Chen Peihuan would expose everything. She didn't know how to express her feelings or to whom she could confide them. For a moment, she felt gloomy and depressed, barely eating her meal. Siki, eat something? Even with her roommate's concern, Susiki didn't know how to explain. Was she supposed to confess that she'd been an older man's mistress? Ha! She'd once believed he loved her, only to discover she was nothing more than a piece of clothing he could discard at will. The promised compensation never came. Instead, she faced scolding. Her life felt like walking on thin ice. Could she ever reach the other shore? Tears streamed down her face. Unable to articulate her grievances, Susiki gently pushed away the meal Qi Yaoyao offered. Yaoyao, I realize I was utterly wrong. Tell me, why doesn't this world have a cure for regret? Qi Yaoyao couldn't figure out why Susiki had been acting this way ever since returning from Tianshan Hall. As both a roommate and a friend, all she could do was silently stand by her side. Switching to Wei Chengnian's perspective, he definitely needed to bring along a few members who could fly nationwide in the early stages. Once they became familiar with the process, they could fly solo later.
With the custom props in place, the two universities Huatian National Film and Guobian Economics Trade erected their sets and began shooting some promotional photos. Nothing illegal, mind you, just a few fewer layers than usual. When the videos were posted on DLBL, fans nationwide realized their beloved campus beauty had graduated. Whoa, or should that be graduated? Wei Chengnian entered the dorm room to find his roommates in a frenzy. Ma Chao was reading a novel on his small MP4 player, Rin Ziqian was deep in thought with a cigarette dangling from his lips, and Xian Sengxia was engrossed in his phone, chuckling to himself. All three maintained absolute silence, each utterly absorbed in their own worlds, completely oblivious to the others. If you asked where college life was best, this moment was at a group of friends silently sharing a room, free from worries about tomorrow or work, freely squandering their youth. Even without exchanging a word, a warm godfather would always get a response. Wei Chengnian held a long-term leave slip. He was actually quite smart despite being busy, he had already completed all the required courses. But at Guobian Trade and Economics, mastering a subject didn't mean you'd mastered it thoroughly. Do you have something urgent to attend to? Professor Li asked from his office in the entrepreneurship ace. He had previously thought Wang Xiajie and Wei Chengnian were cut from the same cloth, bold dreamers with boundless drive. Beyond differing personalities, they shared many similarities, which is why he was curious to see how far Wei Chengnian could go. But now it seemed that impression had been overly simplistic. When Wang Xiajie made decisions back then, he was decisive and uncompromising, but he made too many assumptions. Wei Chengnian? He appeared adorably clueless, seemingly gullible and easy to take advantage of. Yet every decision he made was deeply calculated. Otherwise, Nian Muqing wouldn't have grown so rapidly in just 3 or 4 months and turned a profit so quickly. When you undertake a task, can you clearly articulate why you're doing it? The difference between being able to explain it and not is enormous. Being able to articulate it means you still have direction and, at the very least, strong risk resilience. If you can't, it means you haven't even found your direction. When the leader can't find the direction, the project is doomed to fail. Initially, no one paid attention to Wei Chengnian's precise control. They dismissed it as a single decision, a meeting, or a fluke of luck. It wasn't until Li Qiming personally experienced the palpable energy Wei Chengnian brought to the table that he realized the team's execution was merely supportive. The real driving force was Wei's commanding presence. With Qingzhou Interactive Entertainment as the backing, college students' psychology as the guiding principle, and enough hype, all the elements of timing, location, and people were finally aligned. Had Wang Xiajie possessed even half of Wei Chengnian's drive back then, she wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat. I need to return to Jinghai. There are matters to attend to. Having left the Jinghai team to fend for themselves for so long, he knew trouble would brew if he didn't take control soon. With his sister away, Wei Chengnian felt somewhat unrestrained, boarding the first-class cabin bound for Jinghai without hesitation. In those days, there were no high-speed trains, only regular railways. "Sissy, I asked you to arrange." The moment she arrived at the cafe, the youngster rushed over to the team packing up equipment and began assigning tasks. Lanyu Network's largest core team was the mini-game development group, followed by the operations and maintenance team responsible for game maintenance and server support. Next came finance, customer service, and internal marketing teams. Over 30 people split into 7 or 8 groups. They chartered 2 4.6-meter trucks just to fit everything inside. As for the people, Wei Chengnian generously reimbursed their transportation costs, drawing a chorus of cheers. Chapter 73, Silver Mountain Monopoly. What a huge deal. 2 4.6-meter vehicles pulled up at the industrial park, followed by a line of taxis, creating a bustling scene reminiscent of the New Year festivities. The office decor followed a Ying-style theme, primarily to appear more formal. After all, Yingzhou Island was considered a mature commercial nation. "Wow, this office is huge!" exclaimed someone from the operations team. The neat, orderly workstations were aesthetically pleasing, with each person averaging nearly 2 meters of desk space. Truly excellent working conditions. A hollowed wooden screen in the center served as a feng shui curtain, while a lucky bead rolled in the artificial rock garden pond, emitting a misty vapor. "We won't be holding a meeting today. Time is tight. Everyone tidy up your workstations, then proceed with the standard process." After all, Wei Chengnian was only taking a few days off, and Blue Yao Network needed to prepare for other development projects. The next project was the standard software suite that Yin Shan had once dominated in memory, the Office Suite. It would also be the free suite Lanyu Network aimed to build, with subsequent paid services focused on cloud services and cloud search. Remember the search AI Wei Chengnian developed earlier? With server support, it employs high-dimensional targeting to collect and organize online data, significantly accelerating the suite's utilization rate. It would also open ports to interface with any high-level entities requiring access, such as laboratories or the CRA backend data of large enterprises. "Boss, the operations team is online. The internal marketing team awaits your instructions." At Wei Chengnian's command, Blue Yao Network's team sprang into action. Led by Wei, programmers tapped away at keyboards as lines of code unfolded. All graphic design and creative assets were outsourced, advancing the project through a lean asset model. The internal market team primarily handled major national enterprises, as well as channels for Snow Leopard and Rick. The head of the internal marketing team was Chang Xiaohua, a young man in his 20s. Reportedly recruited through the National Enrollment Program, he possessed strong execution capabilities. Under Wei Chengnian's oversight, the internal marketing team went full throttle, swiftly signing cooperation agreements with several major national enterprises. They even secured letters of intent from Rick and Snow Leopard's investors. Meanwhile, the operations team kept a close eye on project progress, constantly tracking completion rates as their primary goal. Boss, the first-generation version is scheduled for launch during the Spring Festival. 7 server sets have been procured, the operations team has completed its restructuring, and the customer service department is now fully staffed. Originally, Wei Chengnian had planned to use up his entire vacation, but after his sister dispatched personnel to Huatian, she discovered her little kid had vanished.
You little brat. Why aren't you at school?
Shen Yiqing hadn't anticipated that Nianmuching would make the entire project team so large and formal. She only realized it when she actually went to the school to look for Wei Chengnian. She understood the logic, but why was the no-show so massive? Everyone on the team recognized Shen Yiqing as Wei Chengnian's girlfriend, so they welcomed her visit with particular warmth. Not only did they give her a small shock, but they also served as a reference point for team spirit.
Hearing his sister's words, Wei Chengnian quickly replied, Blue Yao Network has tasks for me to handle. Originally, if everything went smoothly, Wei Chengnian planned to select a vice president after the long holiday to temporarily serve as Blue Yao Network's figurehead. What's your relationship with Blue Yao Network? How come you're always busy with their work? It's not every day.
The boy struggled to withstand his sister's interrogation.
You dare talk back? Is it because I haven't kissed you in a few days that your mouth has gotten so stubborn? Shen Yiqing said, you need to be back by tomorrow afternoon. Director Zhang is coming to visit your place. Again? Didn't we just get new offices? 3 rooms are plenty for us. A wave of speechlessness and silence swept over the room, leaving Shen Yiqing utterly speechless. Stop whining.
I heard from Dean Yi that he's bringing several school leaders. Your video of Nianmuching turned out well, so they're publicly showcasing the startup ace and exploring successful experiences. Her voice seemed to carry a hint of gritted teeth.
Didn't you make the news at the flower fields last time? The impact was pretty good across the board. Plus, your software has gained some recognition nationwide. So you need to come back quickly this time. But sis, I can't come back right now. Software development isn't something you can just drop. Besides, the arrow's already on the string I have to shoot. Can you help me, sis? Our relationship is public knowledge now anyway. The boy spoke softly and weakly. Blue Yao Network is preparing for a major move. We might end up dominating half the national market.
The words carried an air of dominance, but that wasn't a reason for Wei Chengnian to stay away.
Have the head of Blue Yao Network speak with me. With no other choice, Wei Chengnian grabbed someone to take the call. Cheng Xiaohua, whom he had been eyeing. This is my sister. Address her as you would the company's vice president.
The child scribbled on paper, don't give yourself away, or I'll dock your pay.
Hello, this is Cheng Xiaohua, vice president of Blue Yao Network. Cheng Xiaohua took the phone and said, you must be Wei Chengnian's sister, correct?
Our company is currently developing a brand new software product. Due to confidentiality agreements, I can't disclose details, but this represents a significant opportunity for us to break into the market.
Wei Chengnian is currently a core employee at our company. I'm sorry.
Hearing these earnest words, Shen Yiqing realized the child wouldn't be returning anytime soon.
What position does Wei Chengnian hold at your company? Shen Yiqing had long been curious. Both Blue Yao Network's investments and Wei Chengnian's level of involvement remained a mystery. In her previous life, the boy had been just an ordinary intern, merely an average internet user. How could the world's whirlwind have spun so wildly? It had even blown her away. Was he really that tornado codenamed Tide Rider? Chief software developer with a 13th month bonus. Upon hearing this, Shen Yiqing understood. No wonder Wei Chengnian had the capital to start his business. It turned out he was already different from his past life. Truth be told, the salary Shen Yiqing offered Wei Chengnian wouldn't even cover half a month of his expenses. Cheng Xiaohua gestured to Wei Chengnian, unsure how to improvise. The child took the phone and asked, can you help me, sister? Shen Yiqing sighed helplessly, just this once. There won't be another chance. Wei Chengnian immediately took the hint. Thanks, sis. Love you. Mua. After explaining the situation to Nianmuching's team members over the phone, everyone understood why Wei Chengnian couldn't return. Instead, they grew even more curious about how Shen Yiqing would manage to get them moving. Sure enough, the next morning, all the juniors and seniors were present at the studio except for those with classes who couldn't make it to the school enterprise building in time. Having been forged together through the trials at Tianshan Hall, the team's atmosphere was remarkably harmonious until the decisive Shen Yiqing entered the studio. I'm giving you 3 minutes. Get moving. The members on the list. Wei Chengnian wasn't entirely useless, at least he knew the team members well, and placing everyone in the right position was one of his strengths. Chapter 74, Bluff and Bluff Some More. Shen Yiqing directed everyone to clean up all 3 offices until they were spotless. As afternoon approached, the group had just finished lunch and taken a short break when Zhang Qingba arrived with his people. 7 or 8 individuals led the way, likely the school administrators in charge, followed by dozens of students in a large, imposing group. Teachers and students, this is the Nianmuqing Cultural Media Studio. Feel free to look around and soak up the atmosphere. Zhang Qingba announced, his eyes scanning the room for Wei Chengnian. Wasn't he supposed to lead the tour? Where was he? Where had the boss gone? Just as he was letting everyone explore freely, Zhang Qingba stopped the female CEO. Shen Yiqing, where did Wei Chengnian go? I caught up. He's nowhere to be found. What kind of inspection is this? An inspection of loneliness? Zhang Qingba looked utterly helpless, but Shen Yiqing waved him off and gestured for Su Jiawei behind her to bring out a stack of materials. Corporate brochures, team-building photo albums, company culture materials, and delicious afternoon tea. Truthfully, outsiders could never see much of substance during tours, especially at cultural media companies where most employees spent their time goofing off. Moreover, the real back-end data was never accessible to outsiders. Editing footage was off-limits, though they could glance at 1 or 2 review clips. So all they could really see were the corporate brochures, the culture wall, the team-building albums, and enjoy a fancy afternoon tea. Their team-building location is amazing. They even have hot springs. Even their employee badges look so professional. So jealous. After touring roughly 3 studios, the school representatives conferred and turned their attention to Shen Yiqing, who is currently in charge. Hello, student. You're the head of this studio, right? The atmosphere here is really nice. We'd like to see how you work. Wasn't this just making things awkward? Who likes being stared at from behind while peeing? Shen Yiqing was utterly speechless. She wasn't a child, how was she supposed to know what these people were like at work? She'd agreed to help out because the kids seemed well behaved, but it turned out to be a trap. Still, it was the kids' company, and he'd given her a crash course last night, so she could at least say a few words. Everyone to your workstations. Log into the backend within 3 minutes. Photography team. Review team. Internal marketing team. Shen Yiqing commanded with her formidable presence, slipping into cold-blooded CEO mode. The photography team had been assigned to a separate studio. Green screens and lighting equipment were already set up inside, with new hires beginning their interviews. In the second studio, the review team worked at breakneck speed, their work quiet and silent. Any borderline footage that flashed by was immediately flagged. In the largest studio, the market research team members were engaged with clients, each focused on their specific tasks. This is our internal marketing team. They analyze market trends and client needs, providing data support for our decision-making. So you're saying every soft advertisement in Nianmuqing's videos is meticulously planned? A teacher posed the question, echoing others' curiosity about how this young woman managed to make every video sufficiently compelling. Innovation is our core value. We encourage team members to propose new ideas and creativity to spark the team's inventiveness. As everyone settled into work mode, only Shen Yiqing remained free. She explained the practicality of the DLBL website, which also served as promotion. Many visiting faculty and students had already done their homework, but some still asked curiously, I recall the founder Nianmuqing featured in the news interview was a boy. Where did he go? That's my boyfriend. He had an unexpected commitment, which is why I'm filling in for him today. Originally, everyone thought entrepreneurship was easy. Even Nianmuqing's startup didn't seem particularly remarkable. Just more office space, more staff, a brochure, and a corporate culture wall. But witnessing their actual work environment revealed how profoundly mistaken they were. And it wasn't even the real boss calling the shots, it was his girlfriend. After leaving the university enterprise building, the supervising professor from Huatian Agricultural University turned to his students and asked, what did you learn from this experience? Planning. Development. A few students chimed in, but the teacher remained unsatisfied. Anything else? The importance of a leader. That was a satisfactory answer. The greatest takeaway from this national compilation trade mission wasn't the snacks or brochures, but the spirit evident in the students, particularly core members like Shen Yiqing and the yet-to-be-met Wei Chengnian. Put simply, unless you happen to find a powerhouse like Shen Yiqing or a shy individual like Wei Chengnian, even a teen with entrepreneurial experience won't succeed. People truly are the most precious resource in this world. Some dare to act, some can act, but those who dare to dream and act are few and far between. The lead teacher from the neighboring province remarked thoughtfully, the risks of entrepreneurship are simply too high. Even with our guidance, we can't replicate their atmosphere. Dean Zhang Qingba, it's truly remarkable that your school has such talent. Meanwhile, Shen Yiqing in the office finally exhaled. With the crowd dispersed, she could finally catch her breath. She sent Wei Chengnian a message, little brat, big sis covered for you. You better thank me properly when you get back. This humble man has nothing to offer in return, I'll repay you with my very being. Skinny as a rail, not worth a handful of beans. How could you overlook my strengths, sis? Shen Yiqing couldn't resist teasing him back, dare to mock the sovereign again, and I'll sentence you to death. Within the realm of death, Ujiji. You sly little rascal, such a smart aleck. No one can match my judo-wielding sister's moves, laughs heartily. I gotta go, got work to do. Wei Chengnian was stealing moments of leisure amidst his workload.
His workstation never stopped humming as he tapped away at the keyboard, churning out line after line of code. Lanyu Network hired only experienced programmers. Their combined monthly salaries totaled around 3 to 400,000 yuan. Once their development matured, further raises were inevitable. But Wei Chengnian had money 300 million in his pocket and feared no one. Combined with DLDL's game ads, BLBL's tech ads, and Yan Muqing's video ads all firing on all cylinders, it was truly a three-pronged offensive. 300 million yuan, no one to fear. Wei Chengnian silently repeated this mantra, yet he remained acutely aware that despite his vast capital, prudent planning and management were essential. His goal was to build a sustainable business empire, not become a nouveau riche. Shen Yiqing had tasks to handle while staying at the flower fields. She needed to scout locations for offline stores, arrange employee accommodations, and manage the company's operational base. Fortunately, she could temporarily use the former Office 403 assigned to Wei Chengnian, a courtesy extended by the university. Shen Yiqing would take a different path from Rhine. Or rather, while Rhine focused on skincare products, Shen Yiqing's Yuan technology would venture into the interactive track. Users could purchase skincare products but only gift them to others. Shen Yiqing had only outlined this framework and hadn't yet finalized the specifics. Chapter 75, Winter Festival. Wanting to cook dumplings is perfectly reasonable, right? Wei Chengnian finally returned to school. After settling all affairs at Blue Yao Network, it was already early winter and everyone had donned thicker clothing. The little brat had initially refused his sister's offer to pick him up, but ultimately caved to her relentless persistence. Shen Yiqing wore a black short puffer-down jacket today. The pale yellow fabric accentuated her icy aura, paired with black jeans below. Not only did it accentuate her long legs, but it also made her two full curves appear even more prominent. With this commanding presence, she was bound to turn heads as she walked through the cold wind. Wei Chengnian didn't carry much, so Shen Yiqing promptly took his belongings. Are you cold? Seeing the child's face reddened by the cold, Shen Yiqing pressed her warm hand against it. With Wei Chengnian away these past few days, she had been helping with Yan Muqing's work. As long as I'm warm in sister's arms, it's fine. Wei Chengnian said, reaching out to be picked up. Sister, hold me. You little rascal, been missing your sister all these days? Shen Yiqing gave Wei Chengnian a big, fluffy hug. No choice, both their coats were thick. After leading the little brat back to the studio in the school enterprise building, Wei Chengnian immediately began gathering the team for their routine meeting. Winter was approaching, and the video production schedule was starting to slow down. Winter offered few suitable shooting opportunities, and the crew would soon be heading out with production team members for location scouting. At this critical juncture, Wei Chengnian had to manage things carefully. Listening to Wei Chengnian outline the entire plan for Yan Muqing, Shen Yiqing couldn't help but marvel inwardly this was her child. Days later, on the winter festival, snowflakes swirled through the air early in the morning, bringing a deep chill. In the boys' dormitory, Ren Ziqian leaped out of bed only to promptly bump his head. Wincing, he muttered about heading to the cafeteria for dumplings. Wei Chengnian naturally had plans for the winter festival, but since his sister wasn't around early that morning, he joined his roommates for dumplings at the cafeteria. But the dumplings sold in the cafeteria were truly indescribable. The seasoning was overpowering, masking any meat flavor, and the excessive broth ruined the texture. Some jerk actually called these handmade dumplings? What a shameless liar. Ren Ziqian grumbled, not even a dog would eat this. Hearing him, Shensen paused with a half-torn dumpling on his chopsticks, unsure whether to eat it or not. His face darkened like charcoal. Who was he calling a dog? You should be grateful you even got to eat. With so many students in the international trade program, do you expect the cafeteria ladies to hand-pinch dumpling wrappers for you every day? Wei Chengnian chuckled but didn't respond. Well, if they're handmade and cooked, that counts as handmade. After all, kids get hungry too. Ignoring Ren Ziqian's words, he ate 2 dumplings. Nothing beats dumplings for taste, nothing beats. Ahem, saying that probably wouldn't fit the mood. If you're so picky about food, just get lost in the deep mountains and starve for a few days. Scattered snowflakes drifted outside the window as several girls filled Wei Chengnian's vision. At the front was Chang Xiaoyu with her roommate, followed by Zhuang Chen carrying a bag. Upon meeting, Wei Chengnian greeted them smoothly. You guys are here for breakfast too? As news of Yan Muqing's entrepreneurial ventures spread across campus, many girls expressed interest in joining his production team. But things had changed. Yan Muqing no longer lacked actors. What he needed were skilled creative planners to craft seamless product placements for every short video and miniseries. After taking their seats, Pan Xiuzhen, Lu Xiaowan, Zhang Qing, Chang Xiaoyu, and Zhuang Chen began chatting. Did you notice? Everyone in his dorm has turned aloof lately. Lu Xiaowan whispered. Zhang Qing's eyebrows twitched. Is Wei Chengnian aloof? He's clearly soft and adorable, right? Did any of you get Yan Muqing's winter festival invite code? Mentioning this inevitably brought up Yan Muqing's current marketing tactics. With all sorts of decorative merchandise and special badges, it was practically a video platform version of AdIt, and AdIt couldn't even sue him for plagiarism.
I'd love to get one.
Nian Muqing is giving out merchandise to all performers this time. Apparently each item costs over 300 yuan.
Why are you stressing over this? Why not stress over finding a place to eat handmade dumplings? As for Nian Muqing, the girls chatted animatedly. Dumpling making was an old tradition. A winter festival without dumplings felt like KFC losing its flagship store. Xiaoyu, go ask Wei Chengnian if there's anywhere we can make dumplings?
Jiang Qing suggested, drawing disapproval from Zhuang Chen.
Why should he? Wei Chengnian isn't some kind of god. Like he can just magically provide a place to make dumplings?
Chang Xiaoyu ignored her and turned to Pan Xiuzhen instead.
Jinjin, why don't you ask?
Although the winter festival holiday lasted 3 days, most people chose to eat dumplings on the first day. Wei Chengnian had just finished breakfast and was about to leave with his tray when Pan Xiuzhen stopped him after a few steps.
Wei Chengnian, could you do us a favor? What kind of favor?
We want to find a place to eat dumplings this winter, make dumplings. Of course, they weren't the only ones wanting to eat dumplings with friends, but the school's power restrictions made it tricky. Making dumplings was simple, but eating them was hard.
Wei Chengnian thought for a moment and said, actually, the cafeteria isn't a bad option. The cafeteria doesn't have any holiday atmosphere. Then why not just find any classroom? We tried. The study rooms are occupied, the lecture halls aren't open, and small classrooms are easy to get caught in.
Plus, the group chat sent a notice forbidding us from using stoves.
So you guys are planning to cook in the dorm, huh? Wei Chengnian had intended to refuse, but then he thought Nian Muqing should have some festive atmosphere too. After a moment of straightforward consideration, he said, then come to the school enterprise building to cook.
We're having a gathering at Nian Muqing anyway, you guys can lend a hand.
But then he realized there might be too many people. Wei Chengnian called Senior Zhu, who was staying on campus. After a moment, the call ended.
The kid said, you can use any classroom on our floor in the school enterprise building.
Just bring your materials over when you're ready. Everyone at Nian Muqing is busy right now. Senior Zhu will leave the keys to the school enterprise building at the security office. Just mention my name when you go to pick them up. Hearing this, Chang Xiaoyu's expression froze.
Oh my goodness, the senior who sent the notice banning dumpling making and hotpot in classrooms was Senior Zhu. After all, she was a senior who stayed on as a counselor after graduation, so she was very strict. Senior Zhu mentioned that every year, students like this would show up, thinking they were so clever. If caught, they'd not only lose credits but also face public criticism.
Wei Chengnian just walked up to Senior Zhu and asked to use a room to cook dumplings, and she actually agreed? That's practically walking into a trap.
Oh, and make sure to cook extra dumplings.
Besides serving Nian Muqing's team, we'll also be sharing some with the faculty. After all, this is the university industry building. Wei Chengnian added, Senior Zhu will come to collect them.
Just ask her about pots, pans, and utensils.
Can we really cook dumplings in the classroom? And in the school enterprise building? Isn't that breaking the rules? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 76, The Housekeeper Instinct Awakens. Zhuang Chen found it unbelievable, his face frozen in disbelief.
It wasn't until they reached the security office and retrieved the key that he realized this was real. A crisp set of footsteps echoed through the hallway, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Senior Zhu approached the school enterprise building with a blank expression. She glanced inside, and Chang Xiaoyu and the others held their breath, barely daring to breathe.
Do you have pots, pans, and utensils? We haven't bought any yet. Jiang Chang answered truthfully. Senior Zhu cleared her throat softly and lowered her voice. Room 207 in the school enterprise building used to belong to the Magic Kitchen alumni project team.
There should be plenty of kitchenware inside.
Chang Xiaoyu froze for a moment. Thank you, Senior Zhu. You're welcome. If Wei Chengnian hadn't specifically called me about this, I wouldn't have allowed it. Just focus on your work and don't make any noise. Got it, Senior. We'll lock the door and keep it quiet.
The others nodded hurriedly.
Chang Xiaoyu followed to fetch pots and pans, unable to resist asking, Senior, didn't you say getting caught would mean losing credits? How could I refuse Wei Chengnian's request?
His sister gave me a lot of skincare products, this is just repaying the favor. A moment later, Chang Xiaoyu returned with the pots and pans to the empty room next to Nian Muqing in the school enterprise building.
Everyone exchanged glances. So this is Wei Chengnian's influence? It was way too effective. Just like that, she got the pots and pans and did something explicitly forbidden. That was seriously cool. Recalling Wei Chengnian's expressionless phone call earlier, it truly embodied the saying, a man of few words but many deeds. Damn, I was frozen stiff when Senior Zhu came over. Never expected she'd ask us if we wanted to take the fall. Wei Chengnian really lives up to being the boss, he's got serious clout. Amidst the crowd's gasps, Zhuang Chen felt a pang of unease. Cheng Xiaoyu's plans were beyond his control, yet another man managed to pull it off, making him look utterly incompetent. And damn it, he really was incompetent. What if I'd been the one to solve the problem? He couldn't help but indulge in the fantasy. Zhu Shuesher, this is Zhuang Chen. I need you to clear out a classroom in 3 minutes. I'm boiling dumplings. Right this instant. Xiaoyu, it's all set. Let's have a great winter festival. Unfortunately, even though Zhuang Chen fantasized until his scalp tingled, reality was this cruel. Wei Chengnian walked through the snow-covered mountains in the afternoon. The winter sun cast a soft glow, yet it brought no warmth whatsoever. Today's winter festival offered triple pay for those still working, while Lanyu Network would close for the holiday. After all, they only needed to finish testing the office suite version before the spring festival. He carried a pile of purchased ingredients, followed by several members of Nianmuqing. Inside the 3 offices, the atmosphere was bustling. Even next door, Cheng Xiaoyu and the others were busy mincing meat. Quite a few people had come to help, like Qi Yaoyao's roommates, Susiki, Qinanli, and He Huisheng. Boss, happy winter festival. Zhang Chen raised his camera to capture a close-up of Wei Chengnian, part of the team building activities. Everyone, hurry up and get things ready. We've got a big crowd tonight, hot pot and dumplings for dinner. Watching the bustling crowd, Wei Chengnian suddenly had a whimsical idea. How about we hide a few coins in the dumplings? Whoever finds one gets a kiss from me in person. Ew, boss, are you disgusting or what? Shut up, Zhang Chen. You don't want it, but the other girls do. Yao Yao, isn't that right? The female employees exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Boss, even if we really found one, you wouldn't dare deliver. Watch out for your sister showing off her slaughtering skills. Then we'll write on your grave, once I departed, now I return. Show me some respect as your boss before you say that. Wei Chengnian feigned anger. I'll slip a few coins inside. Whoever finds them gets a month's salary. Boss, the coins are dirty. Where exactly are they dirty? Su Jiawei pulled out some crispy pastries. Just wrap the pastries. At least they're cleaner than coins. Sure thing. That's creative. The festive atmosphere was indeed thick today. While other students couldn't get dumplings, Wei Chengnian had already started leading everyone in making them. Besides dumplings, some were slicing meat for hot pot. 2 or 3 induction cookers simmered broths, 1 yin yang broth, 1 spicy oil broth, and 1 beef bone broth. Over 40 people crowded around the 3 classrooms, all busy at work. Yet Wei Chengnian's gaze drifted out the window. A sense of menace? Sure enough, Shen Yiqing appeared, carrying a bag of Tang Yuan. Sis, why are you here? Why did you buy Tang Yuan? Isn't it customary to eat Tang Yuan during the winter festival? Snow fell outside, and the room's warmth instantly made Shen Yiqing, bundled in thick layers, feel hot. She shed her coat, revealing a bulging knit sweater underneath. Sis, where's this custom from? Maojiang. Wei Chengnian recalled that memory. Maojiang seemed quite far from Jinghai, didn't it? How did sister end up starting a business in Jinghai all the way from Maojiang? Just then, some teachers followed the aroma over. They'd agreed not to misuse public resources. How come not only dumplings were served, but hot pot too? Students, our school. Happy winter festival, teachers. Please sit down. These are dumplings. If you want hot pot, join them at that table. Wei Chengnian's warm welcome earned Shen Yiqing's approving nod. The kids certainly understood social etiquette. Sure enough, one by one, the teachers entered like mice trapped in a cage, never to leave. 3 classrooms were transformed, each with 3 or 4 desks pushed together to seat everyone. Dumplings simmered in the hot pot, steamed dumplings filled the bamboo baskets, and ingredients were freely available for everyone to take. Everyone ate to their heart's content. Whether it was the spring festival, summer festival, autumn festival, or winter festival, celebrations were all about atmosphere. With the crowd gathered around hot pot and dumplings, camaraderie blossomed instantly. Boss, wanna crack open a bottle? Zhang Chen asked, his gaze shifting toward the teachers. Go ahead. As soon as Wei Chengnian spoke, Shen Yiqing frowned sternly. Wei Chengnian can't drink. The boy was puzzled, but then Sister Shen declared earnestly. Kids shouldn't drink alcohol, and girls shouldn't either. Open the coconut milk instead, 1 bottle per person, 1 bottle each. One teacher, unfamiliar with Shen Yiqing, nudged the seated member of the Nianmuqing group with his chopsticks. Who is that pretty girl? She whispered. Zhang Chen murmured back, Mr. Wei's girlfriend and also his sister. Then the teacher took a bite of a dumpling. Her mouth made a crunching sound, and she thought she'd lost a tooth. It's crispy and crunchy, it's crispy and crunchy. Wei Chengnian wriggled free from his sister's grip and announced loudly, Teacher, you hit the jackpot. He then deftly grabbed his bag from beside him and began counting the money, completely forgetting his sister was still there. Finally, Shen Yiqing discovered Wei Chengnian's little secret. What are you doing, kid? She snatched the bag from him. Goodness gracious, it was stuffed with red bills. No one would believe it wasn't cash power. Senior Shen, our boss said eating a crispy snack earns a month's salary as a reward. A month? Is this kid that rich? Shen Yiqing was utterly astonished. Even though she'd been deeply involved in Nianmuqing's core operations, she couldn't fathom his ability to rake in money. The kid doesn't know any better. I'll make it up to everyone. Teacher, here's 500. Happy holidays. Everyone shared a knowing smile. Senior Shen had unexpectedly awakened her inner housekeeper. Chapter 77, I'll guard my sister's happiness. After finishing the dumplings, Ms. Su Kalai called and warmly greeted Wei Chengnian. Why didn't you call your parents during the holiday? Her tone carried a hint of reproach. Is a college student starting a business really that busy? The couple had read the newspaper Shen Yiqing had sent back, surprised to discover their child was so accomplished. It's not that busy. I hear kids bring home boyfriends and girlfriends in college. When will you bring someone home for us to meet? Wei Chengnian was utterly speechless. Was he supposed to tell his mom about his relationship with his sister? I'll tell you the truth, your company's boss is my girlfriend. He told the truth, but Mrs. Su didn't believe him. You're dating your boss? Who would believe that? At the end of the day, Mrs. Su still didn't believe Wei Chengnian was good enough for Shen Yiqing. Even though he'd started his own business, in his mother's eyes it was still just a trivial side project. On the second day of the holiday, Wei Chengnian stayed in bed. Thick quilts covered him and Shen Yiqing in the same 5-star hotel room. The alarm clock ticked away beside them. The little brat woke up, glanced out the window, and saw the streets blanketed in frost after the winter festival. Cars were driving by, people were walking. What exactly was his sister's identity? Wei Chengnian glanced at the person beside him. Maojiang was a full 3,000 kilometers from Jinghai, nestled north of Longyuan. If he truly intended to marry his sister, wouldn't he need to get past the parents? All he knew so far was that Shen Yiqing's mother lay unconscious in the intensive care unit. As for the family's affairs, he knew absolutely nothing. As he pondered, a phone screen lit up beside the bed Shen Yiqing's device. Phones didn't have passcodes back then. Small characters appeared on the widescreen. Shin Shidu, I know you're at the flower fields. The family has arranged a matchmaking meeting for you. The message was blunt, though he couldn't tell which family member had sent it. Shin Shidu, you can refuse to go, but consider the consequences. I hear you have a boyfriend named Wei Chengnian, right? Shin Shidu, I'll give him 3 million to leave you. He's probably never seen that much money before. Seeing this, Wei Chengnian chuckled. 3 million? That's pocket change for a beggar? Unflappable, Wei Chengnian adopted Shen Yiqing's tone to ask, blind date? With whom? Where? Shin Shidu, Longshan Restaurant, North Wanyuan District, Flowerfield. Noon today, 12:30. After receiving the message, Wei Chengnian promptly jotted down the address and deleted the conversation. The child's heart was heavy with sorrow, especially over something that made his sister unhappy. The peaceful, sleeping face beside him was the one he vowed to protect his sister. On one hand, Wei Chengnian didn't want Shen Yiqing to dwell on family matters. On the other, he wanted to openly declare to everyone that he was his sister's boyfriend. Shen Yiqing hadn't woken up. Wei Chengnian checked the time, went downstairs to order 2 breakfasts, then pulled out his workstation to start handling matters for Blue Yao Network. Kid. A lazy voice drifted from beneath the covers. Shen Yiqing rubbed her eyes and glanced at Wei Chengnian, who sat intently before his computer as streams of data flowed across the screen. Hearing his sister's voice, Wei Chengnian turned his head and asked, Sis, would you like me to warm up your porridge? Winter was indeed cold, so the meal arrived wrapped in double layers of insulation, perfect for eating right now. Feed me. Wei Chengnian chuckled at her request. Don't you want to get up? Nonsense. I'm sealed by the blanket monster. I need my little brother's nourishment to break the seal. The little brat blushed, lost in thought. Wasn't last night enough? Even so, he obediently fed his sister. Kid, what's the plan for today? Shen Yiqing took a tissue to wipe her mouth, then contentedly buried her head back under the covers. I'll be busy for a bit at noon. Will you wait for me to come back, sis? Wei Chengnian dared not mention he was going to observe his sister's blind date. This was a showdown of epic proportions. I have things to do too. The thought of Shen Yiqing landing in the flower field made Shen Yiqing's head spin. Shen Yiqing couldn't follow Ryan's path more accurately, their positioning was different. Wei Chengnian withdrew cash from the bank. The substantial stack of bills filled a large bag, bulging even his backpack meant for carrying a laptop. By noon, Wei Chengnian drove to Longshan Restaurant, an upscale Western eatery renowned for its luxurious decor and top-tier service. Following the reserved room number, Wei Chengnian knocked on the door as guided by the staff. Already seated in the private room was a young man in a suit. He appeared refined and scholarly, yet a hint of arrogance flickered in his eyes. Who are you? Where's Shen Yiqing? The young man looked surprised, wondering how Wei Chengnian had appeared out of thin air. Shen Yiqing has something come up and can't make it. I'll talk to you now. How much do you want to leave Shen Yiqing alone? Wei Chengnian declared with authority, 50,000? 100,000? I recall Shin Shida gave me quite a generous allowance, right? What do you think? The young man's expression shifted. He didn't understand Wei Chengnian's meaning. He was here for a blind date, true, but who was this guy? I'm Lei Hongzhou, son of the president of Lei Bus Group. Who are you? Shen Yiqing's boyfriend, Wei Chengnian. You're underage? Almost everyone felt intimidated upon first meeting Wei Chengnian. After all, Wei Yanwu had a knack for naming people. Of course I'm of age.
National regulations stipulate that only those who have graduated high school and reached adulthood can date.
What do you think?
Wei Chengnian's aura flared instantly, the air carrying the faint, pleasant scent of bloodlotus.
How did you know Shen Shidu arranged a blind date between me and Shen Yiqing? You? What do you think?
The boy wore a faint, ambiguous smile.
How much do you want? You're still in school, right? Where would you get the money to bribe me?
Lei Hongzhou remained calm and composed, showing no fear in the face of Wei Chengnian's powerful aura. Wei Chengnian yanked open his backpack, and stacks of 100 yuan bills spilled out.
Here's 200,000. Do you think that's enough? Wei Chengnian advanced step by step. Let me be clear, Shen Yiqing is mine.
Tell Shen Shidu that no matter how many blind dates he arranges, he won't take her away.
In this world, Shen Shidu isn't the only one with financial clout.
After all, Lei Hongzhou was the son of the Lei Bus Group's president. He understood the concept of money quite well.
200,000? Are you trying to bribe a beggar? Wei Chengnian raised an eyebrow.
He knew Lei Hongzhou, as the heir to the Lei Bus Group, wouldn't bat an eye at such a sum.
200,000 isn't enough? But I think you're worth exactly that much.
Faced with such open mockery, Lei Hongzhou's face flushed from pale to crimson.
He had to strike back at the mocking servant first. You bastard.
Just as their fight was about to erupt, the door to the private room burst open. It was the meal Lei Hongzhou had ordered.
Wei Chengnian glanced at it. None of it was his sister's favorite dishes.
This confirmed it was just a routine business arrangement. My sister's happiness, I'll guard it myself.
Chapter 78. It's just that I care too much about you in this lifetime.
I'll tell Shen Shidu.
Just you wait.
His expression shifting repeatedly, Lei Hongzhou practically slammed the door on his way out, leaving Wei Chengnian to pack up the untouched dishes.
Sis probably hasn't noticed Shen Shidu's message yet. Best keep this under wraps for now. After gathering the money and dishes, Wei Chengnian left the restaurant.
Lounging lazily in the hotel room, Shen Yiqing glanced at the snow outside the window, wondering what the child would be busy with for the winter festival. A knock sounded at the door. The child had returned.
Wei Chengnian had the restaurant staff reheat the dishes and slip them a little cash. This small favor was easily taken care of. Sis, let's go eat. This afternoon, I'll take you anywhere you want. You silly goose, why are you being so clingy today? Not as clingy as you, sis.
We hardly ever get to see each other these days. Hearing this, Shen Yiqing reflected that her decision had been quite sound.
At least once Shen Yiqian's Yuan technology expanded its channels, she could settle here permanently. But what about the situation in Rhine? Were there any tools for remote collaboration in this world? Shen Yiqing dismissed the idea as unrealistic. Better to focus on when she could hold the baby close and nibble on it every day. They descended the stairs. The private room held dishes reheated to perfection. Even if their presentation had suffered, the kitchen master had meticulously rearranged the plating. Open wide, sis. I'm going to feed you. A spoonful of bird's nest slid into Shen Yiqing's small mouth. He giggled softly, and the two were utterly adorable. The little brat had to return to school to oversee work, and despite the thick winter snow, there were corresponding filming tasks. He also had another mission. After the spring festival, Haibao would obtain the nation's sole online payment license.
The real challenge was seizing that opportunity to make a killing. Once licensed, Xingzhou Interactive could directly integrate with online credit channels, preparing for campus beauty pageants across the nation. Originally, Wei Chengnian had only intended to dabble in minor ventures. But since that scum Shen Shidu was trying to force his sister into an arranged marriage, then let's see whose money will be bigger in the end. Little did the kid know, though, that while he deleted messages fast, Shen Shidu was just as quick. It happened to be the final night of the winter festival. Shen Yiqing cornered Wei Chengnian in the school's maple grove. The maple grove stood bare now, its leaves long fallen, leaving only stark branches against the thick blanket of snow below, making every step feel like walking on thin ice. Kid, why did you mess with my phone? Shen Yiqing was furious, burying Wei Chengnian deep in the snow. What are you talking about, sis? Last night, my second uncle asked me about the blind date he arranged for me, and it turned out to be you. You almost kept me completely in the dark. What do you have to say for yourself?
Wei Chengnian tried to explain, but a flash of red lips descended.
The kiss sent his heart fluttering.
Thick snow concealed their figures. When they parted, the boy gasped for breath. We're in this together. Even if you hadn't taken my phone, I would have told you instead of you sneaking around behind my back. I wasn't hiding it from you, just. The child stammered, unable to articulate a coherent explanation. I've been estranged from my family for a long time. You and Mom are the only family I have left. I'm not angry. It's just that I care too much about you. Shen Yiqing didn't voice it aloud. Reborn into this life, she'd long realized her family would inevitably interfere. In her past life, Chen Peihuan had meddled, leading her family to mistakenly believe she had feelings for Chen Peihuan. They hadn't arranged any matchmaking opportunities. But in this life, after her rebirth, she'd immediately been with the child. Sis, you know what? They offered me 3 million to leave you. It sounds just like how you used to talk to me. What if someone offered you money to leave me? Is there such a thing?
If such a thing really existed, I'd take that money and start a company dedicated to developing skincare products.
Then, I'd hire you as the company's chief consultant. That way, we could see each other every day, right? He didn't say workplace romance was off limits.
What had been a casual conversation long ago lingered in both their hearts, having long since taken root in each other's lives. You little brat, what you've brought me is worth far more than 3 million.
Whether it was the investment in Blue Yao Network, the CRA enterprise management system, or even Yen Muqing's relentless soft advertising campaigns. Then I'm relieved.
Next time, just quote them a price, and we'll take the money and live it up.
Kid, you're so bad. If my little brother isn't naughty, my big sister won't love him. Wei Chengnian spun Shen Yiqing around, pinning her beneath the snow. Both of them were breathing heavily. What, you're going to lay a hand on your little sister? Come on, don't hold back on her.
Shen Yiqing wrapped her arms around Wei Chengnian's waist, letting him press her down hard.
Though separated by layers of thick clothing, they could still hear each other's heartbeats. Sister? Now she was beneath him. In truth, Wei Chengnian didn't realize that after acquiring his memories from that world, the pure moonlight and the scarlet birthmark had overlapped in his mind. The suggestive atmosphere arrived quickly and faded just as fast. They brushed the snow off their clothes and headed toward the school enterprise building. By now, nearly every faculty member in the school enterprise building knew that Yen Muqing was the most successful startup project on campus. Thanks to Wei Chengnian's financial backing, Yen Muqing's production team grew increasingly polished. All schools in Huatian had been incorporated into their investment scope, and they were now expanding into the domestic market. It was foreseeable that after the Spring Festival, they would officially begin filming for the big screen. Especially these campus beauties, after honing their skills through 2 or 3 films, their acting and techniques had improved remarkably. A typical romance film only costs around 100,000 yuan to produce. As for the scripts, the novels that rose to the top of Qingzhou Interactive Entertainment's campus beauty writing contests make the perfect scripts. Besides, short videos are just a few minutes long per episode. Stuff 10 seconds of ads into each episode, and a full short video series runs about 90 episodes, perfectly matching the length of a feature film. Short, light, and fast-paced with rapid iteration. If one video doesn't gain traction, what about 10? Or 100? As long as you hit the core of what goes viral, you can scale rapidly and cover the entire national market. Next, we'll build personal short video accounts. Each market team will pair with one campus beauty, while other resources rotate. The campus beauty remains constant. It's like the later day TKTK using resource substitution with a fixed lead. Big accounts boost small ones, small accounts train big ones. As Wei Chengnian spoke, the others jotted down the key points. This concerned the company's future development. Purchase 12 more server clusters. Senior Su Jiawei, negotiate with the school administration to secure additional classrooms for expansion. Seeing Wei Chengnian's decisive and efficient speech, Shen Yiqing couldn't help but marvel her child had truly grown up. With that thought, she opened her phone and sent a message to her second uncle, who hadn't spoken since leaving home. Second uncle, money won't solve the problem. Only you can resolve it. Shen Yiqing, still don't know you're wrong? You. Shen Yiqing held back the curse, afraid the child would think she was vulgar. Chapter 79, is this even China? Where the hell did they take me? I did nothing wrong. The fault lies with you people who insist on matching social status. Love isn't something you can buy just because you want to. Shen Shidu, you're not a suitable match. How will our family see this? How will other families see this? Upon seeing this message, Shen Yiqing knew there was no reasoning with Shen Shidu. Marriage was a political commodity, its price tag a noose for merchants. Her heart felt unsettled, torn between decisions. But when her gaze fell upon the child assigning tasks, the answer seemed to emerge. That earnest demeanor, that confident profile. Their exchange was brief. After Shen Yiqing sent her final reply, the child turned to look at her sister, whose complexion had grown pale. Sister, what's wrong? Instantly, Shen Yiqing's expression shifted: 3 parts resignation, 7 parts resolve. I'm fine now. Her breathtaking beauty made one's heart tremble involuntarily. Finished your important business? Important business. Only the things I do with you, sister, are important business. Shen Yiqing felt her heart melt. Wei Chengnian's seemingly off-the-cuff sweet talk struck a deep chord within her. At noon, the two left the school enterprise building hand in hand, venturing further from campus to have lunch together. For a child like Yen Muqing, even within the school grounds, crowded places with prying eyes were less appealing. He preferred spending time alone with his sister, free from the glare of unwanted attention. To outsiders, the child and his sister drew 2 kinds of looks. One group believed they were a perfect match, made for each other inside and out. The other saw them as utterly mismatched from temperament to age to appearance. They failed every standard of a couple. But did any of that matter? Wei Chengnian didn't care what anyone thought. All he wanted was his sister. No matter who tries to interfere, be it your second uncle or third aunt, I'll chop off your hand. That afternoon, Wei Chengnian received a call. A magnetic voice answered. It belonged to a middle-aged man. Is this Wei Chengnian? Uncle, I'm an adult now. Thanks. True to form, anyone hearing Wei Chengnian's name would be instantly intimidated.
The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment before finally saying, "I don't care if you're an adult or not.
Just get away from Shen Yiqing." The young man froze for a moment before snapping back, "You're Shen Shidu?"
A wave of disdain washed over him. "I am, after all, Shen Yiqing's second uncle, your senior."
Addressing me by my first name like that shows a lack of manners. Is this the good manners of your wealthy family's arranged marriages?
Never mind whether my sister acknowledges you as her second uncle.
Even if she did, I certainly don't.
Shen Shidu was thoroughly annoyed by Wei Chengnian's forceful and domineering manner, but priding himself on his refined composure, he didn't lose his temper. Instead, he spoke calmly, "If you want to pursue a relationship with Shen Yiqing openly, fine.
Come to Villa 8 in the Champs-Élysées residential complex. I'll be waiting for you there." How could he have traveled 3,000 kilometers from Maojian so swiftly?
Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wei Chengnian swiftly arranged his work affairs before departing at top speed. He certainly didn't want to see Shen Shidu, but he wanted even less for his sister to bear the weight of the family's so-called high-pressure burdens alone.
Soon, Wei Chengnian drove to the Champs-Élysées Villa district, located on the outskirts of the Huatua district, quite a distance from the school.
Such a luxurious villa complex held little appeal for Wei Chengnian now. In his former life, it would have been his dream residence, but today, with over 300 million in his pocket and tens of thousands rolling in daily, he simply couldn't spend it all.
At the Champs-Élysées Villa district, 8 villas stood in the complex.
Within one of the vast, opulent living rooms, a middle-aged man with slicked-back hair, dressed in a tailored suit, sat poised in the center of the sofa. His left leg was crossed over his right, one hand lightly propped on the armrest, the other holding a glass of red wine. He swirled the wine in his glass, the liquid dancing in the swirl. He inhaled the intoxicating aroma before him, then drained the glass in one smooth motion. Shen Shidu raised his gaze, radiating an air of calm detachment and supreme confidence. He had chosen this location precisely to strike at Wei Chengnian's psyche from the outset. For someone like him, who had come up from Jiang, to possess such a luxurious villa in Jinghai, with such stark disparities laid bare, perhaps this Wei Chengnian would back down when faced with the reality? After all, according to the investigative files, Wei Chengnian was just an ordinary college student who had likely never seen millions in his entire life. A Hongqi 7 sedan pulled into the villa complex's parking lot. Wei Chengnian mentioned Shen Shidu's name and was promptly ushered in with deference. Money really does make the world go round.
"Master." The butler entered respectfully, his gaze lingering on Wei Chengnian's youthful appearance outside the door.
Bring him in," Shen Shidu said indifferently.
He would make Wei Chengnian understand what it meant to know when to back down. Entering the lavishly decorated room, Wei Chengnian heard the words, "You're here?"
The words dripped with contempt.
"You shouldn't have come. Are you kidding me? First you tell me to come, then you say I shouldn't have come. What the hell? Teleport me back to where I came from? Then should I leave?" Wei Chengnian turned to leave, but Shen Shidu's voice followed him. "Aren't you curious why I asked you to come?" "I'm starting to get curious."
The child walked over to the sofa without a trace of shyness or nervousness and sat down. Yet this action caused Shen Shidu to furrow his brow slightly.
This kid was being downright disrespectful, wasn't he? "I didn't expect you to show the most basic respect or courtesy when coming to see me, but you didn't even bother to greet me before plopping down in front of me like this?" Shen Shidu finally couldn't hold back his frown. "So your manners are truly this poor?" "Sorry, uncle, my manners are quite flexible," Wei Chengnian replied. "I'm just a snob, what can I say? Haven't you forgotten why you called me here?" He hit Shen Shidu with a silence spell right off the bat. Truth be told, before meeting him in person, Shen Hanti expected Wei Chengnian's attacks to pack such a punch. Wei Chengnian's tone grew harsher. "You summoned me to break up a relationship. It's like demanding I smile at you even though you're the murderer of my closest kin and forbid me from seeking vengeance. What's the difference?" Wei Chengnian's words left Shen Shidu speechless on the spot. "I only said one sentence, did you have to come at me so fiercely?" Little did he realize it was his own earlier attitude and inadequate preparations that had led to this. Otherwise, given the boy's approachable nature, when had he ever confronted anyone like this? Not even Chen Peihuan had ever received such treatment. It wasn't that Chen Peihuan couldn't get Wei Chengnian's attention, it was that his grudge could wait until next year. As for this year, Wei Chengnian intended to focus on his own advancement. Of course, dealing with Shen Shidu was the absolute priority. Shen Shidu felt inexplicably lectured, especially since the lecturer was such a young boy. Chapter 80, he gives too much, I can't spend it all. Wei Chengnian, you must understand, some are born in Rome, while others are born to be beasts of burden. Her words carried a hint of sarcasm. You may not understand Yiqing's situation. What you see now is only the beautiful side. But has anyone ever told you that behind every beautiful thing lies a blood-soaked bud? She comes from a noble family, while you're a commoner born into poverty. You two were never meant to be together. The outcome of a wealthy heiress marrying a poor commoner is becoming a haggard housewife. He was speaking for Shen Yiqing's own good. Happiness is never a permanent noun, but a verb with an expiration date. No one can possess happiness for a lifetime, just as no one can live forever. You're still young. Your future should be invested in your studies, your life, and making money, not in romance, especially with someone older than you, whose family background, circumstances, and capabilities are so vastly different from your own. Perhaps Wei Chengnian's lecturing from the start had ignited Shen Shidu's competitive spirit. He prided himself on being an upper-class gentleman, cultured and refined, yet here he was being rebuked by a mere youngster. Naturally, he felt his pride was wounded. So he temporarily shelved his direct intentions, adopting a roundabout tactic to indirectly pressure Wei Chengnian. But he had severely underestimated the lethal combination of a white moonlight and a vermilion mole. Uncle, I admit your points are valid, and most of the emotions and life experiences you cited complement each other perfectly. But there are exceptions to every rule. You can't lump everyone together. Wei Chengnian spoke with remarkable eloquence. From his demeanor and speech to his mannerisms, he showed no signs of being a college student. People have 7 emotions and 6 desires. They'll risk everything for love, yet they also understand that once a choice is made, there's no turning back. At this point, Wei Chengnian paused briefly, raising his voice threefold, compelling Shen Shidu to listen even more intently. I believe I have made my choice, and I am prepared to face whatever uncertainties lie ahead. Shen Shidu's patience was nearly exhausted. He narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Wei Chengnian. So Shen Yiqing is the choice you've made? You don't intend to leave? Wei Chengnian nodded emphatically, his gaze solemn and unwavering. Little did he know that the boy's earnestness only provoked irritation and mockery in Shen Shidu's eyes. Ahahaha, ahahaha. The ringing sound of mocking laughter echoed as Shen Shidu shook his head. His voice was no longer as calm and easygoing as before, but instead carried a new edge of forcefulness. I admire your attitude. It's precisely how young people should pursue love. But unfortunately, you've chosen the wrong person. Shen Yiqing isn't like the girls you usually interact with. You'd be wise not to lump them together. I'm not comparing them. Wei Chengnian interrupted Shen Shidu once more. In my heart, my sister will always hold a special place. She is one of a kind. Shen Shidu's expression darkened noticeably. He hated being interrupted like this. Especially when the one interrupting him was this greenhorn he utterly despised and disliked. Due to Wei Chengnian's lack of tact, Shen Shidu gradually lost patience with continuing the conversation. He waved his hand, and a bodyguard approached, handing a bank card to Wei Chengnian. There are 3 million yuan in this card. I've looked into your family background. It's ordinary, so ordinary there's nothing remotely impressive about it. 3 million yuan is more than your family of 3 could earn in a lifetime of hard work. With this money, you can move into a nicer home, buy a decent car for transportation, or even open a small shop to start a modest business. It could add some color and joy to your otherwise dull and monotonous life. All you have to do is agree to never appear near Yiqing again. You can take this 3 million right now. Reasoning wasn't getting through, so throwing money at the problem was the quicker solution. Shen Shidu stared at Wei Chengnian with absolute confidence. In his view, 3 million yuan was an unimaginably huge sum for any family. 3 million in this era could accomplish so much. He'd initially thought even 1 million would suffice, but considering the need to crush Wei Chengnian's ambitions once and for all, he decided to settle for 3 million. After all, to Shen Shidu, 1 million and 3 million were practically the same. But just as Shen Shidu sipped his red wine, savoring its aroma while waiting for Wei Chengnian to awkwardly pick up his bank card and accept the terms, a sharp snap echoed through the room. Indeed, the boy had picked up the bank card only to slam it back onto the coffee table. Shen Shidu, you think 3 million can drive a wedge between me and my sister? In that instant, Wei Chengnian's eyes brimmed with scorn, as if mocking Shen Shidu for her ignorance of love's nobility and her lack of understanding of his financial prowess. Not enough? Shen Shidu didn't dwell on it, merely raising an eyebrow in surprise before replying coldly, if 3 million isn't enough, then add another 2 million. 5 million. Think carefully, Wei Chengnian. That money stacked on this coffee table would be half a meter high. Your monthly salary doesn't even exceed 5,000, does it? To earn 5 million, you'd need at least 80 plus years. Yet despite Shen Shidu's deliberate emphasis on the value of 5 million, Wei Chengnian still shook his head swiftly. 5 million, that's too little. Shen Shidu narrowed his eyes. He sensed a glimmer of greed in this wet behind the ears kid. But considering the future of his family, he steeled himself and bit the bullet, offering a brand new price. 10 million. Get out of Shen Yiqing's sight. If you persist in your greed, don't regret ending up with not a single penny. The knuckles of Shen Shidu's fingers gripping the wineglass turned slightly white, revealing the turmoil within his heart. When you're penniless, I'll still have plenty of ways to make you leave her. Bang! Just then, the villa door burst open with a kick. As the bodyguards prepared to act, they saw Shen Yiqing's icy, flawlessly beautiful face. Sister? Wei Chengnian instinctively stood up, seemingly surprised his sister had found her way here. Uncle Shen, you've gone too far. Shen Yiqing stormed in, followed by Wei Chengnian's exaggerated exclamation. Sister, you're finally here. I was so scared. Wei Chengnian exclaimed dramatically, though he wasn't scared at all, he just thought her arrival was perfectly timed. What are you afraid of? Shen Yiqing looked at Wei Chengnian with utter exasperation. She knew Wei Chengnian would cause trouble.
I'm scared he'll give me too much money, I won't be able to spend it all. Wei Chengnian pointed at the bank card on the coffee table, causing Shen Shido's expression to darken instantly.
Shen Yiqing, what are you doing here?
Shen Shido hadn't expected Shen Yiqing to show up unexpectedly. His security had failed to stop her.
Second uncle, I told you my affairs are none of your business. Shen Yiqing said coldly, my love life is my own business.
You're blinded by love.
Shen Shido exclaimed in fury. Do you even know who he is?
He's just a penniless boy, what could he possibly offer you? What he can give me, you can't.
Shen Yiqing declared firmly.
He can give me the purest love, while you can only arrange blind dates for me.
You. Chapter 81, the kid wants to be eaten right up by me.
Shen Shido was deeply angered by Shen Yiqing's words.
He hadn't expected Shen Yiqing to be so adamant.
Second uncle, I came today to tell you, from now on, don't interfere in my affairs.
Shen Yiqing's tone brooked no argument.
Otherwise, I will sever all ties with the family.
You.
Shen Shido tried to speak, but Shen Yiqing cut him off.
I've said all I need to say. You'll have to deal with the consequences. With that, Shen Yiqing took Wei Chengnian's hand, and the two walked out of the villa without looking back. Sister, are you really going to sever ties with the family? Wei Chengnian asked with concern, knowing what the Shen family meant to her. Family?
They kicked me and mom out long ago.
A hint of self-mockery tinged Shen Yiqing's voice. I haven't had a family for a long time. All I have is you. Sister, you still have me. Wei Chengnian clasped Shen Yiqing's hand tightly.
He knew his sister had sacrificed so much for him.
With you, my child, I have the whole world.
Shen Yiqing smiled tenderly, certain her choice had been the right one.
Hand in hand, they strolled through the Siya Villa district.
The luxury cars and mansions lining the streets meant nothing to them.
Sis, where should we go next? Wei Chengnian asked curiously.
Though he knew her earlier words had been spoken in the heat of the moment, he cared more about her feelings.
First, we're going to the school. Shen Yiqing smiled faintly, tugging Wei Chengnian's hand as they left the villa district together. Sis, are we really just walking away like this? What else? What do you want us to do? Shen Yiqing raised an eyebrow, knowing exactly what Wei Chengnian was thinking.
I just feel like letting Shen Shido off like this is too easy on him.
Wei Chengnian said reluctantly. His sister had broken ties with her family for him, how could he easily let someone who tried to destroy their relationship off the hook? Don't worry. You won't bother us again.
Shen Yiqing said confidently. Shen Shido was a smart man who knew when to act.
Then it'll just be the two of us from now on. Wei Chengnian clasped Shen Yiqing's hand tightly, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. Baby, will you leave me someday too? Shen Yiqing suddenly asked. Though she knew Wei Chengnian's feelings for her ran deep, she couldn't help but seek confirmation. Sis, why would you even think that? Am I the kind of person who would do that? Wei Chengnian felt both amused and exasperated. How could he ever leave his sister? I know you wouldn't, but I still want to hear you say it yourself. Shen Yiqing's tone carried a hint of petulance. She craved a promise from Wei Chengnian's lips. Sister, I promise you. I will stay by your side for the rest of my life. I won't let you be alone. Wei Chengnian said earnestly, and his words brought Shen Yiqing a wave of reassurance.
Hand in hand, they strolled homeward, everything around them suddenly seeming so beautiful.
Sister, what are our plans from here on? Wei Chengnian asked.
He knew his sister had sacrificed much for him, and he wanted to give her a better life.
Let's handle the company matters first, and then, we can go on a vacation. Shen Yiqing pondered for a moment before replying.
She longed to travel with Wei Chengnian, savoring their time together.
Alright, let's go to the beach. I remember you saying you love the sea. Wei Chengnian suggested.
He recalled his sister once mentioning how she loved the ocean's vastness and depth.
Alright, I'll go along with your plan.
Shen Yiqing smiled sweetly as they began planning their future life together.
Sis, I love you. I love you too, kid.
They exchanged a smile, the air thick with the scent of happiness. The Spring Festival holiday offered the longest break of the year, finally giving the busy Wei Chengnian and Shen Yiqing time to get away. Despite their separate schedules, it didn't stop the kid from messaging his sister daily to be all lovey-dovey.
Sis, I miss you. Wei Chengnian pulled out his phone to type as he wrapped up filming with the last production crew. Little brat, wanna get eaten up by your big sis again? Seeing his sister's bossy words, the kid couldn't help but blush.
Meanwhile, at the Jing Haitang Mountain Villa complex, Shen Shido puffed on a cigar while reviewing Wei Chengnian's dossier. After a month of investigation, detailed information on Wei Chengnian had been compiled, including his family background and personal assets. When Shen Shido discovered Wei Chengnian was none other than the rising CEO of Nian Yiqing on the internet, surprise flashed across his face. No wonder he had sneered at the price he'd offered. Turns out he was a boss himself. Although Nian Muqing's company wasn't large, even a mere trifle to the Shen family, few companies achieved profitability within just half a year. Furthermore, according to the research report, Wei Chengnian might have ties to Blue Yao Network, but Shen Duo couldn't find any concrete evidence.
Enormous potential, novel market niche.
Even Shen Shidu, who had battled in the business world for years, had never encountered a website operation model like Wei Chengnian's. Shen Shidu found it hard to deny that owning a company like Nian Yiqing truly held promising prospects.
With the company already profitable, Wei Chengnian naturally dismissed Shen Shidu's monetary overtures.
Yet Shen Shidu remained curious. Coming from an ordinary working-class family, how had Wei Chengnian secured the initial capital to start his venture?
Was it money from Shen Yiqing? But Shen Yiqing herself didn't have much money either.
After all, when she broke ties with her family, she'd only taken 5 million with her. It must have been Shen Yiqing's investment. This development made it clear Shen Yiqing was serious this time.
Of course, Wei Chengnian was no pushover either.
Investment was one thing, but his ability to build the company into a reputable enterprise spoke volumes about his formidable personal capabilities.
Perhaps it was precisely Shen Yiqing's nurturing environment that fostered Wei Chengnian's arrogance and overconfidence?
Surprise aside, Nian Muqing's assets within the Shen group were merely a drop in the bucket.
Master, why bring Miss Shen back?
The butler approached at that moment, shaking his head as he looked at Shen Shidu. The eldest son of our strategic partner, the Li family, has taken a liking to Shen Yiqing. If they were to form an alliance through marriage, it would be a tremendous boost for our Shen family.
The butler gave a wry smile upon hearing this. But the eldest lady's stance is utterly unwavering. Worse still, that underage boy remains unmoved by money.
This makes things exceedingly difficult. At this point, the butler abruptly changed the subject.
Master, perhaps I should instruct my men to discreetly deal with that boy.
No one who had risen to this position and earned Shen Shidu's trust was a pushover. This time, however, Shen Shidu snorted coldly.
Foolish. If you eliminate Wei Chengnian now, wouldn't that be like openly telling Shen Yiqing that we were behind it?
Shen Shidu had no desire to trouble his trusted steward. Narrowing his eyes, he murmured to himself, the one who tied the bell must untie it.
Chapter 82, 10 million, to keep them apart.
To get Shen Yiqing to return to the family and accept the arranged marriage, we must target that Wei Chengnian. The steward still didn't quite grasp it, voicing his confusion, but master, that boy is as stubborn as a mule.
His stubbornness doesn't mean his parents are equally unyielding.
Shen Shidu flashed his confident smile again, then slammed the file he held onto the coffee table. The open page detailed Wei Yenwu and Su Kalai's backgrounds, noting they worked as cleaners at Haibao. Haibao was Shen Yiqing's company.
Wei Yenwu and Su Kalai had just finished a grueling day and were preparing to clock out.
Since joining Haibao, both had given their utmost effort and dedication within their respective work areas.
After the accident at the twin breeding farm, Wei Yenwu had been discharged from the hospital, though he hadn't fully recovered.
While his leg issues didn't prevent him from living normally, they had inevitably brought some changes to his life.
Regardless of the situation at the twin breeding farm, Wei Yenwu could no longer continue working there. How difficult would it be for someone with a mild disability to find stable employment in this society?
Although their son had made a name for himself in the flower fields, they still needed to save money after all. Their son would eventually need to find a wife. Thus, upon arriving at Shen Yiqing's Rhine Biotechnology Company, both men approached their janitorial duties with utmost seriousness. But just as they stepped out of the company building, a black minivan blocked their path. Shen Shidu's butler stepped out calmly, a hint of arrogance in his eyes. "Mr. Wei, Ms. Su, our master requests your presence."
Wei Yenwu looked utterly bewildered. Who is your master?
Shen Shidu, the second uncle of Shen Yiqing, owner of Rhine Biotech.
Hearing this, the guarded look in Wei Yenwu and Su Kalai's eyes quickly vanished. If he was the second uncle of Yiqing's daughter, that meant he was both a benefactor and family. Oh my, what might Mr. Shen require of us?
Wei Yenwu's face instantly lit up with respect and warmth. The butler suppressed the disgust in his eyes and replied indifferently, "You'll find out once you're there." At the Jinghaitang Mountain Villa complex, Wei Yenwu exclaimed in astonishment, "Buying a house here is something we could never have dreamed of in our lifetime." As a resident of Jinghai, he had naturally heard of the renowned luxury villa district in the area. Yet given his family's financial situation, he had never even seen it in person. Su Kuliai chimed in beside him, sighing, "Yeah, that's what you get with wealthy families. Our family will probably never live in such a nice house in this lifetime." These words reached the butler's ears, causing him to inwardly sneer with contempt. Truly, birds of a feather flock together. If the son was this greedy, what about the parents? Inside the villa, the butler respectfully addressed Shen Shidu, whose face was veiled in cigarette smoke. "Master, the guests have arrived." Shen Shidu took a drag, flicking a spark from his cigarette, and fixed his gaze on the two individuals. Seeing the two figures clad in grimy janitorial uniforms, Shen Shidu's brow furrowed slightly.
Wei Yenwu and Su Kalai dared not sit down.
They were filthy, and those leather sofas looked expensive. It would be such a shame to soil them.
"Do you know why I summoned you here?"
Shen Shidu spoke slowly, his tone calm yet tinged with an aloof detachment.
Wei Yenwu and his wife exchanged a glance, both shaking their heads. "Your son, Wei Chengnian, is dating my niece, Shen Yiqing. Are you aware of this?" At this revelation, Wei Yenwu and Su Kalai were utterly stunned.
They certainly had no idea about this. While they were quite pleased with Shen Yiqing, they were also well aware of their own circumstances.
How could they possibly be a match for her? Their son had never mentioned it to them either. All along, they had only thought of him as Shen Yiqing's employee. Mr. Shen, is this true? Why would I lie about this? Shen Shidu replied calmly.
I summoned you primarily to urge your son to reconsider. This mismatched relationship has no future.
It will only end in disappointment. Yiqing is a direct descendant of the Shen family and my own niece.
Her marriage has long been arranged.
At our age, we all understand that love is free. Wei Chengnian and Yiqing being together shows they genuinely care for each other. If it weren't for the family business, I wouldn't want to be the one to break them apart.
Shen Shidu continued, of course, directly breaking up a romance isn't exactly ideal.
So rest assured, the compensation your family receives won't be skimpy.
With that, Shen Shiduo brought up the original offer made to Wei Chengnian, holding up one finger.
10 million.
Consider it compensation.
10 million. This staggering sum utterly stunned Wei Yanwu and Su Kalai. For the first time, they grasped the meaning of class disparity and the sheer scale of a wealthy family's generosity.
Shen Shidu's powerful yet natural presence, coupled with the staggering 10 million yuan compensation, left the couple almost speechless.
Though impoverished, Wei Yanwu possessed unyielding pride.
He maintained his composure and clarity in this moment. He shook his head decisively, then spoke politely as before.
Mr. Shen, I agree with everything you've said.
Moreover, your offer of 10 million yuan in compensation clearly demonstrates that you are a reasonable and kind-hearted person. However, since Xianyan and Yiqing were merely dating and never privately married, there is no basis for compensation.
Please keep the 10 million yuan. Rest assured, I will persuade Xianyan to leave Yiqing.
Furthermore, please forgive us for the disturbance caused by this visit. With that, he tugged the stunned old woman toward the door.
Behind them, the butler's voice called out, I'll see you both out. Streetlights flowed like a river as Wei Yanwu and Su Kalai walked home, their conversation drifting. 10 million.
Our combined salaries barely reach 20,000.
To accumulate a few million in one's lifetime is already remarkable. The thought sent a chill down Wei Yanwu's spine. Anyone who could produce 10 million yuan was far beyond the reach of ordinary folk.
Su Kalai's eyes, however, were reddened. This Shen Shidu, he seems reasonable and polite, but deep down, he doesn't see us as human beings at all.
Sighing with emotion, Wei Yanwu said, there's nothing we can do. He's a capitalist, while we're just struggling desperately to survive in the daily grind. Do you think we really should separate Xianyan from our daughter?
We don't even know how long they've been dating.
How could a boss be with an employee?
While mutual consent is important, when the class gap is too vast, it still depends on the will of multiple parties.
I'm surprised Xianyan actually ended up with Yiqing's daughter. What on earth did that girl see in him? Chapter 83, I don't want to lose my sister revised. Though inwardly astonished, Wei Yanwu dared not believe it. He dialed Wei Chengnian's number. Xianyan, are you busy?
Wei Chengnian had just wrapped up some work matters and perked up at the call.
Not too bad, Dad. What's up? Come home when you can. We need to talk to you in person. It's about something important concerning you. Something important? Wei Chengnian froze, momentarily confused, then his expression abruptly changed. Dad, is something wrong with your leg again?
If there was one thing about his parents that weighed heavily on his mind, it was his father's leg condition. No matter how hard Wei Chengnian tried, he couldn't change that reality. If it worsened again, the young man truly felt helpless, unsure what to do.
It's not my leg. It's fine, doesn't affect my daily life.
Wei Yanwu had intended to ask for clarification over the phone, but considering the gravity of the matter, he urged instead. If you're not too busy, come home first and we'll talk.
Wei Chengnian dared not be dismissive. He immediately stepped out the door, got into his Hongqi 7, and headed straight for home.
The distance between Huatian and Jinghai wasn't exactly short. He used to take the train when commuting to school here, but driving back now was the more sensible choice. Besides, back then, the kid hadn't bought a car yet, so naturally, the most convenient mode of transportation was the best choice. Now that he had his own ride, even though the drive took 2 hours, self-driving was still more convenient. The moment he stepped through the door, before he could even take off his shoes, Wei Chengnian was called to a halt. His parents looked at him sternly, setting off alarm bells in Wei Chengnian's mind.
Had he done something wrong recently? Not that I can think of. Why are mom and dad looking at me like that? Xianyan, are you dating Yiqing?
The words spoken by Su Kalai instantly sent Wei Chengnian into a rage. He had kept his relationship with his sister a secret from his parents. It wasn't that he feared their disapproval, but rather that they might think their son wasn't good enough for such an outstanding girl. He'd feel ashamed himself. But now that his parents suddenly knew about it, and combined with Shen Shidu's recent financial pressure and threats,
the boy instantly connected the two events. Shen Shidu. He actually went after my parents. And he chose this method to force me to break up with my sister?
If the child had any opinion of Shen Shidu before, had been at most disapproval and dislike, but nowhere near hatred. But after this incident, the kid was genuinely furious with Shen Shidu. Now he had to confront this situation and tell his parents that he and his sister truly loved each other.
Yes, Mom and Dad, I'm dating my sister. Isn't she an exceptional daughter-in-law?
He tried his best to use a light-hearted, humorous tone to ease his parents' seriousness and tension.
Yes, Yiqing is indeed outstanding, perhaps a little too outstanding. Wei Yanwu nodded.
He didn't deny his satisfaction with Shen Yiqing, but his words were tinged with helplessness.
Xianyan, do you know that Yiqing is the eldest daughter of the Shen family? Her uncle is the current head of the Shen household? Wei Chengnian asked calmly. I know. But so what?
The Shen family had approached us, offering 10 million yuan to persuade you to leave Shen Yiqing. The boy narrowed his eyes, his fingers trembling slightly.
Mom and Dad, did you take the money?
If his parents had taken the money, the nature of this matter would change entirely. What he feared most was that the money had already found its way into his father's pocket. Once you take money, you're bound to be indebted, making it much harder to navigate the situation.
But Wei Yanwu shook his head decisively. Though our family is poor, we're not short on ambition.
We have no reason to take someone else's 10 million.
Hearing Wei Yanwu say this, the boy couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
Then a thought struck him.
Did his father's refusal of 10 million mean he'd agreed to his relationship with his sister? But before the boy could celebrate, Wei Yanwu poured cold water on his hopes. Xianyan, break up with Yiqing. You two aren't right for each other. Wei Chengnian protested, his voice trembling with emotion. Why? My sister and I are a perfect match. How could we not be right for each other?
Even though he'd started his own business and become a boss, his age was still a factor. He might handle other troubles with composure, but when it came to his beloved sister, he simply couldn't stay calm.
Wei Chengnian's agitation surprised the couple. It seemed he truly loved Shen Yiqing and cared deeply.
Li Shuelei spoke earnestly at this moment. Xianyan, refusing Shen Shidu's 10 million is fine, but you shouldn't have refused to break up with Yiqing. Think about it, a family that can casually throw down 10 million to sever a love must be incredibly powerful.
10 million? How many people would be willing to do anything for that amount in society? How many desperate men could they hire to do their bidding? Don't you worry about Yiqing's safety? And about us?
The words had already left her mouth. Seeing the little brat tear up, Su Kalai realized she couldn't take them back.
He realized things were far more complicated than he'd imagined. He'd been too naive.
He and his sister could stand up to Shen Shidu's threats, calmly handling the troubles and dangers around them.
But what about Mom and Dad?
Before, the child might have scoffed at the idea, but now he couldn't help but take it seriously. After all, the recent incident with the twin farm manager was a stark reminder.
Money talks, and that wasn't just an empty saying. Human life was worth so little, especially in the eyes of the wealthy.
The boy dared not dwell on it further. Seeing their son fall silent, Wei Yanwu and Su Kalai knew they'd said all they needed to say. Now it was up to him to decide.
Xianyan, don't be too upset.
Some things are simply beyond the control of ordinary people like us. Dad, I'll think it through carefully. His mind was in turmoil. He drove the Hongqi 7 back to the flower fields, sitting alone beneath a streetlight, watching the churning sea along the riverbank. The spring festival approached relentlessly, while winter grew ever colder. Yet even the biting wind couldn't blow away the thoughts swirling in his mind. Could it be he really had to break up with his sister? But I love her so much. I don't want a future without her presence. My current drive and happiness all come from her. If she were truly gone, how could I possibly go on? As these thoughts swirled, the boy's emotions grew increasingly heavy, nearing the brink of collapse. Head bowed, tears trickled down his cheeks, hardening into icy trails in the howling wind. Wei Chengnian felt so tormented, so utterly lost about how to resolve this situation. His phone buzzed incessantly, but he didn't look at it. He sat there until night faded away, and the first hint of dawn began to appear on the horizon.
Ding! Suddenly, the phone rang, pulling the child's thoughts back to reality.
His eyes snapped open when he saw the caller ID, and the exhaustion from a sleepless night faded a little. It was his sister. Chapter 84, Sister is Breakfast Revised. His hands trembled slightly as he answered the call, as if desperately seeking solace in his helplessness. Kid, aren't you at school? I've been calling you all night. Why didn't you pick up? Shen Yiqing's voice sounded extremely anxious on the other end. She had clearly been trying to reach him since last night, but hadn't found the one she was so anxious about. Unfortunately, it wasn't that the kid wasn't answering, it was that his mind was too chaotic, so chaotic he couldn't hear the ringing in his pocket. Sis, I. The moment he spoke, the tears he'd been holding back welled up again, his voice trembling with loneliness. Hearing this, Shen Yiqing's tone immediately hardened. Where are you? Tell me right now. She could sense that the child needed her now. Sis, I. Kid, did someone bully you? You never refuse my calls. Sis, I'm at Wangjiang Park. About 10 minutes later, the roaring Panamera pulled up nearby, and a slender figure stepped out of the car with grace. Spotting the child standing by the riverbank, she quickened her pace. The two embraced by the riverbank, silhouetted against the setting sun, radiating a quiet warmth. The child finally couldn't hold back, sobs escaping as his body trembled slightly from the emotional turmoil. After a moment, he gradually calmed down and recounted last night's ordeal to Shen Yiqing. When Shen Yiqing heard that her second uncle had resorted to such underhanded tactics to force her to part with the child, a surge of anger flashed across her lovely face. I still respected you as an elder, yet you resorted to such underhanded tactics behind my back to disgust me.
Kid, do you want to break up with me? Wei Chengnian shook his head. I'm covered in your scent, sister. How could I bear to part? That delicate fragrance of bloodlotus was the most comforting scent he'd ever known.
The next moment, Shen Yiqing reached out, pulled Wei Chengnian's head toward her, and pressed her lips fiercely against his. Her fiery red lips devoured his mouth like a ravenous beast, eliciting a moan from him that was both ecstatic and helpless. After a long while, their lips parted, both breathing heavily.
I know you won't leave me. Sister said she'd devour you for a lifetime. But sister, if we don't part ways, my parents will be in danger. Shin Shido's appearance placed a fork in the road before Wei Chengnian.
One path led through a forest glade toward family and blissful happiness. The other led to love, to the marriage altar where one would choose a partner for life. Both paths were equally dear to him, he truly couldn't choose.
Kid, do you know how people on dating shows fall in love? Sis, you mean?
For the safety of my future in-laws, and for the safety of my future husband.
Let this romance fade away in the public eye.
Shen Yiqing had experienced more, bolstered by memories from her past life. She had long since devised a strategy.
As long as you're mine, why should I care what others see or think? When the day comes that we have enough strength and confidence, what's wrong with announcing our relationship to the world then?
Shen Yiqing's words truly opened a new world for Wei Chengnian. The dilemma that had troubled him was finally resolved, and his excitement and joy were evident.
Sis.
The little boy suddenly tackled his sister onto the lawn, eliciting a startled cry from her.
Sis, I'm starving. You're not just hungry, you're rebelling. Sis is breakfast. I meant you're rebelling.
Suddenly remembering something, Shen Yiqing said, get in the car. By midday, the two finally drove back to the Jinghai villa, better prepared for this clandestine romance.
Today, the child would be moving out of the Jinghai villa, returning to live at school once the holiday ended. The two will also formally become strangers in the public eye.
Of course, they won't be complete strangers, given the close business ties between their respective companies. But as long as the facade holds and the act is convincing, outsiders won't suspect a thing.
Their next intimate encounter could be reserved for when they go to see the sea.
Not at the flower fields, not at Jinghai, they'd agreed to go somewhere far away. There, no acquaintances, no spies, no enemies. All that existed was the deep, long-suppressed affection they held for each other. The 2-month spring festival break had finally begun.
With school closed, staying in the flower fields held little purpose for him.
With the students on break, Nianmuqing could also take a temporary respite.
Consider it Wei Chengnian's gift of vacation time to his employees. Upon returning to Jinghai, he would shift his focus entirely to Blue Yao Network. After all, for him, although Nianmuqing's reputation was soaring, its scale remained too small, merely a minor endeavor. For Wei Chengnian, Blue Yao Network was his true capital. It was his greatest asset. By now, Blue Yao Network had begun to show its scale.
While its reputation spread far and wide, countless people were eager to uncover the identity of the mysterious mastermind behind Blue Yao Network.
Unfortunately, the confidentiality measures were too well executed, and to this day, no one had uncovered any clues. Moreover, Blue Yao Network no longer required Wei Chengnian to handle every detail personally. With several top-tier tech programming experts on board, it suffices for him to impart core concepts. While not every team member could operate independently, their collaborative efforts achieved twice the result with half the effort. When Wei Chengnian returned to Blue Yao Network, the first person to rush over and embrace him was, naturally, Wang Yi. Being an employee was just too tough. She thought she'd only be handling finances, yet here she was, unexpectedly becoming the company's top executive. Still, Wei Chengnian was generous with salaries. Every month she received a 13th month's pay. Sissy, how's the office suite coming along? Yi pouted in displeasure upon hearing the question. What's with you? Talking about work the moment we meet? You're really not cutting corners as a boss. Despite her grumbling, Wang Yi proceeded to report on the project's progress with professionalism. The test version of the office suite is live. So far, everything's running smoothly with no issues. Wei Chengnian smiled with satisfaction upon hearing this. That was pretty efficient. No major glitches, right? When Wei Chengnian first decided to develop the office suite, he had made it clear. Regardless of the amount of code or the scale of the programming, every single line must be commented. This demand stemmed entirely from a painful lesson etched in Wei Chengnian's memory. Code is dead, yet it can also be considered alive. Every piece of code is unique. Even a single typo or a misplaced data chain could lead to catastrophic consequences. This raises a critical issue. The employees who wrote this code and applied these formulas won't necessarily stay at Blue Yao Networks forever. Once they leave, new employees taking over will inevitably struggle to comprehend the legacy office suite. That's when major chaos will erupt. Chapter 85, Emerging from the Bitterness of Love revised. Moreover, subsequent updates and maintenance could never be flawless, which would cause numerous complications.
Therefore, Wei Chengnian had made it clear from the start, notes must be included. This effectively nipped potential future crises in the bud. Without this practice, when staff turnover occurs, what difference would uncommented code make compared to a pile of crap? Wang Yi responded decisively, rest assured, boss. With your guidance and teachings, everything will be fine. She then proceeded to report on Blue Yao Network's market status and financial data. Wei Chengnian had been taking a hands-off approach, but that didn't mean he wasn't invested in Blue Yao Network. It was his core business. Our Blue Yao Network is currently in an excellent market position. We have no worries about sales channels or brand recognition. Especially our mini-games section. I must say our employees are truly outstanding. Wang Yi spoke enthusiastically to Wei Chengnian. The seamless collaboration between the development and operations teams has made our mini-games incredibly popular. Nearly 80% of trial users trigger ads for the tiniest bit of reward. The frequency is so high it never ceases to amaze me. Wei Chengnian couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. This tactic of his essentially adopted a sales strategy from the future. Playing mini-games inevitably involves challenges like failure, character death, or being unable to clear levels. Reading ads grants chances to retry or revive a win-win with no downsides. It was far better than those old mini-games where dying meant starting over from scratch, no chance to jump in midway. And as for the so-called paltry rewards for users, was a mode Wei Chengnian deliberately incorporated when developing this project. Sharing game promotional links or purchasing advertised products grants lottery chances. With these two major portable benefits, plus the mini-game's ability to capture hearts and boost playability, sales skyrocketed. After all, Blue Yao Network's primary revenue streams still rely on advertiser sponsorships and ad monetization. While individual transactions in this sector yield modest returns, the sheer volume allows for significant accumulation. As for the revenue generated by the CRA enterprise management system and traffic tools, it's merely used to sustain daily operations and ensure the company remains in a healthy state. After all, a company's earnings shouldn't just cover all expenses, there needs to be surplus for it to truly be profitable. To put it plainly, the revenue generated by the CRA enterprise management system and traffic booster is allocated toward employee salaries and operational expenditures. All advertising revenue, however, is funneled directly into Wei Chengnian's account. So the money going into the kid's account is pure profit, right? Upon learning that everything was running smoothly at Blue Yao Network, Wei Chengnian finally relaxed. Before entering, Wei Chengnian deliberately wore a subdued expression. Learning their son had returned, Wei Yanwu and his wife were both delighted and surprised, tinged with curiosity. Thus, during dinner, at Wei Yanwu's subtle prompting, his mother, Su Kalai, spoke up. Shan Yan, how are things with you and your girlfriend? We had a fight and broke up. Wei Chengnian feigned anguish while shoveling food into his mouth, though his lips were practically curling upward. Learning their son had officially broken up with Shen Yiqing, the couple couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This meant Shen Shide should have no reason to cause trouble for their son anymore, right? It's unfortunate, but you need to move on quickly. You and that girl were never on the same wavelength. You might just meet someone better in the future. Also, since you've broken up, your mom and I will resign from Rhine Bio tomorrow to take responsibility. Wei Chengnian immediately grew anxious. Mom and Dad, if you quit your jobs, how will I afford my education? Aren't you running a startup at school? Haven't you made any money? I saw it on the news. We still have some savings. Think of it as early retirement. Wei Chengnian seemed displeased. He stormed into his room and locked the door, leaving his parents staring at each other. Little did they know, he'd just kicked off his shoes, sprawled on the bed, chatting with his sister. Festivals never seem the same. Sis, what are you doing? Ever since his relationship with Shen Yiqing progressed rapidly, his added name had changed. It was no longer youthful arrogance shatters the heavens. Kissing the morning dew for you, still busy with work. Why? Missing me, kid? Festivals without you are like old times, I miss you so much, but I can't see you. Morning dew kisses for you, silly kid, even if I were back in Jinghai now, we still couldn't meet privately. Shen Yiqing wasn't Wei Chengnian, she understood the bigger picture better than he did. Even though the longing within her had long since overflowed like a river. Long-distance relationships, especially clandestine ones, are truly torturous. Of course, to make it seem more genuine, he even posted an update on it at Happy breakup? In an instant, his edit popped up with messages, the first being from his roommate, Chen Sengxia. Bro, you broke up? Did that senior girl dump you? Then came Ren Zichan's consolation, the three of us were planning to go home, but now we'll have to pig out instead. Treat us well, and we'll help you get over it. All three were enthusiastic after all, they'd worked part-time for Nian Muqing and knew Wei Chengnian's character. Unlike them, Susiki and Qi Yaoyao were both stunned by the update. Could such a passionate love still end in a breakup? Could that mean I still had a chance? With that thought, each of them hatched their own plans. Come visit Jinghai, I'll cover your expenses. Wei Chengnian was touched by their concern, but noticed Qi Yaoyao hadn't said a word. Instead, Cheng Xiaoyu chimed in, good riddance to that jerk. The next morning at 10 o'clock, Wei Chengnian stood at the exit of Jinghai Airport. From a distance, he spotted 3 figures sprinting toward him. Ma Chao and the others each carried a backpack, with no other large luggage in sight.
When the four met, Wei Chengnian feigned helplessness as he looked at the trio. So you guys only brought a change of clothes? What else would we bring? Xian Sen grinned.
We're on your turf now, you're the one who'll be telling us what to do, right? But don't worry, if there's any work or anything you need help with, just say the word.
We're not freeloaders. It's practically freeloading. Wei Chengnian glared at the trio before driving them straight to the small villa. Young master, you didn't go and buy us a villa just because we showed up, did you? Get lost. Wei Chengnian snapped irritably.
He had money, but he wasn't exactly rolling in it. In this little corner of Jinghai, he hadn't even bought property for his own parents yet. How could he possibly buy a villa for his college roommates first? He was simply expressing gratitude for their brotherhood and needed to spread the word that he and his sister were officially separated. So what do you say? We'll reserve the whole place for you tonight. Guaranteed to cure you of your love woes. Chapter 86, The Powerful Kid Revised. Whatever plans Brother Chow has, just go ahead and arrange them, I'll cover the costs. Baths, foot massages, fishing trips, shopping sprees, arcade games, karaoke adventures, whatever pops into your head, we'll do it.
Wow, that's quite the extravagant list. Wei Chengnian chimed in, let's go sing karaoke. Your fly swatter video already went viral. Now you want to torture us with karaoke too?
The group bickered as the Hongqi car rolled toward the nearby shopping district. After refueling with a few bites, the crew started ordering rooms. I'm MC Little Potato, and next up is our very own Wei Chengnian, Mr. Wei, singing Love for Sale.
Love isn't something you can buy whenever you want. Wei Chengnian sang with heartfelt passion.
His love for his sister wasn't something you could buy, it wasn't for sale. Just as he finished his mic-hogging performance, his phone buzzed with a message. It was his sister.
Kid, check in. What are you up to? After reading the message, Wei Chengnian's smile grew even broader. His sister was checking up on him? My roommates are here. I'm entertaining them. What are you drinking?
Something felt off about the tone, but Wei Chengnian obediently typed back, Diet Coke.
No more drinking from now on. It affects your count. What kind of count is sister talking about? The times I'll drain you dry. Wei Chengnian's handsome face flushed slightly, but Rin Ziqiang beside him raised his hand to clink glasses.
He obediently unscrewed a bottle of mineral water. The group was practically drunk.
Among them, Rin Ziqiang posed a crucial question. Nian Gao, now that you've broken up with your senior, what about the company? When we meet again, we can only be strangers. Strangers by day, lovers by night.
I'll start by drinking to my own fault. I used to think you were happy, though I never knew why you broke up.
But don't feel down, bro. The three of us have your back. Wei Chengnian didn't drink, driving the three back to the villa like a slave driver.
The next day, the ringing of a phone woke him.
Kid, I'm back. Sis, how's the job situation with Shen Yiqing? Wei Chengnian squinted, finally coming to his senses.
The morning grogginess was inevitable.
Shen Yiqing's marriage tech has reached a mature stage in its market operations. It's time to expand outward and encroach on the social media landscape.
Therefore, this requires full support from the parent company, and I need to personally oversee it.
They agreed to meet at the office. Wei Chengnian got in his car and drove off, leaving his roommates to sleep.
Youth has its perks, they could fall asleep instantly. But the moment Wei Chengnian stepped into Rhine Biotech, he bumped into an old acquaintance, Yi Huayu. This guy was practically a cancer within Rhine Bio, his fingerprints on every crisis the company had weathered. But with Rhine now backed by the official endorsement of the State Council's Economic and Trade Commission, it was difficult to take action against him. After all, he hadn't caused any harm to the company.
Otherwise, Shen Yiqing would have taught him a lesson he wouldn't forget. Yi Huayu clearly froze upon seeing Wei Chengnian.
He had assumed that after the kid left Rhine Bio to pursue his studies, he'd have little contact with Shen Yiqing. After all, he was in Jinghai while Shen Yiqing and the child were in Huatian. With their information out of sync, he couldn't pry into much. But he never imagined that, after all this time, he'd suddenly see Wei Chengnian at Rhine Bio again.
What are you doing here? Yi Huayu, relying on his status as a semi-veteran employee, began to interrogate Wei Chengnian in a bossy tone. This is company property. Non-employees are prohibited from entering. You've already left Rhine. What gives you the right to come back? Ever since they worked together at Rhine, Yi Huayu had disliked Wei Chengnian in every way. They were both interns, sharing the same status and position, and both had tried to curry favor with him. But Wei Chengnian alone never gave him the time of day.
And relying on his close relationship with Shen Yiqing, he didn't hold Yi Huayu in the slightest regard. At that moment, the young man nearly gave Yi Huayu a fleeting glance before striding toward the company building. Infuriated by the deliberate snub, Yi Huayu was about to explode when Li Ruobing approached.
What are you doing? Ms. Li, Wei Chengnian has already resigned.
He's forcing his way into the company, I'm going to kick him out. Just as Yi Huayu believed he had done nothing wrong, Li Ruobing frowned and reprimanded him.
Wei Chengnian is here representing Nian Muqing. He's our company's partner. What? Yi Huayu's eyes widened instantly. Wei Chengnian is a partner of Rhine Biotech? What does that mean? Does Wei Chengnian have a company? Wasn't he just a college student younger than himself? Didn't he leave Jinghai to study at Huatian? And now he's started a company?
Li Ruobing paid no heed to Yi Huayo's stunned silence. Ever since she realized this guy was a cancer destroying the company, she hadn't given him a single friendly glance. If Shen Yiqing hadn't been unable to fire him, Li Ruobing alone would have taken him to commercial arbitration.
Wei Chengnian took his seat in the conference room, where all levels of management from Rhine Corporation were present.
They were well aware of the fact that Nian Muqing's short drama shoot had boosted the company's sales. After Shen Yiqing delivered the opening remarks, Wei Chengnian stepped onto the stage and spoke briefly.
Shen Yiqing was born from our Rhine Bio to develop the Huatian market.
This involves achieving integrated online and offline sales, as well as launching diversified product lines. To put it plainly, it's about packaging and selling our Rhine Bio skincare and beauty products through a subsidiary.
The only difference lies in the promotional channels employed. Shen Yiqing aims to break conventions with 3 key disruptive elements. As he spoke, Wei Chengnian held up 3 fingers. High replicability, broad reach, and strong conversion rates. Only by securing these 3 elements can Shen Yiqing effectively penetrate the Huatian market.
In truth, this approach wasn't Wei Chengnian's own invention, it all stemmed from another memory in his mind. The operational model and sales approach of the toxic platform. What Wei Chengnian did was simply take the key points from the future and adapt them to the current business model. He firmly believed that as long as Rhine Bio adopted the strategies he proposed, and Shen Yiqiang's company implemented it for promotion, Shen Yiqing would inevitably achieve explosive success in no time.
Wei Chengnian's words sent shockwaves through the entire Rhine Bio leadership team, including Shen Yiqing. Leveraging the CRA enterprise management system and the open source version of the traffic boosting tool, Rhine Bio had swiftly stabilized its precarious situation. Moreover, President Shen had repeatedly mentioned that Wei Chengnian had secured both rounds of investment from Blue Yao Network and resolved the internal mole crisis. And now, at this crucial juncture, Wei Chengnian had returned to the company as if destined by fate. And now he presented a plan so compelling, it seemed invincible to anyone who heard it. Chapter 87, Shen Shidu, Still Not Giving Up revised. Wei Chengnian had genuinely conquered the entire senior leadership of Rhine Biotech through his own personal capabilities.
The subsequent meeting proceeded much more smoothly, with everyone focusing solely on refining the core aspects of the plan. Thus, at 3 p.m., Rhine Biotech issued its latest announcement to the entire company. All interns currently working at Rhine Biotech, all those successfully retained, would be deployed to Huatua District to join the branch company, Shen Yiqing Marriage Technology.
Simultaneously, Rhine Bio would dispatch an elite team to ensure the subsidiary's smooth operations. This news sparked mixed reactions within the company. Those selected for the branch were naturally overjoyed, as the benefits were substantial. As the saying goes, far from the emperor, the sky is high with few people, there are many officials. Working in Huatian district under Shen Yiqing was far preferable to remaining at Jinghai Rhine Bio, where one was constantly suppressed by numerous company executives. Moreover, everything there was in its infancy, meaning immense potential, more possibilities, and better prospects for development. In contrast, after a period of vigorous growth, Rhine Bio had stabilized overall. For ambitious employees, this leaves little room to showcase their talents. Those who worry naturally fret over this very point. Unfortunately, the spot at the branch office wasn't meant for me, so I had to stay at the parent company, fading into obscurity. But the most unfortunate person of all was Yi Huayu. He was also an intern one who had successfully secured a permanent position, yet his name was missing from the assignment list. Yi Huayu knew full well that Shen Yiqing was deliberately targeting him. He was powerless to do anything about it. He could only slip away from the office, find a secluded corner, and call his old man. At that moment, Yi Huazhou, busy with work in the branch office, saw his son's call and immediately answered it on speakerphone. Huayu, what's wrong? Dad, I have 2 pieces of news. Which one do you want to hear first? Does this kid really not know how to prioritize, or what? If it's urgent, just get to the point. Who has time for multiple choice games? I'm busy. If you're asking for money, we'll talk about it later. With that, Yi Huazhou was about to hang up. Hold on, Dad. It's not about money, it's about Rhine Biotech.
Yi Huayu hurriedly called out to his father, then spoke decisively.
Dad, you know Rhine has had a branch office in Huatua District for a while now, right? I know. That branch is called Shen Yiqing, right? Yi Huazhou nodded.
As the Associate Dean of the Finance School at Guobian University of Economics and Trade, he was privy to quite a bit of insider information.
Right.
Now the progress of this branch has been put on the agenda.
Yi Huayu continued.
And from what I understand, just days ago, Shen Yiqing specifically conveyed to Rhine Bio that there was no rush to launch the branch. Yet in the blink of an eye, they're preparing to send employees over. I suspect Shen Yiqing has likely devised a solid plan for the branch. Hearing his son's words, Yi Huazhou's eyes lit up.
Then you absolutely must go to Shen Yiqing's company. Dad, I'd love to go.
Yi Huayu began pouring out his grievances. But that woman Shen Yiqing didn't include me at all in the dispatch list she organized for the meeting.
She's always been wary of me. That's easy. Go fill out an application form and submit it to Shen Yiqing. I'll contact her and get you transferred to the branch office. Once you're at the branch office, you must pay close attention to everything, understand? One more thing, Dad, did Wei Chengnian start a company on campus? How come I didn't know about it? As dean of the finance school, Yi Huayu naturally knew about it, but hadn't told his own son. His company is doing quite well. I hope you can learn something from Shen Yiqing too. Can't you even copy books? The two chatted amicably. In fact, after yesterday's meeting, Shen Yiqing had specifically discussed Yi Huayu's retention with the boy. Her suggestion was that even if Yi Huayu wasn't on the dispatch list, under Yi Huayu's pressure, he would have to go sooner or later anyway. He was an ingrate, no doubt, but it wasn't worth causing a rift. So yesterday, she had planned to simply add Yi Huayu to the dispatch list. But the child rejected the idea. Sister, let's wait until Yi Huayu approaches you first before reassigning Yi Huayu.
Shen Yiqing frowned slightly, her delicate brows furrowing as she looked at her beloved child.
Why? To see if they're interested. Hearing Wei Chengnian's words, Shen Yiqing suddenly understood. Yi Huayu wasn't on the dispatch list. If he didn't bring it up himself, it meant he wasn't interested in the branch office opening. But if he did volunteer, it meant Yi Huayu going to the branch office must be profitable. Then she must be on high alert against Yi Huayu.
Meanwhile, Shen Shidu was savoring his red wine.
After meeting Wei Yanwu and Su Kalai in Jinghai, Shen Shidu had returned to Maojiang.
He had been waiting for news of Wei Chengnian and Shen Yiqing breaking up.
The family alliance required Shen Yiqing, as the Li family's son had long harbored feelings for her.
Just as he had predicted, his trusted steward now brought the latest news.
Master, based on my investigation of Shen Yiqing and Wei Chengnian's social media accounts, it appears they have publicly announced their breakup. This is the content. Wei Chengnian happy breakup. Shen Yiqing, I'll love you again in the next life.
Upon seeing this, Shen Shidu's face broke into a triumphant smile.
Break them up? Impossible. Sure enough, approaching Wei Chengnian's parents resolved everything without any cost. But
the butler hesitated before adding, but Shen Yiqing and Nian Muqing's companies still have business ties.
Could that? Hearing the butler's concern, Shen Shidu shook his head confidently. In business, it's perfectly normal to have some contact. As long as they no longer have that romantic connection, it won't affect my preparations for the marriage alliance.
Our Shen family started out in commerce, so we understand the importance of business dealings. Making them break up, whether it's Wei Chengnian or Shen Yiqing, will be painful, but there's room for compromise. But if you go tell them now that breaking up means severing all business ties too.
Just imagine if they both come after you for revenge?
The butler nodded thoughtfully, while Shen Shidu continued speaking. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents.
Let's not revisit such foolish topics in the future. Understood, Master. Should I continue having people monitor the young lady and Wei Chengnian? Unnecessary.
Whether they've genuinely broken up or are merely putting on a show for me, it matters not. As long as they no longer appear as a couple, it won't hinder my plans for an arranged marriage.
My actions are above board.
Even my frail sister couldn't find fault with me.
Chapter 88, Having to Eat Sister Again revised.
During the Spring Festival holiday, the air was thick with festive cheer. After spending time with the child, Shen Yiqing returned to her routine. Though the child was reluctant to part, they had promised to visit the sea together someday. Though separated by distance, they longed for each other.
Wei Chengnian also grew busier, arranging for the office suite to officially launch during the break. Operating on a paid plus free model. With promotion from third-party platforms Snow Leopard and Rick, it quickly garnered positive reviews. Particularly its AI-powered modules like Cloud Storage, Cloud Office, and Cloud Search. It captured half the market in an instant. With the suite's official launch, Wei Chengnian's focus shifted from Nian Muqing to Blue Ya Network. The first snow of the Spring Festival fell softly, blanketing the entire Longyuan in a pristine silver coat. Wei Chengnian stood in the bustling airport terminal. He and his sister hadn't seen each other in a long time. Though they spoke daily over phone and internet, the longing had piled up. It had piled up like fire, piled up intensely. Finally, he spotted that familiar figure Shen Yiqing, clad in a white down jacket. A small furry hat was wrapped around her head as she pushed her luggage. "Sis!" The child waved excitedly, rushing forward eagerly. Shen Yiqing spotted Wei Chengnian and a gentle smile spread across her face. She quickened her pace and the two embraced tightly. "Kid, I missed you so much." Shen Yiqing sounded almost tearful, her voice thick with emotion. They hadn't seen each other in 15 days. "Sister, I feel like crying too." Wei Chengnian held Shen Yiqing tightly, inhaling the delicate scent of bloodlotus emanating from her. Their embrace at the airport drew stares from those around them, but they paid no heed. In that moment, their eyes saw only each other. "Sister, let's go see the sea." Xianyuan Sea never freezes in winter, nestled at the southernmost tip of the nation's territory south of the equator. The climate was pleasant, with spring-like weather year-round. Wei Chengnian and Shen Yiqing chose this place because no one they knew lived here and no one knew them. They could fully enjoy their time together. The couple booked a luxurious ocean view suite at a seaside resort. From the balcony, they could gaze upon the boundless ocean, feeling the gentle caress of the sea breeze. Stepping out of the airport, a warm sea breeze greeted them, carrying a faint briny scent and a refreshing air. Is this Qianyuan Sea? It's so beautiful. Shen Yiqing couldn't help but exclaim as she took in the view before her. During the spring festival, Qianyuan Sea hosted grand celebrations. People dressed in festive attire sang and danced, celebrating this important occasion. Sister, look! They're performing the crown ceremony. The child had done her homework before coming. The crown flower ceremony, the shoulder red skirt dance, the scholar selection, the embroidery toss. All unique celebrations of Qianyuan Sea. Among these, the crown and flower ceremony was particularly noteworthy. Only young men and women who had just come of age participated in the crown flower ceremony. Wei Chengnian, who had just turned 18, had also been invited. The sun had begun to sink in the west, painting the sky an orange-red hue. The beach was already crowded with people. A raised platform stood at the square's center, where several elders dressed in traditional attire stood. They presided over the ceremony. As the ceremony commenced, the young people ascended the platform one by one to receive the elders' blessings. They wore floral crowns and colorful sashes around their waists, symbols of their adulthood. Ancient words filled the air with festive wonder. Though incomprehensible, the atmosphere was joyful. The shoulder red skirt dance was an activity for girls to showcase their beauty and grace. They don red skirts, stand shoulder to shoulder in a row, veiled, and guess the identity of the person before them. The boys, meanwhile, must find ways to lift their skirts, seeking good fortune and happiness. Shen Yiqing was also drawn into this activity, standing alongside the local girls. Beneath her veil, her eyes sparkled mischievously, as if challenging Wei Chengnian to recognize her. Wei Chengnian stood before Shen Yiqing. Though the veil obscured most of her face, his familiarity with her was enough to recognize her instantly. The moment Wei Chengnian stood before her, he lifted her long skirt without hesitation. He smiled softly, gently lifting her veil to reveal her radiant smile. Sister, your beauty is unmatched. Even among countless girls, I could recognize you at a glance. Wei Chengnian murmured softly, his voice brimming with affection. A blush spread across Shen Yiqing's cheeks. She playfully patted Wei Chengnian and teased, "You're such a smooth talker." They participated in both the scholar selection and the embroidered ball toss afterward. Though they didn't win the final prizes, it was all about taking part. After returning to the hotel, an air of intimacy filled the room. While the high-ranking noble had fallen from grace, Wei Chengnian was on the verge of rising to new heights. The hotel's heating was cranked up high, leaving them both in just their undershirts. Their breaths quickened as they danced and flirted. Just as that wave of tenderness was about to envelop Wei Chengnian, a sudden beep sounded from his phone. Reluctantly, Wei Chengnian picked up the phone only to find it was his father calling. "Xianyan, aren't you coming back for the spring festival?" "Dad, I'm out clearing my head." He glanced at Shen Yiqing, who playfully stuck out her tongue. His father on the other end seemed determined not to let it go. "Your voice sounds strange. Did you catch a cold?" Suddenly, Shen Yiqing choked on her drink and started coughing uncontrollably. "Xianyan, that sounds like Yiqing?" His parents on the other end sounded utterly shocked. Didn't Wei Chengnian break up with Shen Yiqing? Wei Chengnian shot Shen Yiqing a helpless look, while she gave him a "why are you looking at me" expression. "You need someone to accompany you when you're out relaxing, right, Dad? So are you two broken up or not?" "We're done. From now on, Dad, you'll have to address sister by her title." Wei Yanwu was utterly speechless. Just as he was about to remind them to be careful, the call ended abruptly. Then he received a text from his son, stating they were now in a work relationship. Shen Yiqing was above him, and he was below her. After sending the message, Wei Chengnian glanced at his sister, who was acting suspiciously beside him. "I can't be on top," Shen Yiqing said, "it'll be exhausting." A gasp followed as Wei Chengnian pinned her beneath him. He chuckled, "Well then, sister, don't blame Zilong for taking advantage of the situation." The next morning, Wei Chengnian stood half-naked with 8-pack abs, pulling back the curtains to face the sea. Shen Yiqing on the bed seemed exhausted, sleeping soundly with half a bare thigh pressed against the quilt. She seemed to be murmuring something. Unlike at Huatian or Jinghai, breakfast wasn't included here, so Wei Chengnian called room service. Under the onslaught of cash, an exquisite breakfast was arranged, even waking Shen Yiqing from his slumber. After washing up with a shake of her head, Shen Yiqing changed clothes in front of Wei Chengnian. "Open wide, sister. I'll feed you," the child said, her face beaming with joy. Chapter 89, Sister's Sprained Ankle Revised. After finishing their meal, the two headed out again. The Chiyu Sea during the spring festival was bustling with crowds of tourists everywhere. The pleasant 25-degree weather felt delightful as they basked in the sea breeze, never tiring of gazing out at the ocean. "Sis, can you swim?" Wei Chengnian asked, feeling a touch of envy toward those playing along the shore. "I can't." In truth, Shen Yiqing could swim. But as a child, she suffered a leg cramp in the pool and nearly drowned, leaving her with a lingering fear. Me neither. How about we go hiking instead? Shenyuan Mountain is pretty nice too, you can see the coastline from up there.
In his past life, Wei Chengnian had visited Qianyuan Sea though only by himself, fulfilling a promise made to his long-lost love. They had made a pact online, if they ever met again, they would go to Qianyuan Sea. Shen Yiqing naturally retained her past life memories and remembered her promise to Wei Chengnian. She never imagined that the goal unfulfilled in her past life would be achieved in this one.
Tonight we'll buy gear, then hike up the mountain to watch the sunrise.
Yes, the mountains of Qianyuan Sea were what Shen Yiqing had most wanted to see in her past life.
How did that saying go? The first rays of dawn? The night market bustled with activity. Without any haggling, they gathered all their gear, and the shopkeeper beamed with delight. After buying their gear, the two followed the crowd up the mountain. The path up Qianyuan Mountain was steep indeed. Even with their sturdy boots, each step crunched on the gravel beneath their feet. Wei Chengnian led the way, holding Shen Yiqing's hand as they pressed forward step by step. Thankfully, they finally reached the summit. Unlike the steep climb, the flat mountaintop was packed with people. They were all waiting for the sunrise. With poor cell reception on the mountain, the two passed the time chatting. Kid, what made you start Nian Muqing? My original wish was to capture the memories of my sister and me. What about you? Why did you start Shen Yiqing? Me? I just wanted to be in the same city as you, even if we weren't together. They had ascended around 3 or 4 in the morning. Being south of the equator, the sun rose swiftly. A sliver of white belly peeked over the coastline, then illuminated everything, the cirrus clouds in the sky, the clicks of cameras from the crowd. Wei Chengnian pulled out the camera he'd bought and snapped a photo of Shen Yiqing. Then he turned it around, and the two faced the camera for another snap. As the sky filled with sunlight, the crowd began their descent. As the saying goes, climbing up is easy, but coming down is hard. The steep foothills, though bearing traces of man-made carving, still presented a considerable challenge. The marten boots provided traction as they descended slowly over the gravel, but even with utmost caution, a fall was inevitable when it happened. Sure enough, Shen Yiqing's foot twisted awkwardly. With a gasp, Wei Chengnian grabbed her arm. What happened? My foot. I think I twisted it. The boy glanced at the path down the mountain. There was still a ways to go. Without hesitation, he said, "Give me your bag. I'll carry you." Shen Yiqing was a bit stubborn. "Let me try walking a couple steps." But after just 2 steps, excruciating pain shot through his foot. She couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Realizing she truly couldn't walk, she reluctantly tossed the backpack to Wei Chengnian, who slung it across his chest. With the bag secured, Wei Chengnian reached out to support her hips, and the two slowly made their way down the mountain. Once they reached the bottom, they immediately called 120. Though the ambulance fee would be steep, the child didn't care. How could anything be pricier than his sister's precious body? Registration, consultation, payment. Shen Yiqing's foot injury wasn't serious, and she hadn't put any weight on it during the entire ordeal. The doctor prescribed 2 bottles of medicine and sent them home. The child, having borrowed a wheelchair from somewhere, pushed his sister out of the hospital. "Sis, you're going to be a baby now," Wei Chengnian teased. "You always treat me like a child. Now you're my child. I just can't walk, not that I'm incapable of taking care of myself." "You definitely don't," Wei Chengnian said seriously. "At least you can't bathe yourself right now." Shen Yiqing flushed instantly. She hadn't even considered that possibility. Even though she had become quite intimate with the child, the idea of bathing together was still deeply embarrassing. The hotel room was spacious, offering sweeping views of the coastline. Yet the bathroom proved less accommodating. It was equally vast. After ordering dinner from the front desk, Wei Chengnian applied gentle pressure, causing Shen Yiqing to cry out in pain. A burning sensation radiated from her ankle, and she sounded like she was moaning, yet it also resembled sobbing. "Gently, gently. It hurts. Slow down." Wei Chengnian was speechless. How else was he supposed to rub it in to absorb the medicine? Did she think applying ointment was some kind of judo move? After massaging for nearly half an hour, Wei Chengnian gave her foot a light pat before it naturally retreated back under the covers. Like a fluffy animal peeking out from under the covers, Shen Yiqing naturally opened her mouth. Wei Chengnian touched the bottom of the bowl. The porridge was warm and ready to eat. So he proceeded to feed his sister, spoonful by spoonful. The Qianyuanhai coconut chicken congee vanished in just a few spoonfuls. By the time his sister finished, Wei Chengnian's portion had grown cold. The child didn't seem to mind, though nothing mattered more than his sister. The hotel's internet was decent enough, and with the data booster, the connection was smooth with no lag. The child had indeed done a good deed that benefited both the country and its people. Shen Yiqing sat on the bed, leaning against the headboard, tapping away at her laptop keyboard to handle work. She was on vacation, but Shen Yiqiang's work hadn't been wrapped up yet. Especially now that Shen Yiqing was in a phase of rapid, incremental growth, expanding operations based on the child's suggestions. Shen Yiqiang's positioning was precisely targeted at young consumers, especially those born in the 90s. This demographic craved personalization, fun, and trying new products, with a high enthusiasm for trend-setting culture.
The young people also planned for Shen Yiqing to have its own social zone developed by Lanyu Network after the new year. Innovative features like try before you buy, exclusive shares, and event-limited promotions were all Wei Chengnian's suggestions. Xiaohai guided Shen Yiqing's work from the side, making it hard to tell who was actually in charge at the moment.
Night fell quickly. Wei Chengnian smiled at his sister and said, "Shall we go take a bath? You little rascal, picking on your big sister?"
Despite her words, Shen Yiqing shed her clothes and let Wei Chengnian carry her into the bathtub.
"Is the water temperature okay, sis?" Wei Chengnian frequently checked in with Shen Yiqing, ensuring her comfort.
Wei Chengnian carefully washed Shen Yiqing's hair, his fingertips gently massaging her scalp. Every movement was filled with affection, even accompanied by sweet murmurs.
Shen Yiqing's breathing quickened.
She felt her cheeks growing hotter and hotter, knowing she had been conquered by Wei Chengnian's tenderness.
"Sister, are you tired?" Wei Chengnian asked with concern. "Should I stop?" "No, keep washing my hair. I just feel so incredibly happy."
Finally, both exhausted, they emerged from the bathroom.
Wei Chengnian carried his sister to the bed.
They pulled the covers over them, embraced, and drifted off to sleep, both utterly exhausted. Chapter 90, Raising a Child Revised.
The Spring Festival holiday lasted a full 2 months, but Wei Chengnian and Shen Yiqing each had their own commitments. The next morning, after silently finishing breakfast, they both attended to company affairs.
Although Nian Muqing had entered a semi-stagnant state,
numerous feedback reports and programming issues required Wei Chengnian's personal attention. As night fell, Shen Yiqing, having finished her tasks first, stretched lazily and turned her gaze toward Wei Chengnian. All code, she really didn't understand it. Shen Yiqing asked, "Kid, what are your plans for today?"
"Play with your sister's jade feet."
"What feet?"
"Just your feet.
You little brat, I never would have guessed you had such a kinky side. But yesterday's foot massage was actually quite relaxing." Thinking of that, Shen Yiqing couldn't help but say, "Little eunuch, your servant is here. Massage my feet."
A pair of beautiful feet emerged from beneath the quilt, delicate and graceful.
Wei Chengnian set aside his work and gently massaged his sister's Yongquan and Neiguan pressure points. "I'm returning to the company tomorrow. What about you, kid?"
"I'll be staying home during my vacation to explain the mistake my sister caused."
"What mistake?" "Wait until I'm back online to group up."
Spring Festival airfare was sky high, but for a CEO, it was no problem at all. Winter in Jinghai was blanketed in snow and wind, everything coated in frost. Wei Chengnian dragged his luggage through the falling snow. Upon returning home, he nearly got beaten by his parents.
"You said you were going to relax, but where did your mind go? Aren't you worried at all about what the Shen family might do?"
"Mom, Rhine Corporation had some issues that day."
"You've left Rhine already, what could possibly be going on?" In the end, Su Kalai held back. Watching Wei Chengnian with his bags and packages, she wondered what he had brought back. "What's in your bags?" "Local specialties I bought while relaxing." "From the Spring Festival fair? That must have cost a fortune." Sure enough, their focus was all wrong.
Thankfully, they hadn't noticed that Shen Yiqing had picked out all these things.
What was that saying again? Air Force new aircraft. Navy new ships. Army new uniforms. Armed Forces greenhorns. Right now, Wei Chengnian is that greenhorn in his brand new uniform.
He posted a photo filled with local specialties on his feed, playing the part convincingly, with the caption, "Lost my heart while taking a break." Anyway, no one would know that what he truly lost while clearing his mind was his heart to his sister. His roommates stayed behind in Jinghai. Before leaving, Wei Chengnian slipped them some cash. This time around, the three of them couldn't hold back.
"Su Siki said she wants to talk to you." Xianxin said. "She's quite something. And Qi Yaoyao wants to talk to you too." "Damn it. My sister and I had only been apart for 7 days, and they already sensed trouble?"
Ren Jiqiang shook his head and said, "You've only been gone 3 days, and we were just about to send you off into the bitterness of love. Before we could send off that heartache, a new romance arrives."
"I recall Qi Yaoyao really liked you, right?"
Ma Chao chimed in, "Exactly.
Qi Yaoyao's got looks and she's a fighter. Why don't you two give it a shot? How does that saying go? Love never dies, it just moves on."
The three of them chattered away, genuinely concerned for him. On such an important holiday as the Spring Festival, they hadn't even gone home.
Though it might seem like they were freeloading, who could refuse such pure friendship? Just then, Wei Chengnian's phone pinged.
It was a message from Su Siki. She wrote a lengthy message expressing her past regrets and begging Wei Chengnian for another chance. She even tagged him in his social feed, making it seem as if he owed her something. But for Wei Chengnian, Su Siki was merely an employee under his command. There was no hint of a romantic connection.
Compounded by the recent incident at Tianshan Hall, Wei Chengnian actually found her somewhat irritating. "Can we not talk about her? What's the plan for tonight?"
"The three of us discussed it and decided that tonight, young Master Wei will pick up the tab. We're going to the bar." The Hongqi 7 drove them to the bar.
Nightfall Bar didn't open until after 9 o'clock.
The place wasn't too crowded yet, and with cash power, a booth was reserved in no time. Instead of fancy cocktails, they ordered a simple case of dark draft beer.
Boys and girls weaved through the booths, while the DJ's flaming turntable crackled with music. Hey, little guy, mind if I join you? No sooner had Wei Chengnian opened a bottle of dark beer than a figure squeezed in beside him, a stunningly beautiful woman with a captivating aura. Though it was Wei Chengnian's first time at a bar, the three people across from him burst into laughter. His looks were undeniably the most striking in the class. With someone already seated, he felt awkward asking her to leave. Reluctantly, he asked, "What's your name, sis?" "Li family. Li Yubing. Nice to meet you, sis. I'm underage." Li Yubing was speechless upon hearing this. He really was a little baby brother. But how did a minor even get in here? "Did you sneak in, little brother? You're not even an adult yet." Just as he spoke, a familiar figure appeared beside the booth. "Wei Chengnian, didn't you say you broke up? Why are you still here having so much fun with another girl?" The voice belonged to Susiki. She was at Nightfall Bar too. Wei Chengnian froze slightly, then blurted out, "What are you doing here? I don't know this lady. She's practically glued to you, and you don't know her?" Jealousy flared in Susiki's heart. She couldn't understand why Wei Chengnian was always surrounded by outstanding women. The senior was like that, and Shi Yaoyao was the same. Was she really that unattractive? Li Yubing raised an eyebrow. She clearly hadn't expected to stumble into such a battlefield by randomly choosing a table. She glanced at Wei Chengnian, then at Susiki, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes. "Little brother, is this your ex?" Li Yubing deliberately raised her voice, loud enough for several nearby people to hear. Wei Chengnian's face darkened instantly. He hadn't intended to discuss his personal affairs in public. "Susiki, we've already made things perfectly clear. I'm just here to relax with friends. Wei Chengnian, I just want to talk to you. I know I've made a lot of mistakes in the past, but I genuinely want to make amends." Li Yubing watched the scene unfold, finding it utterly amusing. So this little sweetheart is actually a jerk? A player? "Sweetheart, looks like you're quite the ladies' man. But can you really handle all these relationships?" Wei Chengnian was utterly speechless. Why was this sister meddling in his business? He broke up with Senior Shen Yiqing. "What's wrong with me trying to seize an opportunity?" Susiki was on the verge of tears, feeling wronged. She had once been stuck in a rut, but now she wanted to change. If only Wei Chengnian would give her a chance, she'd show him what it meant to be purple and full of charm. Wait a minute? Shen Yiqing? Shen Yiqing of the Shen group from Maojiang? That name carried immense weight in Li Yubing's ears. Her brother, Li Wenza, was the intended match. No wonder Shen Yiqing hadn't returned home these past 2 years. She'd been secretly keeping Wei Chengnian all along. Carrot. Chapter 91, What a small world, and what a big you. Li Yubing couldn't help but marvel at how small the world was. She'd never added Shen Yiqing's contact info, yet here she was running into her ex-boyfriend. After all, Shen Yiqing had blocked everyone after leaving her family. But why on earth would Shen Yiqing have fallen for such a scumbag? Li Yubing, who frequented bars, had seen plenty of pretty boys using their looks to flirt with countless girls. She was curious to see how Wei Chengnian would handle himself. "I broke up with my sister, but that's none of your business, Susiki." Was this playing hard to get? Or was it just how things were supposed to be? Why did this pretty boy feel like such a jerk? Besides, you showed up at the bar during the spring festival. You've got no right to lecture me. Wei Chengnian almost snapped back defiantly. "I gave you money, I gave you work experience. Why are you still dwelling on it?" Hearing this, Susiki felt a moment of disorientation. True, he never looked down on her for being an older man's mistress. He even cast her in a short play. But she was genuinely unwilling to accept it. Regret? Well, regret was a matter of timing. Little guy, forget about her. How about giving this older sister a shot? Li Yubing said, "I bet you like older women. How about me? Am I old enough?" She was tall and slender, with the sturdy frame typical of northerners, standing at nearly 5 feet 10 inches barefoot. "Sis, I don't have the energy to like anyone anymore," Wei Chengnian said earnestly, as if he wasn't pretending. Liking someone is like a fire. Now the fire is out. A fire that's gone out can be relit, and it can burn even brighter. Little guy, don't you agree? For some reason, Li Yubing found Wei Chengnian intriguing, or perhaps she simply wanted to defy Shen Yiqing. But that fire was doused with water. "Sis, what if it gets wet?" The remark made the three of them nearly burst out laughing, though they managed to stifle it. They exchanged glances. Fine, if you don't say it, I won't either. Shall I wipe it?" Finally, the three couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Wei Chengnian was speechless. How come this sister had a hint of teasing in her tone? What was she up to? They didn't even know each other. Or were all the ladies in bars this forward? Seems like this kind of place isn't for me. I should avoid it altogether from now on. Since you won't agree, you should at least compensate me, right? Take a photo with me, consider it a gift for meeting you. Upon hearing this, Wei Chengnian thought about it and decided it was acceptable. Maybe taking photos for social media is a must for girls. Sure enough, Li Yubing pulled out a camera. The click of the shutter captured Wei Chengnian's face on film. Little bro, let's connect on at. I'll send you the photo once it's downloaded. You have to admit, Li Yubing was pretty skilled. Not only was he good looking, but he also had high emotional intelligence. Anyone else would have been completely charmed. Even Su Siki hadn't expected Li Yubing to be so skilled. Nian Gao, you're so popular. Xiansen remarked, it's either sister or little sister and we were the ones who brought you out to cheer you up. Ma Chao was speechless too. Yeah, we're here to drown our sorrows with you, not get splashed in the face. Wei Chengnian declined to exchange contacts with Li Yubing, but she didn't seem upset. Care to buy me a drink? As she spoke, she glanced at Su Siki beside her. Unwilling to be outdone, Su Siki grabbed the bottle and poured herself a glass. Bottoms up. Ren Ziqiang chimed in, if he won't add it, I'll do it for him. Wei Chengnian wasn't much of a drinker, a mug of dark beer was enough to make him a little tipsy. At that moment, Li Yubing leaned closer to him and he was already feeling a bit fuzzy, with Su Siki squeezing in beside them. So you're not a jerk, you just don't know how to say no. Li Yubing, being highly emotionally intelligent, coaxed Wei Chengnian into exchanging contact details. As for Su Siki, her eyes widened in astonishment. She never imagined emotional manipulation could be executed so flawlessly. Wei Chengnian's phone screen lit up briefly, revealing a screensaver featuring Shen Yiqing's face. Li Yubing, who had been uncertain before, now knew for sure that Wei Chengnian and Shen Yiqing were truly dating. The only question was, what would happen when she snatched away the boy she'd once loved? You rejected my brother's affections, and now I'm taking the one you once loved. Fair competition, right? Drinking and driving was a no-go, but Wei Chengnian realized this too late. Even slightly tipsy, he still remembered his sister. He unlocked his phone, found the text message, and sent Shen Yiqing a nonsensical message. Sis drunk. Pick me up. Nightscape bar, booth 394. The bar was chaotic, some danced on poles, others prepared to hunt. Take Li Yubing, for instance, she'd already arranged for her butler to entertain the next client. Wei Chengnian was unaware of Li Yubing's schemes, he only found this sister acting strangely. At the same time, he regretted coming to the bar today, this environment just wasn't his scene. Sure enough, after receiving Wei Chengnian's message, his phone dinged. Only kissing the morning dew to you, kid, have you been drinking? Shen Yiqing was taken aback. She knew Wei Chengnian couldn't hold his liquor well, and he'd never been to a place like this before. Just wait here. I'll have Lan Xiaoting come pick you up. Truthfully, Shen Yiqing felt helpless. She was currently overseeing Shen Yiqiang's affairs at the flower farm. Lan Xiaoting and Zhou Dapeng were left in charge at the Rhine. Li Yubing watched Wei Chengnian send messages in a daze, a playful smile curling his lips. She wondered how Shen Yiqing would react after she teased Wei Chengnian today. Little brother, who are you waiting for to pick you up? Wei Chengnian didn't answer. He felt a bit lightheaded. As for the three beasts, they were already staggering around. Su Siki sat nearby, jealousy stirring in her heart. How come any random older sister could fool Wei Chengnian? Why couldn't she do the same? About half an hour later, a motorcycle screeched to a halt outside Nightfall Bar. Lan Xiaoting found Wei Chengnian in the booth based on the location he'd given. She didn't recognize the others, but why were there two women? Mr. Wei, Mr. Shen asked me to take you home. She said. Li Yubing was surprised she expected Shen Yiqing to come personally, so she could see her reaction. The child, recognizing Lan Xiaoting, stood up naturally and nodded. Where's my sister? Miss Shen is at the flower field. At that moment, Xian Sengxia asked curiously, Nian Gao, didn't you break up with Senior Shen? Broke up? Lan Xiaoting grew curious. How come she hadn't heard about this? Or rather, she just learned Shen Yiqing and Wei Chengnian were dating, only to find out they'd broken up? Then why did Mr. Shen arrange for her to pick him up? You and Mr. Shen broke up? But you just started dating. Wei Chengnian replied, we broke up, but we're still strategic partners. Upon hearing this, only Li Yubing besides the three idiots and Su Siki realized just how outrageous Wei Chengnian was. He actually had ties to Rhine. He looked so young, yet he was already a boss. What kind of family background did he have? Chapter 92, listening to my sister's breathing makes sleeping more comfortable. Li Yubing felt he needed to investigate this properly. Wei Chengnian glanced at the three brothers and said helplessly, Sister Xiaoting came by motorcycle. You guys take taxis back to the villa yourselves. Here's the key. With that, she tossed the keys to Ren Ziqiang, flicking a stack of bright red bills his way. He'd listen to his sister and go home early to rest. Wei Chengnian slipped away. The three brothers ordered a fruit platter, but Li Yubing and Su Siki remained. Are you his colleagues? Li Yubing remarked, becoming a CEO at such a young age? Truthfully, her family's business empire was substantial. If she could secure the Shen family's resources, it would be a powerful alliance. Shen Yiqing's father had perished in a plane crash, after which Shen Shidu became the family head, monopolizing the Shen family's power. We're his classmates. Are you curious, sis? Ma Chao said with a sigh, but Xian Sengxia liked the sister and couldn't help but add a few more words. She's also a subordinate, right? Her daily job is just watching videos. Suzuki's job is to shoot videos. Suzuki's displeased expression surfaced. Did you say that? What company are you guys from?
After all, the guys were drunk, speaking without restraint.
It's called Nianmuching. Li Yubing was speechless. Nianmuching, wasn't that just another way of saying minion and Shen Yiqing? And was he really a minor? A minor running a company? A minor attending university? It all felt surreal no matter how you looked at it. He really is underage? Li Yubing muttered sarcastically, how can there be such a prodigious kid? It's Wei Chengnian, just turned 18. Don't look at me like that. My surname is Wei, given name Chengnian. Ma Chao was speechless too. Wei Chengnian's old man must be some kind of naming genius to give his son that name.
Never mind anything else, just hearing that name alone was enough to make more than a few people cringe. The three were so drunk they were nearly staggering, but luckily, even though designated driver services didn't exist back then, taxis were plentiful. After they left, Li Yubing called out to Suzuki, the only one left at the booth.
What? You like Wei Chengnian too?
She could tell Suzuki was a seasoned player. After all, that worldly aura about her couldn't be faked. A body that had been cherished felt different from one untouched by experience. I didn't know how good he was before, but now I do. Yet I refuse to accept it. That little milk-fed brat is indeed quite exceptional. No wonder Shen Yiqing took a liking to him. Li Yubing sighed. Your company must be pretty big, right? As she spoke, she opened a bottle of dark beer and handed it to Suzuki. The three guys hadn't even finished theirs. We mainly shoot short videos. Why are you so interested, sis? Suzuki didn't know Li Yubing's intentions, and she was a bit tipsy herself, her words slurring slightly. Of course I'm interested, this is Shen Yiqing's ex-boyfriend's company. Short videos? Li Yubing couldn't help but think of the domestic market. Wasn't the short video industry still in its early stages of explosive growth? Wait. Could it be that all the short videos she'd been watching were actually made by Nianmuching? That would be downright terrifying to have such forward-thinking ideas. Having grasped the key terms, Li Yubing couldn't help but express his gratitude. If you want to salvage your relationship with Wei Chengnian, I think you first need to show him your unique qualities. Your first time wasn't with him, right? While they were chatting, Wei Chengnian had already arrived home. Old Deng hadn't seen him in days. Stumbling drunkenly through the door, reeking of alcohol, Wei Chengnian left the limping Lao Deng utterly speechless. Where the hell have you been? And drinking? Ever since their parents quit their jobs at Rhine, the two of them had become idle. Wei Chengnian had openly declared his income could support them, forbidding them from seeking work. Of course, old Deng had actually looked for work, but with his limp, hardly anyone would hire him. Don't even think about getting into bed without showering first. Get in there and wash up. Su Kuli, I said, shoving Wei Chengnian into the bathroom and slamming the door shut. Just then, her sister's call came through. Hello? Sis. Wei Chengnian opened the shower curtain and said, I'm taking a shower. Once you're done, bring it to my bed so I can check if it's clean. Before Wei Chengnian could respond, Su Kulei's voice echoed from outside the bathroom. Xiaonian, why are there female voices in the shower? Mom, I'm playing music. What kind of music? It sounds so familiar. It's something my sister recorded earlier. As she spoke, perhaps recognizing her future mother-in-law's voice, Shen Yiqing actually hummed along for a few bars. This fairy tale is written for you, wishing you health and happiness as you grow. I'm just a humble writer, incapable of such poetic brilliance. This kid, does he need music even while bathing now? The room was heated to a comfortable warmth, with a rack covering the radiator where clothes hung to dry. After Wei Chengnian came out, he didn't hang up the phone and went straight into the room. Sis, I'm all done. Good girl. Remember to deliver it next time. As she spoke, Wei Chengnian gradually closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. That night, however, someone remained awake. Li Yubing, of course, wasn't drunk. After mingling at the bar, she returned home and checked out the website for Nianmuching. This is incredibly impressive. With her extensive entrepreneurial experience, she understood just how well Nianmuching had executed everything. From soft advertising promotions to viral short videos, it was executed flawlessly. DLBL? No wonder Shen Yiqing had dated him, they were clearly on the same wavelength. Too bad Shen Yiqing broke up with him. That meant there might be an opening for her. Shen Yiqing, do you even realize what a treasure you've let go? Wait, besides Nianmuching DLBL, why are there also BLBL and DLDL on Snow Leopard and Rick? Following this train of thought, how did Shen Yiqing get involved? Wait a minute. Shen Yiqing? Nianmuching? Holy crap, they're waiting for me here. And you said you broke up? How come the company didn't go under? She genuinely wondered how the two came up with the idea of starting a couples company. Sweet, but she wasn't into shipping them. So what's the relationship between Lanyu Network's main entity and Nianmuching? There was too little publicly available information online. She had to order her people to dig deeper. This was beyond ridiculous. Who was Shen Yiqing? She was the aloof goddess, how could she end up like this with Wei Chengnian? The next morning, Wei Chengnian woke up to find the phone still connected. On the other end, she could still hear her sister's rhythmic breathing.
As for the phone bill?
Sorry, using it at link mesh might burn through data, but it couldn't stop the two of them from being completely absorbed.
Wei Chengnian didn't hang up.
He turned to his computer and began handling CRA affairs. Spring Festival was the longest holiday break of the year, but the members left behind at Blue Yao Network still had plenty to do each day.
Kid?
A soft murmur was followed by crackling static from the other end of the line as a lazy, fluffy figure sat on the bed.
You didn't hang up?
Wei Chengnian chuckled softly.
Listening to your breathing helps me sleep better. The breakup was just for show. Now they were an underground organization. Chapter 93. Have you ever heard of a martial art technique so awkward it's beyond belief? Technique? Kid, what's the plan for today? Shen Yiqing hadn't slept since waking up. She still had matters concerning Shen Yiqing to handle.
I don't have any plans today, so I'll go check if my 3 good grandchildren are sleeping well.
She knew exactly what Wei Chengnian meant by his 3 well-behaved grandchildren, his 3 roommates, of course. But Wei Chengnian didn't tell Shen Yiqing about running into Li Yubing and Su Siki yesterday.
He feared his sister would be upset.
His sister hadn't anticipated that Wei Chengnian was still keeping things from her.
Even if she found out, it wouldn't matter much. He wouldn't betray her. Wei Chengnian first hailed a cab to the nightscape bar, then drove his Hongqi back to the villa. Then he went to the villa to check on the 3 slumped around the place. Good heavens, thank goodness the house was rented. The door was wide open. Ren Ziqian lay sprawled on the floor, while Qianxin was passed out slumped over an armchair. Only Ma Chao was somewhat presentable, sleeping on the sofa.
Hey, everyone, get up. Today we're going.
The 3 drunks groggily tried to rise, but it was incredibly difficult. Their bodies felt like they'd been run over by a truck. Before Wei Chengnian could finish speaking, his phone dinged with a notification. It was actually Li Yubing.
Little bro, the photos are ready. Check my space. Wei Chengnian was speechless.
While waiting for the trio to recover, he opened his workstation. Sure enough, his handsome face drew plenty of attention.
But what were those comments under Li Yubing's post? Jusunbeo's jailer, is our soldier in love? This boy is so cute. Colonel Ken Daiji, wake up, it's hunting time. Piggy never dreams of teen idols. Wow, a total rookie. What could he say? He really shouldn't have agreed to let Li Yubing take his picture.
Now look what happened. His home had been invaded.
Let's go out today. I'll take you ice skating? You've broken up with Shen Yiqing. You need to move on. Getting over it? More like getting into your heart and making Shen Yiqing a thing of the past.
Jinghai did have an ice rink, though it was only open in winter after all. Jinghai got some pretty heavy snowfall.
Wei Chengnian glanced at the message on WeChat, didn't swipe it away, and smiled. Sorry, I can't make it out. That much was true. To Wei Chengnian, Shen Yiqing was like a black hole, sucking him in. Even with external interference, even with his family's disapproval, he was willing to stay.
If not for Shen Yiqing, he would still be shamelessly chasing Susiki during college. Even after seeing her with someone else, he'd still be a pathetic sucker. A boy only gets one chance to be love-struck in his lifetime. He could be the Monkey King or a stone statue waiting for her husband. Not all jerks are born that way. It's just the facade they put on after getting hurt. Hearing this, Li Yubing hesitated. Should he tell Wei Chengnian that he and Shen Yiqing had no future? The Shen Group was a mountain-crushing Wei Chengnian. For a conglomerate worth tens of billions, diverting a fraction of its resources to destroy a single company was child's play. Since you've already broken up with Shen Yiqing, why not move on? Face a new relationship. Like, trust me? Wei Chengnian could scarcely fathom this woman. Who did she think she was, meddling in his affairs? Who are you? The child sensed the oddness in the other's words and asked directly. He might not have a god's eye view, but he had his own thoughts. He was young, but he wasn't stupid. The events in those memories hadn't been mentioned, but Li Yubing's timing was far too suspicious. Didn't I tell you? Li family, Li Yubing. Of course, you might not recognize the name. Are you familiar with Li Heavy Machinery? Wei Chengnian hadn't heard of it, but he knew how to search. A webpage introducing Li Heavy Machinery immediately popped up. While we can't match the Maojiangshan Group, I can at least guarantee your business won't go under. So you know how to use search engines too. So you did have an agenda approaching me. I should have refused you earlier. Have you considered this, when the Shen family realizes you've started a company called Nian Muqing, and that it echoes the name of Shen Yiqing's company, Shen Yiqing? Do you think your company will survive? Little brother, if you follow me, I can guarantee you won't come to any harm. Besides, do you really think you can keep going with Shen Yiqing? You know nothing about the Shen Group. Hearing those words, Wei Chengnian finally understood why his sister hadn't married in the future. But he was different. He only needed to wait one more month. After that month, the government would issue online payment licenses. With his assistance, Haibao's program had been perfected, and 300 million yuan would be more than enough for him to execute massive business expansion. Haibao's valuation of hundreds of billions of Koan coins in his previous life was justified. Opportunity favors the prepared. Sister, for lack of a better term, why did you take a liking to me? Set my sights on you?
I just wanted to see the boy who revolved around Shen Yiqing bow his head and weep before me. After all, she rejected my brother's arranged marriage proposal. My brother is perfectly capable too. I like you, so I want to take things further. Is that okay? Would you believe that? Wei Chengnian couldn't help but snort coldly. She'd already made it clear there was no chance between her and his sister, yet she still put on airs. Thinking this, the child hesitated whether to tell Shen Yiqing about it. He didn't want his sister to act impulsively, but he also didn't want her to be hurt. Wei Chengnian's icy refusal came without hesitation. Sorry, we're not meant for each other. Li Yubing felt a surge of anger upon reading this, yet she couldn't shake the feeling she was missing something. Could Wei Chengnian's breakup have been forced by the Shen family? That seemed the only explanation. He must still deeply love Shen Yiqing. Otherwise, a typical scumbag would have agreed to go ice skating with her long ago. Don't refuse so quickly. Come with me, and I'll tell you how to resolve this. That sounded tempting enough. Wei Chengnian suddenly had an idea and replied. Fine, I'll come. Give me an address. Li Yubing couldn't help but smile. Men really were no good. Little did she know what Wei Chengnian was scheming in his heart. Wei Chengnian had to rush over to Blue Yao Networks that morning, but he had plans for these 3 roommates. After rousing each of them, he looked at their dazed expressions and said, "Help me out on a date." The guys immediately caught on this sounded promising. Qian Sengxia was the most animated. He raised his hand and blurted out, "Who's the date with?" "How many people?" "A lady I met last night." "I've got something to do, so you 3 go ahead." "She's bringing some people too." Ma Chao was equally excited. "It's a mixer, right?" "Damn, I haven't been to many in college, but now I've got one." Wei Chengnian remained silent. Of course, the 3 of them would go. As for himself? Sorry, he had other business. Let the 3 guys and 1 girl enjoy their awkwardly hilarious time alone in the room. Chapter 94, Victory isn't the goal, conquest is. Wei Chengnian's car didn't take the 3 of them all the way. After dropping them off at the bus terminal and giving them the address, he drove off without looking back. The timing was perfect. He should be handling affairs at Blue Yao Networks by then. Lanyu Network was currently experiencing strong growth momentum, and the office suite was gradually getting on track. He was experimenting with new initiatives, such as big data collection and utilization areas traditionally handled by cloud intelligence. Several core employees still in Jinghai were summoned back for a meeting, all to prepare for a full-scale push after the Spring Festival celebrations concluded. Didn't Li Yubing claim his company was just dabbling in small-scale ventures? Didn't he say the Shen family would intervene? Now that he's tied to Haibao, the nation's largest financial payment platform, should he strike or hold back? The explosive transactions during Double 11 in his previous life owed much to big data collection and promotion. Originally, Wei Chengnian hadn't planned to deploy it so soon, but someone was forcing his hand. Wei Chengnian had Feng Qingyan's contact information. As the phone rang, Feng Qingyang was in the midst of strategic planning. Upon seeing the note during the meeting, he immediately stopped what he was doing and made a gesture. "Master Feng Qingyang, I'll provide you with a big data collection backend. Can we make an agreement?" Wei Chengnian said, "If Blue Yao Network faces a blockade in the future, help me break it. I see great potential in Haibao for the future." "Blocked? No one in the country should know about your encrypted system deal with our Haibao yet, right?" But Feng Qingyang was genuinely tempted. Still, he put on an act and asked, "What kind of big data aggregation are we talking about?" "User data collection and analysis for the upcoming Double 11, including smart ranking recommendations and intelligent pricing." Earlier, Wei Chengnian had mentioned creating an e-commerce festival Double 11 which conveniently coincided with the autumn festival. Surely there's no catch? Feng Qingyang held his breath. Such a good opportunity couldn't possibly come without strings attached. "Teacher, my request remains the same. Should Blue Yao Network face blockade by family factions in the future, help me break it. If you're willing, we can sign the contract immediately. Additionally, I have another company that wishes to integrate with Haibao's payment platform. It was time to introduce pay-per-view services." To take Nian Muqing further, more funding was needed. Their phone conversation lasted only minutes, yet it shaped the future landscape of e-commerce. Following the Wei Chengnian incident, Feng Qingyan's meeting concluded swiftly, with participants logging off to review the platforms slated for integration. Nian Muqing. Interesting. As someone with keen business acumen, Feng Qingyang understood exactly how people would spend their time as technology advanced. Short videos had emerged too early in this race, but precisely because of that, it highlighted Wei Chengnian's formidable nature. He was cut from the same cloth as Feng Qingyang, ambitious and visionary. At Blue Yao Network, Wei Chengnian watched his team work while approving document after document. Ad revenue had stabilized at millions monthly, yet it wasn't enough. He needed faster growth. The programming team will work overtime. The operations team will monitor the data closely. Our next plan is to break into the $100 million market. The team was stunned. Current monthly revenue was only around 2 million, right? How could they break into the 100 million market? The internet ecosystem. Wei Chengnian addressed his subordinates with unwavering confidence. Not just simple games, nor ordinary office software, it's social networking. But boss, isn't social media already dominated by it? An employee raised their hand to ask. Wei Chengnian explained, what about future markets like companion gaming and chat services? It's not the ecosystem defining social networking, it's social networking defining the ecosystem. Take our partner company, Nianmuching. Nianmuching is the core foundation of DLBL. Features like sharing exist solely to expand social connections. The young man spoke at length while the audience below took copious notes. Meanwhile, Li Yubing stared speechlessly at the three brothers. Where was Wei Chengnian? The trio were also amused. What happened to the mixer? How come in this huge ski resort, the only person they knew was the newly acquainted Li Yubing? Where's Wei Chengnian? I have no idea. Ma Chao immediately said, sis, don't blame us. I'll call Wei Chengnian right now. He dialed Wei Chengnian's number, and when Wei answered, he put it on speaker. Old Deng, you didn't even show up for your date with sister Li Yubing. Why did you call us over? I've got some stuff to take care of. You guys hang out with her and have fun. You've got nothing better to do anyway. Sis, I know you're nearby, but I'm genuinely tied up. Aren't you afraid all your efforts will go to waste? I like you. I can help you. Before she could finish, Wei Chengnian hung up. Li Yubing's expression froze, and the three of them stood dumbfounded. But Li Yubing didn't get angry. After a moment's thought, she decided to tell Shen Shidu about this. I'll see if you can keep your company once Shen Shidu finds out you two are still involved. When the time comes, it'll be my turn to step in. I'll win your heart and take you for myself. Winning isn't the goal, conquest is. With that thought, Li Yubing's expression softened. She turned to the three of them and said, shall we go skiing first? That evening, Wei Chengnian did show up for dinner after all, who else would foot the bill? But Li Yubing stayed behind. She had her people relay the message to Shen Shidu. Wei Chengnian and Shen Yiqing were still involved. Shen Shidu was no pushover either. Hearing Li Yubing's plan, he couldn't help but applaud enthusiastically. Pressuring Nianmuching meant pressuring Shen Yiqing. The Li family gained Wei Chengnian, while the Shen family gained Li Wenza. It was a pretty sweet deal. Thus, without warning, the next day, after Wei Chengnian had sent the three troublemakers home, Nianmuching found her webpage inaccessible. Su Jiawei, the senior student left behind, reported the issue. The kid immediately logged into the backend. There, in bright red letters, was the message, negative promotional content detected including explicit material and harmful guidance. This was utter nonsense. One couldn't possibly see short sleeves and immediately think of bare arms, then jump to nudity. Someone was targeting him. Wei Chengnian realized it immediately, but he didn't know anyone in higher positions. More accurately, he knew no one at all. Shen Shidu's call came through, his tone dripping with contempt. Wei Chengnian, I thought you and Shen Yiqing had parted ways. Looks like it wasn't final after all. How did he know? The boy pondered, immediately zeroing in on one target, Li Yubing. Only Li Yubing had been in contact with him. Or more bluntly, the inexplicable conflict between her and him. Does liking someone mean you'll stop at nothing to get them? What kind of twisted, sickening statement is that? Mr. Shen, do you really believe that even business interactions are lingering connections in your shriveled little brain? No business, no dealings. You agree, young man? Chapter 95, Shen Yiqing's mother wakes up. Wei Chengnian's pupils contracted slightly upon hearing this. It seemed his agreement with Feng Qingyang had been the right move. He would deal with both the Shan and Li families. Wei Chengnian hung up the phone in a rage, momentarily at a loss for how to vent his frustration. Just then, a message from Li Yubing popped up on his phone, confirming his suspicions. Need my help? Just agree to be my boyfriend. The kid chuckled, not backing down. Sis, you never had a chance to begin with. Now it seems you have absolutely no chance at all. I hate people like that. Opportunities are earned. I'm just fighting for the chance to like you. Are you out of your mind? I'll FING. Unlike his anger, Shen Yiqing received a call from the hospital. The call informed her that her mother had regained consciousness. It had been 3 months since she was transferred to a regular ward. Shen Yiqing rushed to the hospital. There, a weakened Jobin leaned against the bed. She still couldn't eat anything, her body needed time to recover. Mom! Her sister nearly burst into tears. Finally, unlike in her past life, she wouldn't have to live with regret forever. Her mother, through her child's efforts, had changed the outcome. Silly girl, why are you crying? I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Jobin said. Since leaving the family with Shen Yiqing, the two had lived modestly. But she wondered how Ryan was faring now. Mom, I miss you so much. I'm afraid of spicy food. I'm afraid that one day I'll wake up and you won't be there. I'm scared if it weren't for the kids. As he spoke, Jobin caught the slip in Shen Yiqing's words. Who is the child? Yiqing, who is the child? Jobin asked, how long was I unconscious? How did you even have a child? Am I a grandmother now? Shen Yiqing burst out laughing, tears and snot streaming down her face. Mom, what are you talking about? He's a friend I know. He helped me. This is the first time I've heard you call someone the baby. Are you dating?
True to form, Shen Yiqing's mother was incredibly perceptive about her daughter's feelings.
She immediately knew Shen Yiqing was dating, but why did Shen Yiqing look so strange? I am.
As Shen Yiqing spoke, Jobin understood it must be with the kid she mentioned.
Kid? What's your boyfriend's name? Wei Chengnian.
Shen Yiqing knew there would inevitably be hard control.
After all, a kid's name was usually the ultimate moves cancel animation. Sweetie, you're dating a minor? Jobin couldn't help but get worked up. What on earth was this?
Even if his daughter was in a hurry, this was unacceptable.
Maybe they should wait another 2 or 3 years? Forget it. It's already happened.
She'd only been unconscious for 3 or 4 months, yet so much had transpired.
Mom, what are you talking about? His surname is Wei, and his name is Chengnian. Jobin finally calmed down.
Her daughter had nearly ended up with an older man taking advantage of a younger girl. Soon after, a nurse came to remove her forecatheter and set up 2 bottles of rice milk.
The doctor also came over to explain some recovery tasks.
Prolonged bed rest had caused muscle weakness, so proper rehabilitation was essential.
So, how's your relationship going? Bring him over for Mom to meet?
Shen Yiqing remained silent, looking troubled.
This left Jobin speechless. What was wrong with her daughter? After a long pause, she finally heard Shen Yiqing's explanation, that bastard Shen Shida won't let us date. How dare he? That old bastard. Does he really intend to destroy us mother and daughter completely? Don't worry, daughter. Your mother will support you all the way.
Jobin said, then began coughing uncontrollably. The wounds on her head had mostly healed over the past few days.
Fortunately, it hadn't affected the affected area. The two exchanged updates about Wei Chengnian.
Jobin knew he'd started a company. And he'd started it right after entering freshman year without neglecting his studies.
Why don't you bring your boyfriend over? Let your mom see what kind of taste you have.
Shen Yiqing was nervous too. This was her first time meeting the parents, and there hadn't been time to rehearse with the kid.
Kid, what are you doing? Wei Chengnian was on Lanyu Network, searching for ways to lift the official website suspension, or rather, he was truly at a loss. When his sister called, he composed himself and replied softly, "Sis, I'm here." Mom woke up. She wants to see you. Can you come to the hospital? Wei Chengnian's body jerked. His sister's mother had woken up? Didn't that mean he was about to meet the parents? Hey kid, are you even listening? You sound distracted. Wei Chengnian quickly replied, "Sis, I'm here. I'm just a little nervous. Just come over. My mom won't eat you." The kid was utterly speechless. Her mom might not eat people, but her sister sure would. The red flag car still drove out, and Wei Chengnian entered an ordinary hospital ward. His outfit wasn't exactly coordinated: a black down jacket on top, plain jeans on the bottom. His feet were shod in a pair of clean white sneakers. Shen Yiqing's mother had just woken up. What she needed most now was the companionship and care of her family, not formalities. "Hello, Auntie. I'm Wei Chengnian," Wei Chengnian greeted politely, his voice sounding slightly tense. Jobin eyed Wei Chengnian up and down. He looked so innocent, like a child. No wonder Shen Yiqing called him a kid. His appearance was deceptively innocent. "Hello, Wei Chengnian. Yeek mentioned you've been a great help to her." He scratched his head apologetically. "It's nothing. I just did my part to help my sister." Shen Yiqing interjected, "Mom, that's just how he is, a bit shy. I heard from Yiqing that you're both a scholar and run a company? That impressive? Even more accomplished than our Yiqing? Mainly, I didn't want to disappoint my sister. I wanted to help her. So what's your company called?" It seemed like a casual question, and Wei Chengnian answered just as casually, "It's called Nianmuching." The moment those words left his lips, their feelings for each other were laid bare. As a mother, her greatest wish was for her daughter to find someone who loved her, and for the two to spend their lives together. "Your company name suits my daughter well. What kind of company is it?" Wei Chengnian explained, "It's a video production company, specializing in short video e-commerce and short video marketing." Though he didn't know what short video e-commerce or short video promotion entailed, Jobin immediately understood. The young man pulled out his tablet and played several awkwardly cringeworthy short dramas. Even though they were low-budget, high-quality short dramas, Jobin watched them with great enjoyment. "This is hilarious. How do you make money with this?" Jobin remarked, already beginning to trust Wei Chengnian's capabilities. "Auntie, we mainly make money from ads. The ones embedded in the content are called soft ads. The ones that appear openly before the show start are called hard ads." Just then, Wei Chengnian's phone rang again. Glancing at the caller ID, it was the Huatian Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Chapter 96, Facing the Mountains Resolve. "Hello, this is the Huatian Administration for Industry and Commerce. We've received a report alleging violations at your company." Wei Chengnian had his speakerphone on, so Shen Yiqing and Jobin both heard it. His website got shut down, and now his company is in trouble too? Shen Shida was moving pretty fast, huh? The kid didn't show any sign of resistance. What exactly are the violations? posting unrealistically explicit videos on the website and submitting inaccurate employee documentation. The matter wasn't huge, but it wasn't minor either. It hit right at Nian Muqing's weak spot. Where did the short videos get their buzz? Naturally, it relied on entertaining storylines and slightly provocative attire. As for employee documentation, 80% of Nian Muqing's staff were students without formal employment contracts. But how did this scandal even surface? After all, Nian Muqing was part of the school's work-study program. Here's the thing, all our videos and promotional materials undergo internal review. There's absolutely nothing non-compliant. The officials from the Administration for Market Regulation paused, seemingly conferring among themselves, before a voice came through the speaker. The videos uploaded to your website recently have been too explicit. Please conduct a self-inspection and submit a rectification report. Wei Chengnian naturally agreed first, then heard the response from the other end. Employees must have formal contracts, such as labor agreements. Our records show that your company. The young man cut them off. 80% of our company's workforce consists of temporary workers without formal contracts. If you require proof of labor contracts, we can sign temporary agreements with our employees. Is that acceptable? However, resolving this issue was not enough. The Huatian Industrial and Commercial Bureau was practically trying to put Nian Muqing out of business. We need to conduct an on-site inspection and issue the results within 7 business days after the Spring Festival. The implication was clear, the Spring Festival holiday hadn't even ended yet, and they were demanding a shutdown lasting nearly 2 weeks. Thank you for your trouble. Though a 2-week suspension posed no real threat to Wei Chengnian, the injustice burned with fury. What could be done to counter the Shen Group? Frankly, there wasn't one. Both Nian Muqing and Blue Yao Network were still too small. Jobin naturally noticed Wei Chengnian's actions. She sighed helplessly, sorry you're caught in the middle. Wei Chengnian hung up the phone and shook his head. I'm just worried he might go after my parents. My sister and I have shifted our relationship off the public stage. On the surface, we're still broken up. This was something Jobin couldn't possibly hide. Telling him would be best for both Shen Yiqing and Wei Chengnian. The child felt helpless, suddenly understanding why protagonists in novels were often orphaned. No attachments, no fears. For Wei Chengnian and Shen Yiqing, this was nothing more than a trivial, everyday matter. 2 weeks passed like this. At that moment, Wei Chengnian was inspecting work at the school. Has Nian Muqing's advertising business been suspended? Wei Chengnian asked his senior classmate. Su Jiawei nodded. It's been completely halted. As for how to avoid inspection by the Administration for Industry and Commerce, it was simple, just suspend the ads for underwear, lingerie, and even family planning products. Spring still carried a chill in the air, and the group exhaled puffs of warm breath. All advertising accounts have been settled. Here's the payment reconciliation sheet. Wei Chengnian took the form Su Jiawei handed him and nodded with satisfaction. We'll wait for the Administration for Market Regulation to come for verification. Today we'll have the returning students come to our school to sign contracts. As for the production crew, we'll temporarily arrange for their dismissal. After all, Nian Muqing's production team was outsourced. Signing contracts would introduce too many variables. It was better to temporarily dismiss them. The keyword for 2007 was takeoff, and 2008 was take flight. So after the entire Spring Festival, all employees began focusing on new tasks. Boss, what about our project? We finally got the short video track off the ground. Li Yan voiced her reluctance. We haven't done anything wrong, right? I can guarantee the short video content review is flawless. You're not the problem, but someone sees us as the problem. What lies ahead is a fierce battle we'll be facing competitors nationwide. Whether we promote on Rick or Snow Leopard, those paying attention will see this strategy is bound to go viral. It's just a matter of time. With the Shen Group now backing the market, the competition will only get more absurd. Sure enough, as soon as the holiday ended, a flood of low-quality knockoff videos began appearing nationwide. Yet they failed to capture the essence of short videos, merely extending concepts from TV dramas and movies. As Wei Chengnian would say, not a single one was worth watching. After seeing off the inspection team from the Administration for Market Regulation, they reapplied for website registration, and DLBL went live again. They had assumed that after several weeks, the audience would have dispersed to those knockoff sites. Instead, the crowd had migrated back from the knockoffs. After all, Wei Chengnian hadn't granted copyright to any website or video streaming platform. That's right, the bullet chat system itself held copyright and corresponding intellectual property rights. This time, Wei Chengnian began introducing a new concept to DLBL, character personas. With the 4G era approaching, character branding became crucial, so crucial it could determine the success of product promotions. Wei Chengnian was currently signing a cooperation agreement with Nian Muqing and Blue Yao Network, primarily to avoid being wiped out in one fell swoop. With Nian Muqing as the investor, Lanyu Network was tasked with developing live streaming software, while internally integrating the Haibao channel. On March 4, 2008, the Bank of China Financial Services issued a notice announcing the imminent issuance of mobile payment licenses.
Haibao, having made thorough preparations, was listed first, followed by financial software.
How did Haibao generate revenue?
Simply put, it was legal fundraising, leveraging its substantial user base. After a month of inactivity, Nian Muqing resumed operations at breakneck speed, launching with lightning-fast agility. First, it integrated the live streaming software developed by Blue Yao Network, which featured a built-in purchasing system.
Next, it established a logistics framework. Leveraging his prior experience in short video e-commerce, Wei Chengnian easily identified products suitable for the current transportation environment.
These were non-essential items and non-food products.
Although green channel access was available, the corresponding warehousing facilities couldn't keep up. Therefore, after Haibao went live, Wei Chengnian specifically went to Sudu to discuss year-end development plans with Feng Qingyang.
The boy's extraordinary business acumen for his age deeply impressed Feng Qingyang, who glimpsed the future potential of live streaming commerce. It felt as if the ultimate frontier lay in e-commerce, and he was also grateful for Wei Chengnian's encryption system. Shortly after Haibao officially launched its payment function, someone attempted to attack both Haibao and Duo Network.
They were swiftly apprehended by Wei Chengnian's countermeasure system and subsequently detained.
It was also this year that the first batch of domestically produced smart screen phones began to appear, naturally featuring removable batteries. It wouldn't be until 15 years later that non-removable batteries became the norm.
Returning from Sudu, Wei Chengnian remained on edge.
The website had recovered and even achieved solid results, yet the Shen Group loomed like a mountain, weighing heavily on him, leaving him breathless.
Chapter 97, My sister is actually a time traveler.
Shen Yiqing knew children best, after all, and chose the perfect moment to prepare for her little feast. The weekend mountain hike was merely the appetizer she had prepared.
In the school's underground garage, Wei Chengnian had just returned from the Administration for Industry and Commerce after handling business registration matters.
A striking figure stood beside a Poseidon Dragon King, none other than Shen Yiqing.
Kid, don't go back to the dorm today, we're heading out. Wei Chengnian was a bit dazed. Where to? Hiking.
But sis, we just climbed during the spring festival. The kid could barely muster the energy to roll his eyes.
And wouldn't the Shen family notice? Seeming to anticipate Wei Chengnian's unspoken question, Shen Yiqing added, I rented a car from the next city over. What mountain are we climbing?
He resigned himself to it. Climbing a mountain it was, but how could he tell his sister he'd been under so much pressure lately?
We're not climbing here. We're going to Qinshan. Get in the car. With that, she shoved him around in the garage, practically hoisting Wei Chengnian onto the car door.
A pair of red lips descended, accompanied by rapid breaths and the overwhelming scent of bloodlotus.
Finally adjusting his clothes, Wei Chengnian curled up in the back seat. Behind the sunshade, the extra passenger remained undetected.
The Poseidon Dragon King had stored the mountaineering gear Wei Chengnian and Shen Yiqing had bought together, keeping it at Shen Yiqing's place all along.
Could my sister have sensed my psychological pressure? I hadn't told her anything. Thoughtful as ever, she tossed Wei Chengnian a lightweight blanket. The rear seat offered ample space, nearly 4 times that of a Panamera.
As the car slowly rolled out of the underground garage, Wei Chengnian pulled the quilt closer while gazing at the scenery outside.
Why do you want to watch the sunrise again? Shen Yiqing remained silent.
The child was his precious treasure, and now that she'd heard the website wasn't running smoothly, she was deeply worried. He even went off to escape reality without bringing her along. Today's mission was a bit heavy. Not only did he have to watch the sunrise, but he also had to deal with the child.
By the time the car reached Qinshan, 5 hours had passed. The night was thick with darkness, though the mountain road was lit.
Climbing a mountain in the middle of the night was pure torture, but luckily neither of them was a first-timer. Besides work, they both made time for exercise. Seeing Wei Chengnian wake up, Shen Yiqing handed him a backpack.
Let's go. If we wait too long, the sun will set. After all, it wasn't a holiday, and Qinshan didn't attract many tourists.
So even though it was a scenic area, parking spots were available. Each carrying a backpack, Wei Chengnian couldn't help but sigh at the sight of the chain-wrapped steps. Shen Yiqing hadn't gotten much rest, so Wei Chengnian pulled her along as they climbed.
Kid, I can't walk anymore.
Her sister was clearly exhausted, needing to rest after every few steps.
Sis, we just need to keep going up to reach the summit.
The moment Wei Chengnian uttered those words, he realized he seemed to have grasped something.
Wasn't that exactly like him? Kid, did you figure it out? Shen Yiqing smiled warmly at Wei Chengnian's pause. Sis. Good girl, let's climb up first and watch the sunrise.
The child nodded. The two finally reached the summit just after 5 o'clock, as a pale streak of white began to spread across the horizon.
At the mountain's base lay a sprawling complex of buildings, their lights twinkling faintly as night gave way to dawn. Sis, climbing a mountain only feels worthwhile when you reach the summit, right? Not at all. I think it's worth it from the moment you start at the base. Shen Yiqing's words touched Wei Chengnian.
They unfolded their chairs and sat on the open plaza at the summit.
Why do you say that, sister? Because I know I will always make it to the top.
Mists rolled slowly across the sky as dawn began to break on the horizon. It was a new beginning, starting from the farthest edge of the city.
Kid, do you know why I asked you to climb this mountain? Wei Chengnian shook his head immediately, eager to hear his sister's answer. Because once we reach the summit, we can climb it again even if it's the highest mountain.
I know you've been anxious lately, worrying about the company's business every day.
But you can't only share your happiness with me.
When you share your troubles with me, they become half as heavy.
Wei Chengnian suddenly felt less troubled. His sister truly understood everything. Sis, thank you. Alright, let's head down. This time you drive back, I'm exhausted. Wei Chengnian drove smoothly.
From the backseat came Shen Yiqing's breathing. He seemed less burdened now.
They didn't return to the flower fields.
Halfway there, the car ran out of gas, forcing them to stop at a service station to refuel.
Kid, are we there yet? Wei Chengnian glanced back at the rear seat. Shen Yiqing must still be asleep, just murmuring. Not yet, sis. Just finished filling up. Help me go pee. Half asleep, Shen Yiqing reached out toward Wei Chengnian as he opened the car door.
Wei Chengnian glanced over, reached for her hand to pull her up, but before he could apply any force, she pulled the child straight into her embrace. By the time Wei Chengnian realized what was happening and tried to sit up, a pair of hands had already wrapped around his waist. The car fell silent.
Wei Chengnian felt the fullness pressing against his chest, clearly hearing Shen Yiqing's heartbeat. Wei Chengnian murmured, "What are you doing? Just hold the child for a moment. Just for a little while." Wei Chengnian said helplessly.
An ambiguous atmosphere, like the faint fragrance of a bloodlotus, filled the entire car. The child's heartbeat raced. He silently counted the seconds, all the way to 520.
Time's up, sir. It's time to renew your session. Wei Chengnian announced.
Shen Yiqing opened her eyes, their gazes locking. She just dreamt about a restroom. Barely had she pulled down her pants when she remembered Wei Chengnian watching her. Instantly, the air thickened with suggestive tension. Fortunately, reality was merely him holding her.
Shen Yiqing smoothed her clothes, got up to use the restroom, while Wei Chengnian bought some snacks at the service area.
Sis, breakfast.
Wei Chengnian said, shoving a thick sausage into Shen Yiqing's mouth.
The richly charred aroma of the sausage filled her mouth, compelling her to chew. It was genuinely delicious. After swallowing the last bite, Shen Yiqing finally said, "Don't buy anything this greasy for breakfast in the future."
Then what would you like to eat, sis? Shen Yiqing teased, "I want to eat you." Why? Wei Chengnian exclaimed dramatically. Because I'm not a vegetarian.
After their playful banter, Shen Yiqing drove them back to the flower fields, singing familiar tunes they knew by heart. When trouble comes your way, please raise your left hand. Shen Yiqing's voice was actually quite good, with a rich, mature tone, though the song itself was a bit unconventional. The child merely possessed memories of another version of herself from another world. They had no idea this song absolutely didn't belong in this era. Otherwise, he would have shouted at the top of his lungs, "Sis is actually a time traveler." Chapter 98. Dear viewers, next time for sure. The Poseidon Dragon King carrying the two of them came to a smooth stop in the upscale residential complex, Shen Yiqing's personal stomping grounds. After publicly breaking up with Wei Chengnian, Shen Yiqing had moved into this neighborhood. Switching on the room's light, a warm, cozy yellow hue filled the space. The room felt somewhat scattered. After all, Shen Yiqing had rented the place primarily for work purposes and rarely bothered to tidy it up while living alone. The child, however, was visiting her home for the first time and was filled with wonder. Sis, this bed is too small. Wei Chengnian set down his things, slipped on clean slippers, and walked straight into the bedroom. If it's too small, you can sleep with me. What's the matter? Don't you like it? Go on. I don't have any clothes for you here. Go take a shower and wear mine for now. The little brat went to shower and emerged looking coy, wrapped in Shen Yiqing's bathrobe. Shen Yiqing watched Wei Chengnian's awkwardness and couldn't help but chuckle. What are you doing? Her gaze, however, lingered in a rather suggestive place. Had the kid just gotten out of bed? Once you're done, come wait for me in bed. Wei Chengnian hummed in response, his face flushing as red as a buttock. He quickly burrowed under the covers, his body not lying flat but rising and falling with each breath. Girls just take forever in the shower. By the time the kid had lost all interest, she finally emerged from the bathroom. She wore the same bathrobe as Wei Chengnian, her high, snow-white breasts full and prominent. The kid was wide awake, of course. As that soft figure slipped under the covers, the bathrobe fell away naturally. Baby, I'm still hungry. Shen Yiqing murmured suggestively, and Wei Chengnian could even hear his own breath. Then, sis, shall we go out to eat? It's not that I'm not full, little one. I want to eat you. As the saying goes, love is the best medicine for healing wounds. After this little incident, Wei Chengnian's heartache vanished instantly. The spring morning was cold, but the sister in his arms was warm. The child pondered. Lanyu Network was his lifeline. How could he ensure its longevity? Unless he could tie it to the nation's largest market. Focusing on a single product was less effective than building a platform. What could 300 million yuan accomplish? And it wasn't just 300 million. Lanyu Network and Nian Muqing had been continuously pumping in funds. As long as you bundle all the software together and create enough intertwined interests,
This concept is called building a closed-loop ecosystem. Sounds pretty good. Almost as if inspiration had erupted, Wei Chengnian rose, slipped into Shen Yiqing's bathrobe, and headed toward the desk. Cybersecurity protection software, network tool download acceleration packages. Software manager. One by one, Wei Chengnian listed the terms. This was his core foundation. Next, Blue Yao network was set to expand.
Shen Yiqing had dozed off, but when the warmth in her arms vanished, she woke naturally. Upon waking, she saw the child scribbling on a notebook. She leaned in to look, catching the child unawares. Cybersecurity. The tycoon read aloud, "Kid, are you switching your startup project? Not doing Nian mooching anymore? Nian mooching won't go under. It's a gift for my sister. I just need to handle some work here at Blue Yao." Wei Chengnian had never once told Shen Yiqing about Blue Yao network. It was simply too far beyond her comprehension. People fear what lies outside their understanding. True, Blue Yao networks has helped us. So, kid, you better work extra hard. Shen Yiqing understood Blue Yao network's capabilities well. The kid claimed all his skills came from learning from the founder.
With his sister present, Wei Chengnian didn't bother with more fill-in-the-blank questions.
Instead, he pulled out his phone to take some photos.
"Kid, you still have classes, right?" Shen Yiqing asked. Wei Chengnian immediately wore a grim expression before relaxing again. "No early 8th period today. Even if you don't have an 8 a.m. class, you still have to go to school. I'll drive you back." "No way. If I go back now, someone will definitely see me. I'll just take a taxi. Just drop me off at the bus station, sis." Wei Chengnian put on his freshly dried clothes, feeling uneasy under Shen Yiqing's gaze. "What are you looking at?" "Nice abs, ha! I do work out, you know."
The two parted ways at the operations station. Back at school, Wei Chengnian immediately initiated a survey through Lanyu network. As for Nian Mooching's side, the filming schedule was put on hold, but content uploads remained unchanged. They focused on accelerating the transformation of advertising conversion methods. From now on, we'll be launching the Nian Mooching live streaming platform to drive traffic for Haibao. This is a mutual collaboration. In the office of the school enterprise building, members of Nian Mooching gathered together. "So boss, what format should we use for the live stream?" "Talent shows and product promotions." Wei Chengnian explained. The live streaming studio built by Blue Yao Network supports real-time transmission and is equipped with ultra-high-definition cameras. We'll have several girls on camera, or set up room battles.
The final segment will be product promotion. That's the key focus, so training is essential. Wei Chengnian then assigned tasks, handling most of the work himself.
People can't achieve what lies beyond their understanding, nor can they earn money beyond their comprehension.
Qi Yaoyao seemed to be rallying her spirits.
Now that Shen Yiqing and Wei Chengnian had broken up, she might still have a chance. After all, he was simply too outstanding, like a star shining brightly, drawing all eyes.
This was no joke. Wei Chengnian excelled academically at school while also running a side business. How many college students could achieve that?
And no one else could afford to lose like he could.
"Nian Gao, what the hell are we wearing?"
It happened to be Saturday, and the teaser for Nian Mooching's livestream had already been posted on the official website. This is called cool pre-style, thick stockings as base layers, princess dresses, Lolita outfits, and maid costumes.
Wei Chengnian explained. "Next, you'll learn the dance routine. But don't worry, not today. This is just the teaser announcement."
As the livestream went live, viewers who had already learned the start time through the preview flooded in.
A barrage of comments flooded the screen. "Wow, these girls are so pretty. First, can you guys see me typing? Select GIFs to trigger corresponding character dances. Hey, everyone, can you see me? I'm Nian Mooching." Wei Chengnian appeared on screen, but the bullet comments exploded. "I want to see the girl dance, not you. Bro, you're blocking the view.
Front row selling sunflower seeds, sausages, drinks."
Wei Chengnian stared at the comments, speechless. "Can't dance today, but next time for sure. Let me explain the payment process. Open your computer, find the online payment option, and select Haibao." After finally calming the chaos, Wei Chengnian closed the livestream.
This stream was mainly to test the stability of the new server and filming precision. The official broadcast would be delayed. True to his word, Wei Chengnian hired a physical training instructor from the sports school to coach these budding talents. Time slowly crept into April. During this fortnight, Nian Mooching fell into a state of temporary stagnation. This led Shin Shidu, who was constantly monitoring Nian Mooching, to believe DLBL was finished. Chapter 99, Forced Control for 3 seconds again. He was unaware of the events that had unfolded over the past fortnight. Neither the software development projects at Blue Yao Networks nor the activities of Nian Mooching. It was Saturday again. Wei Chengnian drove back to Blue Yao Network for a meeting. Looking at the faces below the stage, the young man knew that recruitment expansion was imminent. This time, our team will be divided into 4 groups, each responsible for a separate development project. The operations and advertising teams will remain unchanged, while the finance and customer service teams will handle both. In 3 months, we'll all get a raise. Nothing made one feel more rewarded for their efforts than a pay raise. Development of the minigames continued, while simultaneously building the platform. After all employees signed confidentiality and non-compete agreements, the kid received a call from his sister. "Xiaohai, what are you up to?" Shen Yiqing was also in Jinghai at the time. Currently, Rhine had 3 major sales channels: offline stores, online websites, and Blue Yao's traffic distribution system. Among these, Lan Yu's online promotions generated astonishing sales figures, largely driven by mini-games. The channels were divided into BLBL educational content, DLDL games, and DLBL short videos. Each channel generates millions in monthly sales. In the past, this would have been unimaginable. It truly proves that people's pursuit of beauty is universal. Shen Yiqing, however, remained remarkably unfazed. After all, in later years, Singles Day alone could rake in 100 million within 10 days. She kept looking for an opportunity to thank Blue Yao Network's executives, but they were simply too elusive. What if they resented being investigated? Moreover, the agreed-upon 13% share hadn't been claimed and still sat untouched in the bank account. "Sis, I'm coding." University wasn't useless for Wei Chengnian, it was just right. The finance curriculum at Guobian University of Economics and Trade revolved almost entirely around money. And he happened to have money. With the memories of his other self from another world, this double boost made his business acumen even more profound. "You're at Lan Yu's place?" Shen Yiqing said, "I just kind of missed you." In truth, Shen Yiqing didn't even know where Blue Yao Network's headquarters were located. "Sis, Nian Muching recently needs Blue Yao Network to optimize the live streaming system integration, so I have to be present." The launch of Nian Muching's live streaming feature was confirmed, though Shen Yiqing hadn't realized Blue Yao Network was expanding. "Tonight I'll be driving the Poseidon Dragon King." Shen Yiqing now owned 2 vehicles. The Poseidon Dragon King was leased specifically to avoid prying eyes. After all, too many people still remember her Panamera. "So where do you want to go with me, sis?" "To Tianshu. Tomorrow's the weekend, so let's go explore Tianshu. No one will notice, right?" "Sis, could someone be watching you in Chengdu?" Shen Yiqing couldn't say for sure. Lately, she'd been changing clothes in the restroom the moment she left the office, pulling on a mask and sunglasses. Even big stars took precautions against stalkers. If she kept getting followed, there was nothing she could do. Shen Shidu is arrogant. He thinks he's got me wrapped around his finger, so he won't. The child nodded. "Then let's go, sis." "You idiot, it's called paying a visit." After a moment of playful banter, they hung up to attend to their respective tasks. Wei Chengnian's workload was particularly heavy. As the lead developer, he not only had to translate his experience into projects but also guide his team in driving them forward. For project teams, not exactly few, but together they added up to a lot. How does the saying go? The less you slack off, the more you slack off. So the less work you have, the more work you have. China's top software distribution platforms, Snow Leopard and Rick, naturally had no interest in Wei Chengnian developing new channels. After all, they operate on commission, and Wei Chengnian needed to personally discuss cooperation with them. Shortly before 5 p.m., Wei Chengnian dialed the number of Snow Leopard's service provider, their long-standing partner. The initial call was answered by a regular customer service representative. Upon learning it was Blue Yao Network, they transferred the call to the customer service supervisor. "Hello, this is Blue Yao Network Biotechnology," Wei Chengnian stated. The young voice on the other end sounded surprised by how youthful it was. After all, Blue Yao Network was currently the top seller on Snow Leopard, not just among the top few. Not only were they number 1, but they were also the only tech company in the past 2 years to break through the 10 million unit sales mark for a single product. It wasn't that other companies couldn't achieve this, it was a company newly registered less than half a year ago. "Hello, Snow Leopard software service provider here. Pleased to assist you. Our company plans to develop a completely free, commission-free software platform and is exploring potential collaboration opportunities." Wei Chengnian stated bluntly, "I know your incubator has many new software projects. Would you consider a partnership?" Snow Leopard is the nation's largest software service platform. They've never run a free campaign before. Doesn't free mean no profit? Who in their right mind would do something that doesn't make money these days? But the manager lacked decision-making authority and immediately requested backup. The head of the Nevi Group arrived and stated, "We're certainly open to exploring collaboration. Would it be convenient to discuss the details?" "Well, we'd need to sign non-compete and confidentiality agreements before discussing specifics." Wei Chengnian wanted to discuss a crowdfunding plan with them. Essentially, he would provide the capital to bring software from the incubation pool to life. The resulting software would operate as an external force within Blue Yao Network's ecosystem. This was the first step of the plan, securing a partnership with the nation's largest software developer. All right. When would be a convenient time for you to come over?" "Our address is..." The team leader of the Nevi Group asked, "What should I call you?" "Just call me Wei Chengnian." "Minor? Wait a minute, why are they calling a minor? Could they be scammers?" "You're Mr. Minor?" The child realized he'd forced another person into his control again and blurted out, "Yes, I'm Wei Chengnian."
But you're not an adult. Are you joking about being the head of Blue Yao Network? My surname is Wei, given name Chengnian. I am not a minor. The mystery was finally solved. Wei Yanwu sure had a knack for naming kids. Wei Chengnian did well in school when he was young. But as an adult, he'd become the ultimate hard control master, ruling over the ancient Greek god of hard control. Alright, Mr. Wei. We look forward to your visit. After hanging up, Wei Chengnian found Wang Yi's smiling face right in front of him. What are you grinning about? All coy and mysterious. Your name, boss, ha ha ha. I never dare say your full name when working with advertisers. You'd better know why. Why? Because it's Wei Chengnian, boss. Another burst of honking erupted from the president's office, and Wei Chengnian could barely contain himself. Get out! Wang Yi walked out. After organizing his documents, Wei Chengnian waved to the programmers in the office. He was off work, but the employees had to stay until 7 in the evening. After all, their regular hours were 9:30 a.m. to 7 p.m., with weekends off. Chapter 100, Sister, fancy some grass close to home? Wei Chengnian drove to a nearby parking lot. It didn't really matter if he parked elsewhere, but he'd risk getting a ticket. After all, parking spaces weren't scarce in the country yet, and the roads on both sides weren't marked with parking bays. Wei Chengnian hailed a taxi and hurried to the spot he'd agreed upon with his sister, a tacit understanding between them. He looked up and saw Shen Yiqing's Poseidon Dragon King. His sister hadn't gotten out of the car. Wei Chengnian opened the back door and climbed inside. Sis, what's fun at Tianshu? We're going to the amusement park. For today, let's just sleep. Sis, you're sleeping on me again? Just like they say, only the ox gets worn out, never the plow. Life's tough, the child sighed. Wei Chengnian had truly reached the end of the road as a model worker. What are you thinking about? If we drive to Tianshu, we'll get there at 11 p.m. We have to get up early tomorrow to make it to the amusement park. Wei Chengnian had brought his laptop this time, but the national infrastructure was still poor, causing the signal to come and go. Sitting in the car, he worked on Blue Yao Network's future development plans as the traffic flowed by and night fell quickly. The two checked into the hotel with luggage, moving in perfect sync. Shen Yiqing, exhausted after driving all day, ignored the child and crawled into bed after showering. The child, however, was earnestly tapping away at the computer keyboard. Busy until past midnight, he finally curled up beside Shen Yiqing to sleep. The tycoon's leg was draped across Wei Chengnian's waist. Feeling each other's warmth, they drifted peacefully into sleep. The amusement park on the weekend was packed with people. Parents taking their children on a day off from work mingled with young couples, students, and visitors drawn by the park's reputation. Long queues formed at every attraction. All the large rides were painted in vibrant colors, and the weather was clear. Amidst the cacophony of sounds, the whistling wind, the shrieks of excitement, joy filled the air everywhere. At the roller coaster entrance, a young couple who had just disembarked gasped for breath. Wei Chengnian was nearly pale. This was far more thrilling than any computer game. Dressed in spring attire, the pair were still shaken, though they drew no attention from passers-by. Sis, that was so intense. Shen Yiqing found it thrilling too. She'd assumed Wei Chengnian wanted to ride, but never expected him to be such a kid. There's still the pirate ship and the giant swing. Want to try those? Sis, I want to ride the horses. Where would an amusement park get horses? Just as Shen Yiqing finished speaking, she felt a cool touch on her cheek. It was Wei Chengnian leaning in to kiss her. Mwah. So that's the kind of horse you meant. So I'm your horse, huh? You little rascal, how dare you be so bold with your sister? The two of them playfully bickered as they walked through the amusement park. When they came upon a stall selling accessories, Wei Chengnian stopped in his tracks. Sis, look at these bunny ears. Shen Yiqing glanced at them and said, I think they'd look pretty good on you. Really? Why? Because rabbits love to nibble on the grass right by their nests. Wei Chengnian chuckled, then this will suit you perfectly, sis. He pulled out a little devil headpiece and snapped it onto Shen Yiqing's head. Sis is a succubus. With their headpieces on, the two paid and left, heading deeper into the amusement park. Whenever they spotted something unusual, they'd pause to look, though they never bought anything. Walking along the amusement park's stone paths, children's laughter drifted through the air. Immersed in the joyful atmosphere, their moods were quite pleasant. Reaching the intersection sign, Wei Chengnian's eyes lit up. Sis, let's go on the bumper cars. Aren't those for kids? Wake up, it's hunting time. What's this kid talking about? Shen Yiqing couldn't decipher Wei Chengnian's reference, muttering in exasperation. Haven't you ever heard of an 8-year-old plus a few months? Under Wei Chengnian's persistent urging, Shen Yiqing couldn't refuse him and went along. The bumper cars weren't far away. They arrived in just a few minutes. Standing outside the railings, they could see colorful bumper cars bumping into each other everywhere. It looked pretty fun. Shen Yiqing hesitated slightly, but Wei Chengnian pulled her inside. The arena was mostly filled with parents and children, with the occasional young couple. They queued up to enter, each taking a car. Shen Yiqing found it even more boring than driving a car, just circling around obediently. But the child didn't think so. He made a sharp sideways cut and crashed right into them. The bumper car's rubber bumpers compressed, sending the entire vehicle reeling backward. Fine, kid, you pushed my buttons.
Shen Yiqing revved up the engine and rammed back. Now this felt better.
After all, Wei Chengnian was just a kid.
He'd rounded up a group of children from somewhere, and they charged forward in perfect unison.
Handsome boy squad. Charge! The little brat shouted, and the surrounding kids echoed the name of the move.
Most people in the bumper cars were strangers, so when someone started goofing around, others naturally joined in.
The arena was vast, hundreds of square meters, easily. Shen Yiqing was getting desperate. Pretty Guardian Sailor Moon, assemble. Not just the kids, but even the adults joined in. Both sides were having a blast.
Carry a sack of rice up to the second floor.
Say yes, give it here. Wei Chengnian shouted, charging toward Shen Yiqing.
Beside Shen Yiqing, a little girl on a tricycle shouted, "Sis, bump him." The rosy-cheeked girl seemed to have been bumped by Wei Chengnian earlier and was now plotting her revenge.
Alright, watch this.
She gently turned the steering wheel, sending the car hurtling toward Wei Chengnian.
Two dull thuds followed as the vehicles collided. Both sides were thoroughly enjoying themselves.
When they got out, Shen Yiqing noticed the girl beside Wei Chengnian.
The girl was 7 or 8 years old.
Her mother, standing beside her, burst into tears upon seeing Wei Chengnian.
What's wrong with my sister? I couldn't beat my brother. Can you help me get revenge? Then let's hit him. Shen Yiqing gestured for Wei Chengnian to hold out his hand. Go ahead. Left hand or right?
The little girl hesitated for a long time before gently reaching out and patting Wei Chengnian's right hand.
Whoops, my bad, little sister. Sorry. Wei Chengnian's over-the-top acting even made the little girl laugh.
Your brother's a balance freak. To balance things out, hit his left hand. Shen Yiqing egged her on, hit him. The little girl nodded, then shook her head. Then she gently tapped Wei Chengnian's left hand.
Wei Chengnian immediately launched into another exaggerated performance. Sis, big bro's kinda handsome. Little sister, you're so sweet. Big brother wants to play with you. What do you want to play? Wei Chengnian said, his eyes brimming with tenderness. I want to ride the carousel. Following the little girl's mother's suggestion, the four of them headed to the carousel. The little girl was held by Shen Yiqing as she rode, while Wei Chengnian took the lead on his own horse. After the carousel, the four tried a few other rides. Unlike the big swing and pirate ship rides, these were all lighthearted and relaxing attractions. As dusk fell, Wei Chengnian and Shen Yiqing bid farewell to the little girl and her mother before driving home. But since it was the weekend, they didn't head straight back to the flower fields. Perhaps you're lost in the darkness, almost forgetting the dreams of long ago. Shen Yiqing began humming again, still a song not of this era. Fortunately, the child remained oblivious. Don't be lost, don't panic. Shen Yiqing's voice was like a gift from the heavens, yet she only sang to the child. Chapter 101, A Grand Plan. Sis is so gentle. Because you're my little one. Inside the hotel, the two were busy at their respective computers. Shen Yiqing was tackling production line issues, while Wei Chengnian drafted materials for the Snow Leopard collaboration. How to build a commission-free platform that could still survive. The answer lay in a ranking system. A ranking system would be weak without big data, but Blue Yao Network's strength lies in artificial intelligence. This futuristic technology, surpassing contemporary standards, could deliver a devastating blow to all existing platforms. The software doesn't take commissions from users, but each ranking chart uses a paid module. Paid clicks, paid for by developers. Shen Yiqing pulled up a chair and glanced at Wei Chengnian's computer, unable to hide his astonishment. Blue Yao Network entrusted you with such a crucial task? Caught staring by his sister, Wei Chengnian showed no reaction, continuing to type away at his document. He replied, it's just a rough idea. It still needs approval from Blue Yao Network's CEO. Kid, you're nothing like the person I knew. Why weren't you this exceptional in my past life? Could this be the impact of my rebirth? Perhaps it's because I realized that to stay by my sister's side, I had to become exceptional. Wei Chengnian said, and it was indeed true. If he had remained the person from those memories. Like in those memories, he'd been manipulated from high school through college, only realizing that knowledge could change his fate after years of harsh lessons in the real world. He truly wanted to make amends for that regret, the regret from that memory. He was determined to change it himself. Even if it's fraught with difficulties? Even if my uncle stands in the way? What does he matter? Sooner or later, Nian Muqing will make the Shin group bow down. That kid's so bold? I'm super brave. Sis, let me keep writing, I have to submit this. Shen Yiqing ruffled Wei Chengnian's hair before returning to her work on Shen Yiqian's affairs. Finally, after typing the last character, Wei Chengnian called the front desk. After all, this was a 5-star hotel. With cash to burn, having someone fetch food was a breeze. They delivered crab and dried scallop congee, conveniently bringing the entire pot. After all, the price Wei Chengnian offered could easily buy 4 or 5 servings. As an older sister, she should have objected to the child spending money so freely, but Shen Yiqing said nothing. After all, Wei Cheng's earnings only increased, never decreased.
After all, just the royalties from Nianmuching to Rhine amounted to millions.
What was wrong with staying in 5-star hotels and eating well? At night, the two naturally lay together. With her eyes closed, Shen Yiqing could sense the rustling movements beside her. Hey, kid, what are you doing instead of sleeping? Sis, let's go to the cinema tomorrow? I'll ask the front desk to book us 2 tickets for tomorrow's show. A movie?
Shen Yiqing realized that since they'd confirmed their relationship, they hadn't actually gone to see a movie together yet. With the help of their financial resources, they quickly secured tickets for the April release, Children of Lan Shi. It was a tragic story reflecting the era of struggle, adapted from real events. The next morning, room service delivered the tickets for the afternoon show. The two finished breakfast and continued working in their room. A Poseidon Dragon King sedan pulled up outside the cinema complex. Today they were dressed in matching styles, both wearing dark blue long-sleeved tops and jackets. You look beautiful today, sis. You're a handsome little guy too. Don't flatter me like that, just call me handsome kid. Alright, handsome kid. The two entered the cinema in their peculiar way, checked their tickets, and took their seats. After all, it was the weekend, and the theater was quite crowded. The film was bloody and brutal, depicting the harrowing journey of a group of refugee children. The starvation of companions, military checkpoints blocking their path, and the aid of foreigners. The plot twists were heart-wrenching. Shen Yiqing's hand clutched Wei Chengnian's, trembling as if recalling something. What's wrong, sis? The child didn't know that when a figure was struck and thrown by a car in the scene, Shen Yiqing had panicked. She even imagined Wei Chengnian being hit, tears streaming down her face. Rebirth was a blessing. Reborn, she would have no regrets. Reborn, she would finally change this ending. Child. Shen Yiqing whispered through her sobs. I'm here. Child. I'm here. Don't be afraid, I'm here, I've always been here. Her palm was gripped tightly, the pressure gradually intensifying. Shen Yiqing took a long time to emerge from the drama that had just unfolded. What was supposed to be a fun movie ended with her eyes red from crying by the time the credits rolled. Right now, I don't want anything else, I just want to eat you. With reddened eyes, Shen Yiqing said, I'm truly afraid you'll leave me. Eat? I'll let you eat everything. Bite wherever you want. Pulling Shen Yiqing's hand, Wei Chengnian fished the Poseidon Dragon King key from her pants pocket. Your Majesty, please get in. He gestured invitingly. Shen Yiqing climbed into the back seat, and the two returned to the hotel. The Serpent Emperor strangled his prey on the hunting ground, biting down fiercely to prevent any resistance. The prey struggled at first, but as suffocation slowly took hold, all sound ceased. Only low, muffled groans told of his fate. Monday had number 8 a.m. meetings. Wei Chengnian drove to the operations center and bid farewell to the female CEO. After yesterday's emotional release, the tycoon's feelings had finally stabilized. She hadn't done anything wrong, she'd just panicked, terrified of losing the baby. Wei Chengnian scheduled a meeting with Snow Leopard Company for Friday, and Nianmuching had also resumed operations. He'd also drafted a mountain of training manuals, determined to make everyone understand the concept of cash flow. Nianmuching's payment channels were now integrated with Haibao's online system. Users could pay simply by linking their cards. This mutually beneficial arrangement boosts publicity for both Haibao and Nianmuching. Haibao needed a flagship product to break into the market and attract more merchants to adopt its platform. Nianmuching requires Haibao's quick payment system to achieve the second objective of establishing sales channels. The primary objective, however, remains establishing a rational logistics network. This requires Lanyu network to continue accumulating big data. Cybersecurity protection software, network tool download acceleration packages, software managers. These applications will collect additional data upon completion to prepare for logistics channel development. Back at school, personnel training commenced, with the female streamers being the first to undergo training. The streamers were all selected as campus beauties from Huatian National Film Academy and several nearby schools. After all, they've all participated in the Who is the Campus Beauty of Your Youth campaign spearheaded by Qingzhou Interactive Entertainment and Nianmuching. They're all top-tier talent, and if plans proceed, they'll be deployed nationwide to incubate more streamers. The live streaming e-commerce industry is no joke. Wei Chengnian was determined to do it right. He was also studying management literature. Current early-stage training focuses primarily on PK battles to test streamers' ability to build an audience. Those who perform well can transition into product promotion. Amateur streamers can't handle sales yet, they lack established personas and selling points. Moreover, the nationwide logistics network hasn't been fully established yet. On Friday, Wei Chengnian took a half-day off and drove his Hanchi to meet with Snow Leopard's official representatives. This time, he was determined to succeed. Chapter 102, Recognizing Talent, a Rare Virtue. Snow Leopard's headquarters was in Tianshu, just a 4-hour drive away. As the nation's largest third-party software service provider, Snow Leopard possesses vast resources. Hello, Joe Haigua, Snow Leopard's current CEO. The person who came out to greet Wei Chengnian was the company's top administrator, clearly demonstrating Snow Leopard's high regard for this visit. Hello, Wei Chengnian, president of Blue Yao Network Biotechnology.
Wei Chengnian showed no trace of youthful awkwardness, shaking hands with confidence before, and promptly entered Snow Leopard's headquarters. The company truly lived up to its reputation as the nation's largest software service provider. Their commercial building alone occupied several entire floors. Upon reaching the conference room, Zhou Haigui introduced the management team to the young man one by one. This was a client with tens of millions in single product sales nationwide. They naturally demanded attention. Wei Chengnian wasted no time, pulling out a confidentiality agreement for them to sign. Zhou Haigui was genuinely impressed by the young man's decisive approach. After discussion, the CEO signed first, and the meeting formally commenced. In the closed conference room, Wei Chengnian opened his laptop and projected the content onto the electronic screen. I expect your team to develop the following software series and distribute them on commission-free platforms to diversify sales channels. The young man spoke eloquently. Currently, most software on Snow Leopard consisted of ordinary, conventional applications. For instance, lightweight download tools, basic security protection, and small games. Building a new software platform isn't simple. Have you considered the revenue model? Zhou Haigui cut straight to the point. Currently, our 5% commission rate barely covers operational costs. Of course, saying it barely keeps us afloat is an exaggeration. It's more accurate to say we're maintaining stable growth. Free? Can free really make money? Someone raised their hand curiously. Has Mr. Zhou heard the saying, free is the most expensive? Look at the market data. Wei Chengnian tapped his computer, and the large screen displayed data on domestic distribution trends and more. All this data was compiled using Blue Yao's web crawler. For users, the software itself is free to use, but its features come with a price tag. I wonder if anyone here has played Legend of Mir. Legend of Mir is free. As a CEO, Zhou Haigui possessed equally sharp business acumen. After hearing Wei Chengnian's explanation, he immediately recognized the potential. How does Mr. Wei envision our collaboration? I'll provide the technology to build the platform, you handle the promotion, and then I can invest in the products from your incubation pool. The surrounding executives were all whispering among themselves. It wasn't that Wei Chengnian's proposal was bad, it was too good. Was he truly not afraid of failing? What gave him such confidence? Was it the confidence youth gave him? Zhou Haigui replied, we can collaborate. Currently, we have 10 software projects in the incubation pool, with development costs totaling around 3 million. Despite Snow Leopard being the nation's largest software service provider, it survives solely on commissions. Here's to a fruitful partnership? Wei Chengnian smiled. All products Blue Yao Network releases going forward will be listed on free platforms. Have you decided on a name for this software platform yet? Zhou Haigui asked, already calculating the terms of their partnership in his mind. We'll call it H416 Software Manager. Wei Chengnian finalized all the contracts. That evening, he was warmly invited to stay for dinner and couldn't refuse. This is the fish eye, called Discerning the Pearl. This is the fish belly, called Rare and Precious. At the dinner table, the child shed his serious demeanor. Zhou Haigui had intended to propose a toast, but Wei Chengnian said he had to go to school. This startled Zhou Haigui. Wei Chengnian hadn't even graduated from university. But where did that air of maturity come from? Though Wei Chengnian abstained from alcohol, the other leaders present drank heartily, substituting tea for wine as glasses clinked and toasts flew. After a round of drinks, several were feeling tipsy. Mr. Wei, if you were to invest, we'd still need to consult with our backers. That's right, Mr. Wei. Several major investors have jointly acquired a 21% stake in our company. One talkative executive detailed the shareholdings of each investor. Wei Chengnian was curious about the identity of these shareholders. When Zhou Haigui finally revealed them, he felt a surge of excitement. Our backers include Huayin Media, Li's Heavy Machinery. Can you transfer the shares of Li Heavy Machinery and Haiyankyo Yin Group to me? I'll buy them at a 400% premium. The remark sparked widespread curiosity. Why did these two investors provoke his displeasure? Why does Mr. Wei wish to acquire their holdings? I want to invest in your Snow Leopard. Their shareholding is small, so acquiring it won't be troublesome. Of course, Wei Chengnian wouldn't admit that his real motive was to prevent Li Heavy Machinery from causing trouble during future collaborations with Snow Leopard. Truly the president of Blue Yao Network, his words carry such authority. Lanyu Network was indeed formidable, currently generating over 100,000 yuan in daily revenue. Regarding the premium share acquisition, since we've all met, I'll openly discuss the original agreement. For a premium acquisition, the investor must pay a cash expansion multiplier. For times that would be 20 million. Is that acceptable? Though the next day was Saturday, Wei Chengnian hadn't returned home. He was drafting the contract under the guidance of Snow Leopard's legal department. Li Group. Li Yubing stared speechlessly at the email stating his shares would be acquired at a premium. His investment in Snow Leopard had been a spur-of-the-moment decision, and he never imagined the company would grow so rapidly. Still, the monthly dividends amounted to only a few tens of thousands, better than nothing. Now a sucker was willing to buy his shares for 10 million. Should he accept? Still, she instinctively asked which company was making the offer. Blue Yao Network? That name sounds familiar. Isn't that the company collaborating with Nian Muqing? But 10 million yuan was simply too tempting, she couldn't bear to part with it. After all, she'd only invested a few 100,000 yuan initially. A 10 million yuan return would be more than enough for her to splurge. No, that wasn't the point. Why would Blue Yao Networks put up such a large sum to acquire shares? Was it planning some major move? And Snow Leopard's valuation isn't even in the tens of millions, is it? Sure, Snow Leopard had generated over 100 million in transaction volume, but those were paying users. Snow Leopard's current market valuation is around 70 million, that's the absolute ceiling. Upon realizing this, Li Yubing immediately contacted Snow Leopard's liaison officer, only to be rebuffed with a claim of official confidentiality. In other words, Li Yubing's only choice was whether to sell or not. On the day Wei Chengnian returned, Li Yubing went to Snow Leopard's headquarters to sign the equity transfer agreement. After signing, watching the files being transferred, she couldn't help but ask, who was the person from Blue Yao Network? The manager pondered for a moment before replying, a young guy, but his tone and mannerisms were surprisingly mature. Li Yubing felt a pang of regret. If Wei Chengnian had been the one to come, she would have been tempted to kill him. Chapter 103, The Maojing Earthquake. Wei Chengnian naturally knew nothing of this matter, having already spent 20 million of his 300 million. Money really does fly out of your hands. Since it was the weekend, Wei Chengnian drove back to Jinghai after leaving Tianshu. He had a batch of new hires to interview today. Since they were programmers, he felt more at ease handling it personally. Truthfully, Wei Chengnian was an inadequate boss for the entire company, given his frequent absences. Yet he was also a competent one, as his decisions never faltered. Please introduce yourself. As he began interviewing the final programmer, a series of questions about programming algorithms were posed. Finally, Wei Chengnian closed his notebook and turned to Wang Yi beside him, saying, keep everyone with a checkmark. Lanyu Network had grown to over 100 employees, making it impossible for Wei Chengnian to know everyone personally. Therefore, after multiple salary increases, Wang Yi was formally appointed as the administrative and financial manager. Boss, I'm not a workhorse. Can we hire a few more people? I'll approve a few positions. You handle the arrangements. Really? Thank you, boss. Is the live streaming software package ready yet? Shen is handling it. Ask him. Boss, you really can't keep relying on me like this. Then get him over here. Shen was the quintessential nerd, black-rimmed glasses, bookish demeanor. Boss? Wei Chengnian asked, how's the software package for Nian Muqing coming along? Shen looked at the boss, patted his chest, and assured him, don't worry, boss. It's already packaged. The code runs fine. Double-check the live stream server. Nian Muqing is about to go live. You'll be mentoring the new hire starting tomorrow. It's a challenging task. Work with Zhang Qiaobei to get everything set up. One by one, the project team leaders were called in to receive their assignments. April flew by. Once the live stream setup was complete, the first batch of broadcasts commenced immediately. Leading the charge were the strikingly beautiful Su Siki and Qi Yaoyao. Honestly, Su Siki didn't know what feelings she still harbored for Wei Chengnian. Everything she had once desired and possessed was now gone. Last week, Li Yubing told her he'd secured 10 million yuan and could take her out to enjoy it. His only condition was that she extract information from Wei Chengnian about the relationship between Blue Yao Network and Nian Muqing. This disgusted Su Siki. Chen Peihuan was like this, Li Yubing was like this, didn't anyone care about her? But despite her complaints, she still needed to pursue the work opportunity Wei Chengnian had offered. First up was the dance battle. Each livestream could connect for a head-to-head challenge, with penalties for the loser. This instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the male participants, with many even heading to internet cafes to watch the battles. Just as Wei Chengnian had predicted, with the website's traffic diversion and the short video personas established, the livestreams were bound to go viral. Yet just as they were busy making money and developing software and platforms, a massive earthquake struck. On May 12, 2008, a magnitude 9.3 earthquake struck Maojian City. The disaster engulfed nearly the entire Maojian region, shocking the nation. The Shin Group had massive operations in Maojiang, meaning the heavily invested conglomerate bore the brunt of the impact. Wei Chengnian was unaware of this, but news from across the nation converged on Maojiang. Tens of thousands were dead, hundreds of thousands injured, and over 10,000 missing. What can we do? Watching the television broadcasts and videos uploaded to DLBL, Wei Chengnian pondered what he ought to do. What he could possibly do. Contact the frontline reporters and see if we can bring them into our livestream. And for the next year, all proceeds from the livestream will go toward humanitarian aid. As for Blue Yao Network, all software revenues after operational costs will be invested in medical relief for 1 year. Major announcements appeared one after another on BLBL, DLDL, and DLBL, leaving people feeling utterly stunned. Blue Yao Network wasn't the first to pledge support, but it was among the most resolute. Nian Muqing's resolve immediately reflected in Shen Yiqing. who similarly pledged funds for rescue efforts after deducting operational costs. Even the office suite and traffic booster were included, signaling Wei Chengnian's resolve. After contacting reporters on the front lines, Wei Chengnian immediately inquired about setting up a live stream feed. He wanted the entire nation to witness the current devastation in Maojiang. Frontline reporters propped up high-definition cameras airlifted to the site, their backs laden with signal boosters. They captured every detail of the disaster zone for the live stream. Watching the ruins unfold, no one spoke. Everyone silently donated, hoping to contribute what they could. A supply truck bearing a red ribbon inscribed with Nian Muqing entered the former factory area. Here, only ruins remained, crumbling walls and shattered structures. Survivors huddled in corners, their eyes vacant. Can the supply truck get in? A member of the Magic Control Bureau asked. Unload here. We'll carry it in. This place had once been the office area of the Shen Group. Now, it was beyond words. Nian Muqing? Shen Shidu had survived the disaster, but his wife and daughter remained missing. Standing atop the shattered ruins, his throat tightened with emotion. How ironic, the man he once despised had now arrived bearing relief supplies. Within the Maojing-Mo region, all rescue operations had been activated, including national-level contingency plans. Vehicles couldn't enter, people couldn't leave, and the sky was obscured by dust as if the entire world had succumbed to despair. Now in Mo, watching the Red Cross team rush in to begin emergency rescue operations, his lips trembled slightly. Today marked the 5th day, yet he still hadn't made contact with his wife and child. One after another, planes descended low as the Crimson Corps personnel parachuted down, carrying large quantities of supplies. Finally, on the 7th day, the temporary road was repaired and the signal base station was temporarily restored. Upon receiving the news, Shen Shidu immediately called his wife and child. Hongmei, how's the baby? Hongmei, say something. Husband, the child can't see anymore. He can't see. The earthquake crushed his head. A choked sob came through the line, then spread. Even Shen Shidu, a man known for his ruthlessness, could never have imagined he'd be reduced to such heart-wrenching tears. He keeps crying for daddy. I don't know what to do. Please hurry over. We're so scared. But when Shen Shidu looked around, he realized he'd been lying on the ground for days. He had to drive to Maojiang Puling. Forget a car, the torn-up highway was barely passable on foot. And even then, you couldn't see where it ended. Mo, once an industrial hub, now lay in ruins. Factories lay shattered, employees scattered, and no one knew what to do. His surviving subordinates no longer worried about wages, they feared for their families. Wei Chengnian possessed memories from that world. Knowing this catastrophe would unfold, he never imagined the Shen Group would collapse overnight. Chapter 104, The Downfall of the Shen Group. I am the head of the Shen Group from Maojiang. I wish to go to Puling. I have the funds. May I? Shen Shidu addressed Qi Hongxi below the helicopter. However, Qi Hongxi paid him no mind whatsoever, continuing to carry out his mission without interruption. The vehicles that drove in were parked outside the Mo ruins, which explained why Shen Shidu could see them. The supply truck bearing the name Nian Muqing was no exception. Vehicles couldn't enter the city, so supplies were unloaded in batches at the foothills. Standing amidst the ruins, he gazed upon the desolation. This, perhaps, was the despair of humanity. For the first time, Shen Shidu realized how laughable wealth truly was. As far as the eye could see, the earth was cracked, and that 15-story building had long since collapsed with a thunderous roar. Once upon a time, this had been the landmark of the Maojiang Shen Group. The actions of Lanyu Network and Nianmu Wall after the earthquake drew immense attention from countless netizens. Originally cultivated as loyal short video users, the website's current actions astonished them. Having established contact with the front lines, Blue Yao Network dispatched truckload after truckload of relief supplies, with updates announced every single minute. Even Wei Chengnian never imagined his flagship product would resonate nationwide in such an extraordinary way. National Enterprise, this is the latest honor bestowed upon Blue Yao Network. After all, though Blue Yao Network is a small-scale company, its decision-making is remarkably astute. Live streaming revenue transparency and public revenue disclosure would be fatal for most companies. Yet Wei Chengnian had confidence. He still had 300 million yuan in reserve. Even if Blue Yao Network incurred losses, they wouldn't be catastrophic. Mr. Wei, why won't you let us donate? Asked the campus beauty from Huatian Guoying. I'm part of Nian Muqing too. Get lost. Just focus on filming videos and doing your live streams, that's the biggest help you can give. Wei Chengnian snapped back. Every penny you earn over the next year belongs to the disaster zone. With the nation in crisis, no live stream featured singing or dancing. Instead, they broadcasted real-time rescue operations. The rescue efforts following the Maojian earthquake had stretched on for nearly 3 weeks, the absolute limit for human survival. Shen Shidu finally arrived in Puling.
He stared at his wife's vacant eyes and their child with a bandage wrapped around their head. His entire body trembled. To have a child in his old age, only to face this outcome. Money was certainly no issue for him, but he never imagined his family-run enterprise would collapse so suddenly. The government wouldn't provide substantial subsidies to businesses, especially not to a major investment arm of the Shen Group. The Shen Group had reached its end, with direct losses exceeding hundreds of millions, perhaps even billions. On the government front, Wei Chengnian submitted a proposal for post-disaster regional reconstruction. By tailoring approaches to local conditions, post-disaster reconstruction would begin with agriculture to establish an economic framework. Put simply, Wei Chengnian proposed a plan to give future disaster victims hope for the future. However, Wei Chengnian is an investor. With government support, he aims to establish an entirely new logistics system. In the third week, the nation observed a period of mourning with flags at half-mast, paying silent tribute to all the victims. In the fourth week, Nian Muqing began focusing her efforts on the live-streaming arena. Building on the foundation laid earlier, she garnered considerable goodwill. It's important to note that for the next year, all of Nian Muqing's live-streaming income would be fully donated to disaster victims. The nation doesn't lack wealthy individuals, what it lacks are opportunities for these wealthy individuals. Nian Muqing happened to provide them with an opportunity to demonstrate their capabilities by competing alongside supporting streamers. As for live-streaming sales, only conventional channels were currently operational, with major logistics providers like STO, YTO, ZTO, and Yunda yet to roll out widespread coverage. Nevertheless, the trend was clear, and Wei Chengnian's investments gradually intensified. Time slowly crept toward the end of June, as if the nation's suffering from the previous month had been forgotten. Despite this disaster affecting hundreds of thousands and claiming tens of thousands of lives, humanity possesses a remarkable capacity for self-healing. Nian Muqing's operations were running smoothly, and Blue Yao Network wasn't doing too badly either. The H416 software manager was developing rapidly. After finishing his final exam in finance and economic management, Wei Chengnian returned to Jinghai. The annual summer festival was approaching once more, but unlike last year, he now had his sister. Shen Shidu had called Shen Yiqing, though the child remained unaware. Shen Shidu's tone had been almost sincere, or perhaps more outrageously, he was morally blackmailing her. He hoped Shen Yiqing would marry into the Li family, giving the Shen Group a chance to catch its breath. This major upheaval had inflicted devastating losses upon the Shen Group. Shen Yiqing couldn't help but laugh. She married Li Wanza? Is it that her child isn't precious enough? Or that Wei Chengnian cheated? Shen Shidu, what do I owe you? Because of you, my child broke up with me. You don't have any feelings for the Shen family? Sorry, but after you seized our family's resources following my father's death, the Shen family has nothing to do with me or my mother anymore. With that, Shen Yiqing hung up. For some reason, she suddenly craved her child. Blue Yao Network had expanded significantly, now employing over 100 people. The software team faced numerous daily issues. Developing a software manager hinged on compatibility not just with individual programs, but also compatibility with the operating system itself. It happened to be a weekend day, with a misty morning rain carrying the warmth of the sun in the air. Kid, do you think the boss of Blue Yao Network has money to burn? Shen Yiqing asked curiously. After deducting operational costs, all funds go to disaster relief. Sis, I've only spent a little over 100 million of my 300 million so far. I still need to partner with the 3 major couriers and YTO Express. Sis, you know what? The most crucial thing for a company isn't its revenue-generating ability, it's its foundation. Lanyu Network won user goodwill through this PR move. Whatever profits they make going forward won't be hard to come by. Having been a major boss in her past life, Shen Yiqing grasped the concept instantly. Trust is the greatest form of PR. No wonder Nian Muqing's revenue kept climbing, it even boosted sales for Rhine and Shenanian. Kid, wanna sneak off for a little romance? Shen Yiqing suddenly blurted out this line. It had been ages since she'd had a taste of the young. How can scholars' affairs be called stealing? That's called rejuvenating the soul. When we go out to relieve fatigue, I'll drive the Panamera. Shen Yiqing knew that when Shen Shidu had asked for her help back then, he had already lost the strategic battle. There was no longer any chance to suppress the romance between Wei Chengnian and himself. Forget 10 million, he couldn't even scrape together $1 million now. Having lived through it before, she understood the predicament Shen Shidu now faced. The family business, should he keep it going or not? If he continued, the government would offer interest-free loans at best. But if he shut it down, what about employee morale and the aftermath? After all, the Shen Group was a tangled web of investments and personnel allocations. The business world was ruthless. No one would give up on a lame tiger they'd already sunk their teeth into. In her past life, Shen Yiqing had witnessed the Shen Group's share reduction. It took years to recover from that blow. Chapter 105, The light returns to her eyes.
Sis, aren't we supposed to be secret lovers? Shouldn't we stop hiding? Wei Chengnian typed back. Speechless. What about the Shen family? Will he tell my parents? He's too weak now. The core of the Shen group is in Maojiang. He won't recover in 2 months, let alone 2 years. Then come pick me up. Sis. Wei Chengnian wasn't at Blue Yao Networks at that moment. She was out buying groceries. Her parents had settled into retirement life. Her mother spent her days nagging about when she'd finally move on. As for Dad, he played chess with the old folks next door and he was terrible at it. Wei Chengnian returned home carrying a jar of braised duck. After setting it down, Su Kalai watched her son start packing his things. Not eating at home today? Li Shuele asked curiously, only to hear something startling. My sister is picking me up to go shopping today. We'll eat out. Sister? Could that brat be talking about Shen Yiqing? You're going out with Yiqing? The child didn't object and nodded. But didn't you two break up? Aren't you afraid of Shen Shidu? Mom, Shen Shidu can barely handle himself. Don't worry. If anyone causes trouble, we'll call the police right away. The kid glanced toward the balcony. Below, Shen Yiqing's Panamera was parked. Wei Yanwu, who was playing chess downstairs, noticed Wei Chengnian walking toward the car and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Where are you going? Cheating. Wei Yanwu froze for 3 seconds, watching Wei Chengnian climb into Shen Yiqing's car as the Panamera pulled away. Wei Chengnian. Before old Deng could react, the car sped away. The middle-aged man across from old Deng remarked, your son's quite the character, already learning how to have affairs. Wei Chengnian and Shen Yiqing had arrived at the nearby pedestrian street. Sister, hold my hand. The child obediently held out his hand. She slipped her fingers through his knuckles and clasped them tightly. This was their first public date. Before, they'd always met in secret, fearing someone from Jinghai might be following them. The pedestrian street in Jinghai bustled with crowds. Who could have imagined that over the past month, another place had been equally vibrant? Kid, what's your next move with Nianmuching? I remember you donated all the proceeds from your live streams, right? Sis, you know why I'm not taking the profits now? This year is just about cultivating user habits. The country hadn't yet entered the 4G era, and screens hadn't transitioned from extended to full-screen displays. But what about a year from now? With the full-screen revolution and the arrival of the 4G era, users and the software ecosystem, Nianmuching will only earn more. How does your little brain work? You make such convincing arguments. Still, I can't compare to you. Sis, you've already opened your branch stores and have Blue Yao Network backing you up. The two chatted and laughed, then encountered Chen Peihuan on the road. Or perhaps it was just a small world. Chen Peihuan was accompanied by a young woman who didn't look very old. Seeing this figure, Wei Chengnian froze. That bastard Chen Peihuan was already chasing after a new girl? Sis, look, Wei Chengnian remarked. That girl just finished her college entrance exams, right? Chen Peihuan is such a jerk. Come to think of it, Chen Peihuan hasn't caused trouble in ages. Maybe we should give him a taste of his own medicine? But when the kid saw the reluctant expression on the girl sitting inside the milk tea shop, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. Sis, the brat shouted, let's go break up the lovebirds. Shen Yiqing naturally noticed the girl's reluctant expression too, knowing there must be more to the story. That girl looked so youthful and adorable, soft and sweet, no wonder Chen Peihuan could get his hands on her. Chen Peihuan, Wei Chengnian called out. The latter turned her head, a hint of disgust flashing in her eyes. What does this little brat want? Don't do things to her that she dislikes. This is a society governed by law, you'll be held accountable. This is my personal business. What do you two want? Chen Peihuan's expression grew slightly awkward as she faced the sudden appearance of Wei Chengnian and Shen Yiqing. The girl beside him noticed his change in expression and turned her head, looking at the two with curiosity. You little brat. I didn't come looking for trouble, but you're coming looking for mine? Chen Peihuan said coldly, while Shen Yiqing stepped forward, his gaze settling on the girl. Little sister, he said in a gentle tone, come with us, okay? What do you think you're doing? Chen Peihuan had worked hard to get this girl, as delicate as a white lotus root, to meet up. She wasn't about to give up now. Little sister, don't be afraid. Come with us. Don't you dare leave. Try it if you dare. The girl hesitated, glancing between Chen Peihuan and Shen Yiqing, unsure whom to trust. Little sister, come with me, Wei Chengnian declared. If he won't let you go, we'll report him to the Magic Prohibition Bureau. The Magic Suppression Bureau's power is quite formidable. At least Chen Peihuan dared not make a move. You little bastard. Chen Peihuan was practically gasping for breath, her gaze fixed intently on Wei Chengnian. If you don't let her go, I'll report you for violating her will and conducting an illegal transaction. Of course, this threat held weight. With Su Siki standing before them, Wei Chengnian knew exactly what Chen Peihuan was capable of. Shen Yiqing picked up the girl's bag and led her toward the exit. Wei Chengnian mouthed something to Chen Peihuan. You could tell it was a string of expletives. Walking down the street, the girl couldn't help but burst into tears, looking utterly wronged. Little sister, what's your name? I'm Chen Yu. Chen Yu, why were you with Chen Peihuan? If you're having any trouble, you can tell me. Chen Yu bit her lip and whispered through sobs. My family had some trouble. We need a lot of money. Mr. Chen, he said he could help me, but the condition was to spend some time with him. Shen Yiqing's expression turned cold. Chen Peihuan was taking advantage of someone in distress. What a bastard. I thought he'd give me the money first. He said he'd only give me the money after we slept together. I didn't want to. A flash of anger flickered in Shen Yiqing's eyes. She clasped Chen Yu's hand tightly, trying to offer some comfort. Chen Yu, you don't have to do things you don't want to do for money. Someone like Chen Peihuan doesn't deserve your trust. Wei Chengnian nodded beside them. Exactly. Don't let yourself be used. And you're so beautiful, sacrificing your body. She truly began to cry, her eyes filled with unease and confusion. You're willing to help me? But I don't know what to. Don't worry. We won't take advantage of you. We genuinely want to help. You shouldn't be treated like trash. Chen Yu fell silent before speaking. My father has heart disease and needs surgery. I had no choice. A classmate introduced. Wei Chengnian frowned. He knew this amount of money was a huge burden for a family like Chen Yu's. You look pretty good. How are your grades? Interested in being a streamer? A talent streamer. I'll pay you. The kid definitely wouldn't make Chen Yu pay anything. He was thinking of a way to make it easier for her to accept. How much more do you need? 15,000. We can sign a contract first and advance you the 150,000. Later, you'll need to generate revenue for the company. Chen Yu's looks weren't bad otherwise. Chen Peihuan wouldn't have taken notice of her. Hearing Wei Chengnian's words, Chen Yu couldn't help but lift her head. Her once lifeless eyes seemed to regain their spark. Chapter 106, Assistance Recipient. You really want to help me? She couldn't quite believe it. The 150,000 yuan felt like a mountain crushing her, leaving her breathless. Wei Chengnian reassured her. Don't worry, with your looks, you'll definitely help me make a lot of money. This is just an advance on your wages. Shen Yiqing added. So in the end, we're the ones profiting. Exactly. Chen Yu, you have so much beauty left in your life. You need to go to school. Don't give up your dignity for money. After hearing this, Chen Yu took a deep breath. I'm willing to be a streamer. I'll work hard to pay you back. Where's your father? Take us to him. As she spoke, her stomach growled uncontrollably. Her face flushed instantly. Wei Chengnian teased. So your stomach sings too? Ha? Shen Yiqing then led her to a nearby noodle shop. After all, it was a food street, and there were plenty of delicious options. Sis, is there that much meat? Chen Yu exclaimed, staring at the mountain of meat piled high on the plate. Wei Chengnian chuckled. If you don't eat well, how will you grow? After eating, the two took Chen Yu to Jinghai Second People's Hospital. The bustling crowd filled the hallways. Inside a hospital room, Chen Yu's father, Chen Fengge, stared out the window. The door opened as Chen Yu led the two men inside. Hello, uncle. Wei Chengnian spoke first. Noticing Chen Fengge's puzzled turn toward them. Who are they? Dad, I got a job. These are my bosses. They said they'd advance your salary for the surgery. Then, to prevent her father from getting too emotional, she quickly added, Dad, don't worry, it's a legitimate job. Old Deng Chen Fengge looked at Shen Yiqing. She was aloof and refined, truly possessing the aura of someone from a wealthy family. He found himself somewhat convinced by his daughter's words. Chen Fengge said, I'm sorry my condition has caused you all this worry. Your daughter fits our company's host image perfectly. We should be thanking you for raising such an exceptional daughter. Wei Chengnian spoke the truth, leaving both parents feeling a bit embarrassed. Sis, come with me to pay. Let me let your sister and dad chat, Wei Chengnian said, leading Chen Yu to make the payment. Why are you helping me? A heart stent is so expensive. Shen Yiqing shook her head. Your daughter truly has the right look, though I don't oversee the company that manages my own child. Your child? I never would have guessed you take such good care of yourself. Oh no, the word kid just slipped out. How could he avoid this awkwardness? Honestly, I think it'd be better if I just died, putting so much pressure on my daughter. I'm terrified she'll do something foolish. Old Deng, before you even mentioned it, your daughter was already doing something foolish. Of course, Shen Yiqing wouldn't say that. Instead, she chatted with Chen Fengge about everyday matters. Chen Fengge came from a single-parent household. He was an artist himself, and his wife had passed away after giving birth to their daughter. His daughter was named Chen Yu, hoping she'd live every day with joy and delight. Old Deng supplemented his income by writing holiday posts, and his daughter was well behaved. Aside from a touch of regret, life was pretty wonderful. During their conversation, Wei Chengnian returned with Qinyu, who seemed to have cried until her eyes were red. What's wrong, little sister? Did your brother bully you? I'm scared I can't pay it back.
My brother charged 20,000,
200,000 yuan at the economic level of 2008.
It would take an ordinary wage earner 3 years of living without eating or drinking to earn that much.
That was for a couple. For someone like Qin Fengde, who had to raise a daughter, it was utterly impossible. Little sister, since we're helping you, we've certainly considered the costs. Wei Chengnian chimed in at the right moment. You haven't submitted your college application yet, right? I need you to apply to Huatian National Film Academy. Hearing this request, Qin Fengde felt it made much more sense. After all, her daughter would work to earn the money back. If Wei Chengnian and his group truly expected nothing in return, that would be the truly terrifying part. There's no such thing as love without reason, and certainly no such thing as sacrifice without cause. Wei Chengnian and Shen Yiqing slipped the girl their phone number and simply walked away. Watching them disappear, Qin Fengde couldn't help but sigh.
They really aren't afraid we're scammers,
are they? Dad, you can't say that. Without them, I would have. I'd have to sell myself. I'd have to resort to begging.
Qinyu couldn't bring herself to reveal what had happened to her.
At that moment,
her phone buzzed with incoming messages.
What have you done? The messages came from Wu Yintong,
the pimp who had encouraged and provided the channels.
Though she'd only just graduated from vocational high school, she'd already fallen into a life of prostitution. Do you even realize I'll have to cough up the referral fee?
I don't care, you have to compensate me for it.
Otherwise, I'll tell everyone you're a prostitute. For the first time,
Qinyu felt her friend was a stranger,
though they hadn't interacted much before this. After all, she was just a friend from middle school. She opened the app, found Wei Chengnian's account, and sent a message, Bro, can you lend me 6,000? At that moment, Wei Chengnian was sitting in the passenger seat of the Panamera. Seeing the message, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Was he being scammed? But the girl didn't seem like a scammer. What did she need 6,000 yuan for?
Missing the festival like old times.
Sis, what's wrong?
Fairy tale doll, brother.
My friend says she wants a referral fee,
or else she'll spread rumors that I'm selling myself.
Wei Chengnian understood.
It made sense, a girl as pure as white paper like her wouldn't have gotten involved without someone else's hand in it.
He didn't believe it. Festivals never seem the same. You don't have to pay that money.
You're my employee now, you have to listen to me.
Kid, who are you chatting with? You look so engrossed. Shen Yiqing's gaze swept over, asking with confusion. It's not Lanyu network work again, is it? Sis is really perceptive. Wei Chengnian replied.
A new girl I met is having some trouble.
Probably the pimp is demanding she pay up. Why doesn't that old dog Chen Peihuan just die already? Shen Yiqing retorted.
That old man is disgusting.
Sis, would you get jealous if I helped my little sister? Wei Chengnian asked. In truth, through prior investigations, he'd already learned that Lu Yun Capital's primary industry was real estate. But Wei Chengnian hadn't yet grown into a class powerful enough to challenge them.
He needed time to develop.
Why would I be jealous? It's my decision to help my sister. Wei Chengnian chuckled at her words. After all, you're my sister. No good. Sister isn't sweet enough. Call me something else. Your Majesty.
Your servant pleads on behalf of the people.
Granted. That night, Wei Chengnian didn't return home.
He stayed at Shen Yiqing's villa. It was also the first night after the spring festival that he returned to the place where his destiny began.
Though in her 40s, Chen Peihuan was still in her prime. That very night,
she sought out several people to vent her frustration. Those girls cursed like sailors, practically spitting foreign words from the start. Sitting on the edge of the bed lighting a cigarette, Chen Peihuan's expression shifted between anger and determination. He would find a way to get back at Wei Chengnian. Chapter 107, nearing the end. Qinyu heeded Wei Chengnian's words and did not transfer the money. The following week, Qin Fengde, having secured the medical funds,
entered the operating room. The three waited outside. Qinyu, you can rest assured. Your father will be fine.
The girl's face was slightly pale, her hands clenched tightly across her chest.
Finally, after several hours,
the doctor emerged to announce the surgery had been successful.
Only then did she burst into tears of joy. Once Qin Fengde's post-operative recovery period ended, it was time for the new semester to begin. True to Wei Chengnian's arrangements, Qinyu enrolled at Huatian National Film Academy.
She began working on Nian Muqing's live streams, leaving everyone else wondering where Wei Chengnian had found this milky white student. The start of the semester marked her second year of college. Sometimes,
time truly flew by like an arrow, just as Wei Chengnian had anticipated. Live streaming was like sugar. Once people got hooked, they couldn't quit. Whether it was the PK system inherited from later generations or the product promotion model, both generated immense value for DLBL. Most importantly,
The official account of the live streaming platform would announce the daily revenue and the allocation of funds. This included funding post-earthquake reconstruction efforts and providing economic subsidies to affected communities. Lanyu Network also participated in the live streaming, though solely for product sales. Another summer festival arrived, and Shen Yiqing once again visited Wei Chengnian's home. Their relationship had grown as comfortable as that of an old married couple, and sometimes she genuinely considered revising their marriage agreement. A Panamera was parked below the residential complex as Shen Yiqing arrived at Wei Chengnian's home. Meanwhile, their social feeds were updated with some rather intriguing messages. Two swallows in love fly together. Without them, the festival feels like any other day. Today we return as birds of a feather, kissing the morning dew to speak to you. Mom, we're getting married. Wei Chengnian came upstairs, startling Su Kalai to no end. What on earth was this child saying? The domineering CEO sister chimed in with a mom. Alright, better make sure the red envelope for the name change fee is generously stuffed. The two hadn't brought any gifts home after all. They were returning to their own family. You're only 20. Why get married? Is it because Yiqing is expecting? As Su Kolei spoke, Wei Yanwu chimed in with his opinion. Since you two are determined to be together now, why don't we just set the wedding date? Old dang. You rock. Wei Chengnian couldn't help but silently cheer his father on. But dear daughter, do you even think our son is good enough for you? Our family isn't exactly wealthy. Mom, Xiaonian runs his own company, and he's doing even better than I am. Shen Yiqing interjected. Our businesses support each other. There's no issue there. At that moment, the news broadcast on TV mentioned an unconventional figure in the live streaming industry, Nian Muqing. Nian Muqing was the first to dare put all his live streaming earnings into a Ponzi scheme. Meanwhile, Wei Chengnian's 300 million yuan was gradually invested into various software development and logistics infrastructure projects, government-led, land provided by the people, with Blue Yao Network delivering intelligent logistics services. The H416 software manager officially launched, featuring multiple integrated ecosystem applications to achieve a closed-loop network. People naturally require a certain level of trust when installing software, and Lanyu Network happened to possess that trustworthiness. After all, having sustained operations for a full year, people were willing to trust a domestic enterprise. A year was no small feat, and by 2010, Nian Muqing finally began generating formal revenue. With the graduation and turnover of its members, Nian Muqing formally withdrew from the university enterprise building, establishing itself as an independent company. Its new headquarters is located at the Wadiangwo Film Studio campus, which boasts extensive artist resources. With the nation's largest live streaming influence and public goodwill, Nian Muqing skyrocketed. Long-established consumer habits became the driving force behind its ascent, and its sales channels exploded. That year, Wei Cheng was 22 and Shen Yiqing 26, both had reached marriageable age. This year also marked the dawn of the 4G era and the rise of smartphones. While everyone else was strategizing how to capture the market, the software incubation pool Wei Chengnian had meticulously built began to pay off. Propelled by the 4G era and the smartphone wave, Blue Yao Network swiftly secured a foothold in the mobile market thanks to its meticulous early planning. The H416 software manager, software firewall, and various software applications adapted for mobile platforms solidified Blue Yao Network's foundational position. With the widespread adoption of smartphones, the shift of live streaming services to mobile platforms presented Lanyu Network with unprecedented growth opportunities. The successful completion of smartphone software development, porting, and adaptation has expanded Blue Yao Network's software ecosystem to reach a broader user base. That day, Wei Chengnian and Shen Yiqing set aside their work to begin selecting and preparing for their wedding. Both Wei Chengnian and Shen Yiqing hoped to give each other a memorable wedding. Sister, what era's wedding style do you want? Wei Chengnian asked, his eyes brimming with affection. New Chinese style. I don't like wearing dresses, tailored pants suit me better. Then who should we invite? Just our parents and people from your company will be enough. Truthfully, even now, Shen Yiqing remained unaware of Lanyu Network's affairs. After 3 singles days over the past 2 years, both Shen Yiqing and Ryan had amassed assets worth hundreds of millions. In other words, their wealth had become mere numbers. Sis, I'm getting married, why are you butting in? Wei Chengnian teased, noticing Shen Yiqing hadn't even picked up her pen. Little did he know she'd grab his ear and yell, "You little brat, don't you know I'm getting married too? Wow, then your future husband must be super handsome, just like my bride is beautiful. You're such a smooth talker. Kid, don't say that again next time." As wedding preparations progressed, Wei Chengnian and Shen Yiqing began finalizing their guest list. Whether they were the original team who started the business with them or newer members who joined later, everyone was eligible. The wedding preparations progressed steadily through their joint efforts. They chose a venue steeped in traditional charm. Decorations centered on red and gold, creating a festive yet solemn atmosphere. Every detail of the wedding reflected their thoughtful planning and deep affection for each other.
Su Kuliai and Wei Yanwu felt immense joy at their son's impending marriage. They knew Shen Yiqing was a partner who could offer Wei Chengnian both support and assistance. On the wedding day,
the sun shone brightly beneath a blue sky dotted with white clouds.
Wei Chengnian and Shen Yiqing walked hand in hand into the ceremony venue, witnessed by family and friends. The ceremony was simple yet solemn, guided by the officiant.
They exchanged rings and recited vows they had written themselves.
Shen Yiqing and Wei Chengnian were married.
No one could have imagined that before even finishing college,
Wei Chengnian would achieve such a double triumph. Perhaps the only regret for Wei Chengnian was that the story unfolded too quickly.
Even he couldn't fathom why things had gone so smoothly at times.
Chapter 108, the very end, grand finale. After the ceremony concluded,
the wedding banquet officially commenced.
Su Kuliai and Wei Yanwu were nearly moved to tears. Even Zhou Bin's eyes were reddened, and the atmosphere was lively.
The air was thick with heartfelt blessings.
Among the guests were Wei Chengnian's classmates, including Su Siki and Qi Yaoyao. Also present were his own employees, such as Wang Yi and Chen and from Blue Yao Network, as well as Su Jiawei from Nian Muqing's team. Hundreds gathered at the venue, collectively witnessing Wei Chengnian's happiness and joy. Journalists were also present at the wedding banquet, as Wei Chengnian had become a prominent entrepreneur in Jinghai.
Mr.
Wei, how are you feeling today? It feels like reaching the finish line of a marathon? Honestly, I'm not sure myself, but it means that next, the reporter asked curiously, seeking Wei Chengnian's response. Next,
Nian Muqing will focus on deepening our product system to deliver an even better visual experience for everyone.
This is just a small part of my life plan.
You can't stop immediately after crossing the marathon finish line, you keep moving forward in small,
quick steps. Thank you, Mr. Wei. Wishing you a happy marriage. For the week following the wedding, Wei Chengnian spent his days receiving well-wishers, many of whom came to visit in person.
The threshold of their newly purchased residence from 2 years prior had been worn down from constant foot traffic, which greatly displeased Shen Yiqing. But Wei Chengnian had his own methods. When it came to coaxing girls, he could be described as completely inexperienced. But when it came to appeasing his sister, it boiled down to 3 words: be good,
think, eat. Mr. Wei, Ms. Shen, we're here. Wei Chengnian brought Shen Yiqing out for a day trip to a farm-style resort,
where small bridges and flowing streams provided the perfect setting for relaxation.
Since group buying deals became popular, the place was packed during holiday golden weeks. Kid, shall we go see the stage show?
Shen Yiqing pointed at the tour map and said, I see there's a period costume show.
It should be pretty interesting. Wei Chengnian readily agreed. The stage performance featured traditional instruments like the guzheng and eru,
drawing enthusiastic applause.
Later that evening, while Wei Chengnian and Shen Yiqing were having dinner,
she suddenly furrowed her brow.
Seeing this, Wei Chengnian froze, his heart suddenly racing. Driving to the small town outside the farmhouse, Wei Chengnian bought a pregnancy test. Half an hour later, Wei Chengnian stood outside the bathroom door with a grave expression. Finally, the door opened, and a pregnancy test stick was quietly slipped out. Holy crap, it worked! He had gotten his sister pregnant.
It had been 4 years since he started dating Shen Yiqing,
but she hadn't gotten pregnant during that time. Morning sickness typically appeared after 5 weeks,
so Wei Chengnian began piecing together when he might have done the deed.
Was it during that role-playing session? Or when he came home from working overtime at Blue Yao Networks? Honestly,
with so many times they'd done it,
he couldn't really remember. Kid, what are you so nervous about? Shen Yiqing ruffled Wei Chengnian's hair. I just didn't expect this day to come so soon. Time to pick a name. Don't go picking some lame name like your dad did, Wei Chengnian or whatever. Wei Chengnian flashed an awkward smile. Then what name do you want, sis?
I think if it's a girl, we'll call her Wei Shuqing.
If it's a boy, it'll be Wei something.
But Wei something sounds just as weird as mine,
doesn't it? What I find interesting is that when people ask him why, he can answer bravely. I don't think his childhood will be happy.
The little brat complained.
Sis, let's go for the checkup tomorrow. Looks like they'll have to sleep in separate rooms before Wei Shuqing is born, but kids can endure it. The next day,
Shen Yiqing was taken to the obstetrics and gynecology department at Jinghai First People's Hospital.
Wei Chengnian sat anxiously outside the OB/GYN department, staring at the men keep out sign. They had taken another test before coming, and it still showed 2 lines. But for Wei Chengnian, it felt like the hospital was the final arbiter. Blood tests, ultrasound scans. After over 30 minutes, the report confirmed Shen Yiqing was more than 5 weeks pregnant. A vibrant life truly existed within Shen Yiqing's womb.
Getting married and pregnant seemed perfectly reasonable.
And Wei Chengnian didn't hide it, he boasted about it immediately. Suddenly, the entire family was thrown into a flurry of excitement. Li Xuele, Wei Yanwu, and Zhoubin, those closest to him, were all deeply moved. Watching his family gather around his partner, Wei Chengnian began contemplating the purchase of a school district property. Within about 3 days, everyone in their social circle knew about Shen Yiqing's pregnancy. Originally, Wei Chengnian had planned to wait until after the wedding to tell Shen Yiqing that Blue Yao Network's assets had surpassed 100 billion. Over 4 years, as the new smartphone era emerged, it became clear that Blue Yao would carve out its share of this market. "Sis, do you know what Blue Yao Network means?" Wei Chengnian asked Shen Yiqing one afternoon. This question stunned Shen Yiqing. Did the name Blue Yao Network have another meaning? "It means I love you, Lan Yu, and ubiquitous." Shen Yiqing chuckled, thinking Wei Chengnian was joking. "The Blue Yao Network Industrial Park is now complete. Here's the share agreement, sign it." "Sis." Wei Chengnian handed over a document stating that 53% of Blue Yao Network's shares would be granted to Shen Yiqing. "Kid, this is your share, right? I don't need it. Sis, having you is enough for me. Blue Yao Network is mine, but I'm willing to give you half because you're my other half," Wei Chengnian declared. "I'm not joking." The president froze instantly, as if the events of the past years were playing out before his eyes. Why had Nian Muqing secured funding so swiftly? Why had Blue Yao Network stood up for Shen Yiqing? And those initial 20 million, it all turned out to be Wei Chengnian's doing. He had always been there, protecting her. Everything before her rebirth had been heartbreaking. She had lost her mother, lost her child. After rebirth, it all felt like a dream. As these thoughts swirled, Wei Chengnian was suddenly captured by Shen Yiqing's fierce kiss, a wave of scorching passion engulfing him. The child offered no resistance, but the contract agreement quietly fell into place. Lan Yu Network propelled infrastructure development across nearly every nation, radiating its influence with software at its core. Work-study programs, agricultural assistance initiatives, literary creation. Each initiative was executed with crisp precision. Years later, during an interview for the National Wealth List, Wei Chengnian appeared remarkably shy. When asked how he achieved such success at such a young age, he attributed it all to his sister. "Your biological sister?" the reporter inquired. Wei Chengnian promptly planted a firm kiss on the cheek of the CEO standing beside him. And so everyone knew, sisters are meant to be kissed. Meanwhile, a little girl watching from the audience thought, "Daddy's picking on mommy again." Afterward, winter gave way to spring. Though the rain during the spring festival felt slightly chilly, it hardly mattered to the throngs of people coming and going. This was once Mo, the hardest hit area in Maojiang. Yet years later, the place has transformed beyond recognition. A new people's hospital, a new central park, and a sprawling agricultural logistics park, a new industry, now spread across the landscape. Through Lan Yu Network's year-long brand-building efforts, this once ruined land had been reborn. Wei Chengnian stepped out of the car, holding 2 young children by the hand. On his left was Wei something, on his right was Wei Shiqing. Behind them, the female CEO stood aloof yet radiant, like the rising sun. "Leader, it's been 7 years. Wei Chengnian had once addressed the disaster zone, and the young man who had received him back then had long since taken on significant responsibilities. 7 years had not only reborn this city but also given new hope to those who had lost everything. Isn't that a good thing? Yes, everything's fine. It felt as though time had hit fast forward after meeting my sister, constantly skipping over important moments. They could only remain deeply etched in her mind. My sister has come to terms with the truth about the company she founded being named Blue Solitude. Back then, it had made her cry. Keeping something so important from her was like preparing for the graduate entrance exam. Wei Shiqing and Wei something curiously scanned their surroundings. This was the place their father had spoken of. It was also the history mentioned by their Chinese teacher during class. The teacher knew the children's identities. She herself was a survivor from the disaster zone, so she took special care of both children. It was Wei Chengnian's year-long livestream that brought sustained support to the disaster area. Wei Shiqing tugged at his hand and asked, "Daddy, why is there a pile of rubble here?" "Because people must remember history. Relying solely on memory isn't enough, people tend to forget." The nearby cadre nodded in agreement upon hearing this. This section of ruins had been preserved at Wei Chengnian's request. The ruins weren't large, preserving only the former school building, yet it was enough to keep history alive. Shen Yiqing followed behind the group, smiling as she watched their retreating figures. She held an investment report online in her hand, but it no longer mattered, for she had already found the best companion in this world. The end. After 3 months, after getting drunk, I was taken home by the CEO's sister has concluded. In truth, this ending was somewhat predictable. Originally, the book was titled When the Younger Brother Doesn't Call Me Sis. It means his thoughts are a bit wild. Of course, unforeseen circumstances, it leaned too heavily into female-oriented content, led to the change. There's still so much more to tell, but this is where it must end. Lack of conviction, that's probably the biggest flaw in this book. Much like the male lead, Wei Chengnian unable to say no, even coming across as somewhat of a jerk. Of course, I intended to depict his growth. I just didn't expect that growth would come so slowly, forcing me to make mistakes amid the chaos. There's actually plenty more to tell from 2007 to 2009, including the strategic moves of Lan Yu Network and the romantic storyline between Shen Yiqing and Wei Chengnian. Admittedly, this book turned out rather monotonous, likely due to my limited writing skills. Some storylines I desperately wanted to explore never materialized, such as the development of supporting antagonists. This includes early antagonists like Yi Huayu and Chen Peihuan, as well as mid-story villains Shen Shidu and Li Yubing. I intended to use them to build up satisfying plot points, but my writing failed, and the story became disjointed. Mistakes upon mistakes, it all comes down to failure. I hope readers will still support my next work. For now, let us part ways.